15 years into her time in the beast world, the girl can no longer distinguish whether she is a person or an emotionless breeding machine. With 12 beast husbands and 500 pregnancies, Chu Liangyu has long grown tired of this life, but the system won't let her go, nor will those beastmen, unless she dies or becomes incapable of giving birth. The wind is strong on the mountain. For the sake of your health, come back with me. The man speaking has thick eyebrows and big eyes, with deep features, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, undoubtedly a rare beauty among humans. However, his gaze is more often directed at Chu Liangyu's belly. Chu Liangyu lowers her eyes. She has long since gotten used to it. Song Yu is from the nearly extinct Qinglong clan, and the opportunity to bear offspring is something to be cherished. He doesn't love Chu Liangyu per se, but he has some fondness for her, finding her pleasing to the eye. What he cares about more is the child in her belly. As long as this pregnancy is successful, their Qinglong clan will have hope again and won't go extinct in his generation. Since you said that, let's go back. Chu Liangyu smiled gently, but her tone carried a strange undertone. Song Yu didn't notice anything unusual and reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulder as they slowly walked down the mountain together. What about those few people? They are all busy hunting and taking care of their little ones. Are you envious? Song Yu nodded, seeing them exhausted yet enjoying themselves. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious, but soon I will have my own little ones, so I won't have to envy them anymore. The 12 beastmen of Chu Liangyu are all top-notch in appearance among beastmen. The system hasn't shortchanged her in terms of beauty, but no matter how good-looking they are, these beastmen only care about the offspring in her belly. Chu Liangyu really can't understand what these beastmen are thinking, no matter how noble the race. It doesn't matter when extinction is due. What good is it to delay for a moment? Except for the one in my belly. Only you two doesn't have any little ones right now. When we go back, you tell him to come find me. Song Yu frowned, his tone hesitant. Mistress, I know you can carry offspring from 2 different races at the same time, but I feel this pregnancy will take a lot of your energy. How about we wait until this one is born before discussing it? Chu Liangyu quietly watched Song Yu, realizing that he too had noticed his energy being absorbed by the little ones. Song Yu, not waiting for a response, couldn't help but call out again. I'm afraid that's not possible. Chu Liangyu tilted his head to indicate Song Yu to look behind him. At some unknown time, Yu Tu was sitting on a tree behind them, looking nonchalant, but his movements were tense. His golden pupils were narrowed, staring intently at Song Yu. The white tiger and the azure dragon were naturally at odds. So how could you two not think more about this? The female leader is not afraid of hardship for the sake of our white tiger clan's reproduction. What do you mean by that? Do you want to go to war? Yu Tu questioned. You misunderstood. I am just worried about the female leader's health. Yu Tu scoffed and mercilessly exposed. Concerned about the female leader's health? You're just worried about your unborn offspring. Perhaps you don't even want our white tiger clan to grow. Our white tiger clan already outnumbers you humans. And if we continue to reproduce, how will your Qinglong clan have a chance to rise? Song Yu clenched his fist at his side and domineeringly said, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? Can you beat me? It was normal for Song Yu to be so rude. In terms of strength, you two indeed couldn't compare to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Song Yu who first conceived offspring. You two could only swallow his anger. The little ones said they are hungry. Go catch some prey. I'll wait for you to come back. Chu Liangyu knew what Song Yu cared about, so he said this on purpose. Then I'll take you back first. Just go and come back quickly. Don't let the little ones go hungry. Song Yu pressed his thin lips together, hesitated for a moment before replying, okay, I'll be back soon. After all, the stronger the ability, the more energy is needed to nurture the little ones. Regardless of whether Chu Liangyu's words are true or false, Song Yu has to go for the health of the little ones. As soon as Song Yu left, Yu Tu's mouth curled up. He gently pushed himself off the tree and jumped down. As he got closer, he sniffed hard. Mistress, you smell so good. I've never smelled this fragrance before. I just think it's nice and I like it a lot. Do you like it? I like it. Yu Tu answered without hesitation. Chu Liangyu seemed very satisfied, unconsciously chuckling. Come here. Chu Liangyu beckoned with her finger, signaling Yu Tu to come closer. Her eyes sparkled with charm, and Yu Tu felt a tickle in his heart, not even noticing that the gesture resembled calling a puppy. Chu Liangyu's soft lips brushed past his ear, and Yu Tu instantly blushed, stuttering as he spoke. Mistress, you seem a bit different today. Unlike her usual reserved and pure goddess image, today Chu Liangyu was particularly alluring. To be honest, Yu Tu preferred her like this. Chu Liangyu paused for a moment. Do you want a baby? Is there even a need to ask? Yu Tu nodded eagerly. Although Chu Liangyu had a strong sense of shame and would not normally act in the wild, she was determined to escape the system and thought this was a good opportunity. Disregarding the system's warnings, what are you doing? The dimly lit room was filled with a sense of intimacy, and the sudden light caused the two to freeze in their actions. Chu Liangyu's eyes glistened with tears, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red as she looked at the newcomer. The sudden exposure of spring made Song Yu dumbfounded, and he blankly met Chu Liangyu's gaze, his mind going completely blank. As you can see, you too, I warned you. Since you can't understand, don't blame me for being rude. Song Yu had hunted at the fastest speed, but unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. It seemed that unless he taught you a lesson, he wouldn't know what the rules were. Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? A tiger's roar echoed as U2 transformed back into beast form. The white fur was interspersed with black stripes, and the king character on the tiger's head was particularly striking, with golden pupils filled with hostility. Although both were angry, they were mindful of Chu Liangyu in the room and tacitly left the house. Chu Liangyu's expression was calm as he leisurely put on his clothes, picked up a plate of red heart fruits, and walked out of the stone house, only to see the little cubs running around the mountains. The corners of Chu Liangyu's mouth curled up, suddenly feeling like he had entered a zoo. As if he were a visitor, this feeling was a bit strange. Halfway up the mountain, Song Yu and U2 were engaged in a fierce battle, while Chu Liangyu sat leisurely on the grass, watching with great interest. Suddenly, he felt a furry sensation on his hand. Beast mother, what are you eating? I want to eat too. Chu Liangyu looked down and saw a small white fluffy fox with bright little eyes that sparkled with intelligence. No way. Just this little bit. The beast mother wants to eat too. Chu Liangyu scratched the little fox's chin, feeling playful. How about this? You call your beast father over to plead for you, and I'll give you the rest. Since giving birth to the Nine Tails clan, the man named Hu Chiumu has rarely appeared in front of her. Occasionally, when they meet, she can only see his back as he returns from hunting. He is exceptionally handsome, but has a bad temper. Good beast mother, wait for me, I will call beast father right away. The little one was indeed obedient and ran off immediately. Chu Liangyu shook his head, not taking it seriously, thinking that such a small matter would not bring Hu Chiumu. It seems that Song Yu was really angry this time, and he was particularly ruthless. U2 had probably been holding back for too long, and with all his strength, he was able to fight Song Yu to a standstill. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them, both injured, came down the mountain and returned. Chu Liangyu greeted them with a calm expression, as if he hadn't seen the injuries on the two. Song Yu, the cubs are hungry, go get some food. Song Yu always felt that the female master had changed, but he couldn't pinpoint how. It seemed like she didn't care about anything, floating lightly, making it hard to grasp, as if she could leave at any moment. Leave? Song Yu pressed his lips together, unsure if it was the enchanting scene he had just seen that affected him, feeling a bit reluctant in his heart. What does the female master want to eat and how should it be prepared? Chu Liangyu was very surprised. Didn't he only know how to roast? Could he do something else? Just watch and do it. As soon as Song Yu left, Chu Liangyu yawned and was about to go inside when his hand was pulled. Female master, it hurts so much. U2 looked at her with a face full of grievance. This was the first time the beast husband had acted spoiled with her. Chu Liangyu smiled, not comforting him, and reached out to poke his swollen eyes. If someone didn't know better, they would think you were a panda tribe beast man. Why are you so heartless? Not even caring about me a little? How do you want me to care? Chu Liangyu pulled on U2's collar, and with a forceful tug, the distance between them instantly closed. U2's heart raced, his gaze evasive, not daring to look directly at Chu Liangyu. The closer they got, the more he could smell that intoxicating fragrance that captivated him. He somewhat enjoyed this close interaction and wanted it to last forever. Chu Liangyu watched with a playful expression, deliberately moving a little closer, and gently kissed him, a fleeting touch like a dragonfly skimming the water. But U2 seemed to be addicted, immediately chasing after her. The two embraced, kissing for a long time, and Chu Liangyu felt weak all over, held in U2's arms. Her red lips parted slightly, breathing heavily, and it took her a long time to recover. Mistress, a man's clear voice came, and Chu Liangyu was taken aback. This voice was both familiar and strange, as if from another world. The man's deep-set eyes stared at Chu Liangyu for a long time before he casually shifted his gaze away. Hu Chiumu, why are you here? Didn't you ask the kid to call me here? Chu Liangyu was just joking, but she didn't expect the man to actually come. Given his temperament, it was likely that the kid said something, otherwise, he wouldn't have come over so easily. It's nothing, these are what I promised. You can take them to the kid. Chu Liangyu extended her soft and delicate palm, the red fruit making her hand look even whiter. Whether it was the fruit being too red and bright or something else, both men were mesmerized. Hu Chiumu frowned and lightly replied, this little matter, don't call me next time. He reached out to take the red heart fruit, and their hands inevitably brushed against each other. Hu Chiumu's expression seemed a bit unpleasant, and he slightly rubbed his hand on the animal skin. Chu Liangyu secretly gritted his teeth. What kind of person? Since he disliked it so much, why did he still come over? Female master, the people are gone. U2's voice was a bit ghostly. Chu Liangyu returned to his senses, but suddenly lost interest, seeing that you're not lightly injured. Go back and rest. Usually, as soon as Chu Liangyu said this, you two obediently left, but today it was extraordinarily sticky, especially like to sniff lightly between her neck. Chu Liangyu depressed mood of stagnation. Looks like too much material was put in. She's kind of making a fool of herself, since he couldn't be driven away. Let him be. Chu Liangyu just pretended that he didn't exist. Did you make this? Today's unexpected things are really quite a lot. Look, this cooking and frying food. Chu Liangyu simply can't believe his eyes. Yes, you taste it. Turns out it's not that you won't. You just don't want to. The smile on Chu Liangyu's face was soft, only the bottom of his heart was cold. It's rare to see such a sumptuous meal, and it really shouldn't be lived up to. You two ate together cheekily. Perhaps because of the fight, Song Yu had a close understanding of Tu's strength. Finding that it wasn't as simple as he thought, his attitude changed and didn't drive him away, and for a while, there was some weird harmony here. It was getting dark, and the cubs running around all over the mountain had returned to their respective beast fathers. The little fox was longing for her red heart fruit, and when she saw Hu Qiumu come back, she pounced on it at the first opportunity. Beast father, did you get the red heart fruit? Chapter 3. Well, your beast mother gave it to you. Surrounded by the cubs, Hu Qiumu's expression softened for a moment. Yes, Hakmu actually knew what was going on. It was Chu Liangyu who misunderstood. She thought that the little cub had said something else, which coaxed Hu Qiumu to go over. It was obvious that he wanted to spend time with Chu Liangyu. As for why he didn't go to her, only Hu Qiumu himself knew. 3 months later, in addition to the green dragon cub that was already 6 months old in her belly, Chu Liangyu had another white tiger clan cub. Despite being pregnant with the cubs of 2 races, Chu Liangyu's belly was only 6 months in size. Only manifesting the young of one race was a perk given to her by the system. She didn't feel any discomfort. She was just a little tired of being like a sow. Female lord, are you telling the truth? I'm going to have pups too? Chu Liangyu nodded. Yes. Receiving an affirmative answer, Yu Tu was ecstatic and a little overwhelmed. Then I'll hunt too. To energize the pups, he grabbed Song Yu, who was just about to go out to hunt, and said, I'll go with you. With one more person hunting, Chu Liangyu replenished more energy. Only she was getting thinner and thinner, and the whole thing was like a bottomless pit, and no amount of food would help. If this continues, Chu Liangyu will die sooner or later. The person who was most undeserving of peace of mind was more calm than anyone else at the moment, even giving a sense of idle lethargy. Female lord, what's going on here? Why are you getting thinner and thinner? Yu Tu was overwhelmed like a child, completely unaware of what was happening. Chu Liangyu guessed that he was worried about the cubs and gave him a faint look, not explaining. Instead, it was Song Yu who opened her mouth to explain. Do you know why I don't allow female masters to conceive 2 races at the same time? My Qinglong clan was originally favored by the beast god, born with a unique advantage. The female lord conceived my Qinglong has always been already strained, and now there are more Yu white tiger clan cubs. Will the female lord die? Without waiting for Song Yu to finish, Yu Tu suddenly asked such a question. It will, but don't worry, I'm observing the condition of the female master, and as long as we hunt more to energize her, the pups should survive. Yu Tu, however, roared out, what cubs? You're full of your cubs. I don't want any more cubs. I only want the female master to live. Song Yu froze. Wasn't the reason they followed the female lord for the sake of reproducing the race? Why would he say such words? He couldn't figure it out. Only that when he saw Chu Liangyu's waning figure, he felt a little guilty and a little heartbroken. However, this did not stop his heart from wanting to reproduce the Green Dragon clan. Yu Tu's eyes were red and his expression was fierce as he confronted Song Yu. Chu Liangyu, who had originally closed his eyes for a nap, opened his eyes at some point. The mood was rare and a bit mixed. Surprisingly, a beastman didn't want pups anymore. Or for her, for the first and only time. Is it hard to believe that the system is too good for catnip? Give the tiger all the dementia and start talking nonsense. Didn't you really want pups too? Why don't you want them again? Song Yu mumbled out. He wanted to ask for clarification. I like her smell. I don't want her to disappear. Pups don't want them. It's not like we can't have them later. Saying that, Yu Tu turned his eyes towards Chu Liangyu with a pleasing face. Song Yu had a black line on his face. Yes, he was saying no or no. The white tiger was only a few months old and might die as soon as he was born. And with his cubs looking to be successfully born, how could he let Yu Tu run amok? Don't? That's not for you to say. With one hand, he grabbed Yu Tu's hand that was trying to commit an offense and unceremoniously threw the man out of the way. Soon there were sounds of dragons and tigers from outside, and the two men fought. And unlike the last time, this time they fought almost as if they were fighting for their lives. Chu Liangyu was lying on the bed with her big belly, wanting to go out to sea, but she had no more intention to do so. To put it bluntly, Chu Liangyu was in a partnership with all these men. Their deaths and lives Chu Liangyu was not interested in, but only felt pity for the less chance to watch the show. At this point in time, the system only had two choices, either to use up all its energy to protect her, or to protect the little pups. And to protect her is the most loss. After this time Chu Liangyu exhausted all the energy of the whole body, no longer have the ability to procreate. Chu Liangyu expected that the system would definitely not bail her out, and this, in turn, was what she called an opportunity. With no more use, the system would definitely unbind with her, and at that time, she would be considered free. Hiss, hurts. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Chu Liangyu's forehead and his body trembled with pain. Ding, the host is about to give birth. In order to ensure the safe birth of the cubs, the system will lift the painless birth and other benefits to reduce energy consumption. Please forgive the host. Ah, system, you big man. The first time Chu Liangyu cursed someone, he didn't expect it to be because of the system's ugly face. Chu Liangyu's miserable scream was too penetrating, and a group of people surrounded the outside of the stone house for a while. The few beastmen who were usually nowhere to be seen were actually rare enough to gather together today. What's going on here? Sue is going into labor. But female masters have given birth in the past, and it wasn't like this. Several people had light expressions, as if they were just talking about how the weather was. After all that talk, not a single person went in to take a look. The pain blurred Chu Liangyu's eyes, and for the people outside the house, she didn't even notice. While his body was tormented, Chu Liangyu had the feeling of being relieved. Ding, the birth is over. Between the host is no longer fertile, and can no longer help the system to collect energy. From now on, the system is released from the contract with the host. Chu Liangyu's breathing gradually weakened along with the system's voice, and his pupils began to lax. Finally, going to be relieved? It's great to finally not have to give birth anymore. A tear slipped from the corner of Chu Liangyu's eye, and his arm hung down feebly. Tai, shameless little thief, just leave, not even giving the last bit of life force after utilizing it. It's the first time this boundary spirit has seen such a shameless one. I'm so angry. I have to cure you. The youthful teenage voice is full of vigor, just like a sunrise falling on Chu Liangyu, dispelling her gloomy and gray heart. He's right though, the system is indeed shameless. Over the past several years, Chu Liangyu had learned this more than once, trying to get rid of it, but not being able to do anything with the system. The system grows inside like a parasite, and like a rat in the gutter. No one can sway it unless it leaves on its own, destroying the rules of the world and hiding in someone else's sea of consciousness. No wonder I never detected you. My lord, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. It was the first time Chu Liangyu heard the system sound so flustered, and he didn't know what that realm spirit did with the system in the end. It was precisely at this critical moment that Chu Liangyu fainted in a watery manner. Chapter 4, Dimensional Transactions. The female master seems to have damaged her roots, and may never be able to conceive cubs again. This, are you sure? The man nodded and stopped talking. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. What about the female master? Who will take care of it? Each beast master has many cubs to raise, and no one wants to take on that responsibility. In the past, it was the beastmen who didn't have cubs yet who were in charge, but now that every beastman had cubs, the matter was at a standstill again. Hu Qiumu glanced at the crowd and spoke faintly. The order of care will be determined by drawing lots for a month. That's a good idea. Xiong Xianhui's eyes lit up as he patted Hu Qiumu's shoulder and gave an approving look. Seeing that the others had no opinion, Hu Qiumu quickly got 12 bamboo sticks. Whoever draws the marked one is the first. Wan Yen, you go first. Wan Yen was Chu Liangyu's first beast husband, and as a rabid beastman, his strength was the weakest among them. He was good-tempered, smiled coyly and smoked one very dryly. The moment he saw the sign, Wan Yen froze for a moment. The sign he drew had a circle, and he wondered if this was the mark Hu Qiumu said. When everyone had finished drawing, Hu Qiumu then said, "Whose sign has a circle?" "Ah, it's me." Wan Yen honestly raised his hand in response. Hu Qiumu hooked her lips, as if she had expected it. "Good. This month, the female lord will be in your hands." The others breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing nothing else, a few of the beastmen quickly dispersed, especially Song Yu and Yu Tu. The two novice beastmen had their hands full throughout. Song Yu didn't even look at Chu Liangyu as he left, but it was Yu Tu who had a tangled expression. But when the two white tiger cubs barked, the tangle quickly disappeared and turned to walk away at a brisk pace. These things were still known only after Chu Liangyu woke up, and she didn't feel any sadness. She'd expected these beastmen to just let her go, and it had been so much better in comparison. "Female lord, you're awake. These are the prey I just caught. Try some." It was a freshly roasted pheasant the size of a modern turkey. Just for the current Chu Liangyu, it was just enough to stuff his teeth. "Well, you leave it there and I'll eat it later." Wen Yan was embarrassed and blushed, explaining, "There are too many cubs. The food I hunt in a day is only enough for the cubs to be just full. It's because I'm too weak. I'm sorry for the female master." Chu Liangyu nodded, believing only 3 parts of his words. There was nothing wrong with her body right now other than weakness. Then, "Female lord, I'll go out first." Giving birth to a child had consumed a lot of physical strength, and Chu Liangyu's stomach had long been singing the empty city song. Having food is much better than not having it. Biting into a chicken leg, Chu Liangyu thought so. Ding dong, tradable item detected. Item, an oversized pheasant with a missing leg. Value, 1 intermediate crystal core. Trading places, N times. Chu Liangyu looked at the panel that appeared in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and reached out to touch it. As she did, the panel slid, all the way to the bottom. Someone left her a message, "Don't be afraid. It's still the system, but I've changed it so that you won't be forced to have children anymore. It enslaved you before. There's always a price to pay, and it can help you get better here. Take your time to explore how it works." Handsome realm spirit. Seeing the last message person, Chu Liangyu smiled. "It's still an interesting boundary spirit. I wonder if I'll see it again in the future. Thanks a lot." Chu Liangyu whispered into the air, "Do you choose to trade?" "Yes." In the next instant, the pheasant on the table disappeared, and at the same time, the crystals the panel said were there appeared in her hand. The crystal core was smooth to the touch, hard like a diamond, with a cloud of golden gas inside. This thing had appeared when she read post-apocalyptic novels before, and it seemed to be able to enhance psychic abilities. But wouldn't that be chicken feed for her with no powers? Also, how is this supposed to be absorbed? The crystal core in his hand disappeared as soon as this thought popped up. Chu Liangyu's heart skipped a beat. It's over. She shouldn't have changed it for nothing. Slowly she also noticed the abnormality. The temperature of her body was rising. Instead, she felt comfortable, like she was soaking in a hot spring. As time passed, Chu Liangyu unexpectedly fell asleep comfortably. "Hey, what do you guys think is going on with the beast mother?" "Idiot, must have fallen asleep." "Oh, the mother of beasts is so sleepy. It's been 2 days." "Well, I think so." A few rabbits jumped onto Chu Liangyu's body, found it quite comfortable, and simply lay down and fell asleep. The other rabbits followed suit, and for a while Chu Liangyu was surrounded by rabbits, and from a distance it looked like it was covered with a white plush blanket. After such an unknown amount of time, Chu Liangyu woke up. She was woken up by the heat. As soon as he sat up, all the rabbits on him rolled to the side. The white color in her eyes shook her. Why was there so much of it? It seemed that Wen Yan wasn't lying. She just forgot that she was so fertile back then. A rough count of 30 or 40 is there. Well, gave birth to 2 soccer teams. Mother of beasts. Mother of beasts. Mother of beasts. Countless sounds of the mother of beasts rang in Chu Liangyu's ears, and she was given a bit of a headache from the noise. "I hear you. Keep your voices down." What responded to Chu Liangyu was a string of rabbit ears that flung up to the ground, and to be honest, she was adored for a moment. "It's bad. It's bad. They're fighting. They're fighting. Mother of beasts. Mother of beasts. Go and see." The one who cried out was a small fox, its small paws grasping Chu Liangyu, its tone anxious. It was common for the cubs to fight. Chu Liangyu only said, "What did the father of the beasts watching today say?" Father Beast said that it's not his strength that's to blame for his death. Chu Liangyu frowned. "Which beast father guards it?" "Yes, my beastly father." So it was Hu Qiumu. It was like he said it, before they were adults. Though, no injuries were allowed between pups, who all got into a fight. "It's rabbits and bears." "Ha, why are there rabbits out there?" "Never mind. It's not exactly a fight. It's almost a one-sided abuse." Those cubs were a great spectacle as they kicked a rabbit out of the air on account of their stoutness. "I've told you guys to behave yourselves, but you have to fight us. You're asking for it." The one who said this was obviously the leader of the bear cubs, especially since he was much larger than several of his other siblings. This heart, too, is much more ruthless. Seeing that he was about to stomp on the head of a small rabbit, Chu Liangyu scolded in a stern voice, "Stop it for me." In an instant, all the little eyes in the room turned toward her. Mother of beasts? Although it was Chu Liangyu who gave birth to them, the group of pups had no strong feelings for her. Chapter 5 Seeds of Hatred. Why is she here? I don't know. Come to get killed. Don't you all call the beast mother? What's there to call? She's just a useless thing now and doesn't deserve to have me call her that. The Phoenix clan was born to be arrogant, so it was no wonder they could say such things. Chu Liangyu felt a bit upset. These pups changed back and forth too quickly. I saw her before. How sweetly a mother of beasts called her. Now, Chu Liangyu had the sickening feeling of having eaten a fly. Look at what she had given birth to. Beast, what do you want? The bear child coughed and swallowed back raw as he tried to call out to the mother of beasts. I heard you guys were fighting. I came to join in the fun. Ha, I'm on the side of the rabbit. Is it over when I beat you guys? The bear nodded dully. Yeah, yeah. Clenching his fist, Xu Liangyu felt the power of the crystal cord that was sucked into his body. The power made her feel energized and a little jumpy. Let's get started then. Her eyes radiated a strange glow as she attacked towards the bear child. Surprise flashed across the bear's face, and he quickly reacted by swinging his claws in counterattack. The two collided with a dull thud. The bear child was knocked back half a step by this great force. Xu Liangyu rubbed his tingling fists, but he did not move halfway. Are you any good? You can't even beat this punk. Go, go! The bear boy was a bit shocked. Only he knew how strong that punch was just now. It seemed that this weak-looking beast mother had some skills. Adjusting his mind, he took the initiative to attack towards Xu Liangyu. This time he wisely didn't fight her with his fists again, and relying on his tall growth, he directly pounced on Xu Liangyu with his entire body. He wanted to directly press the person to move. This move came suddenly. It was too late to hide. Xu Liangyu focused his attention and gathered his power in his fist. A large shadow fell over her head and she swung her fist at the right time. Bang bang! The bear child flew several meters high, and the dust raised by the landing choked everyone who coughed. The coughing stopped and there was silence. The large man on the ground did not move. Xu Liangyu hesitated for a moment and went forward. A foot kicked him in the stomach. Still alive? The bear spat out a mouthful of blood and was busy holding his head and begging for mercy. Live and let live. Mother of beasts, spare your life. Spare your life. I was wrong. The bears know what they're doing and immediately concede if they can't beat them. Xu Liangyu, on the other hand, was a little surprised, but she had used 80% of her strength, and this bear child had only spat out a mouthful of blood. The bear clan orcs were notorious for their thick skin and resistance to fighting, but while she was angry, she didn't mean to kill him. They were all young pups. Their minds were not firm. Xu Liangyu gave them a scare with this. Well, since I won the fight, I'll take these rabbits back. No problem? No problem. No problem. Beast mother please. Rabbits in battle were different from normal. They would become several times larger. There was no way Xu Liangyu could take them away at once, but luckily there were so many rabbits that they all came over to help, and in no time at all they were back at the shelter. It was about to get dark, and Wen Yan happened to be back from hunting as well. Female lord, look, I brought back a lot of prey today. Enough. Wen Yan's words came to an abrupt end after seeing the blood-covered rabbit cubs all over the ground, and the joy on his face was too late to retract. What's going on here? Got into a fight with the bear cubs. I just didn't think it would be so bad this time. And none of the rabbits brought back survived. Wen Yan's eyes turned red almost instantly after checking out all the cubs. The whole person was like a deflated ball. His tone full of self-reproach. It's all because I'm too weak. I wonder if too many dead cubs hit him too hard. Xu Liangyu felt that the atmosphere around him was becoming gloomy, so he had to pat his shoulder as a sign of comfort. Silence helped him along with the rabbits, only for that panel to reappear the moment his hand touched them. Ding, tradable item detected. Items, 23 oversized rabbits that have just been karma'd. Value, 5 high-level crystal cores. Trading places, end times. Xu Liangyu's silence was deafening. Although she coveted high-level crystal cores, it was not so bad that she would sell her cubs in exchange. Do you choose to trade? No. Sometimes these things are actually worthless in the face of living in morality. It's just that the Xu Liangyu of his time hadn't been pushed too hard and hadn't put down her bottom line as a human being. Well, it was just an accident this time. Just think about it, there are other pups for you to take care of. Wen Yan's head, which had been hanging low, finally lifted up and suddenly smiled at Xu Liangyu. Unlike the past, this smile was full of eccentricity. Xu Liangyu was startled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. That's right, the female lord is right. I have the rest of the cubs to take care of. I can't have anything happen to me. Well, it's good that you can figure it out. This time, Wen Yan brought back a lot of food, and Xu Liangyu shared 3 of them. 2 ate a half-pack, and the other she used to trade for a mid-level crystal core. Xu Liangyu guessed that it might be because he had absorbed it once, and this time the effect was not as good as the first time. Still, she could feel an increase in power. Other than that, it didn't seem to do anything else for her. She was surrounded by the same group of little buggers as when she woke up. Xu Liangyu's gaze softened as he reached out to stroke the rabbit's smooth fur. After 2 days of sleep, she was now refreshed and not at all sleepy. Suddenly, Xu Liangyu met a pair of round rabbit eyes. Unlike the other cubs, her eyes were tinged with admiration. Cubby, what are you looking at me for? Seemingly not expecting Xu Liangyu to notice her, she looked uncertainly at her siblings around her. Xu Liangyu only felt amused and reached out to embrace her as in his arms. Don't look, I'm talking about you. I just think the beast mother is pretty. Cubby, a question for you. The bunny rubbed affectionately against her hand. What does the beast mother want to know? Are bear cubs always this hard on anyone in a fight? No, mother of beasts. They only do this to our rabbit cubs, and the other cubs, they wouldn't dare. It's true, these pups know how to read people. So what do you beast fathers usually do? There weren't as many siblings who died before, and the beast father was sad, but he just told us to stay away from them and protect ourselves. Chu Liangyu sighed, not expecting them to live such a suffocating life. Back then, Chu Liangyu had just come to this world in order to be able to live. Hastily had pups with Wan Yen, but due to his lack of strength, again, Chu Liangyu couldn't find a better one for the time being, so he could only work on quantity, resulting in a number of rabbit pups, far in excess of other pups, but she never thought about how to feed so many pups, leaving all these problems to Wan Yen. It was no wonder that he hadn't been seen coming back to Chu Liangyu since then. Beast mother? Why is your face so red? Chu Liangyu coughed. It's fine, it's just a bit hot. Actually, she's not hot, she's bashful. Chapter 6, Underestimation. Does the mother of beasts want to go out and blow off some steam? It's cool out there this time of year. The pups have a good point. It's good to get out and blow off some steam when you can't sleep anyway. Lightly getting out of bed. In order not to wake up the sleeping cubs, Chu Liangyu hard patted his way to the door. The distance wasn't far, but Chu Liangyu took a lot of effort to go around them. Now the fake heat had become real, and not caring if her face was dirty or not, she sat right down. There was just a gust of wind blowing through, still cool enough to make her rolling face feel better. It was a bright night in the beast world, but with the sky-high trees everywhere, that brightness was not enough. Beast mother, look, is that beast father? In the faint light, a figure appeared at some point. Chu Liangyu's eyesight wasn't that good, and he just waited for the figure to get closer before he was sure. It's him. What's he doing there so late? Wan Yen looked like he had something on his mind, and he didn't see the two people who were so obvious, and went straight back inside. With a flash of doubt in his mind, Chu Liangyu forgot it to the back of his mind. When the heat from his body dissipated, Chu Liangyu took the cub back inside. A dreamless night, Chu Liangyu slept comfortably. Therefore, early the next morning, Chu Liangyu woke up early, just in time for the rabbits to send Wan Yen out to hunt. I have to say, he really is a very gentle and meticulous beast father. So many pups that he could name each one clearly. Protect yourselves while I'm gone. Do you hear me? Heard that. Pursing his lips, Wan Yen lowered his eyes. Be good. Wait for me to come back. Standing up, his eyes glanced at Chu Liangyu in the doorway, subconsciously pulling up a smile, gently nodding before turning to leave. You protect yourself too. Perhaps it was because of his conscience. Chu Liangyu actually ventured a word of concern. There was a very noticeable pause in Wan Yan's steps, but it was only for a moment before he continued walking forward. In the past he had hunted on the periphery, but not today. There was no longer any edible prey on the outside. He had to venture inside. With the rabbit's innate alertness, he had a safe journey. In only half a day, Wan Yan had gained a lot. Now that's enough to eat. Suddenly, Wan Yan's entire body tensed up, his eyes staring dead on in one direction. He smelled something familiar, a smell that was, as always, repulsive. Yo, you're not small in guts. How dare you run inside? You're not afraid that after you die, your rabbits will have no one to take care of them? Bear would now be slightly surprised in his eyes when he saw that he had reaped a full harvest, but that didn't stop him from continuing his output. But it's okay to die. Since it's the seed of a big loser, it's a little loser, and it's a waste of food to live. When Yan's feet moved slightly, shielding her prey and looking up straight at him. What do you want? Not doing anything. Just heard that the female lord injured my cub for your harems. As for me, I can't see what you have, but it's always a good idea to take a breath, isn't it? When Yan finally chilled his tone, your pups were only injured to the skin. I have 23 dead pups here. So what? Not to mention 23, but all your pups combined wouldn't be worth one of mine. Rabbits will bite when they're anxious, and the bear will now apparently forget that. His mouth was still saying provocative words, as if he expected Wan Yan to not dare to make a move. Wan Yan was so infuriated that his head involuntarily swelled and hurt, and gradually, he couldn't hear anymore. From the mouth of Xiong Xianhui, he knew that Xiong Xianhui was still saying those insulting words. He uncontrollably transformed into his beast form, fast as a ray of light, and attacked towards the bear now society. Battles between adult orcs were different from cubs. They fought not only for strength but also experience. Xiong Xianhui's momentary carelessness allowed himself to take a hard hit from Wan Yan's claw. The wound cut out of his chest was deep, but fortunately he had thick skin and flesh, so it only oozed out some blood and hadn't hurt his bones yet. Unable to care about the pain, the bear would now instantly take the form of a beast and assume a defensive stance. A moment of carelessness, letting you trash take advantage. It's not certain who's a loser. The words fell, and the two fought again. Relying on his body's flexibility, Wan Yan continuously dodged the attacks of the bear present club while consuming its physical strength, preparing to wait for an opportunity to sneak attack. However, the power of a punch from the bear now club was immense, and Wan Yan would instantly be incapable of fighting as long as he was hit once. To win, Wen Yan had to be hit hard or killed in one blow. After a long stalemate, both sides had depleted their physical strength, and that opportunity that Wen Yan was looking for was slow to arrive. Xiong Xianhui had yet to show his fatigue, but instead, it was Wen Yan who was the first to show his fatigue, and his speed slowed down slightly. Xiong Xianhui's eyes lit up, and his fist slammed into its lifeblood fast and hard. This time, Wan Yan will not be able to avoid it. Bear will now think so. With only this momentary distraction, Wan Yan actually disappeared in front of his eyes. Too late to think about it, Xiong now will be instantly shocked out of a cold sweat, subconsciously turning his fist to swing behind him. Bang! 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 The fists and claws collided, creating a wave of air, and each of them retreated several meters. Put! Wan Yan was shocked by the tremendous force and his internal organs were injured, uncontrollably spraying out a large mouthful of blood. Bear will now temporarily change direction would have unloaded a lot of force, and then against it, did not take advantage. The wound in his chest was bleeding even more as the blow ripped it open. Both sides looked at each other warily, contemplating their next move. It is already dark, and the cubs are still waiting for you. The sound appeared so abruptly that both of them were startled and looked towards the direction of the sound source at the same time. Seeing that the visitor was Hu Qiumu, Xiong would now drop his heart. So it's you. He shifted back to his human form, a smile on his face as he approached him, trying to pat him on the shoulder out of habit. The pain in his chest twisted his face, and his outstretched hand retracted. Wen Yan, however, became even more vigilant. It was because of Hu Qiumu's inaction that so many of his pups had died. Neither of these two are any good, and it's no wonder they play together. Go back. Sweeping his eyes at Wen Yan, Hu Qiumu turned around and took his prey with him, heading towards the tribe. Humph. Failure to get out of this bite of bad luck. Xiong now will be more or less depressed. Why are you stopping me? You can still fight? Xiong Xianhui's wound was still bleeding, and when he reminded him of it, Xiong Xianhui felt even more pain, but still talked tough. Just him. I can still beat him up with this injury, as long as you're happy. They were extremely fast and returned to the tribe in no time. Don't blame me for not reminding you not to take anyone lightly, or you'll be prone to suffer great losses. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything, just remember that. I'll go first. Xiong now will stand in place frowning in thought, half a long time to no avail, and then bitterly touched his head. Really cannot figure out what Hu Qiumu want to express. Chapter 7. Could it be her? What's the matter? Look at you all wilting. The bear cub wasn't as lively as usual, and he couldn't help but wonder. Putting his prey down, he was going to see what was going on. One by one, they were also weird today. First Wan Yan, then Hu Qiumu, and this time it was the cubs. Bear 1, who had been beaten up by Chu Liangyu on the stone bed, lay quietly, surrounded by a number of cubs, all looking dejected. Xiong Xianhui's impassive expression froze as he had a bad feeling. All rise. Xiong Yi's body was stiff and cold, his breathing was all gone, and it was obvious that he was already dead, and the cause of death was nothing more than a wound. If not, how did a good one die? The female lord was so heartless for that trash that she was even willing to kill her own cubs. Good. So good. In anger, Xiong now would slam his fist into the stone bed, which cracked with a thud. The food is there. Help yourselves. Father Beast has something to do and is out for a while. So, Father Beast, what about Bear 1? Wait until I get back. On the other side, Chu Liangyu was shocked at Wen Yan's wretchedness. His clothes were tattered, not to mention that his face was speckled with blood. You've got a stray beast attack here? No. Before he could put something down, Wen Yan collapsed while transforming into his beast form. Usually if an orc was acting like this, it proved that he was seriously injured. Chu Liangyu didn't know where he was hurt, so he could only move him in with the cubs first. The fainted Wen Yan's breath was weak, and he looked like he couldn't survive. Win, can you hear me? Chu Liangyu saw his eyelids move, but it seemed like he couldn't open them. Sighing, Chu Liangyu had no choice but to go out and fetch some water first and simply help him wipe him off. The rest could only rely on him to recover on his own. There were no wells or anything like that here. Chu Liangyu needed to carry a bamboo tube to the creek not far away to fill it with water. It was a dark night, and looking around, she was alone. Occasionally a few insects and birds chirp, which is frightening to hear. Chu Liangyu was used to this and walked straight towards the dark forest. It's just that the light was even dimmer after entering this. Chu Liangyu was struggling to see, and inevitably tripped, stumbled through the water and stumbled back. Only there seemed to be an unwelcome guest at the door, with rabbits lying all around his feet. Wen Yan was also dragged out by him, completely ignoring whether he was unconscious or not. Grabbing his animal skin, he shook it back and forth. Where did she go? Wen Yan was shaken awake. He once again changed back to his human form, but his face was as pale as paper and his voice was weak. Who? Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu frowned. These beastmen had never called her by her name before, and now that this was happening, she didn't know what it could be because of. Perhaps it was the abruptness of her footsteps, but before she could make a sound, Xiong Xianhui had already spotted her. "What's it to me?" What answered her was the hand that Xiong now would tighten around her neck. That was so strong that her neck could break at any time if Xiong would let it. "Chu Liangyu, I didn't expect that your heart would be so ruthless. They are equally your pups, yet you killed my pups for this piece of trash. What the hell were you thinking?" The choking sensation made Chu Liangyu's brain blank, and he didn't know why he said that. That bear child is only slightly injured. He will be fine after a few days of recuperation. How can he die? It was so hard to be able to start another way of life. Chu Liangyu wanted to live. She didn't want to die just like that. Ruthlessness flashed in Chu Liangyu's eyes. To deal with Xiong Xianhui, just 80% of his strength would not do. No longer hesitating, she gathered all the power she had absorbed from the crystal core into her legs. Glancing at the injury on his chest, Chu Liangyu kicked up without mercy. "Originally I didn't believe it, but you even managed to kick me off, so it's impossible to not believe it. So what else do you have to explain?" The wound tore again, but Xiongmul now was not concerned at all. A pair of eyes staring straight at Chu Liangyu, waiting for her answer. "No wonder you're suddenly mad. All I can say is that I didn't lay a finger on that kid." Chu Liangyu's throat was so painful that every word was like swallowing a needle. The voice was no longer what it had been, and had become unusually hoarse and unpleasant. "I've long seen that you're both mercurial and ruthless, but I didn't want to have moments of infatuation, being so attached to that punk Wenyan." Chu Liangyu, what the hell was Bear now going to be talking about? And whether or not he was even listening to what she had just said. "Again, I didn't kill that child, and my outburst to stop it had nothing to do with Win." "Ha!" Bear now would laugh ironically and with a hint of bitterness. Bitter? Chu Liangyu felt that he must have been blind just now. What could this being have on his mind? However, Xiong now will always be stubborn, determined that no one can change. So whatever Chu Liangyu said next was useless. "So what do you want? Kill me?" If Bear would have tried to kill her now, she would have been dead the moment he grabbed her neck. "I'm going to make you pay for what you've done." Bear would now cover his wound and slowly stand up. "Don't worry, you'll know tomorrow." It was only until the silhouette disappeared from sight that Chu Liangyu's bodyguard was put down. With it came the feeling of powerlessness as the body was drained of all strength. She slumped uncontrollably to the floor, her arms dropping weakly to her side. Instead, her expression froze, and she looked in the direction of the man's departure for a long moment. Bear would now only believe her own guesses, and then there would be no need for her to prove her innocence. "Okay?" Chu Liangyu's thoughts were interrupted by a gentle voice. It was Wen Yan. His face was still as pale as ever, and he looked at Chu Liangyu with concern. Chu Liangyu, however, kept gauging his expression, and in the middle of the day, shifted his gaze as if he was not thinking, and shook his head. "I'm fine. How are the rabbits? I've seen them. They're fine. They're all alive. It's a good thing, then, that I wasn't dragged into this, or I'd have a bad conscience." Wen Yan lowered his eyebrows and didn't say anything. After pulling Chu Liangyu up, one by one, they dragged the rabbits back inside. "I see you're hurt so badly. What is it because of?" "Had a fight with the Bear Now Club." "Because of what?" Wen Yan's expression was ugly for a moment, and he fell silent, not answering her words. It couldn't be said that the bear would now talk too much. He felt humiliated and couldn't help but move his hand, especially since he's also hurting the enemy by 800 and himself by 1,000. Chu Liangyu's question is more or less out of place and hurts his pride. Associated with the reaction of Xiong Xianhui, Chu Liangyu also had a rough guess. Bear will now take it out on the cubs for one thing, and for another, he is angry at her for favoring Wan Yan. In this way, the bear will now be bound to take advantage of the time of the hunt to find fault. Maybe even said something nasty that hurt him. The Cautious Rabbit. Chapter 8. Ding, tradable item detected. Item, 23 oversized rabbits that have been dead for 24 hours. Value, 3 high-level crystal cores. Trading places, end times. This time, before Chu Liangyu could touch it, the panel had already appeared automatically. Perhaps it was the few small transactions she had made that gave it the energy to recharge and auto-detect. Do you choose to trade? Yes. The ground seems to be sinking slightly. The same pits that were just dug. This is good. Don't even need Chu Liangyu's own hands to dig it out. If it wasn't for the disgusting thing Wan Yan had done, and the sense of crisis that the bear would now give him, she wouldn't have thought of doing it. Calling her ruthless or hypocritical, Chu Liangyu didn't care anymore. But this Wan Yan, she has to think about how to give him some color. He was afraid that there would be no one to take care of the cubs if they died, and he felt sure that these beastmen would not kill Chu Liangyu, so he was content to use her as a shield. It was also quite shameless. Thanks to Chu Liangyu, there was still a period of time when his conscience was uneasy and he felt ashamed of him. 2 are missing because they're not fresh? Come to think of it, food is scarce in the end times, so of course it's good to have food. But how fresh is better than the ones that have been sitting around for some time, and it makes sense that they would be more expensive. he just didn't know what would be different about the advanced crystal cores. Chu Liangyu absorbed 2 of them with curiosity. Almost instantly, her body became hot, and a red light emanated faintly from her body. It stood out in the darkness of the night and, of course, was a bit scary. Chu Liangyu, however, felt very comfortable, incomparable to an intermediate crystal core, as if she was lying in a cloudy hot spring. It was soft, yet it also had a warmth to it that was so reassuring that you wanted to stop at this moment forever. She unconsciously sat down with her legs crossed and felt the change with her whole being. Perhaps it was the heat from her body, and as soon as she sat down, the grass sprang up with a zippy sound and then just burned. The grass is like this. Imagine the clothes on her. That's certainly not there either. The night breeze was cool, and her whole body was no different from a fireplace, so she did not notice anything wrong. I don't know how long it took, but the crisp and pleasant birdsong resounded in his ears, and the sunlight that didn't carry the slightest bit of temperature passed through the cracks of the trees and fell on Chu Liangyu. Standing up and stretching his waist, Chu Liangyu only felt as light as a swallow. The whole person is full of strength from the inside out. Seems to be able to knock down a bear now well with one punch. Thinking so, Chu Liangyu unconsciously swung his fist. What? Is this a new way to beg for mercy? Bear would now stand behind her at some point, a random punch just grazing the side of his face. The weak-complexioned face looked displeased, but he couldn't help but gaze up at her. Since the last time the cubs were conceived, the bear would now not have the opportunity to get close to her. For one thing, her beast husband was getting stronger and stronger, and for another, he was busy raising his pups and had even less time and mood. Now seeing her seductive appearance again, Xiong Xianhui's heart was beating wildly, as if it would jump out of his chest in the next instant. Then he thought of his dead cubs, and the foreignness in his body was deadened. A breeze blew by, and only then did Chu Liangyu react to why Xiong now would say that. But she wasn't shy, standing there graciously and sneering back. Oh, you think it is it? Find me a dress over here. Why should I listen to you? It's fine if I don't look for it. I'll just go out like this. Anyway, it's all my beastmen here, and it's not like they're outsiders, so I'll just look. In the sunlight, she seemed to emanate a soft light, feminine yet holy, making one feel conflicted. The bear would now gnash his teeth in hatred. What she said was fine, but there were cubs out there. What would they think when they saw them? Wait, you're wearing this. There was no way to find it, let alone him. Who of the other beastmen had time to make this stuff for her? Idly, the bear's upper body was now stripped of its animal skin, revealing a solidly muscled body and chest. Wheat skin color with a somewhat exotic-looking face in this body. Who can stand it? Chu Liangyu took the animal skin. His eyes glanced back and forth at his chest, and suddenly let out a laugh. You? What are you laughing at? Nothing. So you're trying to figure out how to punish me? Speaking of this, Xiong Xianhui's expression changed. A far cry from his lively appearance just now. That loser is incapable of hunting these days. So I asked you over and they were fine with it. So you're coming with me now. By the way he reacted, he was going to get real, and it would be interesting to wait and see what it would cost her. Speaking of which, the quality of this animal skin he gave was good. It was soft and comfortable to wear, just a bit ugly. For a strange smell, there didn't seem to be one, and a faint grassy odor could be smelled vaguely. Only, after all, it is the animal skin of people's upper body. The height difference is even bigger. Chu Liangyu still has a small feeling after wearing it, like an alternative tight wraparound skirt. Wild and sexy, nothing like her dress style. Where are you taking her? And you have the heart to ask that. Or think about how you and your little losers are going to live next. When Yan's face was a little better than last night, but his speech was still weak, he glanced at Chu Liangyu, who was behind Xiong Xianhui, and his gaze lingered on her clothes. As an afterthought, he noticed that Bear would now be half naked on his upper body, thought of something, and lowered his head with some embarrassment, sidestepping out of the way. He seemed to just happen to bump into it and ask in passing, waiting for the person to walk away, when Yan then murmured and whispered, I thought that you really treat me. It seems that I overthought it. Seeing that Chu Liangyu was deliberately stalling for time, Xiong now would run out of patience. Lifting the clothes on the back of her neck, she hurried along, and in no time at all, she entered the outskirts of Nyosho Mountain. Up to this point the bear would now still not stop, leading her onward into the depths. It was obvious that the further in you went the colder the temperature around you got, and the sky-high trees were everywhere, blocking out the light almost to nothing. The sunlight that occasionally filtered in was like shining into an endless abyss. The bright light swallowed up. Ha, this is it. Enjoy. Chu Liangyu was suddenly released and just plummeted straight down from a towering tree. At this height, it's going to be all over the place when it hits the ground, isn't it? Chu Liangyu instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and when she saw that there were vines, her eyes lit up and she quickly reached out to grab them. It was the only thing that finally stabilized her, followed by celebration. It's a good thing there are vines here, or it would be a disaster. It's just how the vine doesn't pinch. Instead it's kind of soft and cold. Chu Liangyu raised his head a little stiffly. This was not a vine at all, but a snake. It was so much like the tree in color, and with the lack of visibility around it, it wasn't surprising that it took her a while to notice. Fizzle. The snake, hurt by her grip, hissed angrily at her and made an attacking gesture. Chapter 9 Ancient Green Lotus. The snake's mouth was as big as Chu Liangyu's face when it opened, and the breath that came out rushed towards the tip of Chu Liangyu's nose. Chu Liangyu frowned, busy holding his breath. Did not expect. This guy also has bad breath. In desperation, Chu Liangyu grabbed the remaining half of the snake's tail and shoved it straight into the snake's mouth. Vomit. The snake seemed to be stabbed in the throat and actually dry heaved. Chu Liangyu had struck too hard, and the snake's tail was probably already in its stomach. Guilty as charged. I didn't mean it. Chu Liangyu was busy taking this opportunity to escape from the green snake and descended the tree again with great speed. Put. I don't know if it was her fault, but she thought she heard a stoic laugh, but it quickly disappeared again, like it never happened. Chu Liangyu didn't even care to think about who it really was, because this forest was surprisingly starting to fog up, and the visibility was already not high. That's better. It's even more invisible. This also meant that she was even more dangerous. Chu Liangyu slowed her mind and walked towards the place where the mist was thin. And I don't know what to think. To use this method, the bear would now reveal itself and look at the still dry heaving snake, sympathizing with it a bit. Shaking his head, he once again searched for Chu Liangyu's figure. As an afterthought, he realized that he actually didn't know when the fog had started, and Chu Liangyu had long since disappeared. It's just a matter of turning your head. How could it be gone so quickly? Chu Liangyu had given birth to so many cubs for them. It was impossible to say that because of one cub she would really let her pay for her life. If he did, the group. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Xiong now will be in a heavy mood. Just want to find the person first. Ding, tradable item detected. Item, Ancient Green Lotus. Value, adamantine gold body art. Bladeless short sword, can grow with master's ability. Trading plane, ancient martial arts world. The reward was quite practical, like it was tailor-made for her. Just where is the ancient green lotus? The fog around her was as thick as substance, and Chu Liangyu couldn't see her surroundings at all. As if aware of her situation, indicators of green color that only she could see appeared, guiding her forward. Chu Liangyu's surprised face. These she needed too much. Without hesitation, Chu Liangyu followed. Several times I almost hit a tree, and when I looked, I realized I was that close to it. Reaching for the stars said it all about her current situation. There was nothing she could do but be careful and cautious. Luckily she didn't have to walk long before the green arrow stopped and disappeared in front of her. It was a pool, but she wasn't sure how big it was due to the fog. A green lotus in the center of the pool was light in texture and emitted a faint white light. With the regular swaying of the breeze, a fragrance, if any, wafted silkily around. Chu Liangyu gently sniffed, instantly refreshed. Even the depression in his heart was gone. Fruity. To pick the green lotus, Chu Liangyu had to swim over. The only thing she had on her was the piece of animal skin that Bear now would give her, and she took it off as she went along. The pool water was a bit cool. Chu Liangyu unconsciously winced, and only after adapting did she slowly swim forward. The only sound of the calm lake was the sound of her swimming. The green lotus swayed slightly, and there was nothing more at a glance. The silence was overpowering. Chu Liangyu stopped, her intuition telling her something was approaching fast. Huge black shadows swam quickly underneath her, and then quickly faded into the deeper water. The water in the pool became murky from the stirring, and the dark figure wondered when it would reappear. Xinglian was only 3 meters away from her. Should she just give up? Unwilling to ignore what was under the water, Chu Liangyu sped up and swam forward. Looking up again, the green lotus was right in front of her, just a reach away to pick it. Afraid of any changes, Chu Liangyu didn't hesitate to pick it. Bared. A jet of water shot up to her wrist and almost instantly her hand lost its strength. If she hadn't reacted quickly, her hand would have been gone a moment ago. And on the opposite side, revealing the carp's huge head, looking at Chu Liangyu with killing intent. The beasts of the beast world had high IQs. Chu Liangyu was aware of that, but I didn't expect this guy to know how to guard the treasure and keep people away. I must have this green lotus. Are you sure you want to protect it with your life? Chu Liangyu moved with emotion and reasoning. It is naturally best to get it easily. She was answered with a blank stare from the carp and an even bigger jet of water than she had just seen. Chu Liangyu took a deep breath and quickly ducked into the water to avoid the strike. The water was murky and her figure became a blur. The carp sinks down with it, carefully feeling the changes in the water waves. Soon, it sensed an anomaly behind it. Opening his mouth he spat out jets of water towards the spot. Cries of pain came out. It was a human being that had been hit. Another rich meal, so it thought, and it couldn't wait to swim over. The man had fainted, as it expected, and was just floating in the water. Swimming around the man, it opened its mouth and swallowed him in one gulp. A moment later, The eyes of the man who had just been unconscious snapped open. It stank so fishy and unusual that she immediately held her breath after inhaling briefly. Moving slightly, the beating heart came into view. Perhaps the carp sensed her movements and actually swam in terror while opening their mouths. A large amount of pool water poured in, and Chu Liangyu's hands and feet were once again immersed in the water. Chu Liangyu's figure swayed, but the beating heart was pinched in her death grip. A pale golden light caught her eye in the dark belly of the fish, but the movement of the carp's resistance was too great for her to think about it, and while crushing the heart, Chu Liangyu reached out and brought the small pale golden ball out of the fish's belly with her. The breathless carp surfaced, the whites of its eyes taking up most of its eyeballs. Without a block, Chu Liangyu swam towards the green lotus and reached out to pluck it off. The water droplets from above spilled down, all over Chu Liangyu's face. Chu Liangyu's spirit was lifted and his emotions slowly calmed down. Having stayed in the water for so long, she was starting to feel cold by now. He was busy returning to the shore and putting the animal skins on. Do you choose to trade? The panel appeared in front of her eyes. Chu Liangyu carefully sized up Qinglian before saying, yes. At the same time, the Vajra Sutra body technique and the bladeless short sword each appeared in her hands. Vajra Sutra body technique. The name sounded Buddhist. It's not supposed to make her as hard as a turtle's shell, invulnerable to knives and guns, and then tire out her enemies. Is it? Chu Liangyu silently spat out a sentence and flipped open the first page to read it. How? She guessed half of it. After refining it to its great completion, the body would become invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to all poisons, and the body would be so powerful that a single punch could pierce through a large mountain. But every time you advance, you need a variety of herbs to quench your body, and that green lotus is what you need to advance to greatness. When Chu Liangyu saw this, his face instantly darkened. Where the ancient green lotus can be found just by trying to find it. The person who made this deal had a really loud reckoning. She's heard it all over this world. It's outrageous. An item that was dispensable to him now could be exchanged for the ancient green lotus. On the contrary, this growable bladeless short sword is worth a bit more than the Vajra. Chapter 10, Watching the Show. According to the system, she still needed to drop her blood on it to bind it. Chu Liangyu showed his teeth and endured the pain to cut his finger. The bronze-colored shuriken flashed a light and the blood was absorbed. The short blade was refreshed, different from what it had looked like a moment ago, and the whole thing had become thicker and had a metallic texture. Chu Liangyu was satisfied and turned it over and over in his hands to play with it. Suddenly, the pale golden beads fell. Chu Liangyu then remembered that he was busy checking things and forgot about this. The fog dispersed quickly as she disembarked, and the sunlight fell into the forest, catching the pale golden bead as if it had merged with the sunlight. Chu Liangyu was shocked in his heart and quickly picked up the beads. Are you kidding me? This is what she brought back with great difficulty, and this is not the way to disappear. But what the hell is it and what does it do? Ding, omniscient system is online. Carp essence spirit, due to being nourished by the ancient green lotus for a long period of time, can clear the mind and eyes, and break through most of the confusion and poisonous miasma. Well, a little disappointed what happened. Thought it was the inner elixir of a demonic beast in a fairy cultivation novel, but it was at least somewhat useful. Wiping the dirt on it, Chu Liangyu looked around. Well, she didn't seem to have a place to put these things. That guy from before could store things. Can you? Ding, storage compartment open. Did you put everything in? The familiar use of the word silenced her. Chu Liangyu suddenly remembered something. Once she got into an argument with the system. In order to force her to compromise, the system sealed all her savings over the years from her. It caused her to be in deep water a lot during that time, and she was even almost starved to death. In the end, as a last resort, Chu Liangyu compromised. Since then, the system seemed to have found her weakness. Start putting all the rewards into the system space and only give them to her when she actually uses them. The mood that was bright just now instantly sank. Chu Liangyu's tone was light. No need. The thing seems to have had its consciousness erased, more like a tool. But even so, Chu Liangyu was still uneasy. The birthing system made her realize that no one could be trusted. Whatever is hers is only as good as what she has learned and is at her disposal. Chu Liangyu couldn't wait to improve his strength and found a relatively safe place to start the first chapter. The Vajra Sutra body technique is divided into 9 chapters, and the first chapter is a set of punches named Tying Fist. There were 13 movements that looked simple, but happened to be the most difficult, and Chu Liangyu began to be consumed by them. Just halfway through practicing, she no longer had the strength to continue. She looked like she'd just come out of the water, a hint of heat rising from her body in the sunlight. Those who didn't know better thought she was in a sauna. Quite literally. Guru, guru, guru. Chu Liangyu was startled by the voice and immediately sat up. Looking around warily. Looking around, there wasn't much there. Thunder? The gurgling sound resounded again. Chu Liangyu looked embarrassed, feeling that it was her own stomach growling. It seemed that the tying fist had consumed too much of her energy. She had to eat something quickly now. Thank you for saving me earlier, or I would have been eaten by a stray beast. It's fine, I was just passing by. Aha, why does that voice sound so familiar? Are you a bear orc? Yeah, me too. I just got lost with the Beastmaster. Can you send me back? I'm afraid I'll run into those stray beasts again. Bear will now hesitate. But, I still have things to do. Hearing this, Xiong Jiajiao's eyes instantly reddened, and her tone was tinged with a sobbing tone. Then, you go. Half the time it's a hero rescuing a beauty, and the hero is still her beast husband. For a moment, Xu Liangyu didn't know what expression to make. Call it anger? She didn't really feel anything, she just felt weird. Is it far from here? I'll take you back first. Ah, you promise? Well, go. A smile appeared on Xiong Jiajiao's face, and she followed him with cheerful footsteps. You just said you had something going on. Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you. I found a female. Jiajiao Xiang's bouncing feet stopped and carefully asked, is it your female master? Bear would now frown slightly, pondering for a moment. A person who killed her own cubs. She didn't deserve it. No. Xu Lianyu's eyes were fixed on the two, but his mind had long drifted away. A question she had been thinking about since she got out. She was currently weak. If she dropped everything and left the tribe, would she be able to live safely until she was strong? That's great. I'll be sure to treat you to lots and lots of good food when we get back. Thanks. But, it won't take long to eat a meal. As he spoke, 3 figures appeared in front of him, and Jiao Xiong happily pointed at them, her eyes lighting up. They are my beast husbands. Female lord, where have you been? We've been looking for you for ages. After looking at Xiong presently would, he was about to go pull Xiong Jiajiao. Xiong Jiajiao, however, suddenly put her hands behind her back, and the atmosphere inexplicably became a bit awkward. Ah, so what? Thanks to him, or you wouldn't have seen me. You guys get some food and treat yourselves. The other two looked at each other with a smile on their faces and said, thank you so much. Let's go. Go inside and eat some. Without waiting for a word, the 2 men went into the house, one on each side, with their arms around each other. Jiao Xiong tried to follow but was stopped. Do you think you can escape? If it wasn't for the fact that you brought back a food item, don't think you'll have a good time today. I know. I won't dare next time. That's right. Whenever you give US brothers cubs, we'll let you go. Xu Lianyu watched with cold eyes, taking in the conversation between the two. What happened to Jiao Xiong made her heart thump, and the idea of leaving the tribe was temporarily dropped. Freedom is great, but only if there is strength to support her freedom. Wanting those beastmen to protect her willingly, she'd have to find a way to shift their perception of her, or rather, take in the hearts and minds of the people. With the logistics, she would be able to raise her strength with half the effort. What to get? Xu Liangyu rubbed his chin, and after seeing Xiong Jiajiao's back, he suddenly had a flash of light. There it is. This is called the drunken fruit. After eating it, it will make you feel very comfortable, like bathing in warm sunshine. Try it. The lavender fruit was stuffed into his hand, and Xiong now would feel a bit of a novelty. This was the first time he had ever heard of it. I usually eat a lot of meat, but I don't know much about these things. Seeing that he wasn't eating, the 3 of them exchanged quiet glances and looked at Xiong Jiajiao in unison again. Xiong Jiajiao's hand trembled for a moment while holding the fruit, then recovered as usual. It's delicious. You try it. The fruit was handed to his mouth, and Bear would now be startled, subconsciously opening his mouth. The fruit is sweet in the mouth with a light fragrance and really tasty. Licking his lips, he felt that the flavor was quite unusual, but he liked it so much that he unconsciously ate more. The emotions in Xiong Jiajiao's eyes were complicated, and she opened her mouth to say something, but then hurriedly lowered her head in fear of the trio's eyes. Chapter 11. Gradually the bear will now feel that the head becomes dizzy. Eyelids also seem to have 1,000 pounds. By this time several people's eyes were no longer obscured, dropping what they were holding and looking straight at him. The sound of heads bumping sounded and they breathed an uncharacteristic sigh of relief. Second, this guy is a freak. He ate so much and is just now getting dizzy. Boss, it means he's strong. We earned it. Oldest, stop wasting time. Start now. The boss coughed and cut them off. Wait, there are still a few brothers left to call. There's a reason why stray beasts are called stray beasts. They violate the rules set down by the beast god, preying on orcs and forcing and even abusing females. Lao San's tone was light. What's the point of calling them? It's not like they're doing any great favor. Not capable, but there's a use for keeping them. Waving his hand, the boss added, well, go on. Looking at Xiong Xianhui, worry rose in the oldest two's heart. Looking at him, will he wake up before anyone comes? It's also possible. It seems we can only kill it first to avoid accidents. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 2 men as they simultaneously walked towards the bear present society. At this time, Xiong now will have been completely unconscious, limp, where there is still strength to resist, but his instincts told him there was danger now. He tried with all his might to come to his senses, but only moved his fingers. Jia Xiong watched in horror. It was the first time she had ever watched them killing their own kind. Couldn't help but remind her of herself. If they didn't help them with their cubs, would they have been eaten too? The answer was obvious. Pursing her lips, the fear deepened in Xiong Jiajiao's heart. She knew that staying here wasn't a permanent solution, so she was going to run, but just running away. She couldn't get away, and her last failure was a good lesson. Wait. I suddenly remember there's an orc, and it's a female. Both men paused in their movements at the same time, and the boss's brow furrowed. Are you sure? You couldn't have let this man die and deliberately swindled us, could you? The second looked at her with a wary face, fearing that this was a lie she had told to try to escape. Why, there really is another female. He said so himself, pointing to the bear now would. She continued, originally I tricked him into coming here, and he was still reluctant to come, just to find that female. The two men's eyes lit up and their minds came alive. Jia Xiong has been here for a short time and hasn't been able to give birth to cubs, so maybe a new one will do. All at once, both of their attention was drawn to the female in her mouth, and they were busy asking after her. Where is that female? I'm not sure, but it should still be around, so if we move fast, we can still find it. The boss was the first to speak. You stay here and watch them both. I'll go find them. Why am I the one watching? Every time something good happens you go first. This time it's my turn, because I'm your boss. So what if I'm the boss? Big deal. I'm not following you. The two argued a lot and eventually decided to go together. Before leaving they tied the two men tightly, so still felt uneasy, and hung them from a high tree. If the rope breaks, they will also fall without mobility. He felt relieved at this point, and hurriedly headed toward the forest. It was so hard to get another female, so we couldn't let the other forces take the lead. After a while, Xiong Jiajiao guessed that the people had gone far away, and then broke free from the rope. Grabbing the bear next to her now would before she was about to fall to the ground and stabilizing herself, she slowly climbed up the tree, going down the thick trunk. Jia Xiong set the man down. Patting his face, he called softly, "Are you okay? Wake up!" But, no matter how much she called, the bear now will not wake up. Xiong Jiajiao is a little hesitant. Now is a good opportunity to escape. How about? No, even if you run away and have no one to protect you, you'll still get caught back. What then? Right, got to keep him awake. Xiong Jiajiao remembered eavesdropping once, and the wandering beast seemed to mention how to sober up the person who ate the drunken fruit. It seems to say that the water, if you soak in the creek for a while, the effects of the drunken fruit will wear off. In that case, we'll have to take him to the creek first, but the nearest creek was some time to walk up, and she had to hurry. Otherwise, when they react, it's over. Putting Xiong Xianhui's hand on her shoulder, Xiong Jiajiao led the way to a quick departure. In order to avoid encountering the group of Lao San who suddenly returned, Xiong Jiajiao purposely changed to a path that is not often traveled. But the path was not often traveled, which meant that there were more weeds and thorns in it, making it extremely difficult for her to walk and wasting a lot of time. Xiong Jiajiao's heart was anxious, not caring about how wretched her appearance was at the moment, only wanting to hurry up, and then hurry up again. The two men on the other side who hadn't found the female thought they had been duped, and hurried back again, just in time to meet Lao San, who had returned with 5 men. Grass, that little dares to lie to us. When we find her back we'll make her look good. Come on, all together for me. The group looked at each other, but didn't say anything and spread out to look for it. Lao San, didn't you guys keep a good eye on them? How come they were tricked out? It wasn't that little lie to us that there was another female. We thought to hurry up and look for it. We couldn't be preempted by other forces, and when we were anxious, we didn't react. The oldest two's face was also not good, but still explained. Lao San, however, intuited that something wasn't right. Then why are you two going together and not leaving one of you to watch? The oldest didn't want to, and insisted on clamoring to go with me, so I had no choice but to bring him. But they had been tied up and hung from a tree before they left, and I don't know how they escaped. It was kind of clear what was going on, nothing more than it was so hard to find females again, and both wanted to be the first to taste them. He was stoic and didn't say a word. Sooner or later, he was going to be pissed off at these two. So what, Lao San? Don't be angry for now. The most important thing now is to find those two guys first. On a rare occasion, the boss softened his tone and placated the man. Sighing, the oldest then nodded. Well, Big Brother is right. Boss, you guys come over here. There are traces over here. It looks like they should have taken the trail. The two men looked at each other and walked quickly. Lao San, this is a difficult road. They shouldn't be far. Let's catch up. They can't be burdened with anything. Even if the road is difficult, that's still faster than Jia Xiong's speed. It didn't take long for them to see the two men. The oldest two, in particular, hated Jia Xiong with a passion. This female is just too cunning. The last time it was because he was cheated and caused Jia Xiong to give a run for her money. How could he not be angry when he had suffered at the hands of this female again and again? When we catch her, we'll definitely bite off a few pieces of her flesh first to ease our hearts. The oldest frowned as he looked at him on the verge of losing his mind. A female was all it took to provoke him like that. And the boss. Neither of them are doing great things. Perhaps he'll have to think about leaving the team. Chapter 12, The Feeling of Having Strength. The movement behind her was not small. Xiong Jiaojiao looked back and her face swished white. She didn't expect the group to find her so quickly. What can she do now? The man on his shoulder still had his eyes closed tightly, showing no signs of waking up. Hey, if you don't wake up, we're both done for the day. Knowing that there was no chance of escape, Jiao Xiong still didn't want to stop. What if she just got away? Still want to run? Really don't know what's good for you. Lao Er transformed back into his beast form, and with a casual sweep of his long snake tail, the two Xiong Jiajiao were sent flying out. This power was too much for Jia Xiong. Her internal organs trembled and she ended up spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Bear would now be flung aside. He looked better but muffled a grunt of pain. You have repeatedly lied to us and played us like monkeys. You are really powerful. What do you think? How should I punish you? The black snake's tail gently coiled and brought the person to the front. Then the snake's tail violently tightened, and Xiong Jiajiao felt the sense of oppression all of a sudden. At this moment, she was gripped by the fear of death, and the despair in her heart was like a mighty river, drowning her. She didn't want to die, but she really didn't want to go back either. Not only did they abuse her in that sort of thing, but they forced her to eat the flesh of her own kind and help them capture orcs together. Even her beastly father and mother. Hate. She hates it. I wish I could have slaughtered the group myself and watched them die in agony. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and the hatred in Xiong Jiajiao's eyes was like substance, piercing the oldest too. This made him even angrier. Turning back into his beast form, he slapped her hard on the face. What do you hate? You think you are qualified? Females should be trampled under our feet, and you still dare to resist. When we find a female that can give birth to pups, you, the oldest two's eyes instantly turned grim. Their unfinished business obvious. At that point, it would be time for her to die. Ha, you know why it's tough for you guys to have pups? Spitting on the oldest two's face, Xiong Jiaojiao added, this is the beast god punishing you all for doing so many things against the beast god's rules. You all deserve this. You, the penis was shaking with anger, itching to tear this female apart immediately. It's just this one female. Kill it and who will have the pups? Or can you? Seeing that the second was about to lose control of himself and strangle the man, the third slowly reminded him. Of course he knew this, but these words from Lao San were too disrespectful. His face instantly turned green, and his heart, though angry, loosened its strength. I'm not interested in caring how you punish her, as long as she doesn't die. As you please. On the contrary, that bear beast man is expected to wake up before long. So how long do we have to wait if we don't deal with it now? Lao San looked at Xiong Xianhui with greed in his eyes, and as the words fell, he walked towards Xiong Xianhui. Surveying his form, Lao San pondered where he should eat first. You two are not doing a good job this time. Let me have this first bite. No comments? Lao San did not raise his head, his eyes staring straight at Xiong Xianhui. Said, the boss frowned, a bit displeased, but didn't retort. No comment. The others watched with their eyes and noses. They were last anyway. They didn't care a bit about who came first. No comment. The oldest two responded absent-mindedly, one hand tightly grasping Xiong Jiajiao. I will first go to teach this little lesson. You guys eat first. The crowd knows what this lesson means. They unanimously flashed a bad smile and watched the two leave. Xiong Jiajiao's face was even whiter than just now, and her hands and feet were cold. She struggled desperately to get up, one hand flapping over and over. Don't touch me, you disgusting thing. Ah, don't, you don't stay away. I was wrong. Please don't put me through. The pleas for mercy faded away, and they were surprisingly a little disappointed. Xu Liangyu took everything in and glanced at Xiong Xianhui, whose life was not in danger for the time being. Gingerly, he followed in Lao San's direction until he was far away from the group of people, and only then did Lao Er stop, throwing the person hard to the ground. With a force, her clothes were ripped off. Ha, you weren't very bold just now. Why are you scared now? I was wrong. Please let me go. Pursing her lips, Jia Xiong trembled and begged for mercy, but her weakness only made the enemy more excited to strike harder. Holding the person down dead center, the dick took a bite out of her shoulder, sharp teeth piercing her skin as she was injected with a small amount of venom. Not fatal, but it would make her feel like she was being gnawed on by countless ants in agony. Ah! The shrill screams pierced one's eardrums, showing how much pain the person in question was in. Chu Liangyu's brows furrowed in a deathly tight frown. Taking advantage of the fact that Lao Er's attention was distracted, he quickly approached towards him. The bronze short sword glistened with cold light under the sunlight. Chu Liangyu concentrated his power on his wrist and stabbed straight towards Lao Er's back. It all happened so fast that the second didn't even react. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth and he slowly turned his head to see who it was. Chu Liangyu was taking advantage of this time to add a few more knives. Knives deep visible bone, ferocious and abnormal. The second's back was like a sieve now, blood spurting out, and he couldn't stop it. He transformed back into his beast form, and his tail was flung fiercely towards Chu Liangyu. However, because of his injuries, his movement slowed down a few points and was easily dodged by Chu Liangyu. The trees weren't so lucky, and one by one they were knocked to the ground. The ground raised dust, and Chu Liangyu's figure became a blur. This made the oldest two feel uneasy in his heart and attacked towards Chu Liangyu once again. Chu Liangyu jumped onto the fallen tree and used his strength to jump onto the huge black snake. The target was clear and went straight for his 7 inches. The snake's pupils shrunk violently and spat out a mouthful of venom, trying to stop Chu Liangyu's approach. But Chu Liangyu only paused in his steps, dodging the venom and rushing towards him with even more speed. The short knife was gripped tightly in her hand, and very crisply stabbed down towards the 7 inches of the black snake. In the next instant, the black snake fell to the ground, never breathing again. Chu Liangyu's hands holding the sword trembled slightly. This was her first time fighting. Surprisingly, she wasn't scared and was excited. Is this what it feels like to have power? She placed her hand in front of her eyes and looked at it for a moment, a faint smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of her mouth, revealing pleasure from the inside out. Hiding in the bushes, Jia Xion looked stunned. She had never seen such a beautiful female. She actually killed the black snake. Aren't all females weak? How could she be so powerful? Xiong Jiajiao couldn't help but admire Chu Liangyu. She stepped out of the bushes and lifted her head, staring fixedly at the glow that emanated from this female. You're awesome. The compliment came out of her mouth, and Jia Xiong froze for a moment before realizing what she had just said. Chu Liangyu was busy wiping the blood onto his own face when he heard her words and looked back at her. Then he rubbed his hair to mess it up a bit more before jumping off the black snake. You find a safe place to hide. I have things to do, so I'll go first. Xiong Jiajiao was at a loss, not understanding what Chu Liangyu was trying to do. Chapter 13, Transferring Wolves from the Mountain. Help! Help! The female's panicked and faultless voice came, a voice so delicate and soft that it made one's bones soft to hear it, instantly attracting their attention, and the group of people turned back their heads in unison. The female's body was wrapped in only a piece of animal skin, and her bare skin was smooth and white, glistening with light. Although her face was covered in blood and looked wretched, her dimpled figure was unconsciously evocative. Boss swallowed and tried to soften his tone. What happened? Why are you the only female? There's a black snake killed in front. I'm scared. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Boss was just about to call someone over when he suddenly reacted to what she said and asked uncertainly. What did you just say? I just said that there is a dead black snake in front. Chu Liangyu timidly glanced at him, her tone weakened, and said, No, it can't be. Isn't Dick having a quickie with that female? And how could he be dead? It doesn't make sense. But, looking at this female, it doesn't look like she is lying. What's wrong? Lao San's mouth was covered in blood, and he stopped moving involuntarily when he heard the conversation. The second may be dead. His face sank as he explained. That can't be right. Go ahead and take a look around. The oldest nodded and led the 5 men in the direction the second had left. Chu Liangyu looked in the direction of the bear now would be. At this time his arm has been bitten off a large piece of flesh. Blood is gurgling outward. There were also large and small bite marks on his shoulders and chest that looked gruesome. Amit Ba Buddha. Buddha forbid. Any later and there'll be only a skeleton left for her. You're not afraid? Suddenly, a grim line of sight landed on her. Chu Liangyu had a jolt, realizing that her reaction was out of place. She immediately reddened her eyes and walked towards him with an enchanting posture. Who said I'm not afraid? Listen, my heart is beating fast. The soft touch on his arm actually sent waves through his mind, and he surveyed the female in front of him with interest. Chu Liangyu's hands gently stroked his cheeks and wiped away the blood. Slowly she leaned in at his shoulder and blew out a breath with a teasing hint. The short knife was gripped into her hand, and with that one blow, where did you learn these titillating tactics, little goblin? Did those beastmen of yours teach you that? Chu Liangyu's waist was wrapped around, and with a slight force, Chu Liangyu was forced to pull away, and the two of them came in a princess hug in a watery way. The change came suddenly. Chu Liangyu's hand shook uncontrollably and almost threw out the short sword. Luckily, she reacted quickly and tightened her grip on the short blade. I was just attracted to your handsome appearance and unconsciously. Chu Liangyu's face stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, and compliments came out of his mouth. She wasn't lying when she said that. The man was perverted, but he did have a nice face. In particular, there is a sense of svelte defeat that unconsciously draws the eye. You have a good eye. That's natural. Chu Liangyu ran out of patience and didn't want to continue to tangle with him. pretending to want to kiss him and slowly approaching. Lao San, however, suddenly held her down and reached out to wipe the blood off her face. Let me see if you're good-looking enough to be my female. Chu Liangyu's fair and unblemished face was half revealed, and Lao San's hand froze in midair. Staring at her face for a moment, the corner of Chu Liangyu's mouth twitched. This guy thought he had nobility, but he even started picking on the females. Chu Liangyu wasn't in the habit of adulting him and letting him finish looking at his face. Taking advantage of the gap in his days, the short knife in his hand stabbed directly into his back. Seeing him grunt out in pain, Chu Liangyu's heart rejoiced and wanted to make up a few more cuts just like he did with Lao Er. But this one was clearly more powerful than the last, and he was surprised that he wasn't frozen after facing a moment of pain. Instead, he quickly reacted and threw Chu Liangyu out with force, transforming into his beast form in that instant. His beast form was a golden eagle, with wings spread out in a large way to cover the sky. The sunlight actually made people feel a hint of holiness. How could such a perverted guy be holy? Chu Liangyu shook his head and shook this thought away. What he had to admit was that his beast form was indeed imposing, and Chu Liangyu was a little envious. She had come through as a spirit, and there wasn't much of a clan around her at that time, and an 18-year-old adult female can't change back to her beast form, so she doesn't even know what race of orc she is. I didn't expect it to be another cunning female. Lao San's voice gritted his teeth as he looked at Chu Liangyu with anger in his eyes. Chu Liangyu rolled his eyes. He didn't expect this person to be quite inked. Don't talk about these no-nos. If you want to fight, hurry up. The wings of the giant eagle flapped, bringing the wind towards Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu was instantly blown into an unsteady position, and she hurriedly hugged a tree to stabilize herself. Seeing as you're good-looking, I'm a little reluctant to kill you. He looked down on Chu Liangyu, and the words he spoke seemed to be true or false. Chu Liangyu just took his words as a fart and let them go. While alerting the movements of the giant eagle, Chu Liangyu pondered how he should beat this guy. I don't know how much power I have after absorbing 2 high-level crystal cores, whether I can fight this guy hard. The trees here are so thick that a giant eagle couldn't fly much higher if it wanted to, but as long as he flew, even with that little bit of height, Chu Liangyu couldn't do anything with him. Grass. What the hell kind of setting is this? This beast god is really brain-dead, making the females so weak. After reaching adulthood, there is not even a chance to change back to beast form. This is not a proper fish meat on the plate, to be slaughtered by others. Rumble. Almost as soon as she finished mentally spitting, a muffled thunderclap rang out from the sky, as if to warn her. Chu Liangyu. Well, she can't afford to mess with it. Instead of feeling comforted after the spit, she felt a little weird. I can't say what it is, but it's extremely awkward. Forcing himself to dismiss distractions, Chu Liangyu focused all his attention on dealing with this giant eagle. Since she wasn't sure, it would be good for her to try the power of these crystal cores. If you can't beat them, you run. And also, there's no shame in that. Tightening the bronze short sword, Chu Liangyu felt a lot of stability in his heart. She took a step closer to her target against the wind that was fanning her again. Before the huge eagle's claws followed, Chu Liangyu stood still, held the short sword with both hands, and stabbed down fiercely. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the short blade met the giant eagle's sharp beak. The hardened eagle's beak shook Chu Liangyu's palms and even trembled a little. The lowered eagle's head in front of him was huge, and his eyes just looked at Chu Liangyu quietly. It's as if to say, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Just go ahead and use them. The corner of Chu Liangyu's mouth hooked up a bad smile. His right hand clenched into a fist, and his fist carried a strong wind, smashing straight into his eyes. Too late to utter a complete sentence. His eyeballs were shattered, pain swept through his entire body, and he finally couldn't help but let out a mournful scream. Not a human voice, though, but the cry of an eagle. There's a price to pay for underestimating people. Chu Liangyu's tone was playfully didactic, but her movements were unambiguous. A flip onto the eagle's back, and fists full of power fell like rain. Chapter 14, Running Wild with a Bear. Advanced crystal cores were different. One punch down. Chu Liangyu could hear the sound of bones crushing. The sense of death crisis caused panic to rise in Lao San's heart, and he endured the pain and spread his wings, wanting to fly into midair before dropping the man hard. Chu Liangyu was someone who had watched Animal World and instantly understood his intentions. The last punch landed heavily on his wing, and the eagle, which had just risen a short distance, dropped at once. The huge figure smashed into the ground with a loud thud, and the small birds perched on the trees were scared and scattered in all directions. Chu Liangyu's heart jumped. With such a loud voice, soon the group would realize something was wrong and rush over. There were so many people, she couldn't fight them now, so it looked like she had to sneak out. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook for now. Carrying up Xiong Xianhui, who was lying on the ground, Chu Liangyu did not look back and withdrew quickly. Her whole set of movements was silky smooth, with no trace of any drag whatsoever. Just kidding, but any slower and she's going to get rounded up. Chu Liangyu doesn't have much of anything, just a lot of self-knowledge. So yeah, no one's going to stop her from escaping. Benefactor, look this way, go this way is good. The voice is slightly familiar. Where have I heard it before? Chu Liangyu turned around and looked. It was actually Xiong Jiajiao. I didn't expect her to have left yet. It looked like she was waiting for someone. Why don't you run? I wasn't sure about you and thought it would be nice if I could help in some way. So I've been waiting here. Whether or not Xiong Jiajiao was lying to her, Chu Liangyu wasn't worried at all. Her intuition was spot on. What Jiajiao Xiong said was true. Come on then, you lead the way. Yes. The two flew on their feet and kept going for a long time before stopping. Chu Liangyu's face was visibly white, and the hand holding the person didn't have much strength left. Some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Can you help me find something to eat? As long as I can fill my stomach, anything will do. Why do you look so bad? Haven't eaten all day and I burned a lot of energy today. So she had low blood sugar. Chu Liangyu silently added in her mind. Then wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Good. Seeing the people leave, Chu Liangyu let out a sigh of relief, estimating that the bear would now be waking up as well. Chu Liangyu instantly smiled and narrowed his eyes. My head is so dizzy. After gently rubbing the corner of his forehead, Chu Liangyu felt his eyes go black, and even Xiong now will fall down together. The bear who had been struggling to wake up would now realize that he was finally able to move, and his heart was not ready to be surprised. It was then that he felt a man pressed against him, and the pain at the wound came with him. He was conscious during the time he was unconscious, so he knew what was happening. He also knew that it was Chu Liangyu who had saved him, and now that Chu Liangyu had fainted, it was all for him. For a while, Xiong Xianhui's feelings were unusually complicated. Female master, are you okay? He called to her with some awkwardness, but there was no response. The animal skin that Chu Liangyu was wearing was tattered beyond recognition, and his bare and delicate skin was pierced by thorns. The wounds were swollen, and he looked particularly frightening. Half of her face was covered in splotches of blood, and the guy had touched her face. Realizing this, Bear will now be disgruntled in his heart, but not to Chu Liangyu, but Lao San. His female master is not something that any cat or dog can touch, and that guy deserves it. Fine, will cover her bare place. The bear will now stare at her face, muttered. Do not know what to do with you. Do I misunderstand you? Cubs really are not you killed? If Chu Liangyu was really that heartless, he wouldn't have risked his life to save him. Chu Liangyu was able to save her, so how could he kill his own cubs? But who could it be? I'm back. Benefactor, how are you? Xiong Jiajiao panicked when she saw the fainted Chu Liangyu and put the picked fruit aside. What are you doing? Her hands were groping on Chu Liangyu's body, and Xiong Xianhui's face darkened as he chided. Can't you see her body is burning? It was just fine. Xiong would now follow her example and place his hand on Chu Liangyu's forehead. The hot temperature came from the palm of his hand, and his heart seemed to burn with this temperature. For his sake, Chu Liangyu was so desperate. It was obvious that he was already uncomfortable, yet he still carried him this far. Dropping his eyes, he didn't say a word as he picked up Chu Liangyu. I'm going to take her back to the tribe for treatment. You wait, I'm going back with you guys too. What are you following for? Xiong now would frown. He knew that it was Xiong Jiajiao who had contributed to being able to come out, but it was she who had lied to him in the beginning and had ended up in that situation. The meaning of his words was for Jiajiao Xiong to be sensible and not to follow him. She saved me, and I haven't repaid her yet. Xiong Jiajiao didn't care if he agreed or not, and followed them on her own. When they arrived at the borderland tribe, Bear Jiajiao was stunned by the cubs running around. This. She's never seen so many pups. There is no shortage of phoenixes, nine-tailed foxes and other such powerful, but extremely rare beastmen cubs. She suddenly remembered the legend of Oxbow Mountain, which the beast mother had told her about. The goddess of goddesses had many cubs in one litter, and brought her 12 beast husbands to live in their Nyoshu mountain. So it's all true. The goddess of mercy really exists. Could her benefactor, then, be the legendary goddess? I'd like to ask if the benefactor is the legendary goddess queen? Xiong now would be busy going out to look for the savior. When he saw her stopping him, he was a bit impatient. Yes, she is. Get out of the way. Don't block me from saving people. Sorry. It turns out that she really is the legendary goddess queen, and if you follow her, you won't be bullied. Maybe she had a chance to become as powerful as the goddess. No, just half as powerful as her. As long as she was strong, she would have the chance to kill those bastards with her own hands, to avenge herself, and her beast father and mother. Hu Qiumu, are you there? Come out quickly. I'm looking for you for something urgent. Hu Qiumu had just finished distributing food to the cubs when she heard his voice. The anxiety in his tone was spilling over, and Hu Qiumu pondered what had made him so, while walking out of the house. What happened? The female lord seems to be sick, and the temperature of her body rolls frighteningly hot. Hu Qiumu's bland demeanor slightly stalled. What did you do to her? His tone was a bit cold. Xiong now would be stunned. Seeing him like this for the first time, his speech stuttered a bit. I didn't do anything. It was the female lord who became like this in order to save me. It better be. Leaving this sentence cold, Hu Qiumu left. It wouldn't have turned out like this if he hadn't tried to teach the female owner a lesson, and it was all his fault when it was all said and done. Bear would now look ashamed and follow him in silence. Where did he have any resentment now? All he had was worry for Chu Liangyu. On the other side, Chu Liangyu was supposed to be pretending, but he didn't expect to really have a fever. For what reason? That is, even she didn't know. Chapter 15, The Cunning Fox. You've been looking at it for so long. What's it really like? Can it be cured? Xiong now would come up with an anxious face, and seeing the arc of his mouth soothing, his heart dropped a bit. Of course it can be cured. At this moment Hu Qiumu was not in a hurry, relaxing her body and sitting on the edge of the bed. By the way, if you want to know who killed Xiong Yi, you should go ask Wen Yan. You mean, the culprit is him? Xiong now will now feel a blow to the head. He never thought that it would be that cowardly waste of time to move the hand. Because of this, and almost harmed the female owner. I know, take good care of the female master. I'll be right back. With that, Bear will now wind up out the door. Hu Qiumu's sight once again fell towards Chu Liangyu, the fire revealed in his eyes, making him blush at the sight. Then you get out. No one else is needed for the rest. Xiong Jiaojia let out an oh-so-subtle sound and walked out of the room before she reacted, forgetting how he was going to treat her. Skimming her mouth, Xiong Jiaojia remembered Hu Qiumu's indifferent eyes when she first came in, and with some hesitation, after thinking about it, she didn't go in after all. Whatever it takes to save lives. One could only say that Jiaojia Xiong had to be thankful for this moment's decision, or else disturbing some guy who was in the middle of an errand wouldn't have been a good day in the future. Female master, remember the last time you stayed together like this? 5 or 6 years? It's been so long that even I can't remember. The slender fingers ripped away the animal skin covering Chu Liangyu's body, and in the next moment, her diminutive figure appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, Hu Qiumu's breathing was disordered. Sure enough, you're as beautiful as ever. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to be close to Chu Liangyu, it was just that his strength was there, and he, who already had cubs, was not qualified to ask to be alone with Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu wasn't simply suffering from a fever, but had been poisoned by love. The black snake's blood carries an aphrodisiac effect, something few people know, because no one is idle to put the black snake blood on the body, is to drink, so fishy blood. Everyone is disgusted very much, so far no one has tried. Coincidentally, Hu Qiumu's memory inheritance had a record of this paragraph. To detoxify, all you need is intimate contact. Of course, this matter he could never let Xiong now will know. Support away, and therefore, in a blur of consciousness, Chu Liangyu felt something cold and clammy close by, which made her so comfortable that she couldn't help but stick to it. Female master. This female master shouted extremely low, seems to repress the love for a long time finally broke out, but also seems to carry a strong aggrieved. Listen to the tip of the heart of the people a trembling. Chu Liangyu's fuzzy consciousness woke up for that moment, but it was only a moment, and then it was overwhelmed by the endless valley of love owed to him, and completely sank. It took a long time before the blush-inducing sound stopped. At the same time, the temperature on Chu Liangyu's body dropped and his consciousness became clear. Aside from feeling exhausted, she felt no physical discomfort, but rather relief. In the middle of Chu Liangyu's daze, she suddenly felt a burning line of sight looking at her. Subconsciously turning back, Hu Qiumu's cold eyes disappeared and turned red, looking at her seemingly with strong affection. The fox eyes were flavorful. Looking at Chu Liangyu's heart itchy, she coughed. Why are you here? That's for you to ask the female lord. Ask me? Chu Liangyu blinked, somewhat unsure. Black snake blood has an aphrodisiac effect. It would be better for the female master to apply less next time. The corners of Hu Qiumu's mouth rose, his tone meaningless. Smarty pants. Chu Liangyu suddenly thought of this word, and slowly she felt her face getting a little hot. But I can't say that it didn't work. The bear now would at least not be so prejudiced against her now. As for Hu Qiumu's attitude, it was a surprise. Aha! The blush on Chu Liangyu's face faded, and she answered in her usual tone, seeing that she was about to get dressed and get out of bed, with no intention of talking to him again. Hu Qiumu's rolling hot heart suddenly went cold. It's so dark, where do the females want to go? Chu Liangyu's body stiffened. She naturally noticed the change in his tone. What he said was not unreasonable. At this late hour, where could Chu Liangyu go? Coughing, Chu Liangyu had a smile on her face and spoke charmingly and delicately. With a hook, then, I won't go. I'll stay here with you today. The female main wants to leave. I won't stop you. Chu Liangyu secretly spat in her heart, saying that what women say one thing and do another. This man is also the same. Hu Qiumu that look. But whenever she steps out of the room, then don't expect to see people again. But men, they can be coaxed. I wasn't leaving. I was just going to take a bath in the creek. Look, I'm filthy and stinking. There was nothing about her that wasn't God's beautiful work of art. And even if there was dirt, it was like icing on the cake. Xu Liangyu's casual movement revealed countless flavors. Hu Qiumu quietly looked at her, the color under his eyes extraordinarily deep, like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time. A bath? Then I'll accompany the female lord. Xu Liangyu sighed and didn't say anything, and the two of them just went out the door. The stream was slightly cool, and after a long time, Xu Liangyu was able to adapt. On the shore, Hu Qiumu looked at her without a word. It was like an ascetic Fluttershy now. Aren't you going to wash up? What? Does the female lord want me to join him? Xu Liangyu let out a light laugh, a bit helpless at his sullenness, and went along with the table. Yeah, I want you to join me. Hu Qiumu, who had tried hard to restrain himself, finally lost the battle, and with a fluttering sound, he came to exactly where Xu Liangyu was. As for how crazy the rest of the night was, that would be too much for outsiders to tell. Wen Yan, you're really good, but I was the one who looked away. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. The bear would now sneer, instantly transforming into a beast form and attacking towards Wen Yan. Apparently, he was the one who had a guess in his own mind. It was just more certain after Hu Qiumu's reminder. It would be a lie to say that Wen Yan was not shocked in his heart, and the expression on his face changed several times, eventually reacting quickly. He took the form of a beast and dodged out of the way before the bear would now approach. I didn't think your stupid ass could guess that, and I didn't expect it either. Wen Yan changed his usual gentle and good-talking appearance and opened his mouth full of sharp words. So what if I killed Bear 1? I don't want to spare any of those evil-minded cubs if I can help it. You should be glad I only killed one. Wen Yan said these words, and his rabbit paw even plowed the ground, full of provocation. Xiong now would be in a heavy mood. He felt that there was something wrong with Wen Yan. He became a little crazy and cared for nothing. It's a far cry from his usual style. Is it possible that this rabbit is being held back too hard? I have a question. What did you deliberately strike after the female owner had injured someone for? For what? For what? Ha 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 ha. Wen Yan looked as if he was crazy, laughed loudly, really is a stupid guy, may as well tell you. I just know that you can't help the female lord. This is to put the blame on her. If you had to know it was me, it would be this scenario right now. Except I don't know what went wrong, and it's not quite what I thought it was going to be. Chapter 16, Giving a Sweet Date. You're so shameless. Broad and huge bear claws pointed at Wen Yan. The bear would now tremble with anger. Aren't you worried about breaking her heart? What if something does happen? When he thought of Xu Liangyu, who was still running a fever, his heart was a pang of fear. Sad. That's ridiculous. Do you think she has a heart? What's gotten into you? Xiong Xianhui's pupils shrunk, not realizing that this was how he viewed the female lord. I'm not crazy, just telling the truth. I used to be like you, but I realized that I was the one who was wrong, and she's not that thin-skinned at all, so I forbid you to talk about her like that. Words were not enough. Xiong now would have been too lazy to ink with him. In the next instant, the two fought together. In this way, both sides are fighting soundly, but not in the same way. There is the implication that the sandpiper and the mussel are competing. The fisherman gets the benefit, and Hu Qiumu is the veritable fisherman. In the end, Xu Liangyu was too physically exhausted and passed out. It was dawn when there was a sudden sharp knock at the door. Mother of beasts, please save Father of beasts. Will you? Father Beast is about to die. Woo hoo hoo. The little rabbit squatted pitifully at the door, praying that Xu Liangyu inside would come out quickly. Xu Liangyu's eyelashes fluttered, and she was conscious for a moment. The voice would be the same bunny she had held in her arms before, and unlike the others, had a strong sense of adoration and trust in her. She remembered that the little guy's name was Wen Yuehong. Beast mother, please, save Beast father. Will you? The bunny's voice was hoarse with a choked and nasal sound that broke the heart to hear. Xu Liangyu opened his eyes at once, got up, and headed for the door. Female lord, Xiong now will teach Wen Yan a lesson as he deserves, so don't mind too much. Hu Qiumu lazily propped herself up and advised her. You think I don't know his calculations? Xu Liangyu glanced at him and said so. Hu Qiumu was stunned. It seemed that her female master was still very smart. Never mind, just follow along. Get up, we'll go to your beast father together. Beast mother? The little rabbit still had teardrops hanging on its face, and when it saw Xu Liangyu coming out it instantly opened up with a smile. Aha, good. When he saw Wen Yan, Xu Liangyu was instantly silent. He was really hurt this time, not to mention transforming back into his beast form. He also broke open a large wound on his stomach. A clear-eyed person would know that it couldn't be saved, but the little one still looked at her with that expectant look in her eyes. Female lord, this bear would now strike so hard, which was something he hadn't really expected. You guys get out. I have an idea. Without asking more questions, Hu Qiumu turned around and went out. When Yuehong heard her say this, the worry on her face faded and she bounced away with a relaxed body. There were only 2 people left in the room, and the atmosphere was quiet as no one spoke at first. Wen Yan didn't faint, but just lowered his eyes and didn't look at her. Tell me, why do you have such a grudge against me? Wen Yan's eyes half opened, looked at her, turned his head away, and didn't say anything. You counted on me. I know all this. Reaching out to touch the rabbit's fur, Chu Liangyu realized that the feel was quite good. His tone unconsciously softened a few points. I'm not even angry. What kind of temper are you in? Seemingly startled by Chu Liangyu's words, Wen Yan's eyes widened all of a sudden. You know all that? Yeah, I know all about it. Then why did you come over? Chu Liangyu blinked his eyes and was very sincere back. Of course I came to save you. Wen Yan was silent again. He didn't know what to say. It was not true that he had used Chu Liangyu, thought that she would hate and be angry, but did not think that she was this kind of attitude. Not only did he not care, he came to his rescue. For a moment, his heart was in a bad place. Just relax and I'll heal you now. Chu Liangyu's purpose was achieved, and he no longer said anything hypocritical. She took out the high-level crystal core that had been purposely set aside and placed it on its wound. After slowly melting the power of the crystal core away, the wound on his stomach rapidly healed under the nourishment of the crystal core. The power emanating from the crystal core continued to expand until, at last, it wrapped around the huge rabbit. The wounds on the rest of his body were visible to the naked eye as if they had been recovered, and even his fur had become more lustrous and supple. The rabbit that was wilting just a moment ago is now able to live and breathe. Wen Yan, who was already in a deathly state of mind, didn't expect a miracle. The joy in his heart was unspeakable, and when he raised his head, he met Chu Liangyu smiling and glowing eyes. He suddenly shriveled up and mumbled in his tone, Female Lord, thank you, just make sure you're okay, take care of the cubs and stop acting on impulse. Chu Liangyu instructed and turned to leave the room. It would be impossible to go back to sleep this time, so I might as well take out yesterday's Vajra Sutra body technique and practice it again. How's it going, female master? It's been fine. Now it's time to go hunting. You don't have to worry about me. What Chu Liangyu said was the truth, but Hu Qiumu felt that her heart was not in the right place. There was a sense of her female master lifting up her pants and disowning her, and it was a separate and stifling experience. Good. After Hu Qiumu left, Chu Liangyu greeted Wen Yuehong with a smile. Cub, your beast father is already fine. Hurry up and go in and take a look. Really? Well, you'll just have to go and see. The little cub's eyes were full of excitement, jumping up and giving Chu Liangyu a kiss on the cheek, while going to see the beast father. The Vajra Sutra body technique she had only practiced halfway last time, and her physical strength couldn't keep up. Chu Liangyu knew in his heart that this was due to his own lack of physical fitness, and he was not in a hurry. Practice as much as you can handle, over and over again, and rest when you get tired. Rest up and keep practicing. Repeating this, Chu Liangyu didn't even know how many times the animal skin on his body had been drenched in sweat, but the results are obvious. Each time you get to practice a few more moves than you did before, it's light out, and the good moving cub this has run out. They coincidentally were attracted by Chu Liangyu's figure. Although they didn't know what she was doing, they felt that Chu Liangyu's every move was beautiful. The movements are clean and soft, giving a power that cannot be underestimated. Perhaps it was because the matter of Xiong Yi had spread out before. The little cubs just watched from a distance, not daring to approach Chu Liangyu. Xiong Jiaojiao didn't know this. Her gaze at Chu Liangyu was getting hotter and hotter and her emotions were getting more and more agitated. She wasn't mistaken. Following Chu Liangyu was definitely the right choice, and her wish would definitely come true. With such an intense gaze, Chu Liangyu couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Sighing, she stopped her movements and headed in the direction where Jiao Xiong was, saying, Alright, come out. Benefactor, did I just disturb you? Chu Liangyu shook his head. Why did you come along? You saved me, so I want to repay you. Chu Liangyu quietly looked at her and didn't say anything. Xiong Jiaojiao laughed unnaturally, ultimately could not withstand her sight. Defeated. I want to take revenge. You are very powerful. So, this is all your illusion. After a pause, Chu Liangyu added, If I were powerful, I would have destroyed that group of people long ago instead of running. Chapter 17, The Wood Spirit Clan. No, I'm sure you'll be great, and I have a hunch that following you will lead to great things for me. Jiao Xiong's words were firm and strong, as if, in her opinion, these things would really happen. Chu Liangyu was out of her mind for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, her heart had already made up its mind as well. You can follow me, but I have requirements. Good. Xiong Jiaojiao responded quickly, without even asking what the request was. I want you to swear to the beast god to always obey me, to trust me, to stand by me no matter what I do, and to never betray. Xiong Jiaojiao froze for a moment, but didn't ask any more questions and directly swore to the beast god with 3 fingers together. I, Xiong Jiaojiao, swear to the beast god to always obey, trust, and stand by Chu Liangyu no matter what she does. If you violate this oath, you will be killed by heaven and earth, and you will not be allowed to die. After the vows were said, both felt something powerful that connected them. That feeling is seemingly elusive. See what I was just doing? Come over here and learn from me. It's up to you how much you can learn. Waving at her, Chu Liangyu said no more. She was pretty much rested from the moment's work, and it was time to get back to her studies. Yes, Jia Xiong nodded her head like garlic. Probably the first time she was exposed to this. She was clumsy to learn, an action that was instantly changed by her comparison. But Chu Liangyu was a good teacher, and she would teach her carefully over and over again. Not to mention that it wasn't a waste of time. From teaching her, Chu Liangyu understood the moves more thoroughly. Xiong Jiajia was a female that could take the pain, and learned in a good way from Chu Liangyu's constant corrections. It was just the same punch, and the two gave off completely different vibes. Chu Liangyu's boxing style gives people a feeling of a clear wind blowing on the face, killing and softness, and is more able to confuse the enemy. Xiong Jiajiao's boxing style gives people a kind of sharp and exposed, domineering, stern feeling, more able to bluff people. No, benefactor, aren't you hungry? It is somewhat hungry. Chu Liangyu gasped, half-heartedly, and truthfully said, then wait, I'll go get you something to eat. Xiong Jiajiao got up and walked towards the forest without saying a word. Chu Liangyu blinked and called out to her, there's no need to hurry, they'll be back in a while from hunting. Ha, but you're their female master and I'm not. Would it be bad to eat the prey they catch? Chu Liangyu, however, shook his head. You're my person now, why can't you just sit down and rest and wait? Oh, without realizing it, they had practiced until the sun set. The beast world is big, big, big. How big? Who knows? The colorful haze reflected from the setting sun lit up most of the sky. Occasionally, birds and orcs flew by, and in a trance, it was impossible to tell if they were flying through the air or swimming in the water. Everything reflected in the eyes was as unreal as a dream, yet real. It's beautiful. The undisguised joy in Chu Liangyu's clear eyes infected Xiong Jiajiao on the side. The corners of her mouth followed suit, and rather naturally she leaned back and lay on her back. Benefactor, what do you think this beast world is really like? I don't know, but it must be beautiful, with many sights we've never seen. Good to see. Just as Xiong Jiajiao said that, Chu Liangyu also wanted to go and take a look. There will be opportunities. I don't know if this was said more to Jia Xiong or to herself, or perhaps both. Don't you call me benefactor? Change your name to Chu Chu. Xiong Jiajiao was also quick, and immediately shouted, okay, Chu Chu, can we talk about you? Xiong Jiajiao suddenly became a little sad, followed by a long silence. Just when Chu Liangyu thought she wouldn't say anything, she spoke, actually, I'm not a Bear Clan beast man. It's just that my beast mother is a Bear Clan beast man. I was very popular with the beast mother when I was a kid. That's why I took her last name. Chu Liangyu raised his eyebrows, not expecting this little girl to be so vigilant. She wondered if Jia Xiong would never have said anything if she hadn't asked. So what race of orc are you? This seemed to be a very secret topic. Xiong Jiajiao swept her surroundings vigilantly, confirming that it was safe before she attached herself to Chu Liangyu's ear and said, have you ever heard of the Wood Spirit Clan? The Wood Spirits? Chu Liangyu really hadn't heard of it. This belonged to the category of touching her knowledge blind spot. So Chu Liangyu shook his head honestly and looked at Xiong Jiajiao suspiciously with one pair of eyes, signaling her to explain. We, the Wood Spirit Clan, were born and bred with the ability to catalyze all grasses and trees. It's just weaker in combat and can't reproduce offspring normally with orcs. The doubt in Chu Liangyu's eyes didn't diminish, but rather increased. What do you mean by natural born and bred? Not being able to reproduce normally with beastmen? That is, all of us Wood Spirit Clan members were born from a divine tree. Whenever a member of the clan finds his or her other half, all they need to do is take a drop of heart blood from both parties and drop it on the divine tree, and the cub will be conceived. Aside from providing the blood of their hearts, it's really just natural for them to breed their young. Why are you so afraid of people knowing who you are? Xiong Jiajiao's tone rarely sank as she explained. It's because we can catalyze something called the extreme hope fruit, which can help orcs raise their strength. Chu Liangyu felt her heart fluttering badly. According to what Xiong Jiajiao said, then wouldn't she have picked up a treasure back? But I have a question. If the catalyzed fruits can increase strength, why don't they work on yourselves? Wood spirits are not really considered orcs at all, but rather a kind of spirit formed from grass and trees. This time it was not only Xiong Jiajiao's turn to be alert. Chu Liangyu also sat up in shock, sitting a little closer to her. He then lowered his voice a few notches. In that case, why are you alone again? Also, Is the fruit of extreme hope something that can be spawned without restraint? Beast Father unintentionally exposed his identity, causing our family to be hunted down and killed. And in order to protect me, Beast Father and Beast Mother both died. Speaking of this, Xiong Jiajiao's tone choked up. It was the group of people you met before who did this, and they forced me to eat their flesh, so I must have my revenge. Chu Liangyu's heart ached as he listened, and gently swept the person into his arms, comforting. Alright, everything is over, I will let you take revenge. Well, Xiong Jiajiao lowered her voice for a moment, then continued Chu Liangyu's question and answered. The extreme hope fruit isn't infinitely reproducible either. It burns our life force. There are only 5 chances in a lifetime to catalyze the fruit of extreme hope, after which they die. Does the group know who you are? Chu Liangyu was now most concerned about this issue. In case the news leaked, she had brought a problem to the tribe. Before he died, the Beast Father only said that the Wood Spirit clan could not bond with Beastmen, and the group assumed that I was the cub of one of the Beast Mother's other beast husbands. And how long have you been there? They didn't suspect anything? Chapter 18. This shouldn't be there. It was also true that its Beast Father had brushed aside the possibility of Zhao Xiong being a Wood Spirit clan though, but she is just as incapable of reproducing properly, and it is inevitable that over time she will not. Chu Liangyu rubbed the corner of his forehead with a headache. It seemed that babies weren't easy to come by. If the cons outweighed the pros, she'd still consider dropping it. After all, she was not an abusive person, and saving Zhao Xiong in the first place was just a whim. In the midst of his thoughts, a rich, fruity scent appeared at the tip of his nose. As the green glow faded, a fruit revealed itself. This is the fruit of extreme hope and my sincerity. Xiong Jiajiao's face was much paler than just now, but the hope in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Remembering that she had said that she could also catalyze grasses and trees, when the time came to find the same herbs that quenched the body, wouldn't the rest be inexhaustible? Never mind. Based on this alone, Zhao Xiong was worth going out of her way to protect. Good, I accept your sincerity. I, Chu Liangyu, swear to the beast god that as long as there is a day that I live, I will definitely protect Zhao Xiong's safety. Xiong Jiajia was so happy that she stuttered a bit in her speech. Then, Chu, quickly try to see the extreme hope fruit. I'm hyping it for the first time, and I'd like to know how useful it really is. Good. The fruity aroma is so rich that you can't help but move your eyes towards it. Chu Liangyu took it and bit down. The fruit turned into a ball of energy that was absorbed by his body. Chu Liangyu instantly felt his spiritual platform clear and his body was soothed, which was even more surprising than eating a high-level crystal core. Unable to help herself, she slowly closed her eyes to feel it. Zhao Xiong watched quietly, not daring to speak. Suddenly, Zhao Xiong's eyes widened. What did she see? Chu Liangyu unexpectedly animalized. A pair of huge and dark wings appeared behind her. The feathers on it are like fine satin, high and elegant. The setting sun emanated a colorful glow, and on her forehead, azure scales were vaguely visible. Ink-colored hair fluttering with the breeze, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, everything looked so demonic and thrillingly beautiful. Zhao Xiong's heart was pounding hard, still anticipating what she would look like when she was fully animalized. But there was no other movement when we got here, and it seemed that this was what it would look like when it was all bestialized. Where had the little cubs seen such a battle? Each one looked dumbfounded. There are smart, also thought Chu Liangyu, dying, busy to call the beast father of today's guard. When Feng Qiaowu arrived, she just happened to catch the scene in her eyes. His emotions were like those waves tumbling over him, telling him how he could believe that female orcs could still be bestialized in adulthood, and not when they were critically ill. It's just that her beast form is a bit familiar. Suddenly, Feng Qiaowu's mind flashed through a fragment of memory inheritance. Without warning, his breath caught in his throat, as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Chu Liangyu's bestiality was like a flash in the pan, and he quickly returned to his normal self. Xiong Jiajia was still immersed in the shock just now, and when she saw Chu Liangyu looking at her, she didn't know what expression to make for a while. Chirp, chirp, a high-pitched, clear eagle cry rang out, and Chu Liangyu's words were interrupted. Raising his head, a group of giant golden eagles appeared in the sky above the borderland tribe, circling above them, waiting for an opportunity, as if they were looking for something. The giant eagle reminded Chu Liangyu of Lao San and exchanged glances with Xiong Jiajia. Chu Liangyu narrowed her eyes, and soon, she saw Lao San in a group of giant eagles. It wasn't how good Chu Liangyu's eyesight was, but out of so many eagles, he was the only one who was blind in one eye, and his stature was that much larger than the other giant eagles. Run! With that sound, the scene began to get chaotic. The two females remained conspicuous in a group of cubs, but of course they understood, so they had to run into the forest first. It was the only way to confuse them and increase the chances of escape. What do you want? Feng Qiaowu transformed into the form of a beast, and the phoenix feathers flowed with a long plume that hung down smoothly. Surprisingly, It's a phoenix. It's quite interesting. Feng Chiwu raised her head condescendingly. Since you know, why don't you hurry up and leave? The oldest three, originally named Muli, was the eldest son of the chief of the Golden Eagle clan, and could have succeeded to the position of clan chief, but for some reason, it ended up as a stray beast. If it wasn't for the sake of getting Chu Liangyu, he could never go back again. Get out of the way. I just want the female. That's my female lord. How dare a guy of your strength think that? Feng Xiaowu snorted with mockery. He, a phoenix, had to share Chu Liangyu with others, and this person was still presuming to monopolize it, really out of his depth. I don't care who she is, as long as I want it, no one can stop me. Glancing at him, Muli continued, so what if you are a phoenix? I will grab it all the same. Jojo. The eagle's cry rang out, and the group of eagles that had just been hovering immediately surrounded Feng Chiwu, waiting for an opportunity to move. Feng Chiwu was stopped, and Mu Plao immediately chased after him in the direction Chu Liangyu had fled. A two-legged runner is not as fast as a flyer. Before he could run into the forest, Chu Liangyu was going to be caught up. The eagle's claws flashed with a cold light from the top of his head. Chu Liangyu subconsciously rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding this. Ah! Mother of beasts, save me! Chu Liangyu's heart pounded at the shout, and when he looked up, the fox cub was grabbed by the Mu Plao, and was about to fly high up. If nothing else, the cub is going to have an accident. Chu Liangyu couldn't think in time and leapt forward, grabbing the other claw of the giant eagle. Don't drop him or I'll just let go. Knowing his purpose, Chu Liangyu immediately spoke. Ha! Then let go. Mu Plao was completely free from blackmail. Chu Liangyu was silent. It was not that she did not want to let go. Rather, it's so far from the ground now that if you let go, you'll fall to your death. Mother of beasts. I'm scared. In the midst of the awkwardness of the atmosphere, the cub trembled and opened his mouth to seek comfort. Chu Liangyu blankly glanced at him. This guy was afraid that others would not be able to recall him. It seems that the information is correct. You are the legendary goddess queen who has multiple pups in one birth. She's not fertile at all now, and this guy doesn't know it yet, so if she says it now, then, the mother of the beast can no longer have pups. Chu Liangyu, this pitiful loser. Didn't they all say that foxes are cunning? How come the one she gave birth to is so stupid? Chu Liangyu took a deep breath, his eyes opening and closing. No anger, a lot of anger. Oh, in that case, wouldn't I be wasting my efforts? Then there's no use in keeping you. Chu Liangyu's breathing stagnated, and in the next instant, the sound of whistling wind was all around his ears. The little cub waved his paws in terror, desperately trying to get closer to Chu Liangyu, as if he would be safe as long as he stayed by her side. Chu Liangyu's heart eventually softened, and the anger from earlier dissipated without a trace. With one reach, he scooped him up into his arms. Don't be afraid, the beast mother is here. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the ground, Chu Liangyu's heart was half-cooled. She was gambling that Muli was doing it on purpose and had no intention of killing her. But it couldn't be all about gambling. She had to leave herself a way out to make sure they survived. Chapter 19, Return to the Tribe. Below was a valley with a number of peaks erected, large and small. In Chu Liangyu's eyes, this one was so damn sharp that it could pierce both of them at once. A faint layer of energy wrapped the two of them, and Chu Liangyu was ready for a piece of the east and a piece of the west. Jojo, the golden giant eagle swooped down, and Chu Liangyu's downward trend immediately stopped. Chu Liangyu let out a sigh of relief, and the energy shield on his body dissipated with it. You're so beautiful. It's a shame you can't have pups, but it's not impossible to use you as something else. Chu Liangyu instantly felt a burst of vicious chills hit his heart, and what he meant by other roles was self-evident, but she was always in the mood for this sort of thing, and she wasn't interested in playing thrill-seekers with this pervert. Think about it, but I have 12 beast husbands, and they're all strong. If you join, you'll be at the bottom of the pile, and I can't care if you get bullied by them. In Muli's other intact, I stared at her and let out a light laugh. Who said I was joining? Earlier I was a bit hesitant, but, now you. With no use for you, who do you think will come to your rescue? Chu Liangyu raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy knew quite a lot. In case all of them come, what are you going to do? Come as you are. It's better to destroy the whole tribe. I'll be happier instead. It seemed that he was not on good terms with his clan, so Chu Liangyu was a bit curious. What could possibly make this guy hate his own people so much? Muli, however, stopped speaking and hurried along sullenly. After stargazing until the second morning, they finally came to a stop. The Golden Eagle tribe was buzzing with excitement, and they couldn't help but let out excited cries when they saw their triumphant clansmen. Chu Liangyu couldn't understand it, but he could also feel the strong emotions inside. The young clan chief has returned. Quickly go inform the old clan chief. Fine, I'm on my way. The Mu Plao's movements were very rough, and Chu Liangyu Liangrun was thrown face-first to the ground, and his face was covered in dust when he got up. Is this the female that the young clan chief likes? It doesn't look like it. What kind of person moves so rudely towards a favorite female? Perhaps the young patriarch is just being straight? The crowd couldn't stop talking, saying anything. The beast's form receded, and Shadewood Plow's face wore an eye patch. Sven's defeated aura instantly gained a bit more banditry, but not less handsome. Nyosho Mountain, Bieno tribe. Since Chu Liangyu was taken captive, the tribe instantly went cold. Hidden. There was a smell of gunpowder. Aren't you a noble phoenix? Why can't you even protect the female lord? Xiong now will point his finger at Feng Chiwu. Anger washed over his head. At this moment he also did not care on whether he would offend Feng Chiwu. Perhaps his reproachful tone was too much, and Feng Chiwu's proud nature did not allow him to admit fault. He was still in his high and mighty form. Wild Bear is worthy of accusing me of failing to protect her. But what about you? Don't think I don't know what you've done. When these words came out, it was like strangling Xiong Xianhui's neck, and he was instantly unable to speak. Yeah, he'd almost lost her before too. Alright, it's been 2 days. Shouldn't we think about how to save the female lord? Hu Qiumu chilled her expression and spoke out to stop it. Not to mention, Hu Qiumu was quite bluffing when he spoke with a cold face. Humph. After Feng Qiuwu hummed, she didn't say any more harsh words. Then tell me, what should we do? With so many cubs, who should I leave in the care of the females if I go to rescue them? Hu Qiumu pondered for a moment and quickly had a solution. It's too busy to give care to anyone, so why don't we just send them back to their original tribes, and then pick them up when things are settled? That's a good one. Hu Qiumu, as always, was the leader, and he asked the rest, who wants to come with us? Me. I'm going. Unexpectedly, the first one to speak out was Jiao Xiong, and then came Win. I'm going too. Xiong now will still be very upset with him, but more people more power. He is aware of it. So, did not say anything. Hu Qiumu nodded, his eyes looking to the others. Each one of them looked disinterested and didn't speak. We're all adult beasts, so who doesn't know what this means? At that moment, there were no more words. Calling Feng Qiuwu, the 5 of them went out of the room together. It was agreed that all the cubs would be returned to the clan within 2 days, and that they would gather at the border wild tribe early in the morning of the 3rd day and travel together to the settlement of the Golden Eagle clan. The Golden Eagle flew extremely fast and was 10,000 miles away from this place. Walking on 2 feet would be a monkey's errand, so they mainly relied on Feng Qiuwu to fly them there this time. I'm a phoenix, and you guys want to sit on my back. That's an insult. I don't agree. Apparently things hadn't gone very well, and all 4 of them looked at each other in silence. Xiong Jiaozhou suddenly sympathized a bit with Chu Liangyu. How could she stand so many beast husbands with odd personalities? But it can't just stay stagnant. Xiong Jiaozhou's mind flashed and came up with an idea. I'll weave a big basket. We'll sit in it, and you'll carry us like this. Is that okay? That's fine. Get it then. Xiong Jiaozhou was also good-natured and didn't countenance his somewhat commanding tone. When Chu Liangyu met Feng Qiuwu, this guy was proud of his nostrils and didn't even look at people with a straight face. It was only later that Chu Liangyu showed his fertility, which called for him to look a few times higher. As for why he wanted to help save the worthless Chu Liangyu, I'm afraid only he knows. I got it. The Wood Spirit clan was naturally dexterous and had a strong affinity with grasses and trees, and it didn't take long for an oversized basket to be woven by her. Feng Qiuwu threw an appreciative glance at her, and quite simply transformed into her beast form. The basket rattled up, and several people, all for the first time, could not help but go white. Wen Yin was even more unable to bear to pick up the basket and vomited. The whole person instantly lost spirit. Wilted. Useless thing. Xiong Xianhui remained venomous, and seeing him like this, he immediately opened his mouth and stabbed. Of course, no one chimed in is all. Chu Liangyu didn't know that the army had already rushed to her rescue, and that she had been locked up in a dark and sunless cellar for several days. Her heart was suffocating, making her desperate to get out and get a breath of fresh air. Open the cellar. Yes. Chu Liangyu moved his ears and immediately heard that it was the sound of the wood plow. The harsh light shone into the cellar, and Chu Liangyu subconsciously covered his eyes. The pup next to her grabbed her hand as well, looking warily at the man above her. Starting today, you are my female master alone. Everything is ready. Come with me to identify the people. As the words fell, Chu Liangyu was raised into the cellar, sweeping her eyes over the little cub hanging onto her. Muli felt a little bored. One ripped it off him and threw it to the guards. Keep an eye on it. Don't let him run around. Let him follow me, or I won't feel comfortable. It's none of my business if you're not comfortable with it. Chu Liangyu felt that since she met Muli, the number of times she was speechless had increased exponentially. Who told her that she was under a roof, and that she should bow her head. Chapter 20. Mu plows past. You guys clean her up. Muli led her to a fairly nice room, and at his command a group of people hooted and hollered in. well organized so that Chu Liangyu thought that he had arrived at an ancient princely mansion. Against all odds, they don't know anything about makeup though, and when they say clean up they really mean clean up. She was given a well-fitting bestiary, a slight haircut, and it was simply over. The material of this dress was a bit special, and there were even some feathers on it for decoration, much better than the rags she just had. Go! Ever since she met this female, she was a wreck, and now this was a much smoother looking one. You're such an odd person. I hurt you and instead of thinking of revenge, you want me to be your female master. Chu Liangyu originally wanted to say that there was a disease, but his words took a turn at the edge of his mouth. Is it possible that she's become this attractive? Yeah, I've been so good to you. Might as well just stay here. Ha ha, say it again. Chu Liangyu laughed awkwardly and closed his mouth without further comment. Muli suddenly took her hand and walked in a direction. Zoe, this is your sister-in-law. Say hello. Her expression froze for a moment, glancing at Chu Liangyu. Her lips pursed lightly, and she called out indistinctly, sister-in-law. Chu Liangyu looked back and forth between the two, always feeling that there was something odd about the atmosphere between them, but she was happy to watch the show, a pair of hands soft and boneless like on Muli's shoulders, smiling back. This is the younger sibling often heard Ali mention you, really a beauty. Yes, is it? Aro's eyes suddenly reddened, and her emotions seemed to be a bit out of control. Sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. She had just acted as if she was a vicious female match. Chu Liangyu inwardly spat. Looking up, Muli was looking at her with a smirking look. Not bad, quite resourceful. I can give you more satisfaction if you let me go. Muli directly ignored the first half of her sentence and returned. How are you going to make me more satisfied? That female is delicate and soft. How could you hurt her so cruelly? Chu Liangyu blinked and changed the subject. She's, just a watery woman. The mockery at the corner of Muli's mouth was thick, as if he really didn't care. That's it, I have things to do. This guy really thought out of the box, saying he was showing her people and then leaving her here. She wanted to run, but the golden eagles around her were looking her way, consciously or unconsciously, clearly spying. No wonder Mu Plao was relieved to leave. Chu Liangyu thought about it and walked around the tribe by himself. The city of 10,000 beasts opens in a few days. Are you all ready? Of course, you can count on us. Beast City? Chu Liangyu had heard of it before, a place where the beasts bartered. There will be people of all races, trading in all sorts of things. Of course the most important thing was the exchange for table salt. Everything else was secondary to the tribe. It was an interesting place, and Chu Liangyu's mind came alive. Ding, tradable item detected. Item, sacred relic of the Golden Eagle clan. Mask of the king. Value, 1 bottle of extreme rejuvenation pill. 10 high-grade stealth talismans. Plain, cultivation world. The holy relic, since the system can detect it, should be nearby. Chu Liangyu looked around and didn't find any place to put the treasure. Behind a stone house full of weeds and desolate, Chu Liangyu bent down and panted heavily. This tribe is too big. She walked for a long time before she saw half of the Golden Eagle tribe. What holy relics? I didn't even see a hair. Can you point in the same direction as last time? Something is blocking the probing. Can only sense that there is this thing. Can't help with the rest. Mother, it's good that Ali is back. Why do you look unhappy? His nature isn't like it used to be. It's become gloomy and unpredictable. I'm afraid that he'll do something detrimental to the tribe. Father Een explained with a frown on his face. Mother Een, I don't think so. There was a long silence, and the two men remembered the incident in unison. When Plow was injured and almost lost his ability to hunt, it hit him hard. Ro, who was originally going to be his female master, changed her mind at a time like that. Do you think he can't hate it? What's more, Arrow chose the brother he trusted the most. The Golden Eagle clan is about monogamy, so in this way, Muli has no chance at all. Under the successive blows, Muli's condition worsened, and it looked like it was going to be hopeless. Suddenly, one day, the Mu Plao disappeared, and they searched everywhere but could not find it. They were all about to give up when Muli suddenly returned to the tribe a few days ago, just blind in one eye. Other than that it looked fine. To make it up to him, Yin's father immediately appointed him as the new leader of the Golden Eagle clan. But then it turned out that the Inwood Plow had changed so much that it was too late for him to change his mind. There was nothing to do but to secretly watch out for accidents. Could it be for the mask? The Een mother was blessed with a suddenness that made her say, "It's possible. Let's go and see if the stuff is still there." Chu Liangyu couldn't figure out what this had to do with masks. What did the sudden return of the Mu Plao and its sudden journey of thousands of miles to capture her have to do with the mask? The two don't seem to be connected in any way, and it totally seems improvised. But she couldn't think about that right now. Following the two men to find the mask was the priority. But the two were vigilant, and Chu Liangyu followed behind several times and was almost discovered. The two of them walked around the corner for a long time, eventually stopping in front of a hill half a man high. After making sure that no one else had followed him, Fatherine put one foot on an inconspicuous rock. After the rumble, a hole was revealed next to the hill. There were also steps at the entrance to the cave, so the two of them went down them. The cave entrance gradually closed as the two left, and Chu Liangyu hurriedly followed. The underground was dark and out of reach. Chu Liangyu could only slowly feel her way forward with her hands on the wall, occasionally hearing the conversation between the two fathers and mothers. She stopped in her tracks lest she be discovered. It was also why she was extremely slow. Look, the mask is still there. Could we be overthinking this? Father's heart was greatly relieved, and turned somewhat skeptical of his earlier guess. The stuff is fine, so let's get out. It's over. This way, Chu Liangyu will definitely be discovered by the two. Chu Liangyu's hands kept groping the wall, and suddenly, a soft touch came from his hands. The heaving chest, with its warmth, stiffened for a moment when she touched it like that. Chu Liangyu's hand was still to be explored when it was grabbed. At the same time her mouth was covered by his other hand. Chu Liangyu acted unusually calm. Without making a sound or resisting, he let him move. With his footsteps, Chu Liangyu was brought to a narrow space. Yin's father and mother's voices were within earshot, but they didn't seem to notice them. The steps drifted away, and the cave fell silent once more, as if no one had ever come. Chapter 21 Utilization. I was thinking of going to look for you, but I didn't think you'd come in on your own first. You're bringing me in? Muli had let go of her and walked forward, while Chu Liangyu fumbled after him. Know why I'm arresting you? Because I'm beautiful? Muplau was silent, seemingly speechless, because that day when we exchanged blows, I felt in you the same energy as the boundary around the mask, and you might be able to help me get the mask. What if I can't get it? The footsteps stopped, and Muli seemed to glance back at her. Then it's useless to keep you. What do you want the mask for? None of your business. Mask. Chu Liangyu won't give up. That's a nail in the coffin against Muplau. It's hard to tell if you'll win or lose when you cross paths. A stone pillar stood at the bottom of the cavern, and the king's mask looked like the prototype of a mask except that it was made of material and thin like the wings of a cicada. There was a faint purple glow enveloping the surroundings, and one could feel palpitations just by looking at it. Chu Liangyu was worried that she would break it as soon as she picked it up. The mask looked to be truly too fragile, and she really couldn't be blamed for thinking so. Tune your power out and wrap yourself around it like you did last time, and then try to get in there and bring the stuff out to me. He also knew that Chu Liangyu might not be too cooperative, and added, your cubs are still in my hands, and this is my territory. I believe you are a smart person and should know what to do. That's right, I certainly know how to do that. Chu Liangyu felt a refreshing coolness as he passed through the boundary, as if he was passing through a curtain of water. Seeing the mask up close, it was surprisingly silvery and moist, fragile and beautiful. Chu Liangyu tentatively touched it and found that it didn't break as easily as she thought. She also took the mask up with both hands boldly, and almost simultaneously, two voices rang in her ears. Do you choose to trade? Come on, give me the stuff. The knot disappeared the moment she picked up the mask, and Muli had come to her side by now. Without hesitation, she wanted to agree to the system's transaction, yet the mask suddenly detached from her hands and transformed into a small, transparent fish that didn't enter between her eyebrows. What have you done? Muli instantly changed his face and reached out to wave his hand in front of her. It was then that he had to admit that the mask was gone, or rather, it was taken away by Chu Liangyu in some way. Chu Liangyu had the feeling of suffocating in the water in that moment, and after that, he was completely unconscious. In Muli's eyes, at this moment, Chu Liangyu began to animalize. Huge black wings wrapped around her, the scales on her forehead glowing azure. The look was different from just now, becoming unusually cold. The eyes that looked at Muli were like looking at a mole cricket, full of contempt. The king's mask, as far as he knew, was nothing more than a modification of the body structure to make it transformed. As a male, he was surprisingly incapable of being humanized, something that had been on his mind all these years. Otherwise he wouldn't have returned here again, but the last hope was gone. Is it going to be like this for the rest of your life? No, he's not happy about it. Give me my stuff back. The sound of breaking air came, and the eagle claws grabbed at Chu Liangyu without mercy. A wave of chi emanated from Chu Liangyu's surroundings, and before he could even get close, Muplau was sent flying. The huge figure slammed into the cave's wall so hard that the already unsturdy cave shook. The dirt above it poured down, and it looked like it was about to collapse. Chu Liangyu raised his hand. A powerful force rushed straight to the top of his head. The cave was pierced through and a huge opening appeared. The black wings gently stirred, and in the next instant, Chu Liangyu was already out of the cave. She cocked her head and looked in one direction for a long time, wondering what she was thinking. How dare you steal my clan's holy relic? Hand it over to me. Fatherine sensed the commotion and immediately rushed over with his men. not realizing that what he saw was the female that his son had brought back. He'd never seen any female animalize as an adult, and the eerie feeling enveloped him instantly. Who are you? Father Yin's fingers trembled lightly as he replied uncontrollably. I am the former leader of the Golden Eagle clan. This thing was originally mine, so what's the point of stealing it? This thing is a holy relic that we have guarded for generations, so how can it be yours? Chu Liangyu didn't explain. He just said, those who stop me, kill you. It was the first time in his life that he had seen someone so overbearing, and he couldn't help but be angry as he pressed the strand of weirdness clean out of him. Men, give it to me. 10 or so giant eagles circled in midair, and Chu Liangyu was instantly surrounded by a dense wind. Drop. Chu Liangyu's vermilion lips lightly opened, and with just this one word, all the golden eagles fell from the air like fallen chickens. They tried to fly again, but realized that they couldn't feel the presence of their wings anymore. But they were clearly right in front of them. How? The giant eagle was in a mess. The 2 eagle claws kept bouncing around, but the wings were drooping like powerless, without the slightest movement. Father Yin looked at Chu Liangyu in horror, shaking like a sieve. His entire body couldn't help but fall to his knees. I'm sorry, please spare us. It's all my fault alone. Please don't kill them. Kill me if you have to. He had never been so humble, but the clan was what he had spent his life guarding, and he couldn't let anything happen to so many people because of his orders. In front of the powerful strength, he had no choice but to kowtow and ask the other party to be merciful. Chu Liangyu was as powerful as a god's mansion, and looked at the crowd with downcast eyes. May. As the words fell, Father Yin's 7 orifices began to bleed, and at an increasing rate. No matter what methods were used, the bleeding could not be stopped, and in just a few moments, Yin's father bled to death. The air was stagnant for a few moments, and everyone looked at Chu Liangyu with fear on their faces. No one dared to speak, even minimizing their breathing for fear of attracting her attention. The black wings stirred again, and Chu Liangyu flew off the ground, wanting to go in one direction. Beast mother, take me with you. There's still me. The little fox fought to run on all fours, while looking up to call out to Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu's figure lurched, and something seemed to flash through her mind when she saw the cubs on the ground. Because of that fragment, Chu Liangyu lifted the little fox and took it along with him. Oh, old patriarch, you died a terrible death. The suppressed emotions of the crowd of eagles instantly erupted, and some of them were really sad for Yin's father. Some were sad and complicated for their crippled selves. Unnoticed by the whole, Yin Mu Plow crawled out with difficulty. He knew what the group was crying about, but he just swept it away. North, the direction she left. The Yinwood Plow transformed into its beast form and spread its wings to chase after it in that direction. Young patriarch, that person is too powerful. Even if you want to avenge the old patriarch, you have to wait a little longer. Young patriarch, come back soon. If you leave, there will be no one to lead us. Yeah, leave your beast mother alone. How sad she'll be. Such and such persuasion continued. Muli was unmoved and left a persistent back to the crowd. After a long time, a flowing phoenix landed carrying a huge basket. Chapter 22, Widows and Orphans. You have captured a female over here. Where is she? Immersed in the heartbreak of the giant eagle simply did not have time to pay attention to him. The bear will now look at it. Directly grabbed an orc. Asked, speak, where is she? She's gone. Glancing at each other with a few people, Xiong now would then ask, in which direction? North. That's not the way back. What's she doing there? Come on, keep looking. Several people's sights were directed at Feng Shouwu, which made him even more physically and mentally exhausted. No, can you guys sympathize with me? I'm a phoenix, not a cow or a horse. I need to rest too. Then let's go. I guess the female owner is the same way. She shouldn't be able to get far. The Xiong Jiaojia few nodded their heads, indicating that they had no opinion. The group exited the Golden Eagle tribe and traveled sharply all the way north. Because of this small decision, they once again missed with Chu Liangyu. Chu Liangyu traveled north for about 1,000 miles, and in mid-air, her figure suddenly became unsteady. The wings also disappeared in a flash, and the two fell straight down. The bad thing was that Chu Liangyu was still unconscious and wasn't able to save himself. The cubs scrabbled in terror. Beast mother, wake up, we're going to fall to our deaths. Yet his call was of no avail. The landing remained unchanged. There was no way out. The little cub could only lie on Chu Liangyu's chest and listen to God. Luckily, there was a river right below them, and they fell into the water unharmed. The river was flowing and they floated onward with the current for a long time longer. In the end, it was a large tree stretched across the river that stopped them, and the little cub made himself bigger and carried Chu Liangyu up the bank with him. The fox's paw flicked, and Chu Liangyu just rolled over without any reaction. The little fox knew she wouldn't wake up for a while, and shook the water off her body as hard as she could, her fur quickly returning to dryness. He looked around at his unfamiliar surroundings, bewilderment in his eyes. What are we going to do now? The sky was getting darker, and the cries of wild beasts were faintly heard. It should be something he's used to hearing, but he's a little scared now. The tribe had the beast father to protect them. Not here. Not to mention the beast mother was in a coma. He pawed the ground a little uneasily, thought for a moment, picked up Chu Liangyu in his mouth, and took a few jumps up a large tree. He remembered his beast father saying that for the most part, the trees were a relatively safe place to be. All sorts of noises were heard in the night, and the little fox lay on Chu Liangyu's chest with her eyes open, always on the lookout for threats. It was light. Nothing unexpected happened, and the night passed peacefully. The past few days have been a little alarming. The little fox is a little unable to withstand. Eyelids unusually heavy. Finally could not withstand to close his eyes and sleep. The steady breathing of the two gradually rejoined, and the sunlight fell on them with a sense of age. The midday sun was in full force. The fox's fur was tanned, and naturally he awoke from his slumber. After a contented grunt, the little fox stretched again. After a moment of getting a little too comfortable, his form wobbled a little. With an ouch and a scream, the little fox fell out of the tree. A flash of embarrassment crossed the fox's face, but it quickly returned to normal. He jumped up the tree again and rubbed the tip of his nose on Chu Liangyu's face. "Mother of beasts?" he called out so, and as usual, Chu Liangyu did not respond. If her breath wasn't still there, the little fox would have thought she was dead. What to do? He can't keep this up all the time. He was a little hungry now, and needed to go find something to eat. Just a minute. I'll be right back. The mother of beasts should be safe here if she stays. Big deal. She's going faster herself, the little fox murmured, turning back to look at her uneasily once more, hesitantly jumping down from the large tree and quickly disappearing into the forest. Due to the fear of Chu Liangyu's safety, the little fox didn't dare to go far and just looked around for food, but he had never hunted before and had no experience at all. A pheasant was particularly hard to catch, and after half a day's work, only a few eggs were taken out. A few bites went down and he gave it away. Still hungry, the pheasant seemed to be seeing such a stupid fox for the first time, and instead of being afraid of him, he walked around in front of his eyes with a clear sense of provocation. The little fox was aroused to fight, and without saying a word chased towards the pheasant. Time passed and it was already time for the sun to set. The little fox had caught the pheasant he had been longing for, and he couldn't wait to take a bite. The hunger eased and his sanity returned. Realizing how late it was getting, he immediately panicked. Picking up the pheasant, the little fox hurried back. I don't know how far I ran after the pheasant, and it took a long time for the little fox to make it back, but there were 3 or 4 orcs surrounding under the tree, all looking up at Chu Liangyu. That female. It's dangerous in the forest when it's dark. You'd better hurry back. Yeah, it's too dangerous. So hurry down and get back to the tribe. Words of concern continued, but no one answered them. The little fox didn't hear this. He only saw these people pointing at Chu Liangyu in the tree. The fox immediately grew several times its size and jumped in front of the tree, showing its teeth at several people. What are you doing? Get away from me. A few people looked at each other and someone explained. It's too dangerous at night. We're just reminding that female to go back early. Yeah, are you her cub? Orc cubs are recognizable because their voices are childish and they can't take human form. That's why they asked. But they were just curious. How is it that there isn't a beast man guarding it in the middle of nowhere? I don't need you guys to worry about that. You guys go. The little fox's tone was better, but her guard was not at all diminished. Father Beast said, when you go out, don't trust anyone. I don't know why, but the beast father must be right. Just do what he says. Well then, you remember to take the beast mother and go back early. Okay. It was clear from the expressions on several people's faces that what was said was indeed from the heart. The little fox didn't say a word, quietly watching them leave. With a relieved heart, the little fox jumped up into the tree. The prey went with him. Only blood was gurgling out from where he had bitten it. Bright red blood dripped and fell to the ground, the smell of blood dispersing in all directions. An occasional light flickered through the dimly lit forest, seeming to be a lantern, but smaller than a lantern. The little fox was preoccupied with Chu Liangyu, completely unaware of the changes around her. Chu Liangyu has a fever, or the smoking hot kind. The little fox had never seen such a battle before, and he paced anxiously back and forth on the not-so-large branch of the tree. Smoke? Doesn't that follow the fire? Just use water. The sorrow on the fox's face dispersed as he picked up Chu Liangyu and was about to go find a place with water. No sooner had the light footsteps been taken than he sensed that something was wrong. With the tree as the centerpiece, a single green bulb lit up. No, it's green wolf eyes. All of them were attracted by the smell of the pheasant on the tree, each with a disgusting greed in their eyes. Chapter 23, Dumb and Dumber Fox Cubs. The little fox's mood, which had been so beautiful just a moment ago, dropped to the bottom of the valley at once. The fur on his body all stood up from the shock, and he unconsciously took a few steps back, not realizing that the wolves were following close behind. With their backs to the big tree, the the two finally had no way back. If Chu Liangyu didn't have a fever, they could still hide in the trees. Orcs hunt beasts and use them as food. It stands to reason that the beasts would also eat the orcs, and the two sides used each other as food. Some beasts are herbivorous and do not usually prey on orcs, but carnivorous beasts will definitely eat orcs. Orcs are all meat eaters, but there is no such thing as vegetarianism. Two of the wolves in the pack stood slightly forward, intending to test the strength of the little fox, eyes fixed on the wolf's movements. The young fox opened his mouth and set her down, leaving Chu Liangyu's back against the tree. He became a protective stance standing in front of her. Ouch! The coyote gave himself a pep talk before the battle, flinging all four paws quickly, reaching him and opening his mouth to bite into the little fox's front paw. After becoming several times larger, the little fox was a circle larger than the coyote, but he was inexperienced in battle and his reaction was just a beat slower. By the time he turned around to counterattack, Coyote had already backed away. Walking around him, the driver went down on his mouth. The little fox's eyes followed the coyote, looking left and right, alert to his movements. He ignored Coyote 2, who still had his stabbing strength, and just as his eyes moved with Coyote 1, Coyote 2 sneaked closer. Don't look at people stealing senses and looking funny, but it really is called a successful sneak attack. The little fox was bitten on his hind legs this time, and he couldn't move back and forth well enough. He was just being teased by two coyotes, and the feeling of shame rushed over him. With a pang, the little fox exploded. He stopped dodging and found the right opportunity to open his mouth and bite Coyote number 1's neck. Let the other man struggle as much as he wanted, the second wolf biting his hind legs and forcing him to let go. He didn't even budge until Coyote number 1 stopped moving and ran out of breath. The little fox turned around like crazy and tried to attack wolf number 2. Wolf number 2 reacted quickly and the little fox only bit him on one ear. The opponent moved with his movements as he bit down on his ear, and with a forceful motion, the little fox dropped the other's ear. The coyote let out a grunt from the pain that sounded pathetic, hardly out of the fox's mouth. Wolf number 2 took a few steps back in fear. Having a few scares for him, the wolf king let out a low growl at the sight. The second wolf looked back at the wolf king, a whimper escaping his throat as he tried to back away. Nay, the wolf king gave him a cold, unfeeling look, oohing and puffing himself up. The second coyote charged boldly. It was as if the little fox had taken a stimulant, and instead of looking scared at all, he began to leap forward. This time the little fox didn't attack first, but dodged quickly to avoid, waiting for the other party to pounce, and then took the opportunity to bite the back of the other party's neck. With a crunching sound, the back of the second coyote's neck bone shattered, and he quickly lost his breath. After settling the two wolves, the little fox was in a good mood and couldn't help but purr. It was a fox, after all, and even the laughter that expressed delight had a sly sound to it. The wolves took a step back in unison, startled by the sound. After standing, the wolf king stepped out of the pack and came face to face with the young fox. The wolf king was much more composed than the two minions. He just quietly confronted the little fox, with absolutely no intention of striking first. After such a long stalemate, the little fox was finally impatient and took the lead in attacking. Instead of dodging, the wolf king straightened up against him. The two phases collided with indistinguishable strength, and each took a step back. The wolf king's footsteps moved slightly closer in the direction of the large tree, and the little fox noticed it immediately. When his mind was in a hurry, he attacked without any rules. Originally, he wanted to force the wolf king back away from Chu Liangyu, but now it instead made him closer to Chu Liangyu. The huge wolf's mouth opened, and with just one bite, Chu Liangyu's head would be gone. The little fox was instantly hot and rushed at the wolf king with all the strength he could muster. Unexpectedly, the other party's target had been him all along, and those actions just now were just disturbing his mind. Instead of biting Chu Liangyu, the wolf's mouth bit into the little fox's neck. Instantly, the little fox felt that all the blood in her body was being absorbed by the other party, and her body slowly became powerless. The remaining light glanced at Chu Liangyu, who was leaning against the tree, and there were glistening tears flashing in the fox's eyes. Maybe it was the memories before he was near death that reminded him of that day when he asked the beast mother for the red heart fruit. He remembers the mischievous and amused look on the beast mother's face when she said, "That's all the red-hearted fruit is," and the beast mother wants to eat it too. Although he was rejected, he really liked the beast mother so much that he already felt happy to be able to talk to her. Though the beast father had been kind to him as well, it wasn't the same feeling as the beast mother. The mother of beasts has a fever. Will she die if she doesn't soak? No, don't want the beast mother to die. The beast mother is dead. The beast father will be sad, and the brothers and sisters will have no beast mother. Must stay alive. To protect the beast mother, a strong desire for survival erupted in the eyes of the gradually graying fox, and the limp body struggled violently once again. Perhaps his desire to survive was too strong, and the height of his concentration was so great that even he himself didn't notice that his pupils slowly turned purple. The wolf king turned on it, and suddenly became double-lidded. All of his movements stopping. Fox Jr. seizes the opportunity to counterpunch. The momentary loss of mobility gave the Wolf King no more chance to make up for it. The Wolf King was dead, and the wolves had no intention of taking revenge. Scattering in all directions at once. Crisis averted. The little fox instantly fell to the ground in exhaustion. It was getting light, and he was surprised that he had fought all night. Unable to rest, he picked up Chu Liangyu in his mouth and went forward to find a place with a water source. He remembers the river they were in when he first came here. It shouldn't be far from here. So thinking, the little fox walked for a short while before the river came into view. The little fox was ecstatic and was busy dropping the rolling Chu Liangyu into the water. Overjoyed, he forgot that the river was flowing. Just after entering the water, the unconscious Chu Liangyu was carried towards the downstream by the current. The little foxes jumped up on all fours in surprise, and crookedly followed together into the water. Beast mother, wait for me. The river was turbulent, and Chu Liangyu was swept under the water from time to time, his mouth and nose soaked with water. If she didn't wake up again, it wouldn't be long before her waifu was tossed. The little fox's claws kept paddling, and it was hard to catch up with Chu Liangyu, and by the broken branches in front of them muddled the vision. Only this moment of effort. Chu Liangyu did not know where to go. It's over. It's over. The mother of beasts won't drown. Mother of beasts. Mother of beasts. Where are you? Mother of beasts. Anxious at the cries of the little fox, and fearing that she had sunk under the water, the little fox held his breath now and then and searched under the water. I don't know how long it took, but the little fox's limbs were a little stiff. Up ahead, a floating object suddenly appeared. The little fox's wilting expression immediately regained its luster and paddled its limbs toward the front. This time, he didn't fall short. Chapter 24, The City of 10,000 Beasts. Where is Feng Chiwu? As soon as he woke up without seeing anyone, Hu Qiumu had a bad feeling. Xiong Nao Will Yawn did not notice any difference in his tone. Naive back. Oh, confused in the morning heard the sound, opened his eyes, as if to see him go. Remember, it's north, right? What? Several people yelled out at the same time, startling him. Bear will now sound a little dis. Looking at the spell formation in front of her, Li Yuyan smiled with satisfaction while Moroni furrowed his brows. As for Snow, with whom he had been communicating for 4 years, Iluwa thought that there was still a very deep love between them. Unchanged rolled over, without Annie crowding him. Unchanged found it easier to fall asleep. Yet he didn't have a trace of sleep. The demon sun apocalypse was coming. How many innocent people were going to die from the fire and famine? The boss smiled and closed his eyes as the executioner thrust his raised spear towards the boss's body and people covered their children's eyes. A dull, loud sound came from the west and north of Taiyuan City, and when it reached the city, the ringing sound was much fainter, but the people in the city could still clearly recognize it. The scene appeared a strange piece, but in the dawn Snow expect phantom also don't act rashly. This bird on the body of the rigidity of the intention to disperse. The kind of strong greed can no longer be inhibited. Actually a vertical straight into the water. In this 100 feet of the water sphere swimming around, like in the look for what things. She had just finished her bath, so her hair was a bit disheveled, and Al first ran her hands through it before starting to comb it with a comb. Karino's hair was in good condition, and she usually took care of it, so it was easy for Al to comb it. The colorful phoenix circled around Nan Wuxiang, in the process sucking a breath at him. The wings, long plumes, and fine feathers that had been transformed from his Dharma body were all sucked away by this phoenix in a flowing stream. However, Yuan's army had already been ambushed and their morale was not high. The Gongsun army had the upper hand. Brother Lu Qi, don't be too tired. Schwer is already satisfied. Leave the rest to my own efforts. Schwer looked at the Lu Qi in front of her and became a little hard to bear. This white-robed man slightly Dian head, then took out the oracle and recorded something on the oracle. Then looked at the Hotian sword and branded the bloodline and soul aura that the Hotian sword was for into it. 3 years ago, all the humiliation came flooding back to her, causing her mind to burn and her throat to tighten. After all, even though K1 was a robot, his condition in every aspect really blew away Daharu. Besides, if he felt something different, that meant that the power of desire had already worked. The power of desire had already made his desire swell up. No matter what, he couldn't have taken the initiative to take out the bright heartstone to suppress that power of desire. The entrance to the secret realm has already opened. What are you waiting for? Nur Yunshu, who had been silent all this time, had a somewhat pale complexion, and coldly uttered a sentence that was vaguely displeased. 10 strokes just passed, only to hear clang a crunching sound. The long sword in the hands of Nur Yunshu cannot withstand the witch spirit sword blow. Gorgeous broken. Snake laughed, and before the laughter even ended, he suddenly took out a gun from behind his back and put it to my head. In the end, all the confusion turned into a bitter smile on the man's thin lips. For Himiko, in the end, he hated it more than he loved it, right? The years are long. I do not know how much time it will take to realize the existence of a rule power, but also to eat through the rule power to use it flexibly. To reach this realm is really not easy. I didn't cry, and I couldn't cry anymore. I knew that even if Granddad went looking for someone who understood, he couldn't just say he'd find them, so I didn't have much time, and I had to get this over with tonight. Chapter 25, No Business Without Treason. Reason is spoken to normal people. Witch doctors are obviously not, so it's just a matter of getting tough. Under the cuffs of his sleeves, the bronze short sword was gripped tightly into his hands. Chu Liangyu's attitude suddenly changed. As if she was threatened by him, her tone became weaker. Alright then, I'll give you the stuff here. The light golden beads glittered, and the witch doctor's eyes glazed over as he looked at them, his trembling hands about to take them. Seeing that the beads were about to arrive, the witch doctor suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. And the next, Yu Baojun still wanted to speak. At this time, has been at the side did not say much. A goatee old man suddenly coughed twice said. Those heavenly dignitaries were naturally aware of this, and they used an unknown number of exotic treasures and imperial material immortal treasures to construct a great formation, joining forces to lay down a super sealing formation, expecting to seal the broken spider mother in the Stygian abyss for eternity. But there's no doubt that this bad reputation for making late night messes and giving everyone a bad night's sleep will ironically go to his head. Wait a while, the resident singer will be able to come over in a while, Bai Lan said gently. Blue Spirit Shin's voice was full of winks. Moreover, the melting spirit divine fish soup was amazingly potent, and when you drank it, your whole body was indeed feverish. Wu Yang had already tidied up all the rooms by now. She worked here at Liyan and had nothing else to do other than practicing the words she learned in the literacy class at night. She felt bored and tidying up her room became her entertainment to pass the time. At this time, the artifact spirit can still have an option, is to teleport them out again, but then the situation will only be worse. If you use the soul-devouring magic wand to obliterate the artifact spirit, this immortal mansion has completely become a masterless thing. Want to collect how you want to collect how you want to collect. After saying that, Song Jialong smiled wildly in triumph. Those few Burmese no longer need to hide at this time. Also hemmed and hawed and laughed. That triangular I put the knife on Li Yang's neck. Just to hear Li Yang also haha laughed and said, although, the way of transcendence, for the time being, could only catalyze the light of the morning sun? This was a qualitative improvement for Jiang's silence. Words to this point, then we have to force to see the real chapter. The cultivation world is already so, to the strongest as the honor, who is strong who said. At this time those protest marchers outside were all getting more and more agitated under the incitement of those who had the intention to do so. As you know, you've been busy all this time. You've been busy too. Li Yu compassionately stroked Zhang Yuyao's hair and looked at her with some heartache. If the old lady's guest is a psychopath, then, extrapolating from that, wouldn't self also be a psychopath? He Mei took Qin Ji's hand and stepped forward to stand. Ma Rulong looked at the two with a grim face and resentment. He however, had a ferocious look on his face at the oldest three behind Ma Rulong. Hearing Hayami Kuno say that, Li Ruhai pinched his brows. It sounded like Mariko was being disruptive. It was even if she wasn't helping with the construction of the house. It felt like she was still dragging the progress of the project down. It's also fate. This zombie head is considered to be the end between us. After Qin-gu finished speaking, he rushed towards the exit. Qin-gu controlled the cauldron of creation and flew to the front. When he looked inside, it was actually foggy, and he couldn't see anything. Burial and Destruction Heart Sutra. It was not an internal martial art, nor was it a method of cultivation. Rather, it was that heaven and earth Jedi scripture that encompassed the many mysteries of the infinite energy Tao. The Tao of laws, the Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of oneself, and so on. On the two teenagers, one chakra was opened on each of them, and on them, all of them had opened 3 chakras, plus this one. It was 4. It seemed that he didn't know that there was a ring of the undead in this world. I wanted to tell him about the weirdness of the ring in my hand, but after thinking about it, I finally gave up. Even if I told him, what would happen? He hadn't even heard of the ring of the undead, so how could he help me remove this ring from my ring finger? Young banker, you're awake. How do you feel now? The maid in charge of serving Qiu Chen-jian was happy to see Qiu Chen-jian awake. Chapter 26, The Spirit of the Underworld. Chu Liangyu's movements were so light that the elk didn't even realize the danger. She scurried out from behind the elk, her short bronze blade stabbing down, straight into the elk's back. The back was not a very vital place, but it was enough for Chu Liangyu to take advantage of the opportunity to kill him. Chu Liangyu knew that the smell of blood would lead to great trouble, so he didn't dare to stay where he was. The odor was very carefully masked along the way, and the entrance to the cave was covered again when he returned to it. My senior year, I got an internship with a company that was in the finance department, and after I graduated, I went straight to work in the finance department of that company, and it just seemed like a logical way to stagger into a finance job. Chen Panner looked up at Zhuang Yuxian and replied. Wan Daoi nodded and stopped talking. At the same time, the speed of that sword increased suddenly, and with a turn of angle, they moved away from that huge palm directly in front of them. But just as they shifted the path to the other direction, another huge palm took shape once again, blocking their way back once again. That said, this pigeon soup was really delicious. Just smelling it was fragrant and opened up one's tastes. Some of the herbs inside, Luo Chisan recognized some of them, but there were two others that she couldn't tell what they were. Now the situation is very unfavorable to him. The court asked Yuan Shikai to come out of the mountain. Voice is getting louder and louder. The background picture is that he commanded the bandit combat again and again to the end of the failure, so that he lost all the face of the prestige as if in the girl after a big fight a leak like a column. The doctor is a kind aunt. Of course, also no Du Orange, and with Du Orange's parents' relationship is not bad, is considered to be the old man in the hospital. See Du Orange anxious like this, the doctor cannot bear it. Hi, don't make fun of me. What do you think of these two dresses? If it's okay we'll buy it and hurry back. Your dad should be anxious about you. The big girl didn't come home so late. Xiao Yu said with a smile. The slogan of 0.9% fuel savings immediately drew in all those who were going to visit an automobile 4S store. Xiao Bei's brows spread and he smiled in relief. He pulled over Jin Qianxian's hand, and the latter, who was held by him for an unknown reason, did not shrink her hand back. Spot on. Are you always this sharp? Ken Shuejia shifted her wooden eyes to Yen 17. As he walked away, he turned back to his house in Park Court. From the bottom of the closet, he took out a locked box. This was a box that he had carried with him when he left Hangzhou, and inside were some important things. Returning to his house, Chu Nan was relieved to see that there were still almost no people in the yard. It seemed that he had not returned too late. I seem to remember that the old man said people don't offend me, I don't offend. If people want to offend me I will offend. Right, how did it change to you? Zhao Yang said with a black line. Eugene, who was smiling and greeting her fans, seemed to be slightly stunned even after she inadvertently saw Wang Hui and Song Jihyo standing off to the side, and then continued to sign autographs and take pictures with her fans with an unchanged expression before walking into the company with the help of her manager. Technically, she was the only one who had gotten a promise like that without giving anything in return. After an introduction, Zhang Yuanyi realized that Lin Danqing is a Sichuanese, who comes to live at the foot of Jizu Mountain for 2 months every year, and this time it happened to be the month of July and August that he chose. I breathed a sigh of relief. Chow Munkler Outlet Online is right. The reality is so really let a person helpless. Can only eat a dumb loss? As to buy a lesson, Zhang Yuanyi remembered Livermore's famous words, there is nothing new on Wall Street. What has appeared in history will appear now and will be reproduced in the future. In fact, no one will choose to decline an invitation to a TV series where the Film and Television Center of the Supreme People's Procuratorate is personally acting as the producer, unless it is necessary to do so. Chapter 27, Storming Out. Yin Mu Li's purpose was to get the mask, and such a jade and stone stance was also to make Chu Liangyu open his mouth and beg for mercy. But he didn't get what he wanted. Instead of begging for mercy, Chu Liangyu brutally tore into his flesh. The pain that tore through his heart was the most he had ever experienced in his life. Eventually he was defeated, and instead of holding on, he spread his wings and landed smoothly on the ground. This is no longer in front of Chu Liangyu's cave. The surrounding area is empty. When Chu Fan had just entered the lake, from the Black Zhao's body, a figure that was faintly emitting a faint golden glow floated out. He had really thought too much about it, and this relationship between himself and Shi Tian that was hard to be accommodated simply couldn't last long. Tears dripped from his eyes as the pain became unbearable, and he fumbled to remove his spirit pet pouch from the waistband of his pants. Releasing his spirit pet, Era, the people of the Kong family kept talking, and even the father and son of the Kong family were still discussing how to deal with Chu Fan in a while. He went up to the sky just to find you. What's going on with the connection between you two? Dark Glasses said. Wu Qi walked for a long time. It seemed like another half a column of incense. He stopped, and with a touch of his pocket, he pulled out a piece of fried noodle bread. Wu Qi smiled a little bitterly. This is still the instant food products he saw in the duty-free store set up abroad in the airfield when he flew to Changsha. Yan Wang with the might of the victory, but also annexed 5 states of Daning, now Yan Yun plus the original 11 state capitals. There are already 16 states, officially become the third pole in the world. As for Yu Qiu's parents, both of them were ordinary people, with their mother working in the village's manufacturing plant and their father farming at home, and there was nothing strange about it. Just then, Li Ziyi felt that his chest was hit by something in general. The force was not big, but he could still feel the force. Wu Chen tiger face, as if facing the enemy 10 million undaunted, ready at any time will be lethargic to death. During the summer, students are on vacation, social workers are not on vacation, And of course Milk Cat is open for business as usual. Does Kunlun want to make enemies of the mountain and river holy lands? The Heavenly Palace Master stood with his hands folded, a trace of extremely deep fear hidden in his eyes. But Suwon laughed out. Whenever she talked with Yu, it was always so easy and pleasant. A few words down, Liyu's inherent impression of Gu Tongjiang greatly changed. If you maintain this momentum, Gu Tongjiang really can be used. Now that the Zhao family had an elixir that had an effect similar to the light returning pill, then Su Yin was naturally saved, which was why Su Hai was so excited. If it can be exchanged, Han Shangwei would rather not have this god realm cultivation that others can only dream of. Just give him a healthy body, the most ordinary home, a few houses to protect from the wind and rain, a few acres of thin fields to make ends meet, so that he can have the most ordinary normal life on the line, and the rest of the things he doesn't care about. It turns out that this is not some newly developed drug, but an unknown liquid that is millions of times more powerful than sulfuric acid and can cause people to melt into water. But when she saw the teenager who was at the Crown Prince, covered in blood, her heart inexplicably wanted to stay. These took time, and there was nothing more to do by staying here anymore. So Yen Su came out of his carry-on space. Don't worry Mrs. Daisy, I'm the best at what you're talking about, Yi Kai said with a confident face. That person surnamed you. This is aimed at the imperial examination to go, who want to follow their own caravan back to their hometown exams, halfway to let the horse bandits to cut off. Easy to take advantage of the situation escaped, but also called the charging of the Chao's generals to stop and refused to let go. Had to call him to stay here as an official. Although it was said that the Yuan dynasty had lost again and again in the face of the Ming Sect's armies, every time she heard news about Yi Kai, a few threads of joy and even pride unconsciously arose in Zhao Min's heart. The farmhouse in front of him was not a piece of idyllic style like all of Yen Su's first farmhouses, but the style of a wooden fort. Chapter 28, The Trident. Wait, female lord, I can give you my life phosphorus, destiny phosphorus, which can control mermaids. As long as this is on the person, then it can never harm the holder and must follow orders. Additionally, a mermaid that has lost its life phosphorus cannot be away from the holder for more than a month. Otherwise it will rapidly lose its vitality until it becomes a dry mermaid. Feng Xiaowu shouted is also right. This is not to become a salted fish. Lu Shifyuan would rather die than obey. The third master knows that he is still a child, so extra rare, said to give him a month to consider time. If he still won't comply by then the third master will be ready to bully him. This birth point in Maine is interesting in that all the challengers are spread out in two locations, one being this place called Mayawati, which has countless parks that have been converted into army bases. Shinyu believes that Zhao Yu will not let go of this opportunity. What is the significance of competing for the length of a moment? Taking this opportunity to let the emperor see clearly which people are wolves and more worthy of the emperor's vigilance is the best choice. Song Lingyun was sobbing uncontrollably, and Zhou Jincheng, who was held tightly in her arms, was also silently weeping. He was actually also the one who was being thought of in his heart, and there was also someone who was silently loving him. Zheng Ji claimed to be sick at home. Mrs. Zheng is not good to go. The two gambled like since that day from the Lu family back to their own yard, and then did not meet, but also what not to do. It means that Cui Yongyan is indeed very strong, earlier and smarter than his peers, but it's not as godly as blown up, and has some water. In the next second, absolute freezing gas was sprayed out, and along with the tentacles flying all over the sky, hundreds of bloated monsters were almost instantly frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, still maintaining the same movements they had just made to stay in place. Take it. It's a thank you for opening the door for us, Meng Fei Evening said and put the candy in Xiao Jinbao's hand. Meanwhile, after hearing that Tano Yu had been given a hard time by a customer in the restaurant, Maya Mizuchio hurried down from the second floor of the restaurant, bowing and apologizing. The Airbus A320 airliner that Lu Qingzhou they were driving did not have an oil drainage system installed, so they could not directly drain the oil towards the outside except for circling around to consume them. In the end they had to turn to the World Anti-Doping Organization, WADO, and next it was the turn of the WADO experts to have a headache. Thank you brother Mu Hong. Mu Yueshing opened her mouth to thank him. He was the only one who accompanied her at this time, and Ma Chao is also playing the gun, and his gun skills are not practiced, but honed in a sand battle. Naturally not ordinary people can be compared. Xiao Yuyin shook her head, indicating that she was not clear about the Liu Palace, and waited for Cui Siyu to explain it to her. Liao Zhangxian sighed. Hey, really, Yi Wei, you really knew that just now he and Peng Zhaotao had been walking behind her, so that sentence and the happiness on his face were all intentional, right? She also guessed that just now he turned on the amplified voice, so that's why he talked like that. This time around, he's working on a decision from above to negotiate some possible training partnerships with the Goat Sports Center. After Shin Yang spoke to Lu Jing for a few moments, he found Xie Chunfeng again and asked him to do the same thing. Body martial artist, string martial artist, super string martial artist, God rank. Ancient God rank. This is known to be clear 5 power origin levels. It turns out that this main world, there is indeed a higher level of God rank power than the gods. Lifelong pursuit of God rank power. Ancient God rank power. Even after doing a lot of archery training, Shen Yan was not sure that the first arrow could hit the bullseye, but not surprisingly 9 rings or a certainty. He frowned lightly, closed his left eye, aiming for about 10 seconds before releasing his fingers in the right direction. Yi Wei, just now your parents called and said for you to make a call back to her. The teacher then remembered such a moment and said, handing her a phone. Chapter 29, captured in the East China Sea. Suddenly, Xu Liangyu seemed to understand Yin Muli's mood at that time. Coughing, Xu Liangyu silently turned his head back, not looking at him. Don't you have to look for her when she's gone? What are we here for? To protect the female lord. If she's gone, she's gone. There now will be right. Go to the female lord first. Wan Yen frowned. Not very agreeable. She seems to have a good relationship with the female master. If she doesn't go looking for it, letting the female master know that she doesn't. How did you do that? It's amazing. Teach me, will you? Song Xiaoyu looked at the man with admiration and asked excitedly. However, Yi Jinghong was striding forward. Now that he had the sect leader's token on him, entering and exiting the city gates was much easier. I didn't expect to actually be in the same class as the son of the third Naruto. The next moment another murmur rang out. On the other hand, a streak of lightning continuously struck from the monster's mouth towards Mito Mengyan's location, and along the way the trees that were struck by the lightning were directly set on fire. Just when the sewing needle everything is set up according to the rules of this world in order. The jackal that was supposed to be taunted by the warrior suddenly and violently snatched the shield in the warrior's hand to snatch it. From the angle I was sitting on just by looking up, I could just see Qinyan's plump thighs stretched out under the table. When the number of trolls in the camp fell below 50, they finally retreated in fear and began to frantically flee into the mountains. Everyone started counterattacking. This side of the citadel also instantly turned into a set of chaos. From time to time, people were shot by the attacking rockets from the bottom of the city, and boulders smashed on the walls, which were smashed to pieces. Shenidwa thought that he would not do such a boring thing even if he had more money, so he might as well invest in scientific and technological research and development to revive the glory of the former 9 institutes. It was only when the apocalypse discovered precious silver and tin resources deep within the oasis that the band gradually disintegrated. Inside the box floated a purple prism with countless prismatic surfaces. The texture and luster looked like an amethyst radiating starlight, but in the next moment it suddenly collapsed into a swastika-shaped stream of purple mist, and then converged into a purple prism again after 2 seconds. It was good that Chen Ji had his own pharmacy. As long as he transferred herbs from the pharmacy, then he could make rouge powder with whitening effect. However, as he looked at the extension of the formation and the order in which it was spread out, he could easily guess it with his attainments in formation Dao. The other side of the Emperor Jade just nodded. The content well is very simple, is the same meaning as Zhao Lian. Impossible. Mother's illness can only go to buy medicine. External application can stop the pain, so I'm already happy. Otherwise every time the illness, mother's voice of pain, straight to the liver. Qin Shio said with a bitter face. However, even a random strike could cause a bloodstain to crumble out of the 4 quasi-emperors of the divine race. Even White Park's Eye of the Storm and Mud technique, 2 field-type skills, disappeared, and the ground turned back to hard mountainous terrain. Huangji, this person is afraid of soft. Fu Cc after this lesson, he did not dare to play the mind. Play tactics, honestly pay up, but also want to pay 100 taels of gold, to buy this fierce, and humane bull king. Obviously the party was still alive and kicking. How come it became like this an hour after it came out? I take your goods, at least you can come back a few rent money. Better than today's 0 income and there is a loss. I obviously is the snow and the charcoal you have to say that I am robbing. Then forget it, I go to someone else's home to get goods. Said, make a gesture to go. This wine-crazy Taoist, can he carry so many 10 directions and 10 colors of lightning? Sun Haochi had a worried look on his face. He wasn't worried for this old drunkard he just met, but for himself. This medicine is attributed to the employees of the drug purification team, who voluntarily worked overtime for 1 hour every day, and worked desperately to process the herbs, so that the supply of raw materials for the medicine factory was not left unsupplied. Chapter 30, The Undersea Palace. It hadn't been long since Zhao Xiong had been kidnapped, but they'd still wasted a lot of time looking for it. A nondescript cliff with a rough sea below. At this time, Xiong Jiaojiu was no longer at all the appearance she recognized. The animal skin on her body was gone, and instead, she was wearing a fitted dress made of leaves. The ears lengthened and became pointed, a clear characteristic of the elven ones. Countless thick, long vines sticking out from behind her. Looking at this unbelievable scene, Lu Neng could only shriek and keep retreating because no one here cared about his existence anymore. Even the villagers who originally had nothing to do with the grudges between the adventurers couldn't afford to have half a bit of pity left. The eldest son of the big house family, Su Han Yang, some time ago from the town back, brought back a lot of fine grain and sugar, although it is all ding-dong things, but Su Miao is very sharp. Do not take more, with white flour and corn flour too mixed, and then put a little sugar. To the younger brother, sisters to do the midnight snack, *******. The professional league will see. Lu Fei spat and followed the two porters out of the dormitory. Judging from the aura alone, it really wasn't on the same level as the players he had seen before, at least for the average person. The other party was already pretty good, but what worried Calroso and the others was the fact that the final boss, Elsa, was never found, and not only him, but many of the elite troops loyal to Elsa were lost. This is probably a case of crooked, negative, positive, negative. 2 did not expect the final result. Our Li Chun failed. Li Feng kicked Li Chun out of the plan to succeed. After saying that, EV handed the pendant to Bai Gang, then instructed his men to give the expedition another batch of supplies to replenish, before turning around and leaving. Xiahou Yuan has a special identity and a prominent position in the Chao clan. As long as the identity of the captain of the personal army is seated, Sun Yu shouldn't be so bad as to see death. Xiao Rui said, Chun Sheng, today, we, uncle and nephew, will join hands and fight side by side to bloodwash the Wanya sacred mountain. Meng Dongfang said grimly. Auntie Huang also wrapped a packet of New Year's money for your family Yulan, wishing you happiness every day and great health. Huang Sherlan also slipped a packet of New Year's money into Yulan's hand. As soon as he saw that Dax, who was always impish in his day, had revealed a grave expression, Xia also understood that he was afraid that things were truly extraordinary. The gaze under the blood pupil's face armor remained cold, letting the other party vent. So waited until Soul's breath began to weaken before he stepped on the other party's chest and said coldly, sitting inside the nanny car. Yang Lin smiled. It was only when he was busy like this that he was able to reflect his necessity. He liked being busy. Paul only knows that Tom used the opportunity of the British general strike to earn a lot of money, although do not know exactly how much, but also understand that it is quite a lot, and Jenny is aware of the Qin terracotta hand. At any time there are hundreds of millions of dollars in the hand. If these money are invested in the foreign exchange market, then this time the Qin terracotta earned money is really tens of billions of dollars. After the dwarves' rule was overthrown, the elves massacred the dwarves. With the pride of the elves, it's no wonder that they would send them and the dwarves' descendants, the Candians, to a place like this. Zhang Debiao looked at those cities and thought to himself, the toughness and strength of these spatial barriers were such that even the Sword Saint was unable to tear through them, forming a cage that locked Zhang Debiao, the Dragon Clan elder, and the others within. Qin terracotta also know that the tea leaves since he took it, then wait for what happened. Anyway, it is he General Motors to beg for themselves. What are they afraid of? The most is just to work for them again. Do not face. Hurry up and find a mirror to take a look. With this face of yours, how can you look like the righteous warrior they talk about? I think a prawn is more like it. Dong Yuan couldn't help but poo-poo Muyu when she saw him being shamelessly self-absorbed again. Chapter 31, Meeting Again. Chu Liangyu relaxed and walked up to the barrier to meet his eyes. Do you remember me? Ha, how did you get here? Yes, this was the boundary spirit that had helped her once in the first place. Chu Liangyu was grateful to him. He just didn't expect to meet so soon. How can I help you out? The realm spirit, however, was instantly alert, looked around, lowered his voice, and said, you're still too weak to help me now. That's right. Lu Shaguime also discovered something even more shocking, and that was that the bodies of many sea beasts could also extract magic crystals. It's not that I'm lazy, it's that madam doesn't need it anymore. Yao Sweetness gently closed the wooden door of the quiet room and said with a smile, another ambush. 2 people also flew up, stand on both sides of the Black Emperor, and when Demon Emperor finished wordline will be surrounded by the Black Emperor. 2 palms in the air spell, forcibly confined him cannot move. Both of them were not fully dressed, their hair was still wet, and they were currently staring at Chen Sinan with a pair of murderous gazes. Many outer disciples stared straight into their eyes, their hands covered their mouths, and nearly exclaimed in shock. Zhao Genua, as one of the 3 top giants among the outer disciples, was actually severely slapped by Yang Ran in public on the dueling stage, a result that was harder for people to accept than if Zhao Genua had been slashed by Yang Ran. Both sides of the mastery of martial arts is not a great at all, and Zhao Ming by Yang Ran ruthless bombarded 4 palms, suffered this heavy blow. Even if it is after the spirit realm of the 8th level of bone-quenching cultivation of the experts will be seriously injured. To Zhao Ming's cultivation is simply not possible to continue to fight again. Is it the ancient martial arts that are superior? Or was the Zen cultivation technique 1 point more powerful? Everyone's heart was filled with anticipation, but the aura of the 8 great families had now been raised to its peak, and they had great confidence. Speak freely, my lord. Gong Sun Yu will definitely know everything, Gong Sun Yu said, patting his chest. Long Yuan? Could it be that he fought with you? Qini Long was shocked. Ever since Qini Long walked onto the world of the alien and ancient martial arts world, he was shocked by two experts before and after. The first one was Long Yuan. His unrivaled Earth system supernormal ability, coupled with his weird and incomparable spatial supernormal ability, the dual system cooperation. It was indeed very formidable. That's fine. When you come to Jingnan City, I will definitely introduce you to a big girl like a flower. Otherwise, my surname will be written backwards, Wang Xiao said with a snort, and his eyes were already tearing up. Black Swallow kept on suing for mercy and shouted to ask Wu Juju to come out and plead for herself. Wu Juju first stretched her neck and peered out, then seeing that Black Swallow was covered in blood, she was busy covering her ears and ran to the corner and closed her eyes tightly. Seeing how the children adored and sang Hartman's praises, Yui should have carried praise for him as well, but she couldn't do it as long as she thought about that dream. After drinking the wine that day, no one knew that Niu Yinchuan was poisoned at the beginning, but just thought that the big extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Niu Yinchuan, was always depressed, and thought that the big extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was not in a good mood. Now that it was so hard to have unrivaled and powerful power, he was itching all over if he didn't take the opportunity to vent it. The heavenly fairy almost immediately turned into a cloud of smoke when it touched the flame, while the Taishan water and the Yu magnet stone absorbed all the smoke as if they were conscious, and one after the other, they went into the same black and gold apparatus that was integrated into the black and gold color. Xing Yuncheng did not dare to go forward. Looking at his stance and the force just now, he should have practiced. Goat Yang sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and hurriedly reached out to close the door, but unexpectedly the door was not closed. The Devil Yen ghost concubine Meng Xiuli, dressed in red, suddenly appeared in the doorway like a ghost, and could not be said to lift a foot and kicked Yang Goat's belly. At that moment, the Baohua scattered man who was examining for Qing Yanjinjin stopped his hand movements and came to a conclusion. However, the two have different emphases, with the spiral shuriken focusing more on the incorporation of changes in the nature of chakra, while the spiral chakra Yu favors the compression of changes in the form of chakra. Chapter 32 Beastly Ugly. What's it to him? It seemed that Xiong Jiajiao's experience this time was also very thrilling. Chu Liangyu couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for her. In the future, don't show your true form if your life is not at stake. Also, remember to practice Tai-In Fist diligently. After all, the Tai-In Fist would be used as their main means of attack in the future. I know Sister Liangyu. Well, it has a set of heart techniques behind it, so I'll teach you when you've mastered the movements. Actually, Jiajiao Xiong, Jin said and walked up to take a look as well, but in the same way as the boss, his face instantly changed. The whole army speed up. Don't wait for us to arrive and the fun is gone. Then it's a wasted trip. Tonight we will finish fighting the ghosts and have a snack. This general treats you to a roasted whole cow. Lin Feng's words set 8,000 generals tears full of face. Nima eating cow is too extravagant. Right, our hometown Wana Planta land cannot find an old yellow cow. You don't have to worry about her safety. She is now hiding within the palace. She can't get away for a while. She will be able to get out of the city in almost another 20 days or so. I will definitely bring her to you then, Leoria replied. All Dia has to do is to help them let go of their reserve and inferiority complex and fit as comfortably as possible into the embrace of the holy light. Shi Tianling originally wanted to wait for Fengyan to finish speaking, to go and properly rectify Yuling ran a bit, but now that he heard the words, but suddenly stopped his footsteps, and was furious and stumbled his feet again and again. The soul seems to be floating in the air. Looking down, the virtual silence only to see countless ground purple shimmering dots revolving around a flower dance in the sky of the sky tree. Under the tree lying a teenager, seems to be sleeping soundly. Going to Furnace Castle? When this thought flashed through his mind, Dou's face somehow floated up to Zuoxi's mind as well. Zhang said he had 3 sons, Zhang Jun, Zhang Ji, and Zhang Li, but the third son, Zhang Li, had already died of illness, leaving only Zhang Jun and Zhang Ji. As the head of the 12 divine generals, Tianyi's strength wasn't something that an innate and an Hotian could deal with. Shiyu suddenly felt in front of a dull, then instantly blind, until he looked back to the sky, where it has become a raging sea of light, colorful, clouds tumbling between the vaguely indistinct seem to have a blurred silhouette, hazy, like the immortal spirit descending to the sky, auspicious now, magnificent. Tout and Josina were eager to get on as well, and Chani incidentally unlocked the back, then told them to follow the method he had just used to open the door. In a normal battle, these 8 Rakshasa warriors were no match for the 4 ultimate angels, let alone the 40 or so knights behind them now. Thinking of what might have happened to him, something horrible that he didn't know about, Fengyan clasped his head with both hands and suddenly fell to his knees. Followed by, he crouched on the ground, loudly, and cried out in pain, howling for a long, long time. Now Long Ao Ting had many questions in her mind that she wanted to ask Shen Yi, but now she was concerned about whether her husband could still win. Song Luyan immediately reported the information he had just obtained to the bureau, lest Dong Xian would notice anything different and break his arm to survive. Facing the speed of Tianmei, which was like an instantaneous movement, Hao Yu had cold sweat on his forehead. He knew that with his own speed, he could not avoid it at all. It was likely that the next second, he would have to come into a close contact with this terrifying enemy. Eventually, Hao Yu convinced Guo Huitong, and the two of them took the flying machine and sped off towards the distant Australia. Zhou Yu sighed and only hoped that this simple, lovely, dreamy girl would be treated well by this world, although in his heart, he is also very clear, with Bai Lanjie's appearance to go to break into the world, head broken blood is still considered light. Zhang San has been watching from the sidelines. This Wu Dekai has performed quite well, although it seems to be a bit copied from his own past ways, but the slow exercise can still be made. See, the workers have gone to their own workstations and started to busy themselves. Zhang San began to turn a few laps. Chapter 33, Returning Home. Chu Liangyu's figure was so well hidden that the silhouette didn't even notice until he reached the entrance of the cave. He stared into the cavern, looking inward and wondering what he was looking at. The hand holding the short sword tightened. Chu Liangyu rushed out with great speed. PSSST. The silhouette was tackled by her, and the short blade went easily to the man's neck. What are you? What's Sneaky doing here? He's silent. Wu Yuan followed his men and left. Shin Tong sat on the sofa and looked at the head of the casino, who was given a pang of hair by him. I feel very lucky to have come across such a warm-hearted person. To be honest, if it wasn't for this Wei Dongliang helping me out, I would probably still be wandering around out there right now, with my injuries untreated, and it's hard to tell if I could even hold on under the rebels' search. Sure, Xiaofeng didn't bother with him and immediately went to check Jiang Shan and Nina's injuries. He was well aware of the power of his punch. Even if Iron-Legged Branch took it, he wouldn't be able to get up. However, once this guy made a mistake, sometimes it was really unbearable. The schoolmate let out a low gasp of surprise as the bad guy's hand actually entered that place of hers. The University Student Activity Center is located in the northeast corner of the school, built close to the back of the mountain, next to the University Medical Center. Because it was the weekend, most of the clubs were off duty. There were only a few students passing by in 2s and 3s downstairs, which didn't seem very popular. This is living water. Living water has a head and a tail. Yijin must try again, and this time, try to go all the way through this water and see what happens. Song, who was hungry, so Yijin grabbed a shrimp and ate it raw. You have one too. Yijin directly chewed it and swallowed it. The 5 caterpillars, who had managed to retreat to the entrance of the cave, fought desperately to fend off the swarming Hito warriors. Seidzun drove all the way to the underground parking lot and saw the car parked before waking up Yijin, who was in the back driver's seat. Yijin woke up. To be precise, Yijin opened his eyes, got out of the car, and the two of them rode the elevator to the top. P.S. Thank you for your support. Also, don't be embarrassed if you don't have a ticket, just leave a comment. Tone is very happy. Because of the prohibition, the heaven and earth aura released by the pulse center would not escape. It would be reabsorbed into the pulse center just as it appeared, and then continue to be released and continue to be absorbed, and so on and so forth. Dai Jun's original coarse voice rang out, and at once the irony of the song was revealed in all its splendor. Wu Ruerue thought that actually Chu Feng had forgotten what exactly he was called. Otherwise, why had he already spoken for such a long time, but still had not said the name thing with himself? So now saying so was also considered giving Chu Feng a step down. Yu Xian, it's me. Pulling down the black cloth covering his face, the black shadow revealed his original appearance. Did not lie long on the dawn, the old Hao has long been snoring like thunder, and Li Tianshou almost did not sleep. On the one hand, hungry, on the other hand, but also worried about the crowd. Last night's matter, as long as the others did not reveal the cloven foot on the problem, is not big. Otherwise it is very difficult to end. Can't sleep, so simply got up. Zhong Lingyu didn't answer. Instead he touched her head and told her to go take a bath then go to sleep. Agent Extreme was released in theaters owned by China Film, where the fire originated, and it's the same people from China Film who are coming for him now. All of the surrounding spatial air currents were swallowed in by that one huge sword-on, and the huge sword-on was like a spatial crack that tried to swallow everything around it. The compound's home is the root. He was too eager to get things done. Li Tianshou's forehead kept breaking out in cold sweat, itching to smack himself violently. Just hope that this time difference can make up for the loophole. Zhang Jiqiang did not say time is too early words. For the time being, let's comfort ourselves first. Chapter 34, Shelter. Hu Qiumu's side was estimated to be a long way away. Chu Liangyu thought so and did not worry much. As for Feng Xiuwu, he was prepared to rest for the night and then go and fetch the cubs back. That night, Chu Liangyu took Jia Jiuxiong to Hu Qiumu's side for a temporary stay. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one cub around, Jia Jiaxiong would be sleeping out in the open again. Chu Liangyu himself does not have a yard of his own, and in the past, in order to have children, he usually went to various. It was a complete impossibility, and it made Arthur realize that Jot Brown was no longer Jot Brown at this point. When the car drove into the villa, there was something else inside. People in a hurry could be seen everywhere. They were all in the same color of white shirts and black pants, while special badges were pinned on their chests. Roxanne's set of inferences was convincingly reasoned, and Brown's heart believed 8 or 9 of them. Song Mingyue took in her expression and looked at the disheveled departing back, secretly clenching her fists. This Wang Shifu was downright dismissive of him, but he was incredibly respectful to Zhou Ruoshi between words. The old immortal father took a deep breath, and did not pass over what they had collectively committed lightly. Compensation was what concubine Ning wanted after all, and it wasn't surprising that she was curious about what His Majesty would give. As he spoke, he made a wink, and immediately, there were several large and thick security guards, with unfriendly faces, surrounding them. The blood on that Barbie doll that was in the field yesterday. I've already sent someone to check. The faint morning light shone on Yu Jiangcheng's face. His face was expressionless, but his tone was filled with coldness, as if it was an abyss, silent and deep. Since Chen Ku, he has not only become more and more demanding to the ministers in the court, but even to himself. He has become more and more ruthless. As for Yu Chuling, who had been standing by the side silently watching the show, after seeing Yi Yi's great power, her delicate features finally spread out in a smile, quietly letting go of her hanging heart. Morno Wuyang country now facing Suzy country harassment. Sisters will help circulate the news that she is very favored. The number of times to serve betting is also the most, but will not come to resent her robbed their favor. Just based on this point, it is worth her to treat them as a family member to see. These people have already killed their eyes, and they can survive by killing those defenseless refugees. Is there anything more profitable than that? Li Yangyang had already been reminded by Yang Mu of the fact that he had achieved great success in his divine power, but he hadn't been in a hurry to put it into action with Bai Jia. After all, it might make Bai Jia realize something, so he decided to push it back, at least for a month or more. Upon hearing this, Han Kuei felt incredulous. Being able to become a student of Shui Yang Academy was certainly an honor, but the Royal Academy, as the #1 academy in the empire, was populated by the royal family, and it was difficult for Han Kuei to comprehend that Zhang Dongyu did not choose the Royal Academy but still wanted to enroll in Shui Yang Academy. I'm not going to play. Go, I won't play. Please call and drink at 5:30. Hood, I see you're wanting to take a week off and your wallet won't allow it. There really isn't one. Yang Hao's whip leg and Zhou Sen's arms collided together. The amazing force shook out countless cracks in the ground under their feet, and then the two of them separated again as if they were cannonballs. That's Lok Yu Jiao in the painting. Hey, didn't guess, did you? That was painted by him and his real parents on their first and last meeting together, leaving him with the only relic, and now it's gone. Lu-11 sniper grenade rounds. That's pretty no-nonsense good stuff, and there's a fair amount of this kind of firepower deployed on the mountain. On the opposite side, Meng Songxing chopped at him with another sword, sending him flying far away and nearly spitting out another mouthful of old blood. Underworld wedding and ordinary weddings are not the same, not only because the groom is a dead man, but also because of the underworld wedding. Not as festive as ordinary weddings, although still everywhere red lanterns hanging high, but the guests will not laugh. The whole wedding, more than the funeral, is also quiet, and it is also this kind of quiet, let a person feel depressing. Chapter 35, The Pup Receiving Controversy. Green Hills, Patriarch's Compound. What do you mean by that, Father Beast? You've always been intelligent. I don't believe you don't understand. Father Hu put down the cup in his hand and looked straight at him as he continued. If you don't understand, then I'll say it again. Those 10 cubs can only be better cared for in the tribe, so I'm not going to let you take them back. I can take care of them just as well, so why don't you give them to me? As for how it worked out, she didn't want to know. She just needed to know that she and her man were both perfectly fine right now, and that was the end of it. Falling dust and have no intention of perfunctory plague, do not want to deliberately add water to dilute. Had to follow the first recipe, a pot and then a pot to boil, a pot and then a pot to pour, until a large box of materials exhausted. Only shallow will be to the bottleneck. It was even more so for those who were eating the melon. Their faces were all as twisted as they could be because their nerves were strained. At the same time, they were also paying attention to that old fellow's expression. Sure enough, this fellow's face was already covered in dark clouds at this point. The next thing was definitely lightning and thunder. But Latte was surprised that the old bod mouth of the day dead to people, but it is mind-boggling. Not to mention Luo Yuan, Su Santao, 2 people, that is, such as Latte has been hanging out in the green building Chuken in the veteran, but also cannot help but refuse to believe that the bed things can engage dead people. There's no harm done. The priority is to rush out in a hurry. Zi Yunyuan shook his head as the laws of thunder manifested. The surging power of thunder complementing the power of the moon from the falling moon sun, working together to defend against the underworld hellfire outside. These flame elves were very smart. They sensed that Zi Yunyuan was not to be messed with. If they just rushed up, they might be able to take care of Zi Yunyuan. However, they would also pay a very painful price. So they decided to consume until Zi Yunyuan didn't have any extra aura. All friends, I'll give him 20% off. Remember to go back and tell him yo. Nan Shengchuan didn't forget to instruct another sentence. Huang Fei now realized that it was still important to do his own thing, and it was useless to spend all his time meddling. He had had enough. Death might be a very good relief if he couldn't get away. That was what he was thinking right now. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. His eyes were so calm. Zheng Qihang reported back to the police station in a rage after the report, and was trying to find an excuse to scold his subordinates to get rid of the anger. And then there is new news. Seeing Dijia surrounded by the two beasts, Lu Hong didn't forget to add fire to Dijia's weakness. As soon as the news appeared, it was quickly accepted by the public. After all, there could not be a more reasonable explanation. At this moment, Zhang Muyang was sitting idly in the backyard, his eyes slightly closed. Although he had memorized the spirit moon sword technique, it did not mean that he had learned it, but also had to keep on trying to figure it out, as if he had memorized the mathematical formulas. But you shouldn't be sure that you would use it for the same reason. Wait until they sober up to really realize how powerful this wine is. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Yixing's voice appeared within the bedroom. Looking at Lu Hang's departing figure, she couldn't help but murmur, Chenli is a powerful force. The former deputy supervisor, even if he becomes an ordinary security guard, he has his own contacts, and at the same time, he is very familiar with the security sector, and Chenli cooperates with him. Yan Nan had just completed his attack when he saw three things like mechanical spiders charging towards him at high speed. The replicant soldier's helmet on his head immediately analyzed the power of these things and provided it to Yan Nan. Collecting so much food and drink was even enough to replenish Lin Sen's consumption along the way, so he didn't need to worry about the supplies on the way back, but rather needed to worry about how to free up more space to store the spices that were all over the place. Chapter 36 is different. The day after Hu Qiumu's return, Chu Liangyu lived a peaceful but fulfilling day as usual. Do not see the slightest urgency. In contrast, Hu Qiumu always intentionally or unintentionally pass by the small courtyard. Want to say something but do not dare to rush. Chu Liangyu glanced at him with his afterglow and just pretended that he didn't exist and continued with the matter at hand. In this way, after a short while, Hu Qiumu. Then he left. Today it was Xiong Xianhui who was in charge of guarding. Chu Liangyu looked at him and suddenly got a bit of an itchy hand. At this time, Long Tang was however still fighting for his life in the Dragon's Ceiling Valley. After all, if he wasn't able to hold out for a quarter of an hour at the hands of the Sawtooth Tiger, it would be impossible for him to get out of the Dragon's Ceiling Valley. This was the order of the White Dragon God's own master, and Long Tang did not dare to disobey in any way. Young Sung-Su didn't answer Oh Se-hun directly, but focused his eyes on Mukthi along with the other four. As soon as he heard that it was a bride price, Lin Tai's eyes were already glowing. If eyes could kill. At this time, Lin Chengxuang swore to shoot them all. Lifting her head, she found herself in her pajamas, being hugged by Yu Yi, who hadn't changed his clothes yet. After all, none of the dads had ever ridden a horse before, so getting on was all a bit of a challenge. I will not change. Jian Quan was enraged, and was about to get rid of that old thief in one breath, but he didn't expect that the arrow formation would suddenly start at this time, and thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, which had become a rain of arrows, coming from all over the sky, and such hatred between brothers. It is so that the soldiers of the two countries continue to fight, so that the hatred continues to pile up. The achievement of 1,000 years are difficult to wash away. The hatred of non-life and death duel cannot be. What did you two do? Sidebottom's gaze was locked on the two, his tone a little tense. Yun Mayu ran into the bathroom to take a shower, tired and a little bleary-eyed. The fever had not completely subsided and she almost fell over. Suddenly remembering something, she ran out of the house, letting the rain drench her clothes and hair. She just ran forward with great effort. That night she put the photo back in his suit pocket. The next day she took the suit he had changed out of and realized it was no longer in the pocket. She searched the room like a madwoman. Under the pillows, in the closet, in the pockets of every piece of clothing, but she found nothing. With the Crown Prince's 50,000 Jingwu guards, it could be considered an even match between Lang Zhenghua and the others and the Duke of Zheng. Yanren is hidden in the black fog, roughly absorbing the power of darkness. The serpentine seal on the forehead is increasing in size. The qualification breaks the norm, breaks through the third order, and steps into the realm of genius. And the breaking power looks weird. Some bad feelings. Lin Qingfan was speechless for a while. He knew that Candle Elder wanted to hide it again and not say anything. Of course, understanding Candle Elder's meaning outside of his words, he didn't force himself to do so. When the time came, Candle Elder would naturally open his mouth. The Emperor was a little distressed and hesitant, but Qingfeng took out 2 spirit fruits, and the Emperor was overjoyed after seeing them, and immediately called for a tranquilizing pillow to be brought over. Yiku immediately picked up the bag and slowly put the things down. Where did you get them? What do you need these for? He does not have a preference for raising plants, and also poor care. There used to be pots of cactus balls, live to raise the cactus ball to yellow hair. Thorns are soft, like a layer of hair. Kneeling at the back of the inner hall, Lang Ji shook his eyes and saw her like this, so scared that he hurriedly gave her a wink. Cloud froze for a moment. She was holding on to a boy, who had clear eyebrows and looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him at school. The fact that she left a letter thanking him and paying the money off was just another blunt statement that she didn't want anything more to do with him, and he understood that he would do it. The giant finger was huge and incomparable, like a pillar of the sky. On that giant finger, it was densely covered with all kinds of mysterious and incomparable patterns, vaguely flowing out a trace of the atmosphere of the great Tao laws, filled with extremely powerful power. In an instant, the Starsea vision rolled over and closed, turning into a channel of starlight into Shi Feng's palm, wrapped in green light to return. Chapter 37, A Trip to Qingqiu. What a nerve! Hu Qiumu, you dare to betray the tribe and lead people to injure the clansmen. On the opposite side of the crowd, Hu Qiumu's face was expressionless as he said, "What's wrong with me coming to bring back my cubs?" "What do you mean your cubs? They can have our fox bloodline as well." "Who says it isn't? You're kindly given a raise, and instead of being grateful, you're gracious. Normally, the tribe in which the cubs are born, that's the..." Fu Nanyu immediately rushed back home after receiving the call. He knew that this matter might be difficult to deal with, but hadn't given up yet. Yang Jing had her own insistence, her own logic, only these all became very ridiculous in Chang'an's eyes. In addition, even though Rainy Night Walker's figure was completely hidden between the heavens and the earth, his body didn't really disappear. His body still existed here. It was just that the enemy couldn't see it anymore, which meant that he was still able to be attacked by the enemy through the execution of terrifying wide-range attacking source techniques. And Shuyan's whole body trembled. Her parents. This was a scar of the Yin family that had already scabbed over, but it only took one touch to make one feel suffocated. On the contrary, Chu Feng's red robe had already been torn apart, revealing the red torso origin armor inside, which also had multiple cracks on it. After taking several steps backwards one after another, Chu Feng finally managed to stabilize himself, and the torso origin armor helped him withstand most of the impact. The same in this situation. Gu Yan's injury has not fully recovered, and he has so many company things to deal with. Running at both ends would have been very tired. In fact, there is not much energy to manage this matter. Xia Chunyan had a gold Buddha falling on her chest, pearl earrings in her ears, and a gold circle bracelet on her wrist. When Shao Kong learned that Yi Shulin proposed to go to Sea City with Dingguo on business trip, he didn't stop him. He simply wanted to send Dingguo to Yi Shulin directly. Finally, Ling Jin and the others arrived at their destination, the big emerald green mountain and the huge snowy mountain. In the middle of these two high mountains, there was a relatively slightly shorter red mountain. Ling Jin raised his head and looked up. This red mountain, which was indeed shorter in comparison, towered over the clouds. "Leave the blacklist gorilla to us, and that big bird is all yours, brother." Shaggy Man rushed at Ling Jin in a loud voice. The Devil Bone Mountain range was not far from the Xian Heavenly Sect. Through the Xian Heavenly Sect's teleportation array, one could teleport to the ideal city not far from the Demon Bone Mountain range. Lin Tianyao looked back and forth. He realized that there was an inn up ahead, so he walked towards the inn. Ing Ning Wang Fu stayed overnight Guan Jingtian before the hour and got up early, tossing and turning all night, but some of the heart is restless, hard to open eyes to lie until dawn. Perhaps not to say that this night, even in the past 2 months, he almost did not have a good night's sleep. She closed her eyes and recalled the previous scene, hoping to find a little bit or two missing. However, the last scene of the memory was just in that gazebo with the warm breeze, and nothing else. Be good, be good, be good. The finger violently pressed down. A strong force directly split on the top of the huge monster's head. The monster wailed, the whole body as if the marrow and bones had been drained away, softly paralyzed on the ground, instantly turned into a thin skin. Bo Chi Ling did smile bitterly at the situation. Seeing Xiechin's expression, she knew that the other party had thought wrong. However, she didn't bother to explain. Instead, she redirected her autumn water-like gaze to Li Shongshan. The arrival of the rich and famous in the capital had allowed the economy of Wanchun County to flourish. Only that those who chased after flowers and honey, from a place that was too dangerous for Baijia village, also gave Ruoxing quite a headache. What does it matter? It's just a few old romances. Jiang Xiaoxiao clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 38, Gains and Losses. You, how could you? Whose father's eyes widened as the person across from him remained unchanged. He'd never encountered this before, and some of them were controlled for short periods of time at best, but there hadn't been one as completely unaffected as she was before her. Chu Liangyu smiled, somewhat inscrutable. How about admitting defeat? After a moment of silence, whose father finally nodded. Remove the knife from his neck. Wasting your time with me for so long. Thank you for everything you said to me today. Yun was a person who was not willing to say thank you to others. Although he didn't say the word thank you himself, but in fact through his tone of voice it was able to be heard that he was very thankful to Emily from the bottom of his heart. I told you, this is the right time to come in. Everything is under the boss's control. This is great. The two walked up to Liang Weidong's side on. Scarchow said so. The people present were not stunned. Ha's voice, the old couple of Chiofu as if back to 30 years ago, listening to the old waist from the ground to jump up. Lord Shangguan, what are you? Jean Rusi looked up and down, thinking how it was like wearing a turtle shell. He walked towards me step by step. His immortal aura rolled up the fallen leaves on the ground, turning them up slightly behind him. As he drew nearer, I seemed to smell the fragrant and clear scent of flowers, and I completely sank under his powerful and enchanting aura, a beauty that could never be encountered in the demon realm, and a memory that I could never forget. In the evening, Hua sat on the hillside and looked at the dots of starlight on the day. What on earth has happened? Your natal star is actually this dim? After saying that, Hua fell silent. She really couldn't think of anyone else in this world who could kill Yi. After catching the keys, Emily looked at the two keys in his hand. The corner of his mouth unconsciously wiped up a nice-looking arc, and then without any ambiguity, he directly handed one to Qiao Linger beside him. The Heavenly Emperor gazed at Shin Gongbao's corpse for an instant, and as for the White Emperor's words, the Heavenly Emperor merely straightened himself and did not make a positive reply. The maid opened the handkerchief and looked at it. The handkerchief was as white as the first time, and the blood disappeared, and she was shocked and dumbfounded. Fan Zhao was remorseful, only hated that he did not catch Iju at Taoist in time. Li Xinju was also looking nervously at the dozens of people coming in behind her. It was clearly Jintan and the others. Their original angry looks had all disappeared after seeing so many treasures in the courtyard. The others silently did their own thing, and for a while, only the sound of Hua Qianrua fiddling with her tools could be heard in the entire room. Who knew that Feng Raining didn't take the foreigners who were cooing and laughing beside him seriously? And with an unchanged face, he also smiled at Albert to show that he didn't care. But this hesitation was only short-lived, and eventually attachment to Bai Qi took over, and Kiki nodded solemnly. From the time he entered the capital and entered the Imperial College, Guanyang had given him great care, and he never thought that this care stemmed from an appreciation of the latter. Just how much of this official business is his intention and how much is Zhu Jinrui's intention is unknown. Siyu slightly nods his head, considered to have greeted Xijin. Even when he sees his father, he remains as cool as usual, without a single more change in expression on his face. Su Jiolai's eyes widened in surprise, ignoring her pain and ripping the necklace off in one fell swoop. If that were true, I fear that this dinner would not be a good one, and that I would have to sneak off at once like an adulterer. This immortal, why are you stopping me? The matter started with me. It has to be resolved by me. Genie looked at him suspiciously and tilted his head. The matter of this child will remain a secret for the time being, but with the child in this state, who would dare to take care of it? Who would dare to approach it? The Cui family can't do it. That day the old madam even said such words as sending out Chao's mother. How dare they be careless? Chapter 39, Taking by Force. Young Wei, come here. Chu Liangyu's attention was fully on Xiong Zhejiao's words, and the sudden appearance of the voice startled her. Father Beast. Chu Liangyu turned back. It's you he, just still chanting a few sentences. This person followed him up. Just in case the Mysterons make a comeback. The tribe they can't go back. So where should they go? Xingqiu? You can deny it. Yan Yaoshan said. That man suspected that the child was his. As long as Zhang Ao Ran didn't admit it, that man couldn't do anything about it. The whole room was partitioned against the walls with wooden boards, one layer after another, filled with stones of various shapes. Derek then carried Fan Guoqian on his back and, like a gust of wind, left the lab and ran towards the second exit. Knowing that this was an internal call, Guoguo was actually a little too excited to pick it up, staring blankly at the phone and looking up at Zhou Weizhao. She hadn't cried when she endured the pain of passing, she hadn't cried when death was very near, and she still hadn't cried when the joy of finally succeeding in the 7 passes brought tears to the eyes of many. Yu Xiaojun. Since the crossing, the Yu family's habits have been maintained. As long as still in the capital, he must go home every night, outside to be delayed or meet the unexpected. But also do not forget to let people go home to tell A. It is precisely because he did the same as the original master. Changning Princess and the Emperor's side harnessed by the side of the team of the Emperor's side of the team of Yu did not find the sun's core changed. Through the gap opened by the blood-vine lotus, Zhang Mu observed the black-feathered eagle hovering roughly 20 meters or so above them and slowly spoke. Having just woken up, she was still a little less than lucid, and her confused blinking look amused Song Yanzhao. Wait until tomorrow when we go to the other courtyard to continue crying, Yu Xiaojun said as he helped Xia Lily wipe her tears. Can only say that it is fortunate that Sakuraji is not a person of Hainan, otherwise the footsteps of Hainan's streak is really unstoppable. Perhaps from the 3 consecutive championships straight up to 5 consecutive championships to go. Of course, the brain is a good thing. I hope that the King of the Hill players have, but the matter is willing to do. The Great Wall of Cheese Mind, not even to go to the Upside Down Mountain. Rain Dragon Sect. So Lu Qichan went to the Longhu Mountain area. And then there is the contemporary Great Master of the Downhill Demon. When Mu Sheng heard this, his mouth immediately worshipped and chimed in with a few words to show that he fully agreed with the words of the public heart. Just as No. 77 and No. 35 were calculating the time for the smoke to disappear. Suddenly a person rushed out of the smoke with no weapon at all in his hand. The 2 men fired on reflex, and this nasty unscientific thing happened. Hainan attacked. Shanboku saw that Hainan did not want to attack the inside of the idea, strengthened the restrictions on the outside of Hainan, but Miyagi and Ajin directly block each other. The effect is very unsuccessful. Mitsui and Katsumi both followed their defense responsible for the person, and when Chu Lingyu walked in, Lang Hatasasa's originally godless eyes seemed to have a little bit of divine color at that moment. Su Huizu saw Xuelu with a snotty nose and a tearful face and begged bitterly, and felt that Xuelu did not look like a joke. Su Huizu followed the direction of Tan Zhong pointed out, watching for a while. The fog is hazy, cannot see the things on the hillside, but vaguely can see the shape of things like artillery. There should really be a cannon array. Every morning Pingon Chen practiced pile walking in the courtyard of his residence, and the boy squatted at the entrance to the courtyard, holding his cheeks and watching carefully. Duan Haisan wanted to pull himself out, and just as he exerted his strength, one of his legs began to lift up, and suddenly, a palm pressed on top of his shoulder, hardening him again, and, this time, the sinking was even deeper, and it didn't even go past his knees. After Zhu Gaoshu determined the situation, and think of the larger world situation, his excitement gradually occupied the upper hand. Xia he didn't use any other method. He just stepped on the Divine Flame Flying Crow and let the Divine Flame Flying Crow spit fireballs at the ground, purely suppressing his opponent with his rank, which was just powerful enough to make the enemy unable to resist. Chapter 40, A Thrilling Battle. What the hell was going on, and could someone tell him why this female was so vicious? He had seen all kinds of females, but it was really the first time he had seen such a ferocious one like Chu Liangyu. Don't. I'll talk. I am to bring you before the Lord and let him dispose of you. Your honor? The doubts in Chu Liangyu's heart grew even more. What's your relationship? A partnership. He helps us avenge our deaths. We help him. Go by yourself. I don't care if you go, Lin Feng said and twisted his body to leave, his feet stepping away, striding forward. Suot is sweet, as if honey, but also with a mint flavor fragrance. Let Li Weidong cannot help but suck. At first there is a little bit of mischief flavor, but later, it became a one-sided enjoyment. Give me the royal sword voodoo, 10,000 swords technique, and sword god into the humanitarian sword. Moe's heart directly darkened. His hands to be enough with the strongest sword technique, can be the boss, naturally not stupid. If you find Zhang Demang, the first sight of him did not think that he was looking for someone? Where would C Knight know that blades like this level, in Yi Qingtang's spatial ring, had simply been countless, and what he thought of as divine weapons, in Yi Qingtang's eyes, were not intrinsically different from those of scrap copper and iron. Snake is the East China Sea moneylender, but also to receive money to do things for people. As long as you have money, casually want someone else's arm or want someone else's hand, he can help you get. In layman's terms, is the professional hitman. The unintended consequences were not perfect, but it was a good investment in terms of short-term cash return. He did not go. Still we're waiting. See, the wife raised his hand over the buttocks to flee into the house. The grandson came out. Look at where slipped to the wall and raised his leg and kicked the wall. Looking up at Lu Feng, I bit my lip. The fiery pain on my cheeks was a constant reminder that I couldn't be impulsive. Will this really work? Li Fu knew a lot about Li Weidong's strength. A big pervert like Li Weidong, even if he bombarded with missiles, Li Fu felt unstable. For ninjas just wanted to delay him. Was it possible? Lin Ming then began the task of healing in the boundary that Ranzan had casually imposed around him and Kenshiro Moregi. Listening to the sobbing sound ringing inside the phone, Lin Sanhai's heart immediately had a bad feeling. Zhu Junran would rarely lose her temper. I know. Don't worry. Out of Gao Xinjie's house, Lin Sanghai drove about to go to the company. He received Yao Hui's. As soon as he saw that it was Yao Hui who called, immediately Lin Sanghai was excited, and directly parked the car on the side of the road. Of course Lin Feng wouldn't do that, not because he had a crush on her, but because he was curious about her and wanted to know more about her past. And wasn't this the right time for such an opportunity? Thus, a single figure rushed in front of this pagoda in unison, and when they saw the pagoda shatter, the Heavenly River Sex Patriarch was the first one to have a look of excitement appear on his face, because the pagoda wouldn't shatter for no reason. And the fluctuation of that great Tao power just now was definitely something that only a Tao Emperor powerhouse could unleash. The two, who could sacrifice everything in order to achieve their own ends, could be completely described as two complete lunatics, and two lunatics whose strength was so powerful that it was incomparable. Instead, the opponent just blocked left and right, then gently raised the transparent stick to aim a vicious blow at Lin Ming's incoming leg. This is the wisdom of the Chinese people, although we all know, but cannot say not to break, otherwise it is not good for everyone. Having to stare wide-eyed, Lin Ming had a feeling of surprise. Commonwealth Orchid itself should not have any spiritual pressure. If Commonwealth Orchid suddenly appeared in the body of spiritual pressure, then Lin Ming was sure that it must be the masterpiece of Ranzai Kurosuk. Chapter 41, Reinforcements arrive. With Chu Liangyu's control, the water flowed quickly around them, bringing up a gust of wind. A moment later, Chu Liangyu stopped swinging while pointing straight at the man in black. In the next instant, the overwhelming sea water surged towards the man in black. That battle, looking at people's hearts rise fear for no reason, subconsciously want to avoid. In the face of such raging seawater, a transparent barrier appeared around the black-cloaked man, blocking this seawater. Seawater entrainment. The longitudinal boots were simply, for the longitudinal sect, an absolute impossibility to lend to others. Suddenly, he remembered that he had previously probed into the theft of the longitudinal sect's longitudinal boots. However, Wang Changsheng had always been on the path of perfecting his martial arts, and he didn't mind taking the best and removing the dregs as long as he came across a suitable martial art. Zhong Daonian looked at Gu Choumi as if he was looking at a madman. He knew that if this person came from the Zhong family, he would definitely be considered a talent of the world. Nian Hui's footsteps lurched, his deep eyes deep-set, swept through a trace of shock and sad melancholy, but only for a moment. A cold sweat rose behind Yi Chu, who woke up. It was so close. Just now, if he didn't have the 3 leaves to remind him, he would probably be completely lost. He Zhu Dao this person. When Wang Changsheng first created the undefeated sword demon, he only mentioned a few words, without ever having him show his face, so he did not know if he was still alive. Hanjiang University was divided into 2 groups. Xiong Xiaohai and the 3 of them were scavenging for supplies in the city, while Gong Moliang was driving the car. In fact, they didn't know that during this period of time, in order to upgrade their cultivation, these few people had exchanged their gold coins as well as some of the finest treasures for treasures that could aid in upgrading. Humph, ignore you. Suitably closing her mouth, Marlene crossed her arms over her chest, looking like a baby angry and in need of coaxing. Yi Chu wanted to escape. How could those elves let Yi Chu escape? A huge boundary directly descended. Ren Wan froze, and with that strange friction coming from her chest, along with the fact that she was being held tighter, she assumed that her cousin was having an animalistic fit and was going to do something to her. After all, back when she still didn't know Zi Wanner's true face, she had seen Zi Wanner during the competition of the 4 major academies in Donghua City, and Zi Wanner was still in a state of disbelief. Shu Love is also their comrade, can't just ignore it, even if ordinary people are their obligation, so there is no excuse. Although these kidnapping and hijacking is easy to tear the ticket and so on, they more or less have to be concerned about the emotions. Mrs. Xiang was glaring at him, but she suddenly narrowed her deep eyes. Wrinkles piled up together in folds around her eyes, pursed her lips tightly, her neck poked forward, and her nose breathed hard. Moreover, that Sundawn's strength was also the 8th stage of martial apprentice, and at this moment, if he added Yi Zhuozhuang, even if he failed completely, there was no problem if he wanted to retreat in one piece. Su Yang hurriedly stood up and followed Jiang Su out together. He didn't say anything when he saw Jiang Su's big step. He thought that Jiang Su must have already inquired about the dormitory where that schoolmate lived. Bai Ju was looking straight at Dong Chun Huan at this time. Surprisingly, there was a seductive feeling, a sense of bewitchment. However, Firefox could be certain that once she left Kupang, the other party would definitely be killed by Elder Tai with a thunderbolt, which was something she was absolutely unwilling to see. Seeing that Xiao Rong was about to approach, the self could not move. It could only close its eyes, not daring to look. Shangguan Beifeng's face stank because the others didn't have the time to pay attention to him. This made him even more lost and sensitive. Guan Hong shouted sternly. By now he had fully understood that Mu Han must have known about the news that the Gatian divine sect wanted to capture him. The reason why he had kept himself from being killed was that he wanted to use himself as bait to lure out the other martial immortals of the Gatian divine sect, and in dealing with them like he had dealt with the Spirit Void clan's martial immortals, he would eliminate them all in one fell swoop. After a long time, a low voice rang out, and the eyelids of that giant crocodile abruptly popped open. Almost at the moment when the pupils were revealed, two substantial pieces of blood-red eye light exploded out. Chapter 42, Gaining a Helping Hand. Silence, silence, or silence. I don't know how long this stalemate lasted. Chu Liangyu's hands felt numb, her patience running out. She went straight to the point. If I'm right, you've been watching the battle from the sidelines with cold eyes from the beginning to the end. Trying to kill Phosphorus? Chu Liangyu let go of him and stood on his own feet, knowingly asking, if you give me back life Phosphorus, I can promise you one thing. Chu Liangyu snorted. Really? To leave the table and come out to greet, to offer a handshake, to sit down as equals, as is now the case, is absolutely the most honored courtesy in this office. Although Li and Lu, two elders, resisted in their hearts, they couldn't refuse in the face of Chen Lin, an expert, and when the martial arts were nullified, these three people snuggled together like sickly children. Toward the time of the evening meal, figures in ordinary, even somewhat ragged clothing flew past, their faces not clearly visible in their hats. Asked the sixth prince, recently busy what? A few days not in the capital. Very missed the sixth prince. Someday to visit the sixth prince. As soon as her words fell, the wind chimes at the door tinkled, and she saw Gao Yan pushing open the door with listening lotus. The two of them held two large umbrellas, their bodies, in addition to stained with a little moisture, not half a drop of rain, on his lips. He mocked the North Sea crane wing, but Chen Lin did not dry watch the joke, since he wanted to know the news of the Jindan scripture. Regardless of whether the information was true or false, he had to absorb it all. The following words were okay to say to Huang Zhanyan. Talking openly with a big man seemed to that, probably because her expression was too gentle, or perhaps it was her round almond eyes that easily made people feel good about her. Wu Tong actually really lowered her hand. She really felt that Chen Yan needed a personal assistant. There were a lot of things she wanted to arrange for someone to do, and there was no one she was comfortable with yet, so she could only look for her. There was a crunching sound underfoot with every contact, a sign that the dirt was frozen by the cold temperatures. Fu abandoned is not unintelligent. Su Xingli refused to want. Know that he is trying to do face to Yuan Yuan. He will be the proposal of marriage to bring the gift to be 3 times heavier. If she had known that Lin Mang was so stingy and wanted to take back all the money she had spent over the years, she should have taken back all the rights of this housekeeper a long time ago. She had put a laxative in the juice, and as long as Song Jiu ate it, she wouldn't be able to attend today's banquet. Help me to the room. Tonight as a dog bite. Wang Xiying seemed to make up her mind and let out a soft sigh. But if this time, a strong enemy is coming, how many times the power of the dog race? The white rainbow is the death of the Taishang Dao. The only difference is that the version I heard from Fu Chunmei is that Lu Lihua is holding on to Battalion Chief Zhang like a lifesaver, and doesn't want a divorce even if she can't give birth to a child. After inquiring multiple times, it really did allow them to inquire about the hospital that Lin Zhishi and the others had sent them to in the first place. There were many people who wanted to flatter the Yangning burial mansion now, and Lu Xinyo was concerned about Lin Yunzi's reputation and kept a low profile in private. Lin Zhishi knew very well in his heart that turning off the live broadcast at this moment would be the only thing that would make the year-old completely fall into a passive scene. A smile appeared on Song Jiajiao's face, and in order to express her sincerity, she also drank the juice she was holding. In the barracks, there were 100,000 troops, of which 50,000 were elites, and 50,000 new recruits who had just joined the camp. She had already been victimized once by her grandmother's family, and had managed to escape from the fire with her life, and didn't want to be victimized by them again. A bunch of people from Lu Jiawan came over to help. Some of them Chen Fan recognized, some didn't, and he smiled and thanked them all. Old man Yang pulled out his heart and said a lot, and when he came back to his senses, Yan Han had already walked out of the gate. That Qingyang Mountain Villa's Yun Litsong is not so good to deal with. After all, it's the royal family of the Cloud Kingdom. It would be good if they could just die out their enmity. Concubine Shu added. Yang Tianzhou, who was currently looking up at the sky at 45 degrees, couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears at the corner of his eyes. Chapter 43, Continuation of the original plan. Feng Qiuwu, who had already traveled a long distance, flew for only a few moments, and then saw a familiar figure on the ground. Except, who was the extra guy again? Without waiting for him to think much, Chu Liangyu spotted him. Feng Qiuwu? Female lord. I've heard everything from Hu Qiumu. Feng Qiuwu swallowed back the words that were on her lips and turned to say, fearing that you were in danger, I left my cubs behind and rushed here. Chu Liangyu took one look at his obviously accelerated blinking. There were also quite a few dragon scouts walking around outside of Constantine's castle, and a chance encounter was a fight. A night wind blew. The petals have fallen, like flying butterflies, like flying snow, beautiful and lingering, peach blossom crowded. A cluster of clusters full of branches, exuding a light fragrance. But I'd say from the level of color loss that it's hard to tell if it's natural or not, and even harder to tell if it's enlightened. That is what your son said. If there was any more confusion and delay, do not say that my master was unkind, the swordsman said with dignity. The swordsman may have had no choice but to say something to his enemy, but he could not rely on what he said to himself. Upon hearing this price, immediately many people under the field wilted, not to mention the price increase. Many people, even the money of the bottom price is not enough, can only be reduced to a spectator. These two secret guards, along with the two secret guards outside the courtyard who were already killed in the line of duty. Xiao Luanyin is also trusted, or else he wouldn't have entrusted Shogor's safety to them. Well, let's get on with it. The fragmented army let out a long whine as his feelings grew stronger. Today's battle might be enough to last him a lifetime. Excitement, a valiant fight, drummed up the winds and clouds like a silver dragon proud of its 10 million feet. Soha lifted her own trigger finger-clad hand and half raised it, her voice choked with emotion, staring into Anthony's eyes without showing weakness, and the two Tibetan mastiffs tied up in the corner, after a buzz, couldn't resist the power of the scent and seemed a little depressed and lethargic. The school officials and oracles on the side were stunned. Xiaxin's words completely shattered their inherent notions. However, Li Fanyu didn't have the heart to care about these details, and after nodding with the employee, he walked back to the office with hurried steps. Su Zuoyan happened to look at Yi Kaicheng, and was instantly flashed by Yi Kaicheng's unabashedly bright smile. In normal times, Yi Kaicheng doesn't like to smile much, and the occasional smiles are all of the shallow kind, or else they are calculating bad smiles, and I haven't seen Yi Kaicheng smile so happily. The Son of Heaven is also a human being. A human being has vanity. Even a saintly monarch like the Son of Heaven Hongji is surely hoping to hear good words extolling the virtues. Ji Baimei hesitated. Yes, just now I also saw her leaving the ground and walking. Can't it be that they are really demons? But what is their purpose? Are they after Mei Jia too? No, if they were monsters, Mei Jia would have been taken away by them long ago. So why bother now? It was hard for her to tell. But when Su Zuoyan had only taken 2 shots, he realized that Yi Kaicheng, whom he had just scolded a few more times, had actually appeared. After a few more days, the 4 notorious bandits in the martial arts world suddenly attacked towards the Flying Horse Ranch and surrounded it, and the Flying Horse Ranch suffered the greatest predicament it had ever known. While I know that a sword cultivator needs to have a firm heart, this doesn't mean black and white, good and evil, and unrepentant paranoia. This mountain slope is not very large, east and west lying horizontally, north wide and south narrow. The north side of the cottage near the distance of 40 to 50 feet is a broken slope. There is a cave at the bottom of the slope. We rushed to the bottom of the broken slope. The cave is lit. The crowd covered their ears and raised their eyes to look, only to see that the tile jar previously loaded into the mouth of the bamboo tube had already sped out and crashed into the stack of wood, shattering. Ow! The bear was obviously not as smart as the wolf. It actually didn't know who to chase for a moment, anxiously swaying left and right, and as a result, it didn't react and slammed into the tree. Chapter 44 changes. But be prepared to suffer several times more pain than I did. Ha! You haven't learned the heart technique yet, and the medicine will run amok in your body, so you can only rely on yourself to fight it hard. Looking at her seemingly hesitant, Chu Liangyu thought that she would give up, but he didn't expect her to agree. It's okay, Sister Liangyu, I can hold on. Seeing this, Chu Liangyu did not persuade any further. Coming up, below the mountain peak, the army stood in strict formation, and the distance between the head and the tail was 100 meters. Tall horses, soldiers and armor scrambled, morale was high, and the pace was consistent. The leader was none other than Shi Tai. The arrival of the 3 black lights was very swift, and they uniformly did not speak, their eyes revealing light, as if they were waiting for something, not waiting for Wu Zhan to come into contact with the massive spiritual energy. The feelings of unwillingness and anger passed down the connection point of contact to him, and the feelings of pain and loneliness were enough to drive any normal person insane. They also understood Mufan, having protected them all the way, and moreover, they didn't want to drag him down, so they all saluted to show that they knew. Undoubtedly, both of Zhang Feng had phantom sacred water enchantments, and their movement degrees were naturally not comparable to those of the cage shooters. Now he is even less than the right arm. His combat power is greatly inferior to the former. At this time, if you fight with him again, will absolutely perish in this. So the old beggar immediately chose to run, and so on later in the deal with him. After seeing Wu Zhang today, the fear of trembling like an ant filled his heart, causing Solo to regret his gut. Doing anything is like a pyramid, and the only person who can stand at the top position is ultimately the only one. The chase went on for a long time, half an hour, before Anrita used brute force to bring the chase to a halt, and he used his fists to cut a number of shortcuts through the crisscrossing sewers, finally stopping in front of the guys, landing on the ground. The two were as silent as they were, and Mu Fan did lazily take care of him and began to recover his spiritual energy. And so on. After resting for half an hour, the two of them set off, when a group of people threw the fork in the road, and then turned through several streets and alleys, only to come to a pedestrian is not a lot of road. Although this road also has a number of stores, but obviously then just pass through the streets and alleys is much less, but the high house compound is quite a lot. The helpless Shangzi can only listen to the fabric description and praise from the front, can only stick out his neck and look at the master's house door. Looking at that one after another large wooden box, was Guanyi Man picked and carried into the master's house door to go. Looking from the western three formations, one could see that in the distance of the line of sight, black waves were approaching step by step, and with each approaching step, the warriors of the heavenly evolution sect hit each other with their spirit weapons, letting out loud cries that resounded throughout the battlefield, even causing the formation's light membrane to rise up, with even caused the light membrane of the formation to ripple. Truth is, right now, with this inability to use his powers, Sakata might actually be the most capable fighter within the Fire Dragon Gang. A man wearing a 7-colored robe had a sneer on his face. "Hey, one-eyed ghost, how did you get beaten up by a black-clothed envoy? You look prettier than before." Schadenfreude was overflowing. "Think twice, girl, not many people know about this secret passage. How much disaster you will bring to our nation if you do this." The bod dissuaded. 3 people riding horseback parallel in Chang'an that wide received on the prosperous Chang'an city. Let Wang Xingxin and Black Baby Eyes do not catch. Came to the Great Tang this long time. Wang Xingxin or the first time seriously stroll this Chang'an city. With the fall of a hammer, most of the treasures on Luo Cheng's body would be emptied out in exchange for a flying martial art that the divine soul realm could only dream of. The purple eagle divine wings, shown to a hand, originally had the old gang master gave himself the account book, on which there is already evidence of the governor's corruption. For these from this forest in the various village, the rich family's son for these, wearing leather clothing, wearing woolen boots, this a glance can be seen, is a poor family in the village of the guy, really is some hard eyes look down on. Chapter 45, The Little Accident of Quenching the Body. Inside the shed made of vines and branches, the screams continued. What did I say before? Shu Liangyu sighed, rather helpless. Jia Xium's face was pale, and the hot potion only made more sweat break out on her forehead. The pain almost made her faint, and after taking a big breath, she returned, "Who knew it would hurt so much? If I had known, I would have listened to you. Sister Liangyu, there is a saying that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Hongwu wanted to reach out and help Su Luo wipe her tears, but her whole body was unable to move. Hongwu was lost in thought for a while. He knew his own body best. There were very few customers in the store today, and those who called for takeout were not available for the time being, so it was a bit chilly, but because of that, they, the employees, were able to sit at the table and chat. Hearing this title, Nangon Yishua's body trembled. She was extremely uncomfortable, especially when the god of healing, Shin Su, called her this way. Zhang Li let out a roar. His golden crow-feathered wings flapped with a roar, and 3,000 white immortal cutting flying daggers burst out in a flash of white light. In the next instant, an incomparably powerful aura erupted violently within the solar divine flame, and the solar divine flame that wrapped around the several great saints was instantly dispersed and extinguished. Only, he was a little surprised. Qin Yu, how so tolerant, actually so half a day have not screamed. He is not afraid of pain? Hua Qiu, Ziyu and Xixia frowned heavily. Their faces were grave. They felt threatened, deeply great danger. They knew that the white-haired old man in front of them was not something they could deal with. Because of the damage to the 3rd 8th Wing at Panningtown, it left Major General Sasaki to Ichi's 3rd Zero Brigade at this point with 1 infantry wing, and the Konoha Brigade in strength. Just in such a moment, a trace of regret rose in Li Chenxian's heart, regretting that he had gotten this so-called strongest prince system. Qin Lin looked at Su Yuro, looked at Xia Yunsong, and then looked at Xia Lianjiu and Mo Shinsong, thinking for a long time, as if he was organizing his words. Yamamoto Delon was very puzzled inwardly. As a senior commander, he knew how powerful and formidable the combat ability of these 10 divisions was, but why were they so unbeatable in front of the forces of the Great Summer Kingdom? Old Yi Mother looked at Yi Father's increasingly ugly face. Her throat tightened and her body shivered as if the sky was about to collapse. Lu Zhang's hot lips pressed against her ear and rubbed. His voice was low and hoarse and compelling, and all that seriousness and decency just now suddenly disappeared. All of a sudden flirty, even without this dazzling aura. His bold talent, his charisma is convincing. Lu Zhang was applying lipstick on her, something so unbelievable that it actually happened to her own body. Once they have done experiments, is to take out a warship to do experiments, with their city state-of-the-art missiles to strike, and then look at their research and development of the proximity of the missile interception cannot be very good interception. They have this machine gun interception is equipped with a fire control system, so it can be all-around full automatic interception. Qin Lord looked at Ji Weiwei's pair of cat eyes filled with spring. Her pink tongue licked over her delicate lips, and suddenly her breathing was wrong. Lu Zhang and Su Mian found where they parked and were just about to leave when they saw the familiar white Cayenne parked behind them. Jean Lord just opened his mouth and was met with Yi Weiwei's death stare, which was full of the threat that if you dare to say anything you shouldn't say you're dead. Then, Chang Snap pulled the gauze off of Peter Lin's body, revealing the exhausting scars from the bricks and stones. Ling Xian didn't pay attention to the complexity in the great emperor's eyes. His heart was filled with anticipation for the third true immortal, and of course, a hint of smugness. Suing asked with concern. She knew that her mom's teeth weren't very good. She had lost a lot of teeth in her last life when she was only a little over 50. Sure enough, it's a four-spirit ancient beast, Fong Fong. There should be a few others. The moment they saw the ancient Kuei beast, the eyes of the 9 witch race divine fraction great cultivators, including witch Xingyun, all lit up, their eyes filled with a sense of hope. Chapter 46, Speaking with the Spirit of the Realm. You hunted all these back? The prey in front of him was piled high and even more varied. There was even a huge green python among them, which was more than enough to feed them for a month. Well, it's all for you. The way this was said made Chu Liangyu feel a little spoiled. However, there are quite a few inedible ones in here. This one is called a deer mouse, and it's faggy and smelly and inedible. But these can be, as long as he is given the slightest chance to throw the ball. The next step is to see how capable the interior of both sides are. And of course Wade has a very high level of trust in his own hit rate. Fudua on the other hand sensed that something was wrong and looked at Dr. Li inquisitively. Dr. Li sensed Fudua's gaze and returned a smile, without the heavy expression from before. Again the image of an old boy. This made Fuduo want to look deeper, but his brain autonomously swept over a terrible idea at this time. The Golden Broomstick Award. The first award for the worst film of the year in the history of Chinese language cinema. Said to be an award for film criticism to influence film creation and to spur on Chinese cinema. Quite nice, but in fact, it's a shame to actually be selected. Blood spurted out wildly from the wounds on her body, and the next moment she collapsed helplessly towards the ground, the heartbeat in her chest getting less and less and weaker. Ping ping several sound up. The gun was these people to grasp in the hand, then these people with the gun, in turn, will be those police officers to subdue. Subsequently graduated from the Beijing Conservatory of Music brothers and sisters followed suit and began a powerful publicity canvassing. The University City Centennial Celebration publicity page. The traffic is crazy influx, don't you see? Of course there is nothing wrong with this. Except George, you need to understand that because of the difference in position, their chances of success on offense are also greatly reduced. So you need to understand this. As far as possible, let the players to adjust the position back. Linny said. Hikari nodded honestly. Visually the enemy camp above the canyon was just over 1,000 meters away from here. If a large caliber sniper rifle was used, it would be completely possible to cover this place with firepower. And just by arranging for a sniper, it would be possible to block dozens of people from attacking. Cousin, this is my beautiful, beautiful cousin. I was in a ready position, ready to take her in my arms and caress her when he opened the door and saw me, covering his mouth and dropping tears. The whole part is a blend of historical allusions and ancient Chinese philosophical thinking, the so-called chivalry, for the country and for the people. Why is not the cultivation of the body and the family, the country and the world? A moment later, a middle-aged man in a black suit came to Lin Feng's place with a suitcase. He didn't know whether he was blushing at her unashamed words or the whole old face at the restrictive image. Elaine lamented. It was clear that Jonathan's extraordinary beastly instincts were able to pinpoint the nodes that linked everything from the many and varied pieces of information. Night Jean skimmed his lips and lowered his head again. This time it was true that he didn't raise his head again, counting on the seriousness. Qingshu real person pondered. Had a good idea, then let him go around to experience a bit. Everywhere to meet talents. Wide contacts. Insights are naturally wide. Thinking is naturally open. Accompanied by the fluctuation of this monk's fingertips, a disk of the 6 paths of life and death flow emerged, with the heavens, humans, asuras, hungry ghosts, and hells intertwining with each other to form an endless cycle between the universes, as if it were a gigantic wheel, constantly rotating and taking all beings to sink and rise and fall in the sea of suffering. Qin Shu Wang dismounted from the stepping stone and walked to Lu Renzi's side with Shalandi's support. Before entering the main hall to pay his respects to the old Khan King, they sailed towards the hazy starfield, racing towards the perfect city that every believer's heart desires. Chapter 47, Heart? The 2 days of rest and recuperation passed quickly, and Chu Liangyu and the others set off on their journey to the Beast World Center. Unlike modern people who have to prepare many things when they go out, they use the sky as a quilt and the earth as a mat. Drink water from the stream when you are thirsty. Go hunting in the forest when you are hungry. The journey is comfortable and easy. Of course, Chu Liangyu and Xiong Jiajiu both still remembered to raise their strength. Sister Liangyu, haven't I improved a lot in the past few days? Indeed. Go. The white spirit dragon ancestor waved his hand, and the three brothers, Dragon Nest and Dragon Day, vanished directly into Qi Xianyi's Dantian world. A wisp of clear wind wrapped around Qi Xianyi's physical body, instantly sending him beyond the stone gate above the half-immortal platform. Qi Xianyi leapt into the stone gate and disappeared. Being hit by the injury that burst up, the Japanese ninja also looked angry, immediately stood up. His right hand shook, but saw 10 silver shurikens suddenly fell in his hand. He looked back at the Qin in front, immediately urged his hands. Zheng Kai just went down the stairs with Wang Zhulan without the slightest bit of defense, while at this time Chen Jianzhou was hiding in the corner of the downstairs. The superintendent is also full of innocence. Beaten cannot fight back in public, can only be loud reprimands, warnings, and then a good persuasion. In addition to Lu Xingmei's mother is more agitated. Other people are still relatively calm. Lu's father will be Lu's mother to pull back. Snap! This psychic talisman was pasted on Han Shangzi's head in diameter, and it was not impartial, only to hear the sound of the click-click-click ice-sealing talisman ringing out. Han Shangzi's head was suddenly frozen in mid-air, turning into a large frost-like block of ice that fell to the ground. Congratulations Princess Jialing, for winning the second two. The director announced the results from outside the arena, and Lin Yun sat on the ground in disbelief at what had just happened. The demonic geniuses looked odd. Could it be that something had happened between Long Qingdan and Murong Qingran that they didn't know about? Tatsumi raked around his hair, feeling that everyone suddenly had such a tacit understanding, and didn't ask him what he had to do with origami anymore, directly ignoring him. Even EA, after finally and inexplicably skimming himself, did his own thing to come. Senior brother, I heard that you resisted the 9th Tianluo realm when you were in the 7th Tianluo realm. I hope you won't let me down. Xiao Qin looked at Li Wang and said, in just 2 days, nearly a dozen Lionics had already died at the hands of the two of them, and at the same time, their maneuvering skills, too, were improving by leaps and bounds. In fact, how could she not know that this time Chu Qingyu had suffered such a big loss? On the face maybe not say, in her heart, she must be even more resentful of the few of them. Fan Wusheng himself was a serious person, so even silent Shuhan didn't question the truthfulness of his words. He just thought about it briefly, and suddenly replaced it with a polite smiling face, as he yanked Xiebian, who was holding down the table, up, and patted the non-existent dust on Xiebian's body in a decent manner. All people have selfishness, the charm of power is too great, no one can resist it. Tian Kang also has the dream of emperor. This time the Tian family was selected by the Illusory Sun sect to become the support object. Tian Kang was naturally happy. In the past few days, these 9 guys had been centrally arranged by him to train, so they didn't know what was happening outside. As for Xiao Suner, she didn't think too much about it, how poor her original talent was. She knew herself clearly, and after following her brother, she was now mixed into a genius. Since he had broken through to the martial master realm a few days ago, he had received all sorts of flattery from his family, making him complacent to the heavens. I put down the revolver, looked at Morong Cun, smiled, lit a cigarette and smoked it, and after calming down I realized that my back was wet, crimson wet with sweat. I didn't sleep well this night. My mind was full of images with Cat. I really blamed Cat wrongly. This is all a set up by Yang Zilong and also no. 1 dash. This is a setup to make me get into it. Chapter 48 Strength Enhancement. The more Mars thought about it, the more complicated it became, but the more certain he became of his thoughts. His forehead broke out in a profuse sweat, and his eyes became incredibly wary as he looked at Rimu. Ahem, hey, what is this asshole talking about? Susan no longer knew how to react. Xiao Baizhu stared at her in a daze. Why did it become like this? He was being pitted? Strictly speaking, it is not him who was being pitted, but 988. For some reason, Xiao Baizhu only felt that his body was out of place, and it felt very difficult, as if there was some kind of emotion that was suppressed and couldn't be vented. What is this property and props thing? Susan asked. It's not like this is virtual. Make it sound like these things really exist. Susan doesn't believe the makers here are that rich. Let me see? Liffman used a consultative tone. Either way, at this point in time, he would have to use a superior tone of voice, and he would be the one without a brain. Come with me on your own, or I'll take you by force. Your choice. Susan said directly inside their heads with her consciousness. She regretted that she had actually gotten too emotional when she met Knight Qingcheng, exposing all the secrets and thoughts in her heart. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, the target targeted by the person who made the move this time was the force that everyone thought was the least likely to be targeted. The power of Starlight was not demonic power, and the ban laid down could directly intercept the transmission of demonic power, causing his intentions to fail. Let's not talk about the Pearvine for now. Right now the matter of you opening a clinic is the focus. What else is not ready? Tomorrow, my Abba will give you together to purchase. Lin and Dong said. He was also proud that his son was able to open a clinic at a young age, so as soon as he heard about it, he immediately rushed back, and Zhang Kai Ran was already too late to answer him, directly rushed over and blocked in front of the two of them. Rock Creek and Lu Xin, Duo Yuan words fall, 4 demons in Guasu, and the Pioneer War General Guoruwashing one by one flashing magic, done empty and up. You're not contacting them now is not a complete abandonment of kinship. When you guys have cultivated yourselves and your magic power is heavenly, you can still let them follow you and ascend, Xiao Fei said. But the authority of the imperial court is not absolute. In addition, there are some immortal cultivation clans. The family is very powerful. Even the imperial court has to give a few points of face, whereas a martial artist's chakra is more powerful. A beast can sense it from a long way off and won't come close at all. Manager, this rag collector says he's some Vice Mayor Wan's friend. If he's Vice Mayor Wan's friend, he's Vice Mayor Wan's father, a security guard teased. As long as this X-type engine technology can be eaten through, China's future main battle tank technology can definitely lead the world in a single branch. This space was white and boundless in all directions, similar to his sea of consciousness, but not his sea of consciousness. When the two of them were getting up and ready to check out and leave, Wang Dove looked back and suddenly found a 7 or 8-year-old child at the neighboring table was sweating profusely. His face was in great pain, and his hands were still grabbing at his neck, and there was no way he could make any sound. Your strength isn't bad, in the gene domain, just who else could have injured you? Qin Dingyuan asked. Coming to the stairway from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor, there was a tap water faucet. Zhao Yan opened the faucet and shoved their heads over to rinse them off, and then let them take several big gulps of tap water. At this moment, the ring had long been in a state of disrepair, and almost all of the remaining people in the ring had been heavily toppled to death on the ground by the rocky ground thorns inspired by Yi Feng's Earth Sword Dipper, which pierced through their chests, and amidst the strong smell of blood, one could see the entrails and intestines of quite a number of the corpses exposed to the people's view along their shattered chests. Now it is different. There are more cars. You can't even find an order with a bad attitude. In just one morning, many cab drivers clearly feel the change. With Qin Jingyuan's strength, naturally he will not be afraid of these demonic beasts. As long as he is not surrounded, he does not intend to run away. In this kind of place there can be nothing to worry about. You can rest assured and boldly take a shot. Anyway, if you break something, there will not be anyone who will come to ask for Qin Jingyuan's company. In the new year, Dragon Group has made great gains again. With the steady implementation of the Dragon Home program, Dragon Group has fully demonstrated what it means to be a new retailer. It was probably a 10-minute walk up the steps and then a more difficult and rugged walk. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did he do it? Seeing Shen Yi's unharmed appearance, the hearts of the Luo Fei family's crowd sank to the bottom, and someone yelled hysterically. I said, if Irene is not willing to go with you, no one who comes will be able to take her away. Shen Yi's faint words were filled with absolute confidence as he slowly walked over and flipped over one of the overturned sofas before sitting down. The psychic seal of the sycamore forest can only be triggered by himself. Autumn Mountain is arrogantly right. His own luck is very good. At this moment, Shuli Rua but feel very warm in the heart. Mu Qing's affection for her to this day she is naturally extremely clear. She also feel extremely lucky. This life can still meet him. Yu Dong took a look at Shangwan Shen Jihuir and the others and instead of trying to stop the people, they looked like they were gloating. Xinglian carefully investigated. An hour later, the body of the poison utilized by the medicinal herbs was also understood by her. But, after all, she was a novice, but she did not dare to put down 10% certainty. Inazuma Castle happened to be on the route, and this was where they would rest tonight, though they would have to camp out in the wilderness on the next night of their journey, only to see the Nanji immortal Wang's precious fan swing. With a loud noise, a large piece of flame surged out, then directly integrated into the fire dragon. Skunk certainly couldn't say he liked Dawn as an organization, and while the goal was peace as much as his ideals, they weren't all the way in the same boat. Originally Yao Hinwan didn't feel anything, but by his words, he froze with a feeling that there was something there. Yu Dong was furious and his fists were clenched with veins popping out before he could hold back from striking out and blasting at Shangwan Chen who had already turned to leave. He was very strong, opening his mouth to ask for the precious blood of the sky rock, looking out of the corner of the world as if he were air. The Huaxia Heroic Tri-Service Ceremonial Guard had a long history. At the very beginning of the founding of the Huaxia Army, Zhou Yuan had selected some of the soldiers from his own personal guards to form a detachment for performing ceremonial tasks. The ceremonial detachment performed their tasks in conjunction with the military band, symbolizing the highest etiquette of the Huaxia Army. Chapter 49, Being Used as a Gun. Female Lord. It's him. Chu Liangyu's eyes were cold as he raised his feet and walked over. The two people on the ground were briefly covered by Huqiumu with animal skins, without being too hot on the eyes. So many people appeared at once that the female stepped back clutching her clothes in fear. Perhaps they were too oppressive and ended up running away in fear, hugging the animal skins directly. Chu Liangyu didn't bother with her, but instead dropped his sight to Jinling, who was blushing a very abnormal red color. Resemble, however, despite not believing, has always been to the gods and godly things to hold a respectful attitude. Do not believe, not close, but also will not hold a sober person's attitude to contemptuously criticize you, these dregs of the old society. A kind of respect for ghosts and gods and far away from it. Although Changsheng didn't believe all of it, he couldn't. The real reason for it was afraid that only Ming Che knew, and he might not be willing to tell himself all of it. Kinamali's Wang, where to hear out so much, immediately cheered, hugged him again, a good chew. After also to the already sitting on the sidelines of the waiting Qiu Shuzhen, Li Jias, an even demonstrative waving, leaving an idea in his heart. Lin Quan waited for a few days to see if the man would come back, but he miscalculated. The man seemed to have given up after going there and didn't come back. As Chen Xian operated, the true illusion chi in the jade bottle surged for a while, and in the end, it even transformed into a magnificent purple palace, its shape and specifications not dissimilar to Chen Xian's purple mansion, and even the divine souls within were exactly the same, alive and well. As a result, Iran itself is having a hard time selling not only its oil, but also the various handicrafts that it relies on to generate foreign exchange for export. Otherwise, why would Lu Sun say that what's written all over the pages of benevolence, righteousness and morality is actually the word cannibalism? Li Su shrugged his shoulders. People who are in love are beyond the understanding of the average person. There will always be people who look at it in a different way, and a lot of strange behavior can be hard to understand. But once you are in love yourself, you will understand the feelings involved. But after a short while, I hadn't finished any of them yet because I thought it was too cold to eat this in the middle of winter. Lin Quan had vaguely known some of the other parties' thoughts by this time. They were probably worried that they couldn't afford to pay, right? When I looked up, the forest I saw 3 days ago had long since turned into a gray and crumbling mess. Where was the forest? Because there was once truly a number one pride, after going in, never came out again. I was just about to speak, but I didn't realize that Fatty actually wasn't afraid and directly stepped forward. Senior, thank you for the gift of protection. How did he suddenly become smart? He also knew that just now until now when he took this precious inheritance, he didn't touch any abnormalities. It was this old man in front who helped. Seeing the giant python attacking, Ling Kong did not dodge, but formed layers of Yuan Qi light shields around him, protecting him inside. Kong, let me see you off. Saying that, he was about to chase after me, and I clearly saw him make a gesture of getting it done. There's no doubt that he's got a problem. It's a shame that I was so nice to him before. It gave me real chills. Night Ching Cheng, Night Uxian screamed in her heart, the hand hidden in her sleeve, clenched into a fist, her nails sinking into her flesh, brutally piercing her own flesh and blood. The heavy wooden door creaked and slowly opened a crack, and there was no imagined smell of decay and mold. Out of the Liuli hall, Xiaohan only felt cold all over. A gust of wind blew over, all drilled into the bones as cold. Then Mu Ruoyun, the royal consort, would not be worthy of the name compared to Mu Qianshuan, so as long as Mu Qianshuan was willing, Mu Ruoyun would have to bow to her for the rest of her life. Jiang Shoubai had come here earlier when he was still in the Luyan sect, and had come more than once. Chu Hanza was a little annoyed. He threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, his polished leather shoes crushed on the ground. Chapter 50, The Great Counterattack. No, who are you? What makes a little mouth want to be our chief? Listening to his uninformed words, Jinling's heart raced, afraid that he would say something else to implicate himself. Jinling hurriedly covered his mouth and remedied the situation. Female master. So what? He didn't mean any harm. Patriarch right, as long as it helps us get out of this crisis, I'm the first to be in favor of it. But, mainly the location is not as good as Phase 1, close to the outer edge of the outer ring and not enough commercialization around. Seeing that the attack failed, Yichuan quickly drew his sword back. In his other hand, he held a fireball made of spiritual energy in his hand and fiercely slapped it towards the Hongmen sect master's chest. It is also possible to follow the rivers on the broadleaf plains and explore farther afield. After all, rivers are considered the place of drinking water and the source of all things, and hunting around them is absolutely unavoidable. Jiang Yuzu and the other co-workers bought a 3-tier cake for Wu Yun, who laughed and scolded them for wasting money. But after lighting the candles, she put on the crown and made a wish. Even the sons and daughters of rich and powerful families, who drink expensive soups and use expensive medicinal baths every day, can break the skin barrier in 3 months, are considered to be gifted. Her eye-catching fancy dress, pretty face, and refreshing aura silenced the scene as soon as she appeared. Jiang Mother's mind was racing. Could it be that her son still couldn't let go of Xiao Qingru in his heart? That's why he didn't touch Du Wanxiu? Zhao Jie seemed to see the look in Li Wan's eyes and was calm, just following the rhythm of the music for yoga. After arriving at the hotel, Zikim and Liana sent Jiang Qingtian's 5 people back to their rooms before saying goodbye and leaving. Fortunately, before landing, Yi Shuiru used magic to slow down the impact, allowing the group to land slowly without falling and touching each other. I wanted to reply, but my voice was a bit muffled, and I weakly looked at him. What'd you do? He's really bad, knowing full well that I'm already beyond my ability to bear it. He's still fiddling, and it was only when they reached the location that they realized a scene that surprised them even more. All of the inner courtyard disciples had collapsed on top of the ground, the most powerful ones. At this moment, they were all collapsed inside the large pit under the mushroom cloud, and all of them were unconscious. Suddenly, Long Yichen realized that he could no longer move, and an illusory ancient avenue actually appeared in front of him. There were countless people walking around on it, yet they didn't seem to have noticed themselves, walking on their own. Where to go? Mubai's expression was icy cold. Zhou Qianxian actually lived again, which was really out of his expectation. In the company, Yu Xin was the person he trusted the most, and he was never flustered when things went wrong, and it was rare to hear him in such a hurry. In fact, all the people saw the siblings, especially Marshal Yang, who saw his 4th brother's son for the first time, and was very happy in his heart. Many generals and soldiers, all gathered at the very large wedding banquet opened inside Shilao Taijuan's military tent, toasting to the crown prince, while Black Dust's son also drank cheerfully with the crowd. You have to know that the young master's nature can always be very elusive, and they had heard before that the young master and the young lady were married in a union, and the two of them did not have any feelings for each other, so this kind of marriage would not be happy in their opinion. Lord Ko very carefully observed every corner, every object, every detail inside the army tent. Yi Yuyo suddenly understood something at this moment. This one-horned unicorn was asking him for help. Someone was catching it. No matter if this was the case or not, he had to take a gamble, and he directly swept down from the branch of the tree, and came to the one-horned unicorn's heel. His name is Yi Yen. It's not like he's really made of stone. There was no way he wouldn't react when I slapped his head so hard. After hitting him about 20 times, Yi Yen finally staggered and fell next to Li Jishua. As I almost fainted at the frighteningly expensive setup of items, the old butler finally led us to a house that was decorated in a rather elegant and charming manner. Chapter 51 Chiefs of the 3 Clans. Feng Qiwu, Yu He, Qi Chongrui, and Xiong Jiaoju walked out right behind them, surrounded by multiple directions. It was impossible for Sang Chil-sung to escape. Obviously, he's been tricked. Meanwhile, Hu Qiumo and Jinling took advantage of Xiang Qianxing's absence to launch an attack towards the elephant tribe. With no one to lead them, the elephant tribe was beaten back, a scene exactly like the lion tribe a few days ago. Tie it up. But Dad sighed? Once he remembered Gu Lianji's resolute attitude in letting himself leave, Jing Yunqin's heart still couldn't help but feel a little worried. Xianyan sat on the boulder enjoying the comfortable sunshine and breeze of the forest in the early summer afternoon, not saying anything, but only her eyes were staring at Imo Shija all the time. The corner of her mouth was hanging with a shallow happy smile, and every now and then an exchange of glances made each other's heart understand and be satisfied. Naturally, I don't understand, but I want to stay by Qin Lang's side, don't I? Qin Lang treats me very well, right, Qin Lang? Saying this, she looked back at Lord Qin with great expectations. Thinking of this, Zhang Haorun got excited. If he could lie in such a place, wouldn't he really be growing his cultivation while sleeping? Even if it wasn't seen by Moshi Z, then it would always be seen by someone who knew Moshi Z, or by someone from the Moshi family. Fengdu Ghost City. Zhang Haorun also quite liked the Star Ocean who couldn't even lie well. This kind of person had the purest heart. By lying, he got up and left, walking out of the room as those security guards rushed in, growling out in anger at Tian Shang. Iron Sect disciples have condensed killing beasts to attack, but even so, 30 all-killing beasts appeared but did not dare to go forward for a long time. The opponent had over 200,000 ghost soldiers. The messenger would not think that his 70,000 to 80,000 people could fight against over 200,000 ghost soldiers. There was no lack of martial arts masters, but more of them were just average martial artists. Hearing Zhao Tianming say this, the others were instantly a little disappointed that such a loud name actually had little place in the market and belonged to a low-end product. Suddenly, above the obscure heavenly dome, the void distorted, and a great will descended, an aura belonging to the human realm, breaking through the divine mansion and entering this ancient Hyrule Earth. Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room, even Shi Tang Yun and Lu Musheng were surprised. If it wasn't out of politeness not to interrupt Zhao Tianming, they would have wanted to get their hands on him and take a look. They made a phone call over the phone. The phone, feel Han Shui has been a little confused. Speak are not very clear. They still want to ask some clear. The phone hung up, and then call over. The phone has been turned off. They realized that Han Shui is likely to have an accident. Up, of course, The two police officers understood what was going on, and directly, one by one, backhandedly grabbed up, and took the handcuffs with them. One of them directly rushed the two guys who still covered their crotch to leave, while the other police officer took the transcript to get evidence. According to this rate of increase, the youth calculates that at most one more conquest of a clan of 100,000 fire prison tribe. He can easily break through to become a 9 witches, and he has only one ghost face on hand to transform the witch bug. After the 9 witches are used up, he will face the dilemma of not having any bugs to transform into a living creature when he breaks through again. But now an otherworldly lucky man who simply ignored or didn't understand the traditions of Roman had miraculously handed Theodore the possibility of realizing the fantasy of his dreams in another form. By now, the only thing Xiaoyi could rely on was the stone mirror. He tried his best to repair the stone mirror, but if the stone mirror was repaired and it was difficult to go back in time and space, then everything would be meaningless. Xiaoyi did not want to think about that kind of ending. Then in this ancient land, he would lose all significance. The elite, though he was a million times more reluctant, raised the assault rifle in his hand in spite of himself. Chapter 52, A Dragon Egg Falling from the Sky? Female Master, can you let Yuhi stay? I want to follow you. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaowu immediately collapsed and gave an obviously unreliable suggestion. Yuo was in a rare good mood and deliberately put on a smiling face and appeared in front of him. Hu Qiumu didn't say anything, but looking at his demeanor, he was also unwilling to stay. Shu Liangyu was quite tired. She wasn't going on a trip. What was the point of all of them scrambling? Leave them behind. It was just that what Lin Yan didn't understand was that these demonic beasts had appeared here. Could it be that they were bred by the immortal Vain Guardians? Or perhaps, they were the so-called immortal Vain Guardians. The king of Qin, covered in a murderous aura, stood in front of those government soldiers who were blocking Silence Kanglin and Lin Jianluo, and the guards who were protecting him immediately drew their long swords and gazed at each other in death. At the location of the Hua family, Hua Zhengyu was also filled with sadness. Having endured all sorts of deities, he was carrying a lot of pressure, and it was only after seeing Lin Yan arrive that the corners of his mouth squeezed out some smiles. Xue Xiaolei protected her breasts with both hands and walked out of the fitting room. Even though she was no longer walking naked now, she was still a bit restrained. What? Making King An wait for her? He's gone too far. Yuner had just finished speaking, and before King An could say anything, Prime Minister Yun spoke out loud, his face full of anger. When will her family arrive? There's no way we can continue on this side without a signature. The nurse inside pushed the door open and urged again. His Royal Highness did not see her, nor did he send someone over. She did not know what was wrong, looked openly, wanted to say something, wanted to go after him, stop His Royal Highness. How did His Royal Highness go? And did not ask, did not see her. Shenxia made up her mind, returned to the dining room and sat down, receiving the fresh tea handed by the maid while waiting for Lu Yunqing to return. In the middle of the day, the invigilator picked the best 10 and handed them to His Majesty. Emperor Shiha looked at them and signaled the chief eunuch. After hearing this news, Tong Tian and the others looked at each other and nodded their heads as they each withdrew from the front ranks. What they should have gotten they had already gotten, so there was no need for them to stay here anymore. Where to go? The man sneered coldly, seeming to be very sensitive to the void. A hand seal inserted into the void, grabbing a figure out of the void. The skirt of Zhang Yingying's pajamas is a slightly transparent kind of lace, so I can vaguely see some of Zhang Yingying's pajamas inside the situation. Buzzing and rumbling. In the robbing cloud, the sound of thunder came out. It seemed to be a little reluctant, but it only had to release the cannon Taisher to pass the robbery. Formations, in particular, are used a lot on these, and there's almost no trivia that a formation can't do. At her side the chaotic power was as thick as fog, and the corpse stiffs retreated step by step, not daring to go to her side at all. When the heaven and earth strange fire entered his body, the familiar sensation of severe pain swept around his body once again, causing Luo Hao to cry out. In the desert, the water source is fluid and can disappear at any time. It's very common and cruel, and sometimes a lot of people die just because of that. Ji Bingyan said. In the last level, they started fighting the monsters from here, and after rushing out, they opened the monsters, so naturally, this was the starting point, so it should be considered the second level, and since they had cleared it, how could they go back to the starting point? After the manager was dragged out, the waiter kneeling in front of me also pissed his pants. He kept his head down and kowtowed to me one by one, then begged for mercy. We're still about a week away from preseason, but the team's practices are in full swing. Listening to Arnold's calculations, if he did so, Linley's own strength could reach an incredible level. It's a pity. Originally I wanted to let you go, but you lied. I don't know how many times I've heard the words you just said, so you deserve to die. Shen Lang was babbling so much with him, just to get to know the magician. Now there was nothing to use, so he would just kill him with a knife. Not to mention that he didn't want what happened here to be spread to the outside. Chapter 53, It's not impossible to eat if you want to. Nice. Chu Liangyu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. I didn't expect that Xiong Jiaojiao could guess the origin just by a few words. Xiong Jiaojia clasped her hands together and sincerely repented. Sinning and sinning. She had just tried to eat Sister Liangyu's cubs. I'm sorry, Sister Liangyu. I didn't see where this little guy came from at that moment. Chu Liangyu waved his hand indifferently. It's not impossible for you to eat if you want to. Jiaojiao Xiong. What the hell is going on here? How come they don't know how to resist? Van Lightning said with hatred. Luyu meditation also has a unique intuition. That is, when the cultivator is in the innate realm, this period of the cultivator's body is still relatively weak. This period of time to open the bridge between heaven and earth should be the easiest. That might still went unabated, and the might spread rapidly. Surprisingly, the hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains and jungles in front of him, all razed to the ground. The old man, also known as the old man as the big man called him, stepped over and carefully surveyed me, then looked at Wushuang and Yi next to me, and then his eyes slightly condensed. Father, this is how it happened. It's all because of my impulsiveness that caused such a consequence. What I mean is that you and your family go elsewhere for a while and come back after this bout. Xian Xiaoxiao said. Took a phoenix for Lu Yu. Do not move, that is false. Only Lu Yu is still stuck in the concepts of the earth inside. Did not accept the Tuka clan so open concepts. In Lu Yu's concepts, once you make some oversteps, that will represent a responsibility and obligation. This scene happened in an instant. Stunned Moron Lan, both morally and emotionally. She didn't want Lang Keeg to die. And even more so, she couldn't accept that Lang Keeg died alive in front of her, especially because of herself, the Lang Keeg captain who had once left the Morong tribe together with herself. Hearing the sound of the wind in the face, Tuoba Jiano is a hidden weapon, then withdrew the sword, leaning back on the back of the horse, the poisonous needles away from the air, not yet waiting for Tuoba Jia get up. The second time the poisonous needles flew, and again a burst of wind. Tuoba Jia from the back of the horse sidestepped to the other side of the horse's stomach, using the cloud hiding star, to avoid the poisonous needles. CMO Yen was completely dumbfounded. He was stabbed by her several times. It was his men who came over to stop Long Shilu. If he stabbed any further, the young master would really not be able to live. He was an ice-type psychic, with the same origin as water, and Raoul was confident that he could be immune to this kind of water wave attack. On the return voyage the fleet rested as usual at Zhang Kuei's place on North Changdao. Zhou Tong was still a better man, and brought 10 cows and 200 sheep to Zhang Kuei from Khitan. However, although Zhang Sanfeng was strong, he still had no power to resist when facing the Buddha that was the immovable king of light. I don't want to stay here at all. I'm taking my mother's ashes with me. I'm going to bring her back to the family for burial. After saying that, she flew onto that teleportation array in the distance. That black-clothed man was scared back by a glance. After coming back to his senses, he felt unusually humiliated, and was about to lash out, when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His eyes glanced backward, and found that the people who were in the same line as his own, were all retreating in fear, and looked in a state of haste. With a wave of his hand, the SHIELD members were shooed away with a smile on their faces, and each of them went to their rooms to wash up and rest without mentioning it. The genius who grows up is the genius. If Lu Yen misses and kills Jiang Tian in the competition, the crowd will only say that Jiang Tian doesn't know his own strength, and then who will laugh at Lin Shiqi? But because they were pretty, he had deliberately asked his old man to let himself bring them out in order to fill the scene. Jun Lingmore felt a strange force running rampant within him, and his eyes narrowed as he tried to drive that force out. However, since then, these new nationals have become more reverent to the laws of Xia. Only when the people have thrown away the mentality of the law is not to be blamed in their minds can they have enough reverence for the law. And only when they are made to know that the law is a powerful tool to protect their rights and interests will they love the law even more. Chapter 54. Chu Liangyu lightly swept a glance. The bracelet was wooden with some patterns carved on it. It looked so plain and unassuming that even if someone saw it they would just think they carved it themselves. Chu Liangyu was very happy with the way the bracelet looked. It was great. She had a place to put all those bits and pieces. The storage bracelet had already been bound by divine sense when it arrived in her hand, which saved Chu Liangyu the trouble. She concentrated and probed inside the area of the. After Qin Xiu's continuous trial and error, the system thought that it was not completely without a solution, but that solution was very slim. At this moment, after looking back at Leng Gongjuan's depressed look, it was really a bit of a gloat to think about it. Just after arriving in the direction of the mountaintop, he felt a burst of coldness sweeping through his body, causing Shin Mengshi to involuntarily shiver. Who's friendly with you, big brother? You're overthinking it. Li Anan finished with a disdainful chortle. As long as he could accomplish this task, afterwards, The 9 ghost emperors promised to guarantee the prosperity of the dragon family in eastern state for 1,000 years. Lin Xiao looked at Hu Jing, wanting to find a little loophole in the other party and then exploit it. Maybe it was possible to get himself out of the way, but it turned out that things didn't go as well as he had hoped. The other party was too much higher than himself, and wanting to succeed, it wasn't easy. Qingqing took a sip from the wine jug in Lu Yi's hand. The taste was not suitable. She held back and swallowed. This old man is a smart person, did not directly blackmail, but instead is to take the power to pressure people. But Fang Qi cannot eat this set. This job cannot be so finished. Their bottom card is simply only out as not a few words cannot be sent off. He drove along the road Fang Zhu had taken to his tutoring class to see if he could find any clues to Fang Zhu through the lingering traces of his scent. After experimenting a bit, he realized that this method basically didn't work. Bailey Qingqing looked squarely at Wang Xie, who had scolded his family as worse than pigs and dogs, and Wang Xie nodded slightly, nodding his head. They had thought of many ways to defend against Zhang Fan before, and they were eventually beaten by Zhang Fan with a helpless face. Shiba Village, a fire that covered everything but a puddle of ashes, signaling that something tragic had happened here. Why didn't you come up with such methods when you were in Luozhou? Li Shimen asked again, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, wanting to see exactly how Qin Chao answered. Listening to a sentence of good words and fawning words, the youth's face was filled with a smile, with smugness and arrogance, and complacency. Originally, Luo Feng was taking his time, but a sudden acceleration caught Jin Koxin off guard and she was kissed. He knew that Shui Kongming was trying to decide the winner with a single move, so he was storing up his strength to prepare for the strongest strike. And Holy City University also took another timeout and called for 3 people to defend Zhang Fan. It also said to foul if you can. Don't let him make layups or shoot threes. While the others, having rolled over, changed position and posture, hitting their heads, he went from lying down to a sitting position, sitting closest to the door of the car, his head full of blood, and his eyes empty as he stared out of the door's position. The men tried to take the bag away, but they were in the way of my ring, so they had to kick me hard in the back, hoping I would let go because of the pain. Qin Chao now has an official body, and is still the same level as the county magistrate. At this time it is obvious that he can no longer go to the bazaar to hawk. That would be detrimental to the face of the court, and is never allowed. Lin Yu's brows also frowned at this moment, looking at the already dead demon vice-captain, and then at the figure shrouded in a murderous aura, and a faint light slowly flowed through his body as well. It's fine, it's just that I got cold from sleeping at night and contracted wind cold, and I don't have any strength in my body. After saying that, he coughed a few more times, and the 3rd elder shook his head towards the 5th elder at this time. Just as Fang Zhengji said, they could not negate what was said, even if it was just a reprieve. Chapter 55, The Sacred Tree Withers. Chu Liangyu led the people back to the broken house, and just as she was about to step inside, a black shadow crashed towards her. The black shadow appeared abruptly. Chu Liangyu managed to avoid it, but there was no less collision. After loosening his shoulders and not feeling out of place, Chu Liangyu then just frowned and looked at the man's distant back. After Song Yu's emotions returned to normal, the dark clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, but the pitted ground was less waterlogged, and the man was so fast that the water. One of the road rangers stumbled in that wind and almost rolled down the roadbed. However, the strength of these 4 scaly dragons seemed to exceed them by too much, and just as soon as they struck out, they were knocked out. The people were a bit speechless, but they were too embarrassed to say anything else. After all, they all depended on Moses for their livelihood. Although her appearance was restored, she not only guaranteed that after Chu Xiaoyan left, this sister of hers would not disfigure her again. Chu Xiaoyan knew that this was the golden dragon soul sensing the existence of the spirit of the blue flame, so it came out to absorb it. Although the attitude has come, how much can be learned depends on each team's own ability and enlightenment. Alright then, Zhang Xian knew he couldn't change her mind, so he could only agree. Last time when Lu Xinghe dealt with Huanishan, the rabbit rose and fell those moves. Rufrost is still fresh in her mind. The battle team is the existence of looking up to Rufrost. When she saw Huanishan her heart was incomparably nervous. Li Bingxi and Duge Xiao walked in together hand in hand. Li Bingxi closed the door of the room with it, and was busy signaling Duge Han with her eyes to stop talking nonsense impulsively. Lunar Valley could be more than just one type of demonic beast. The rest of the tiger and leopard type demonic beasts were also numerous. Lu Xing had dispatched a few wind leopards and saber-toothed tigers along the way, and put the materials into his storage bag. Su Wang mumbled to herself while gently pulling open the closet, scrutinizing one piece after another, trying to find a cheaper one within the many high-grade pieces, so that she should be able to afford to pay for it even if Cheng Jin got angry. Do you think I don't want to find it? Just gambling stone master is not so easy to recruit. Luo Wanmei voice in order. The front suddenly came a burst of rapid breaking sound. Someone came, gently stepped on the golden leaves, issued a squeak sound. Although very slight, but in such a quiet autumn garden, still seems a bit abrupt. It was a familiar and desperately concealed smell of disinfectant. An ordinary servant would enter a new master's home with the smell of disinfectant? I'm right here. You do it. Time was already running out. After all the babbling, she knew that Shirakumaru's patience wouldn't be this long. For some reason, she deliberately ignored the matter of going to the night market with him, not afraid of being scolded, but don't want them to know. He saw her again not long afterward, a few nights later, when he came home from his shift and saw her still running frantically as if a ghost was chasing her. How is it not that they are not capable enough? Lin Bixiao's eyes had an extra touch of smirk out of the corner of her eyes, but that smirk didn't reach the bottom of her eyes, and there was even a bit of coldness. Only half of the next. Shen Wangjue knew that the 8th prince will be defeated, also have no intention to watch, quietly walked to the inner room, listening to a few concubines talk. In the early morning, when Lang Yi woke up, there was a pile of money at the head of the bed. Run Xin Yan had disappeared from this house. Without the thin raven, this ice crystal giant was nothing, and was dragged and ground to death in the icy ground by windy night, and exploded with a pair of green wrist guards. And then there's the fact that no matter what kind of vacation you take every time you go on vacation, the school will always add the vacation to Saturday and Sunday for you. Nia snapped back to her senses, stomped her foot anxiously, and blurted out, "Whatever." Raising her hand, she tried to knock him with a chestnut. Ola reflexively rushed to hold his head, but after waiting for half a day, there was no movement. He quietly opened his left eye a crack, only to see Nia sigh quietly, then turn away. Chapter 56 Dilemma. How long has this been going on and can you smell it or not? Don't worry, I left my scent on her. Just a little longer and I'll find them. The man snorted softly in impatience, holding his arms as he watched him bustle back and forth. It was clear from his attitude that there was no intention of holding out that it would work. An emerald green leaf fluttered down and just happened to land on those crystal cores that Zhu Liangyu took out. Slick. After all, it was under the ruins, and he was thankful to have survived, and he didn't dare to hope for too much more. As for the 2 big fat crabs, due to the time, the 2 of them were unable to enjoy them for the time being. Nursery Rhyme's mom let the 2 take them to the classroom and wait until dinner time. Their school let out fairly early in the afternoon, so Lin Shu usually went back to her place of residence to rest for a while, before going out to eat something, only to see a mass of white spherical objects mixed with red instantly flatten, followed by the compression of the cervical vertebrae, like a nail deeply embedded in the itchy body. In the next 3 years, I will be studying with all of you at Ean County Middle School, and I hope we can become very good friends. Yusile's tone was suddenly high-pitched, and there seemed to be a faint trace of hatred in it, as she took off her duck-tongue hat, revealing a very moving face. The last time I planted an ear. I haven't settled the score with you yet. This time I just asked you to help hire an experienced driver for me. I didn't expect to give me a whole spy, especially in Chongkong Emperor will the whole world to make the mess. Can have another choice, fear will be countless people will be moved. Also, how could they work for a master who has fallen from grace? Singularity side. Today is not a 3-day period, but it is the day of the Golden Palace. Songhua High School scholar, Jia Zhang naturally want to come back to congratulate. Prom is only open to students in 4th grade and up, and seniors may invite a junior as a peer. I just arrived a little while ago. How could I not come to Zichen's birthday party? In the end, we are also cousins, aren't we? Sure. Hao sat down beside Sumo. Granade. 3 jailers lost their voices and exclaimed in shock. They are all people who followed Nade to travel all over the world to pacify the rebellion. They have experienced a lot and have seen a lot. How could they not recognize the grenade? Just at the moment Ji Yuchen instantaneously moved away. An expert from the Blood Demon sect also appeared on top of the peak. It was a withered old man, who only saw him indifferently scanning a glance before chasing after Ji Yuchen in the direction he had instantly left. I also said no. Pei Pei looked at him askance, looking at this infatuated man who made people's balls hurt, suddenly had a feeling of bitterness, thinking that she was so beautiful, so young. Miscellaneous couldn't touch a man who would give his life for his own. With a sway of his body, Ji Yuchen disappeared in place, appearing beside the side of this expert who had struck out. At the same time, he made a move in his hand and the blood shadow sword appeared in his hand, and then a piece of it swiftly slashed at the other party. Even if he could not die with the heavenly dancing mage, he could at least drag it for a moment, giving Shinfeng and Yao Xianting time to escape. Come back for the money. Here's $1 million. Get the hell out of here immediately. Our relationship, from today onwards, is no longer involved. Chen Gong coldly said. Among the various professions, count priests are afraid of assassins. However, Cloud Fairy had foresight. She turned on the skill, Holy Law Shield. The distant music shed constantly playing a festive tune. Around the music shed hanging a variety of 100 opera characters' lanterns. Music shed left and right with a high pole several feet high to pick a string tied into the shape of various colors of flowers turn lamps, to take a good omen of blossom and prosperity. Good. Ji Yu Chen immediately agreed. He had come to the Blood Shadow planet for nearly 200 years, yet he had never been anywhere. Zhong Wang and Wanyan Guru then led their troops to raid the Liao Palace tent. Yelu Yanqi happened to take his army to fight in the Grass Valley. The king of Qin, the king of Su, the concubines, the princesses, and the courtiers were all captured, and even the emperor's jade seal was snatched away, except for the king of Liang who escaped. King of Liang, Yelu Yali, was the second son of the emperor, and was led to escape by Taipo Taimuo. Chapter 57 Birds of a Feather of Heartat. After the fusion of the elephant and lion clans, the name was changed to Shiha, which is the same sound as Shiha, and is meant to bring them together in harmony and unity. After Chu Liangyu and his group left, the tribe gradually moved in a good direction, and the arguments gradually decreased as they spent more time together. Before leaving, Chu Liangyu instructed to store more food, and under the supervision of the three Huqiumu, the tribe was busy every day, but seeing more and more food, they also felt settled in their hearts, and, therefore, did not have any. While this group is sure to win or lose, what remains is also the last game of the group, and the win or loss of this game will have a significant impact on the rest of the ring fight. Song China turned around. She saw an army green jeep and crashed far from the back. Song China frowned and looked over. She saw a familiar face inside that car. Su Aya reached out to scratch Wen Hao's stomach. Wen Hao is still sitting without moving. No reaction. Su Aya scratched several times. Wen Hao just frowned, and did not raise his eyes to look at her. Where is my child? Luoyi blocked out all of Song Qiji's unfinished words with one sentence. She reached for her cell phone and called Chao Fengsher and found his cell phone turned off. She sat up and checked his location with difficulty and stood up, put on her jacket and headed out the door. Lu Yan's strange behavior caused the demonic bear to stare blankly, staring at Lu Yan with a puzzled expression. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you dead girl, what are you talking about? When did I? Lin Qingyue hurriedly denied it, but halfway through his words he paused again because he didn't know which one to deny. But such a pause instead made him look even more suspicious. The three of them walked like this. Su Aya felt in her heart that it was perfectly fine to take a taxi, but it was time for someone like her to exercise. After all, her body wasn't too good. Hey, brother Tai Hao, why did you suddenly think of me? A sweet lowly voice came from the phone. Unfortunately, it was a child with a miserable life, running around all his life, living for the sake of the Chow family, but before he died, he didn't even live a day for himself. In such a case, even if he was moved, he would not have any hope for these people. However, the media reporters were all for Guzhen to say it was true. This guy would definitely put his best foot forward in this match, and it was not unlikely that he would really be able to score a hat trick in this match. The media reporters were really a bit panicked. If Guzhen really did it, what were they going to do? The invisible Lin Qi, however, drilled headfirst into Lin Ke's arms and sobbed. Although she couldn't make a sound, Lin Ke could still feel Lin Qi's trembling and sobbing shoulders and the tears that had soaked through his lapel. He patted Anqi on the back to show his comfort. Char hadn't shown any abilities beyond the ordinary, but this one had been quite satisfied with Char's basics as well. Archery is an unbiased sport, but also the most revealing of the athlete's state of mind, where a slight miss of the heartstring can result in a huge difference in the bowstring in the hand. These words, this kind of point of view, Liang Fei is still the first time to hear. Not only very touched by her attentiveness, but also feel that if a few years earlier can be someone to say a word to him, then now he will not be the same. As the temperature slowly rises in early June, the prime time for outdoor practice is coming to an end, ushering in the heat and sunshine of a long summer. This is the latest style of concealed weapon in the jungle. See, use it this way. I brought it over and demonstrated it to him. Heavenly Emperor, today's matter has nothing to do with Lioli. If Heavenly Emperor wants to punish, please let Lioli go first, and we will be at your disposal. Cold Ice also pleaded on my behalf. Butcher Su talked to this farmer, but this family did not recognize it, saying that the cows sold to his family did not come back, and the cows in the circle were the ones that his family did not sell. No matter what Butcher Su said, the farmer just bit the bullet. Sister, I'm looking for you for something. Shi Jin took out a bag from behind him, and inside was the eunuch's clothes. Chapter 58, Dreaming of Dreams. Shu Liangyu's face is also not good, if not because Xiong Jiaojiao, after Chang Miao pushed past her, all of her strength gave out and she collapsed to the ground after a thud. Shu Liangyu looked on with cold eyes, without the intention of helping him. Feng Xiaowu kicked him in the waist, snorted lightly, and mocked, just this, what are you tugging at? Shu Liangyu also wanted to say this sentence to come, but it was just as cool to hear Feng Qiwu say it. A flood. Shu Liangyu's face is also not good, if not because Xiong Jiaojiao, after Chang Miao pushed past her, All of her strength gave out and she collapsed to the ground after a thud. Chu Liangyu looked on with cold eyes, without the intention of helping him. Feng Xiaowu kicked him in the waist, snorted lightly, and mocked, "Just this, what are you tugging at?" Chu Liangyu also wanted to say this sentence to come, but it was just as cool to hear Feng Qiwu say it. A flood. He had seen the armies of the Huron realm massacre unarmed newcomers to the realm of the dead, and at that time he had no more anger than to run. And although he knew the purpose of the massacre from his master during the years of the Black Forest afterward, the scene of that day still often shocked him into a cold sweat in the middle of the night. If you put it this way, in fact, no matter whether it was the city lord or Zhu Wushuang, at this moment, all of them already had a very difficult and depressing heart. Her life was saved by her master. If there was no master to bring her home when she was 7 years old, she would have already died on the cold streets. Now, even if it is the last good deed for her master to do a good deed to save people, in the future, she no longer cares about any of her master's business. Being masters are naturally extraordinary. This treasure net, once out of the world, has reached the top of the first grade treasure level. If raised treasure spirit, will be able to easily among the higher level of the spirit treasure ranks. Is it? The two words that were stuck in her throat she couldn't ask. Ah Yin, you have never mentioned that a Jiang Xiaoxiao has appeared beside you, nor have you mentioned that you have brought this relationship of ours into the light. I really don't know what you are thinking. Sometimes I feel like you care about me, but then I wonder if I'm just making a fool of myself. And the long door is to know some of the characteristics of this beast, so it will be outside the sobriety, not into the cave to force to accept. Shimakaze's this characteristic, able to avoid disaster. The saints want to subdue all, depends on the Shimakaze is willing to submit to it. Yes, as long as Dongfang Bai leaves the Tiantong sword sect, we are willing to accept this explanation. The Burning Heart sect master and the Luo Tian sect master, after a long period of contemplation, nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, it's better than the house I just looked at." As soon as Huan Fan entered the room, she was attracted by the layout of the house. Although this house was only a 3-bedroom, the area of use was more than an ordinary 4-bedroom, and the layout inside was very unique and spacious, with a level of comfort that could be comparable to that of a villa. Everyone was watching themselves, and the gazes of the crowd made Yu Mingxin see himself as well. Xiao Yuan gave Lin Yun a phone call. Lin Yun was put down by Zhang Feng to lead the youth training team, and the youth training team due to the club relegation. All 5 freshman players were sold by Zhang Feng, causing Lin Yun recruiting cannot be recruited. Day and night worry about it cannot be. That, Sheena, can I ask a question? The truth was that Shirori had been abandoned by her mother when she was very young, and had been raised as a child of this family, and couldn't really remember much about her past. On the top floor, Empyrean Moon's face was a bit ugly, caught up in. He recognized this person who appeared in the middle of the screen, and seemed to still have a trace of fear for this person. Of course, Feng Tian wouldn't forget that Tong Tian was still naked and left behind a set of clothes before leaving. With a loud bang, a violent shockwave appeared on that fist, instantly punching a large hole in that blood wave and disintegrating around it. Congratulations to FRO Source Battle Team for taking 3 valuable points in the first round. Dole was still as excited as ever as he shouted the last, and then breathlessly slumped into his position, thinking, "Mama, it's finally time for a halftime break." Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, almost all of the Transcendents sensed the battle taking place. This ancient skull, like a real head, had an open mouth that was constantly writhing, and a ghostly fire lit up in its 2 empty eye sockets. Chapter 59 Deal is a kiss. Are you still a male orc? You took something from me. You deserve something for something, and I don't want anything else from you. So what's wrong with just kissing you? Feng Xiaowu was confused. He was only holding the hairpin to look at it. He hadn't said if he wanted it or not. What's more, he's a phoenix. Is he something anyone can kiss? It's ridiculous. The heart of contempt. The mouth is more unforgiving. You do not find a mirror to look at themselves. The little master is also you want to. Then let's give it a try. Hanla picked up the guitar on the side and held it in his hands according to the posture he remembered. He remembered a little bit of the right hand posture, but he didn't know how to put it in his left hand. If you can really live forever, your former friends and enemies pass away one by one, and even if there are new ones, the passing years are no longer there, and the new ones are ultimately descendants, and you can only keep reminding yourself that you are already very old. After instructing Monkley to clean up the battlefield and then build a low wall, Dang Xu went to the front of the city to inspect the area before returning to the house with Hong Jishuan and the others on horseback. Wow, so many people. Xinhao glanced at Xiaoyu by his side. However, this time Xiaoyu suddenly pulled Xinhao's hand. After that, she turned around and ran into the copy, directly causing the crowd of bosses who were ready to greet him to freeze in reaction. What kind of change will Song Yili, who disappeared for so long, bring to the whole situation once he reappears? This drop of crystal water droplets fell towards one of these 10 or so flying swords with a red jade-like color. A sword light broke through the air before the vast majority of the people in this sword academy could react to it, and many people raised their heads to look at it, only to vaguely see what appeared to be an emanating cultivator standing on top of that sword light, floating in the air. Take it, why not? Since it's just a possibility, then this mission should definitely bring us greater rewards, Yi Zhang said with a faint smile, and the other four nodded, a hint of excitement spreading across their faces. However, at this moment, these four blood races' ancestor Saint Kings did not have any look of shame or anger. They just respectfully prostrated themselves on the ground without any confrontation. At first Qin Yu was a bit hesitant. She was a bit worried if the question she just asked would make Cheng Muyue misunderstand something. But if she didn't answer the phone, it would be even more of a misunderstanding, right? To make a name for oneself and to be admired by all has been human nature since ancient times. Even if it is a cultivator, before reaching a certain state of mind, it is not exempt from this. Not to mention that, the Qingyun Sect's once-in-a-generation grand competition, topping the list, but there are also lucrative rewards. He gently got on the bed and lay down half on his side as if she were still with him, his arms slightly wrapping her in a false embrace. Nowadays, the end of the law of heaven and earth. Zhou Yangshan gong this kind of gas, gong dharma door. If there is no 10,000 million yuan family background, I'm afraid that even the door can't be entered, and the inner work is even more concerned about the talent. With your sinews nowadays, I'm afraid of. Lin Donglai shook his head and said to Fatty Wang. The Holy Underworld Emperor still decided to see for himself what the specifics of the matter were before deciding whether or not he wanted to discuss this matter together with the Crown Prince. Muyu temporarily gave up the idea of chasing after godless, and thievishly then wanted to enter Feng Yang's house. You're very cautious, and you know how to recognize the times, but unfortunately you're unlucky that it's me you've met, Gu Chaoyan said with a smile. In reality, he was just as nervous as Xiao Xiao just now. Only that he was able to control his surface emotions very well. The driver will take you back. Li Mayan turned around and headed in the direction the voice came from. Zhang Luyu has been a bit annoyed lately. First Su Jima and Li Mayan, then Lu Ji and Qin Wan. So she didn't go back to Li Mayan's villa for the past few days, and stayed in school peacefully, except for the usual classes, and Yao Yao was busy in the propaganda department in her leisure time. Hai Tong was also a learned man, and when he quieted his mind and slowly examined the formation diagram, he found a hint of something wrong. Chapter 60, The Unworthy Little Brother. The hairpin was also made of an unknown material, like jade, yet very light. It is engraved with some simple, yet unobtrusive patterns, elegant and noble. When Feng Qiuwu saw this hairpin, she subconsciously felt that it suited Chu Liangyu. Staring at Chu Liangyu's long hair that was erected with only a band for a long time, Feng Qiuwu ghostly handed her the hairpin. For me? Chu Liangyu thought that maybe he was overthinking things. When he was with his disciples, as a sect leader he had to have the majesty of a sect leader, not to mention the fact that there were so many of the sages men alone now that he had to be endowed with the authority of a sect leader. Li Shi this hammer did not understand what the situation, yelling to wake up, this is purely a pit in the flashlight looking for death. It's all my fault for being useless. I'm the one who harmed young master. I'm the one who caused everyone to suffer, Xingqing said with a face of remorse. Such power was too strong. Not to mention him, even if Nine Tails was hit it would definitely die. Lin Mu thought of the several pterodactyls that were still being tamed and decided to wait for them to submit and have them consign the eggs back together. They were no one else but the Gemini, Scorpion and the others who had been made into the 12 zodiacal emperors by the outside world. So Lu Hong once again issued an edict to make Dongzhuo the pastor of the state of Bingzhou, and let him give the military power. All of it, to Zhu Jun. An old voice rang out behind Mikan and Zhou Xan Nai. And instantly several black vertical and horizontal stone pillars floated up from the ground, locking Zhou Xan Nai in them and quickly disappearing into the ground. After coming back, Yan Bushues separated the meat, and first refined the fat meat to look at the oil for a while and went to the toilet. Liu Ting also not just didn't react or what, was smashed solidly, even muffled grunts did not come out. To be angry is right. After this time, all the banquets will be handed over to her to organize, so that she will be so angry that her head will smoke is the best. 17 laughed out loud, not caring about the eyes of the bystanders. Although Han Bang is now the industry's leader, Han Zhuoli has never been complacent, thinking that Han Bang would not need to make progress and that no one would be able to catch up. Of course I know. Han Zhuoling's voice suddenly became a bit muffled, and even his gaze grew more and more burning. The court is over at this hour? 17 regardless of the rights of kings and subjects, Feng Hua came she only regarded him as her husband, got up and took off that ink-colored vermilion-bordered outer robe for him. Su Liangqiu and his long fingers, tightly clenched together, 10 fingers, feel his body breath, slowly become some, taut, and then there is a kind of relaxation in the back. Her mood with the change of his mood and change, but probably cannot pull that face for a while, so did not formally apologize to Lu Man. but the attitude towards Lu Man has been much better. Mayor, I must take her away today. She is my Bayamo Shu's legal wife, and I am her legally recognized guardian. It was already not easy for Bayamo Shu to be able to endure until today. A question crowded into her head. Kaiba heartbeat accelerated, climbed up to see no one in the bedroom, could not think too much to take the road to escape, and when she fled to her own room only to realize in hindsight that she forgot to wear her shoes and that this was her home. Why did she have to escape? The ancient sect leader and the others were for the foundation and development of the Heavenly Pivot Academy, while Morong Jianyu and the others were for the Heavenly Pivot Academy's undying hatred. Feng Junshu's arm circled around her waist, wrapping her tightly around his body, and the more noisy the surroundings became, the more intense his kisses became, and qualitatively, the Hodge conjecture and the Langlands program, which Schultz worked on, were world problems that, if solved, would have solved many of them, and Schultz himself pushed forward many of the advances with his own efforts. Rawas made shopkeepers more knowledgeable, but renovate a store, want more than 100 taels, also really scared him. For a moment unexpectedly did not react, did not immediately answer. Knowing this, the church was not without disappointment, but it recognized Luo Ye's magic potion quality even more. Chapter 61, Salivating for her beast husband. I didn't expect that the first one to come in was still a familiar face, one that I had met not long ago, the female that wanted to forcefully kiss Feng Chouwu. Chu Liangyu looked sideways at Feng Chouwu, while he had a constipated look on his face and twisted his body in an effort to lower his presence. Yo, what's going on here? Like a cat seeing a rat. He raised an eyebrow and reached out to straighten his body over. Feng Chouwu warned in a low voice, stinking salted fish, I advise you to stay out of this, and wait to hitch yourself to the number 6 doesn't conjure up anything for me at the moment though. Doctors here don't need numbers. Besides, with the relationship between the Yang family and the Li family, he was sure that the other party would not betray himself. Only some things to see through and not say anything. Yang Xiao left the garden and returned to his room. He entered the room only to see Yinting sitting inside the room. He glanced at him without hitching a ride. Originally, they were still full of spirit and vigor before, but after seeing this black-robed man Yun Tianxiang appear, several people seemed to have been poured a pot of cold water, and could not even raise their heads. Su Chen couldn't help but look at the other party twice more, because from the time Su Chen came in until now, this was the first time the other party had opened his mouth. The object of the nightmare was also clearly it, and she told her how a behemoth god beast-like thing suddenly appeared at that time. Speaking of this, Yang Xiao immediately looked grave. This was indeed something he had not noticed. Lin Ruoshue was a little relieved to see that Su Chen hadn't come back late, so she brought her headlamp and drilled out of the snow cave, because it was now nighttime and it was already dark outside. Chen Yu thought not quite that devil. If not him, then does it mean that there are other powerful people in the Dragon Palace? After all, Su Chen's thousand-hand seal couldn't even be carried by a late-stage Kaiyuan, let alone him, a mid-stage Kaiyuan. Not only did Zhao Liang breathe a sigh of relief, Louis Fei also breathed a huge sigh of relief and rubbed her arm aside. The people who had gone to the auction that day had talked about this painter who had appeared out of nowhere, but no matter how much they looked into it, they couldn't find the background of this Mr. Worryless. After we parted ways at the hospital last time, Lin Ziyi and I were in an almost unfamiliar relationship, at best, partners who worked together. Li Meng in an instant has already thought of a good way to break the law. Raise the sword. Several sword light streams to fight off the golden light. The body defense opened to the maximum. In the sky copper money flying rain in the shuttle, but directly behind the line. I'm fat. I'll go to the left well. Directly to the audience watching the live broadcast of the laughter sprayed. But if she wasn't willing to meet Lin Qinghan, naturally she couldn't be willing to meet Wang. Knowing that Wang didn't like it, if she still wanted to get together, wouldn't she be giving her the opportunity to trample on herself? This is Brahmi, and the yam egg. You guys have found a piece of yam. Li wanted to look at the ingredients that Fatty Girl and the others had brought back, her eyes glittering with joy. He pulled his sword from the waist of the guard behind him and held it with both hands, wanting to personally cut off Lin Chen's head. That's right, how can you blame Nian Bao? Several of the Yin family's children also stared furiously at Wan, mentioning Fan Qingyi's body. Qinzhou remembered that today the imperial physician came to report that Fan Qingyi's body was almost well. I'm on my way to your house. I'll meet you downstairs in 30 minutes. He was kind enough to explain the situation to her. Ziyin went in, only to see a 5 big and thick man and Qinzhou sitting on the ground. Both of them had a big bowl of tea in front of them. After all, the Zhou family has been bibimbap in Yenzhou for all these years, and has no reliable backstage in Yingtianfu, so it is naturally difficult to understand the relationship between the powerful and the rich. The difference was that after the city broke down, the demon army in Changwu City did not fight to the end, but instead took a strategic retreat, retreating from the west city gate towards the hinterland of the Green Ox country. Sister Yang took Aunt Chuiyu to the infected area. and she saw with her own eyes that her nephews and grandchildren were all helpless in the infected area, already showing symptoms, and when they saw her coming, they just looked at and then showed a fierce look. Chapter 62, Being a Robber. The fact that he could come in place of the White Tiger's original family showed Yutu's status and how much he was valued. No, it's something else. Something else? Yutu still wanted to inquire carefully, but seeing that Chu Liangyu had no intention of explaining, he gave up. While she was talking about some optional nonsense on one side, another door opened one after another on the other side. Seeing the way they were warmly talking to Feng Qingqing's few people, they should be a few tribes with better relations. Very straightforward and very put down the body very calmly to 1485 said a little. But 1485 is not at all by a situation is like this. Love to live not look. Otherwise, you should wait for the boss to come over next time and ask him to take a look. As a globally recognized Ning group, the company's laboratory did not even have a supercomputer, which would be laughed at by his peers when word got out. After all, after so many years, the Night Lord never showed up, which made it impossible for Ye's mother to suspect him. When I first met Yang Shouyuan, I thought it was not a good contact because he had a habit of not accepting red envelopes. 64 hairs froze, did not understand. Thought is not the teacher how to teach how to learn. Teachers do not say, how do I know how to learn? Doubtfully, he asked, what does the teacher mean? I do know the three of them, but not at the same time. Your two good brothers don't even know about Rose's existence, and that piece of jade didn't fall into their hands. Yi Yisheng said. That middle-aged man carefully repaired his nails, and if not, he even blew on them. The runt on top of the scissors kept touching the originally smooth nails, slowly, grinding out a tip. Moreover, Yang and vaguely felt that his time and space river prototype might really be related to the divine Marshal Starfield. The three of them froze at the same time. Su Qin had an unbelievable face, Mingren had a shocked face, and Easy Yen had a cold smile on his face with very different expressions. He didn't know if the Mist Clan teenager would be infuriated if he heard Ningfeng say that, but all he knew was that Ningfeng looked at himself with a reluctant expression on his face before charging straight over. It looked like there was also a hint of disdain on his face, which made the Fog Clan teenager feel very hurt. When Dongfang Yunyang and Shishan Hanyue and the others walked into the area near the central high platform, many people's gazes focused on Dongfang Yunyang, with some of the family heads and representatives even coming forward to greet Dongfang Yunyang. There is no target on this journey. How about going to Qi? Legend has it that Qi has no Confucianism and Taoism, but legalism prevails, and I don't know what kind of heaven and earth is under the rule of legalism. Although this is said, but the heart is also a little bit of emotion. Sweet Pig faced this knife without flickering or avoiding, and even directly stretched out his left hand to try to directly crush the light of the knife. But apparently because he couldn't reach this kind of non-solid thing he could only watch it cut down. After about a week, Harry Potter, the Savior, received his Lightwheel 2000 from Professor McGonagall and became the Quidditch finder for the Gryffindor house team. Dongfang Yunyang had used his Earth Escape Jutsu to spar with Vice Captain Kawamoto Mina during the period, and although his Earth Escape Jutsu looked a bit young in front of the upper ninja, his control of the jutsu became more skillful as he practiced it against the other ninjutsu. The two of them quickly separated as if they were electrocuted. The nursery rhyme turned around and ran with a red face. Lin Shu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but slap the back of his head in chagrin. What is all this? Jiao Song sighed in his heart. Where is the favor? For Ong Gongzio so well? Okay, if you say it's a mistake, then it's a mistake. Ji Qingcheng skimmed Jimin eye and smiled. Do you have to let me strip naked and walk around the whole dormitory building before you're satisfied? Do you think I can talk about boyfriends with this figure? Ji Qingcheng said without a good breath, looking at her lowly figure, somewhat helpless. How did you guys do it? The one who was most shocked was He Shuiqing. To her, what was before her was nothing short of a miracle. Just a few months ago, this place was clearly still a desolate place. Master Rabbit spoke. Back then, I did bring in a lot of the lower realm ascension of the demon race. There are a lot of high-level bloodline want to let their potential to explode out. The God's Domain world is a very suitable place for the demon race to cultivate. Good. In some ways, Li Yu is actually quite gentle and considerate. Being pampered made me feel warm and happy. And if I could do the same after marriage, how hard could it be to fall in love with him? What's more, it's not like I don't feel anything at all right now. In the shadows, a number of other survivors had stuffed him with half a bun, a pie, or something, and there were signs of mold on the pie. Fortunately, Jinxian is also a person who understands. As long as you want to understand, there is no reason that cannot be passed. Life immediately became comfortable, and Guanship seems to be because of Jinxian's things emotionally closer. You guys wait here first. Li left the group all behind and returned to the second middle school side with a group of mutated animals. Iron Man come back. Yang Yiyun shouted in a hurry, but the Eastern Iron Man has long since disappeared. Vivi, you, what's wrong with you? Did the sheep have a seizure? Zhao Moya hurriedly squatted down and looked at her whole body twitching, very alarmed. That huge figure, as well as the fierce tiger's roar, finally allowed the giant spirit white ape to regain a trace of lucidity. After another day of rest and recuperation, the Zeros were a little embarrassed that they were interfering with the trip when they were clearly the escort. And Reason told him, let's forget it, who knows if they're sick or not, and on top of that, Kong Fengji is still there, how embarrassing it is for him to see. Loading his wallet, he took Qin Manyun's hand and walked towards the exit of the bar. Behind them, a pair of eyes with complex expressions were left behind. It was Zhao Yaping, who never took her eyes off of Lin Yuming since he left. She looked at the smiling child. She really didn't know what she should say. This child's fate was so tragic that it made her heart hard to bear. He clearly didn't deserve such a fate. With a loud bang, 10,000 waves were set off in the entire snowy ground, and the snowflakes were all shaken back up from the ground, rolling down towards the mountain like a wave of snow. It's already been recruited, and they're going through the formalities now. Their status is a bit special, so the formalities are a bit cumbersome, Chen Chang said. Song Yao and the others were overjoyed and thanked old Uncle Li. After Zhao Lihong paid the coach's fee, the few people, with the help of Coach Zhang, went out of the service center where they rented the equipment and stumbled towards the ski practice ground. Hua Dongming says that he doesn't want to be romantically involved at the moment, so Ninghua sets their date at this secret stronghold so that no one will be able to spot them when they meet. Yen Yong shook his head in disgust. TCH, don't make me kiss Michael's ass. He lets loose at the men beside him. At the same time, Immortal Monarch Red Yang also made a move, directly using his powerful immortal power to confine that stone ball, fixing it in the middle of the void. Chapter 63 definitely has a secret. They had no trouble snatching back a man. Oh no, saving a man. Their side's strength was already crushing, and it was obviously not an easy task for the opposite side to get the person back. Stupid, can't you see the people are being snatched? Get over here and help. There were shouts and the guards tried to come over to help, but the robbers wouldn't leave them alone. It's obvious that we need to finish them off before anything else. That's it. 1. Several other people also greeted one by one. Fong Yuan looked. There are two people just argued red in the face. The face has not slowed down. Lu Kezan did not ask more, and should not ask. He will not ask. There is an old brother, this sentence is enough. Many special physiques were beneficial, yet the ice spirit body was something that no one wanted to encounter. Jiang Min didn't cry anymore and nodded, causing the crowd to laugh. Only Fang Shijiao inclined his eyes towards the window, looking at the sky to see if there was that moon. Qian, however, was not worried at all, because she had heard Duan Rinfei say that although Yang Yi was very good at martial arts, he was the only one who did not know how to do lightweight, so it was impossible for him to come up at all. The homeroom teacher said something else. Shin Xingyu only felt that her blood had frozen. Her hands and feet were cold, her forehead was sweating, her face was white. She put down her hand in dismay, and at that moment, Zhou Ziki walked out. Why don't you go back with Papa Lin and Mama Su? Lin Yefei said shyly. Lu Ziming had killed a spirit lieutenant before. It was a spirit lieutenant without a human body, and even though he had Ji Qingqing to cooperate with him, Lu Ziming was fine on his own. If it really came down to a fight, Lu Ziming could probably take on the two sect area spirit lieutenants here. As for defeating or killing them, in this case it would be a bit difficult. Both of these lineups have a very fatal flaw if taken out to play. Brittle. A ghostly blue tentacle mixed with chunks of flesh and blood wrapped around the golden skeleton's left leg. Fang Yuan felt his strength being sucked away, although it felt very weak through the golden skeleton. But it did. But there's nothing wrong with killing the induction king, Li Bachan said while watching the movement over there. Unlike the skeletons under the ship, the dry corpses had a layer of dry skin on the surface of their bones, and they wore gorgeous clothes made of brocade. They were leaning on each other in pairs, and their posture looked like they were dancing. Chen Duo understands that now he is only a strong physical body, cannot manipulate the spiritual power of heaven and earth, cannot use the sword, cannot use magic treasures to fight against the enemy. Against the first realm of knowledge of the cultivator is more than enough. But if you run into the chi condensation realm of the cultivator, I am afraid that we will have to suffer a lot of losses. So he no longer think more. Only the house that broken net with a dagger cut, rolled into a long hemp rope wrapped around the waist out of the wooden house. Because of the dream of the red-clothed man thing, this time he is non-stop day and night, hungry to catch a few birds and rabbits to eat, thirsty to chew a few mouths of snow. The seven rhythms sword vibrated in the black cloth behind his back, clanging and roaring as a terrifying sword intent brewed. Saying that, this skeleton warrior raised the battle sword in his hand, the airflow surging. This unassuming skeleton warrior was even a fifth-order berserker. As the saying goes, a city of many wills. Naturally, there are times when the power is as strong as God's, and at this moment, under the concerted efforts of a large number of Kiba shinobi, the corners of the earth seemed to have been easily lifted by a giant who was moving a mountain. and everything attached to the ground must have suffered a considerable amount of impact. Receiving this mission reminder, Ma Fei instinctively wanted to choose Luo Zhongxuan. He is in the Tianyang Evening News, and now he is the core of the evening news department. It is only right to help his own people. As a result, the original red-hot Red Shadow Stream instantly turned into a cannon fodder organization, with all black hair and a white hair. Gao Xiangzui brought troops to the time. Qin Han has Zizhou completely swallowed, and has even prepared to go to attack the state of Taiyan. Gao Xiangzui heard these news, worried about the matter spread to Zhao Ji to be blamed, and immediately ordered the army to accelerate forward, and finally in the attack on the state of Taiyan before Qin Han and Qin Han frontal confrontation. Chapter 64, Little Bud. After leaving the city of 10,000 beasts, the group sped along, trying to get as far away from this crowded place as possible. In midair, Feng Chouwu was slightly faster than them, stouting ahead. Phoenix is extraordinarily impressive wherever it is. The place they picked was sparsely populated, and they still couldn't avoid encountering some prying eyes. Why did you stop all of a sudden? The wind brought up by Feng Chouwu's wing flaps made the leaves around him rustle, and standing in the yang near the original Taoist sect is not obvious. Hundreds of miles around, there is only a search for the true view, a little bit of fame, but for Qin Feng is not much impact. In Qin Feng's view, this stone as long as the open out must be a big rise, so did not care so much, of course, did not hesitate to choose to buy this piece of stone. The skein extended into the inside of the original stone, but it was just right at the edge of the emerald, perfectly avoided. A perfect piece of emerald was not damaged in the slightest. At the same time, another flying sword named Jumping Pearl quietly appeared, appearing and disappearing in space, attacking Jiang Taishu's back heart. Seeing her father's tired appearance, she just silently handed the information in her hand forward, while not saying a word, directly back to her room. Yuan Fong prompted Chen Fan that he had been staring at the demonic beast for a long time, using many methods, with no way to stop it from advancing. Senior brother, Li Shifu let out a cry of alarm and struggled, still wanting to go save him, but was stopped by me. Hey, wake up. In front of him, a man of about 27 or 88 was sitting on the edge of the bed, gently shaking Zhang Ziyu, who was lying on the bed. Zhang Ziyu's eyes were tightly closed, his brows were tightly locked, and a layer of dense beads of sweat was seeping out from his head. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 10 minutes since Mufan had stayed in the bathroom. Zhang Ziyu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, accompanied by a gust of nausea. He held the table and was ready to sit down and rest for a while, but he didn't stand still and crashed into Su Zicheng's body. This stone was called the Heavenly Talent Stone, and it was able to measure a cultivator's spiritual roots, immortal bones, spiritual awareness, and innate wisdom. When Xia He said this, his face also showed just the right amount of concern and worry. Che, people who cultivate immortals, you still care about this? You're the one who hasn't seen many methods of dual cultivation. Jean Luo snorted. Jesus, puzzled to see that just a moment ago, the sun was still bright and sunny, but at this moment, a ray of sunshine has long been invisible, and the whole hall is completely gloomy. It's true that we have to pass through there, but whether we stay or not depends on the situation. Situ Lu Feng saw that this family was acting quite openly, so he did not explicitly refuse, only intending to wait and discuss with Yun Xiang. The Immortal Gathering Conference was, after all, officially organized by the Great Gene, and the quality of the medicinal herbs was very good, even if others had already picked through around. Aunt Xia Yan smiled. In her heart she understood very well. Wei Tianda was waiting for Mingzhu, not telling Mingzhu to go in and suffer the wrath of the Dowager Consort. His Highness the King of England is really like what the concubine said, really too much in favor of Fu Mingzhu. So Wang Shun took the opportunity to ask a few more questions. The princess house of people just as idle chatter, one by one said, not to mention, now the silver and copper belong to the imperial court in urgent need of materials. These silver and copper purchased from Japan and other things, to Taiwan, will be directly acquired by the government, although they will not let them lose, but also leave a lot of profit space, but ultimately not compared to directly transported to Vietnam 10 times the profit. However, just as she looked up, she suddenly realized that something seemed to be floating above her head. Gu Zhang did not know if it was because of the environment here, or if this Xie Guanxin's talent was indeed outstanding. In the eyes of the crowd, they all thought that Xian Yuanhao's physical strength was too much, and that he didn't control his physical strength during the sparring session before falling from mid-air. The standard high school student leaf-colored shirt with black bow tie and short plaid skirt was set off on Qin Eli's body, but it matched especially well. Child, how old are you this year? Su Dai will pick up the teacup, before dipping it in the water. Mrs. Valley Master opened her mouth to ask. For the next few days, Christina shared the ward with Shura, and Fu Yiqing never left the ward for half a step as long as she was there. Invading like fire and moving like thunder are not just words. If you were facing a real enemy, you would have died 1,000 times already. Start over. Chu Feng droned. The mixed one-chi formation, with a mixture of different types of soldiers. The foremost striker was like a sharp, pointed sword, piercing through everything. Not bad, no matter what. The Tsang Song domain is grateful for today's great victory. I will personally host a banquet to thank you all. The Tsang Song domain lord secretly rejoiced. He was really afraid that if these people left just like that, then there would really be nothing he could do. Because of the swelling on his face, Yin Tianyu's speech was a little unclear, and after stammering for half a day, Beimua Qian Shui didn't hear anything. Finally, at Nye Peng's suggestion, Yin Tianyu was first placed in a room to rest. Su Dai felt that she already somewhat understood Wan Yin Che. Cold on the outside, hot on the inside, stuffy type. She pretended not to see his cool demeanor, and said with a happy face, "It's really a bit hungry. I wanted to eat last night, but I actually slept until this time." Su Dai spat out her tongue and said with a smile, "Ning Hao was like a vicious wolf right now." His eyes would glow green when he saw even the slightest good thing that could build up in virtue. Time slowly lost. Not long. Star meteorite from the side door of the palace came out. Happy long perfect body, face hanging enchanting charming smile, a head of shiny hair vertical waist, skin snow, blowing can break, a big red tool over the jade body, curves hidden, very tempting, leaving aside the strange ability to turn the impossible into the possible with that later one. The one in front of it shows that two itself can't be injured. After In Yuchen and the others got ready and waited for Hiyu to give the word, Hiyu called In Yuchen into his office and explained it to In Yuchen. Or else In Yuchen would have thought that he was doing a simulation training, and it would not be good to be exposed at that time. The middle-aged man returned to his room. He was not originally from this base. He was temporarily and urgently transferred here, and his only task was to be in charge of setting up that so-called quarantine module. Chang Jinsheng laughed, inserted the gun into his waist, and was about to call out to his team members to go forward, when suddenly there was a bang, and Chang Jinsheng's body swayed and fell to the ground. The myriad doctor was similarly astonished beyond words, his eyes carrying a shocking horror as they fell motionless on Xiaofan. Yu Yan and the three of them walked and chatted in this way, and after a cup of tea, they came to the family and casual cultivator guidance office in the northern part of the hall. But Yang Yuan and the people of the Chimu family were already in the front of the queue, so they could only wait at the back. A brother came in from outside the door, holding up a taisher chair. Lu Song pulled away his and Yuanli's chairs, placed the moved taisher chair in the center, and invited Zhong Tao to take a seat. The performance stage in front of the mall had been emptied and removed, and with it replaced by a red carpet sprinkled with flower petals that stretched forward to the feet of the two men. Chapter 65 shows him off. The little guy can actually move. Gently pinching up the things on Chu Liangyu's face, Xiang Qiancheng watched her struggling and writhing with a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's kind of boring to sit around all night. If he hadn't inadvertently looked this way, he really wouldn't have spotted this guy. A small bud the length of a finger, clearly didn't speak, but Sagittarius Chisung could feel the panic in its movements. That's pretty funny. Lu Kuei's face disheveled down, sighed, ready to walk into the dust to move Shenichen's body out. When the smoke gradually dissipated away, only a figure was still standing, maintaining the posture of punching. Shinichen stretched his limbs, feeling the rushing true qi in his body and that feeling of abundant power. He remembered something else. After clarifying this point, Lu Shaozhen's mind became more clear, and he could then focus on his skills. Shinichen tried his best to suppress the riot of true qi, trying his best to compress soaring true qi into the true veins. Realistic reality. Why don't we not have it? I think if she knows the reason, she will definitely not blame mom and dad either. These were the words Jing Hui said after deep thought. It wasn't that he wasn't looking forward to the arrival of this child. It was just that he really couldn't bear to let the truth be tormented anymore. The pain on his face had disappeared, and his calm demeanor contrasted with the beads of sweat running down his cheeks. Associated with the sixth ants man, Su Lao gradually put away the smile. Learned from her mouth. Her man died in an accident in a coal mine. His husband and wife do not even have children. Wait! The bald man roared with shock, his thinly narrowed eyes like the eyes of a snake lurking in the shadows, staring at the two teenagers. Animals driven by instinct are like this. As long as it shows more than it has, then they will instead be afraid. If you show yourself to be weak, then they will bully you again and again. Not to mention animals, even people are like this. Looking for soft pinches is the common nature of creatures. Even though the laser shot skill did not restrict where it could be fired from, Zhang Yang was still used to using his fingertips as muzzles. His zither sound, with a kind of light and peaceful atmosphere, seems to be like a heavenly Brahma sound, so that the world's obscenity has nowhere to hide. You and your father are nothing more than stray dogs taken in by my Qian family. How dare you speak so loudly? The aura of a high-ranked Yuan master surged and exploded. Qianlan's bossy face had been completely taken over by hatred, and she didn't forget to use her dark voice to humiliate Qian Yuyi for a moment. Grandpa is fine. Lanner doesn't cry. The old man forced out a smile, straining to sit his body up and lean against the wall. At this time, a specialized waiter had already come over and led Jin Tinghui and that towards the elevator location. Looking at Xia Haoshuan, at this moment, with a relaxed and calm look, Yuan Guoping had no idea what to say. After guessing the causes and consequences, Qingyu went straight to Marquis Pingdal's residence. She didn't even collect the rewards from the competition. Although Sakuraichi had been eating his meal, those ears were catching every word of every sentence, never missing a beat. As soon as he heard that sensitive word, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows a little. Who was she? The imperial court is transferring money to the county sheriff's office? Just wait. The current emperor's stingy nature. He doesn't even spare money for the victims. Will he still allocate money to the county sheriff's office? Lang Jiangcheng pondered for a long time, and coincidentally at this time, the dean of the arsenal was investigated for embezzlement. Lang Jiangcheng directly arranged Yao Fan to manage the arsenal, while Lu Yun naturally stayed at the arsenal to become a doctor in the research and development group. Suddenly, a burst of golden light flooded the screen. From Qing Yu's brow, it spread out in all directions. Is everything okay? I heard him ask in a panic, reaching toward my forehead as he did so. That's enough. All of you shut up. Yin Luoxian finally couldn't help but drink a cry, which was augmented with a lot of his spiritual power. So when it roared out, it could be said to have shaken the whole place. Chapter 66, Jealousy. He's a bully in the sea, so I don't think he'll need it. Chu Liangyu fanned his nose with his hand and deliberately said, Hey, how does this have a sour flavor? There is no such thing as vinegar in the beast world, but some wild fruits give off a sour flavor when they rot, similar to vinegar. I'm telling the truth. You don't have to yin and yang me. You just can't stand Chu Liangyu's differential treatment. Why should Qi Chongrui's turn get? It wasn't pretentiousness. Chen Shufan was already afraid of being in the headlines for things other than music, especially things in his relationship. He didn't want to put his private life under the microscope for the world to gossip about. Wang Sankai looked at Mr. Fatty and the three fat old man, as well as the 30 innate powerhouses behind them. It is like looking through water, but this layer of water is still churning. So look, the opposite side of the people are constantly deformed. This stage from crisis to stabilization. It took a total of 5,000 years. During those 5,000 years, humanity was in a precarious state until shortly before the year of the Heavenly Vault. Only then did mankind begin to reproduce normally again, free from the crisis of genocide. Chang Ming wasn't worried about Blue Star at all. Although she hadn't said anything, he had already seen her determination in her eyes. During her trip to the Heavenly Vault continent, she had seen many things and had finally decided to follow through with her previous idea of repositioning the relationship between organ gods and humans. There were certainly some opposition voices in the middle of this, mainly coming from the side of the main war faction. They were more worried about the effects of the Black Eclipse fog on the divine realm, and in their opinion, attacking the Heavenly Vault continent was a completely unnecessary move that would result in 2 losses. Wang Sankai has long been curious about this issue, but there has been no opportunity to ask the expert. The reason why he asked, but also just touched the scene casually, but do not want to separate the 2 continents is actually the person in front of Mr. Fat. I'll see you while we're filming. We can't just leave everyone in place and let them do nothing, right? Zhou Lao Di. You, the producer, won't blame me for taking liberties, right? Jun cheerfully asked. Wang Dapeng heard Zhang Jun's words, and did not dare to talk. He subconsciously felt that the other side is in the fraud him. In order to avoid the other side of the road, he simply come to a pretend to be deaf and dumb, and ask 3 do not know. Just the point of believing Zheng Feixian and not Li Maniac. If the Holy King hadn't said it, the Nature King would have definitely not thought of it. With this latter sentence, Wang Sansai's gaze had turned to Fong Tong, obviously signaling him to explain this matter. Sect Master, don't worry, Buddha commiserated. But he discovered a great thing. After destroying the heavenly court back then, Fong seemed to have discovered a heavenly secret. Since then, Fong disappeared, and now it has been 88 epochs. Jikong said excitedly. Stretch the halberd up. Mo Ruyang opened his mouth and roared, not using much volume, but the sound traveled out a long way. General, please look. Ugly 12 got up and handed a white wand into the hands of Monty's own soldiers, then retreated to the side and did not say much. Ziyo, Situ Juanlio seems to have woken up. Do you know? Suddenly, Lu Xian, who was talking to Hua Yao, suddenly remembered this matter and hurriedly said to Hua Ziao. However, it was also at this moment that Yihan, who was lying on the ground, continuously released a wisp of black gas between his body, which did not spread outward, but instead drilled down towards the depths of the earth. On that day more than 2 years ago, after he separated from Linglong, he went to the Magicians' Union in Danyang City, and he was originally prepared to leave there. But who knew that at noon on that day, there was a vision, and at that time, His magical beasts also had a sense that the divine beasts were coming out of the world. The battle was unusually intense in midair, where divine radiance filled the air. Phantom rain poured down, and a spatial crack connected, like a giant spider net, covering several miles in a radius. This Star Luo mercenary corps already acted a bit overbearing on weekdays, and with the cheating in the last tournament, it was spurned by many mercenaries. Chang Ming, who was originally looking after the Ice Emperor Jiang Yuro, suddenly left without saying a word, and ran towards the direction where Yi Han was chasing Tang Nirenyuan, that is, the direction of the seemingly ghostly light. And not only that, he even took Jiang Yuro away to leave with him, leaving a sentence that resulted in nothing. Tze faintly turned his back to the entrance of the Great Hall. Of course, when he meets a patient who is explicitly told that the patient is suffering from ventricular hemorrhage, Chen Hao will bring the puncture tool to the consultation, and if he meets the indications, Chen Hao will immediately do the puncture and drainage for the patient. Since Yi Qingwan's disappearance to this point, several months have passed. No one knows whether she actually still survives in the world. The people have been remorseful, seeing their companions in deep water and fire, but so powerless to do anything about it. Huo Xingye lowered his eyes, his line of sight falling on the black trench coat, not immediately reaching out or speaking. Seeing that Yi Yun's face had regained its former virility, Gu Yuer smiled in relief. She knew that her words had stimulated Yi Yun's heart and had had an effect. Named Knight Righteousness, this person surnamed Zhang, is a close friend of Huang Junhan, sang a promise. Then wait for Huang Junhan and so on back to the fortress. And so on Li Shandao commanded the high ugly slaves and other people waiting here, with Li Shandao also into the fortress. Morone Love and Luo Qi looked at each other and smiled, pulling Zimo's hand. Don't worry, let him go. With Ghost Moon in place nothing will happen. I will take you to the Ghost Moon Cave to see. It will be good for you there. Before he could finish his words, Zimo was pulled away by Morong Imo, but it was rare that Qin Jingji, honoring Li Shandao's order, had no one come out to take up his post, so he took their place and stood guard alone at the mouth of the valley. Luo Nan was really too curious. He knew exactly how his artist was. He was usually polite with a warm smile, but when he was really angry, he could raise his hand and kill someone in minutes. The construction of neurology too, which is in its final stages, has all the facilities in place. The old man's gaze was glued to Pinto, as if he wanted to study every hair on Pinto's body. If this is the long run in love, stumbling is actually inevitable. The simple life of a magnetic voice sounded loudly, and Shin Han Luo also followed the music and hummed gently. Her parents, her older brother, had questioned him about what had happened to make her so. Yuan Changwan looked incredulously at the joke on the canopy and felt like he was going to lose his breath. Figured out these, but he is not in a hurry. Now have the money, not those proud to choose him. It should be him to choose these families and factions of the proud. But somehow, in recent times, her heart would be bored and palpitating for no reason, as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He knew that Ji Minchuan was a person with strong opinions and determination. His decisions were always well thought out. What's cement? Water and dirt mixed together? Du Fu was curious what it was that could build wide buildings. Bai Xiling nervously clenched her fists, her gaze moving downward from his eyes and landing on Qin Yuchen's extremely thin, lightly colored lips. What the Taoist master did not expect was that after the Taoist master arrived to kill the encirclement, he realized that the person who was surrounded was not Zhong Shuo, but Uncle Lu and others who were traveling separately from Zhong Shuo. Qin Yuchen ripped open Zhou Chaoyang's blouse, and sure enough, he saw a thin syringe next to his belt. Chapter 67, Don't Guess the Heart of the Beast's Husband. Sister Liang Yu, when are you going to inform them to come over? Jiao Xiong asked her as she surveyed her surroundings. The sooner the better, and it's best if all of them are relocated before winter. There's no telling when things will get done when they get delayed. And, who is going to report it? Feng Qiuwu, he has wings. Chu Liangyu had little hesitation in uttering those words. Feng Qiuwu hissed. Yi Tianyi first froze for a moment, then remembered that he had never learned to drive either, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly as well. Lu Yan woke up with a start when it was already 8:10. Last night, Happy has been drinking with Ding Ming until 12 o'clock in the evening. The whole finished Ding Ming 4 bottles of special Mao Tai. The nth bidding meeting in China and Japan was once again staged. The people around were smiling and watching the two young men's $1,000 bid. My eyes curiously surveyed all this, and saw that after the palace, that is, the highest part of the ground type, was a flight of steps, and on top of the steps was a huge platform, and any more than that could not be seen clearly. But my heart was unusually agitated at this time as it was thud 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 violently. Although it is just a simple, cheesy greeting, but it gives Xia Kuan-yu a step down. Xia Kuan-yu's heart is naturally grateful, but my dad and I didn't care. Just like back then, the wind blew up my dad's hair, which was already more gray and less black. When I left that year, I was most afraid to come back and see the scene, but I never thought it would come true. Hearing the gusts of blind tones coming from the phone, Lu Wuchen also followed and hung up the phone. Rubbing his somewhat inflated temples, Zhang Feng's voice on the phone sounded as if he was a bit agitated. It looks like things happened very suddenly, or else Zhang Feng, who has always been prepared, would not have been in such a hurry. At the same time, Lu Wuchen had already bullied and snatched his way in. His fists, shoulders, elbows, knees, all parts of his body transformed into murderous weapons, attacking towards Master Zhaxiang. I bear temperament attack, but not very concerned about, said to Master Lu. If I cannot cope with say it, between Taoist priests is nothing more than a fight. If you cannot formally fight, is to spell the means, spell the secret art. I asked this aspect will not lose to him. The peaks of King Qin Guang's eyebrows nodded as he looked at her sad and desperate expression, and the force of his hands couldn't help but lighten a little. Then bring people dying to counterattack. Li Ling shook his head, touched up his own bow and arrow shot to pound. Hurry up and end this. There is no excuse for a dead festival, but to let 500 soldiers and eggs follow and accompany the funeral. That can only be said that Pound is too selfish. The bottom of his eyes gathered too much light. Compared to Lai Ziqian, Shenruo Tian deeply felt that Yu Baihui was too difficult to deal with. A little grasp is not good. He will only become his victim, scapegoat. Definitely will be a game of playing with fire. Just as Su Mu was somewhat immersed in this sense of relaxation, 2 knocks suddenly came from his room door. The knockers put their voices very slowly, and it could be seen that the visitors were very polite to Su Mu, the owner of the house. Yes, Ivana was as determined as ever. Instead of being sad and shedding tears, it was better to do something practical. King Ragnar's face showed an anxious expression. As the first strategist under his own command, Peters had a significant position in King Ragnar's mind. If anything happened to Peters, King Ragnar would miss it in his heart. By no means could he take her to his own place, so he had to find her a hotel. Luckily, the situation wasn't too bad. Bai rummaged through her bag and found her ID card, and also realized that she had a nice and memorable name. This one sentence immediately awakened the Earl of de Grana, and a bold idea of overthrowing the King of Yarajelk suddenly came into his mind. Chapter 68 Polarization. The two places were so far apart that it would take 10 days for several tribes to migrate over, not to mention that there was still their stored food to carry, and reaching this side of the world wasn't expected to be too smooth. What Chu Liangyu's side had to do was to build more houses, prepare cellars, and store food before they arrived. They were also considered to be outnumbered. Plus Chu Liangyu and Xiong Jiajiu had already had experience. A few people working with the Wood Spirit clan can build 100 of them in a single day. It's good to be dead, lest there be any more mischief. Those two, with their hands full of wrong souls, are extremely sinful, Basil said with a light frown. Originally, in his opinion, even if this Lin Yi was going to choose the new Dragon Emperor, then he should be the first choice, right? Shan Yang gently raised his hand, stopping her from speaking further. You are trying to persuade me to let Taisher's son off the hook, aren't you? What else do you know? You and Duji often have private meetings together during this period of time. You came to persuade father. It was also his authorization, right? The sudden change in topic caused Su Tianyi to be stunned, and he immediately looked at Liangyan with a scrutinizing gaze. The latter, however, seemed to have no intention of nodding off, taking a deep breath and looking meaningfully at Su Tianyi. The car arrived at its destination, still the Ning public house, Black Egg doggedly holding the old Taifu's hand, all the way leading the crowd into the front door of the public house. Changqing had no concept of time at all now, and perhaps in a split second of effort, it was already a year or even years or decades outside. That's already a pretty scary statistic. After all, the recent rapid development of mobile has caused the paper media industry to go downhill with an alarming momentum. It's times like these when even the original leaders can only barely make sure their fall isn't that bad, and no one ever thinks about sales going up again. The damage to her soul caused Lu Sisi to lose her previous memories and not even know who she was, which was not necessarily a bad thing for her now. Only part of her body, including her clothes, turned into water, and her hand just grabbed a wine bottle from inside the water. The sharpness of his tone made him cough violently, and Duji hurriedly came forward, holding his forehead with one hand, patting his back with the other, and helping him to take a sip of tea. Luffy jumped out to block the bullets with a word, and due to Luffy's rubber fruit ability, it also bounced quite a few bullets towards the navy. At this time, after the vermilion bird that was seen appeared, there were actually 2 rays of light in its eyes that shot into the air rapidly. Chang Lu watched Li Yu sure do all this and didn't say anything, practicing martial arts every day as long as he was free, and since the yard next door was also merged over, Chang Lu lived there. When it was midnight, when the 4 sacred masters saw that all the disciples had returned, they got up and came to the front of the crowd. Firesource thought that Ing Long was talking about replacing the fake coins, so he didn't pursue the matter further. This desert didn't allow Mars to cheat, so he could only rely on his body to cross the desert. Good thing the Divine Devil's body had entered the third stage. His speed of advancement would increase quite a bit. Oka had the men stop the Shenlong and quietly waited for them to pass by. It was not that Oka was afraid of their cannonballs, but Oka was worried that he had no reason to find them, and was giving himself an excuse not to use it for nothing. And when their ship came close to the Shenlong, Oka said, "Who are you, and why are you firing at us?" As for Sunset City, Falling Star City, and Finley among the Three Kingdoms, Sunset City was west of the border of Ankara and had to defend against the invasion of the magical beasts, so it had to be a bit more lenient in its attitude towards Sunset City, but there was a certain amount of sanctioning in terms of commerce and trade, which led to the fact that Sunset City had not been able to develop. But at the moment Su Sure solved the problem for him. This reporter asked a very good question, but what I want to say is that Lu Guang's parents are single-mindedly for the good of his son. As long as Lu Guang is good, I believe that they are going to do their best to support. Mars took out 2 potions from his storage space. It was the remaining Fire Dragon Blood Potion, the potion that could enhance magic power. It could allow a middle-ranked magician to enhance his magic power by 3 times for a full 3 minutes, and the price was heartbreaking. One of them would cost 10,000 gold knives. Chapter 69. What must be done? What? You're saying that not only can the female lord be bestialized, but her form is also the same as that of the legendary beast god. No wonder Jinling reacted so strongly. Even Hu Qiumu, whose emotions were always well concealed, was dumbfounded. You know, female orc bestialization is not a possibility in the beast world heal. Not to mention the fact that Chu Liangyu wasn't even in a critical condition, which was simply too shocking for the bear. Gulping, the bear will now rarely move. The teenager was slightly stunned and suddenly twisted his body, avoiding the sword that Raphael had swiftly stabbed out after wasting the old horseman Ika's words at an unbelievable angle. So much so that it's not hard to see what Nagato would do at any given time. And it's not hard to see just how much of a difference these advances make to him at this point in time. It was actually even more terrifying than earlier. Every single person here was a person with a powerful cultivation, but when faced with such a picture, it was hard to avoid trembling in their hearts. Who am I, you ask? Well, you know the Xia family, right? Tiger sneered and softly reported his family name. The 2 government officials on the other side, who had always been running roughshod over the countryside, immediately turned ashen when they heard it and stood there at a loss for words. Did something happen? Only after a long time did Yen Xiaoxiao timidly ask. Jin Guangyan's perversity had been detected the moment she saw him standing in front of her dripping wet. The 3 words "auntie" finally succeeded in shocking Mrs. Lin's tea light in her hands to the ground. Zhang Luliang sat down next to Wan Ruo, and Sui Changqing naturally sat down next to his sister Sui Neander. No talent, but no mood, and even your own emotions are not well controlled. Why did you walk into the peak? Lin Tianyou's heart darkened. None of this was discovered by his disciple Jiang Kaishang, so perhaps this is the path that Rick Jingming chose for himself. I don't want to go to the mall. I'll wait for you in the car. Yen Xiaoxiao waved her hand in rejection. What am I being an asshole about? I left you my cell phone and money and you're still not thankful. Do you want to run out again tomorrow in your slippers? Is it because you think too much about yourself, or is it that Sister Nyenin, you're looking forward to sharing a good night with me? Chao Chu raised his eyebrows, pinching Sun Yenin's wrist and looking at her with a hint of a smile. He is the one that makes me feel the most hopeful, but I can't give him the position of the ancient god, Athan said. After meeting Li Junqiao, Wang Pire had a very good impression of him and wanted to set up Cheng Huan and Li Junqiao, but who would have thought that the dog went to the hospital and Li Junqiao followed him? Boss, this time is really not enjoyable. Let's hurry up and find another target and proceed to rob it. I still want to try the power of the gloves. Devil Rock exclaimed to Zhang Xiang. The good thing is that Zhang Xiang's strength is much stronger than most of the seniors of the Xin Yuan sword sect, and has already entered the final stage of the Deshang stage. The inheritance is still more or less supportive. That is the case when the inheritance is carried out to the 28th day is also beginning to be unable to eat. Dare to scold the palace Grand Master Wang Zhu in the Yangxin Hall in addition to the current son of heaven is only Hong Lu Yuan. Otherwise even the Empress Mother would not dare to. This is not only the Grand Master but also the golden witch Hazel Close golden guards of the Wang Zhu heckling. I gave a hard look out the car window, where the doppelganger was still chattering about something. I couldn't hear him anymore. The voice kept popping up in my head. It was like I was possessed. She gritted her teeth. Her face began to turn white. Beads of sweat began to ooze from her forehead, and she felt as if something was disappearing from her body. Her heart began to convulse. The two crossed the street, one after the other, to the gatehouse, where the cab driver explained to the security guard the purpose of his visit, signed his name, and was released. He was sucked into the practice pool and watched as the demonic beasts encroached on the roof. But he couldn't do anything. Watching Wan Shanyi's flight, only then will they understand how lowly Morong Shang, ancient Xiao mountain lord and their imperial air travel is. Wan Shani stood in the air with his hands in the air. His body did not have the slightest movement, just quietly standing with his hands in the air. The person had already traveled far away for more than 100 miles. Right now, Bai Jihe's cultivation level was already a 6-star doshang, and the foreign fire also had an 8-colored glazed fire turned into a 9-colored glazed fire. That's all. It doesn't matter if you know or don't know, it won't get in the way. Een Xin shrugged indifferently. No, but my homeroom teacher is an English teacher and let me talk to her in English, Tang Yuran said with a lack of interest. The floating mound debris fell on the territories of various beast clans, smashing many beast clansmen, and the tiger, wolf, and fox clans were all in chaos. The master of the house is asleep. Apple and I will leave. You can call us later. Yen Sheng. Yang Ruilin turned around and pulled Chi Apple to try to leave. When he opened the door, it was actually a wall of ice, and cold white air hit his face. Rikoko showed in action that he could not only walk in this mech, but he could even run, and do so exceptionally smoothly. The heaven and earth seemed to have crumbled open. Many large cracks in the void surfaced, and endless spatial power stirred up the winds and clouds in this area, causing the colors to change. But Meng Xiuhao was thinking about a problem. Edward's problem. Edward was the first agent to contact him, contacted him on the airplane when he was just getting famous in China. Although he didn't know how Edward bought the seat behind him, Meng just took that as a providence. Beast Clan internal came a big cleaning. Beast God Cave and Chief will chapter of people Silver Fox has long marked out. If they dare to rebel against the Beast God, waiting for them is absolutely from the soul of the punishment. Although they ostensibly dependent on the chief will, but in fact to give them 2 guts they do not dare to rebel. Meng Haochuan immediately made an incredibly touched look and was about to give Sun Xiuan a big bear hug. Emojo's heart did have some ideas, but sooner or later, it would be the same, and if Gu Lingjin really had any ideas, he himself could take the lead in accomplishing them. Gu Lingjin didn't understand what Emoshura was so nervous about. Was she worried about any accidents? There was no need to worry about any accidents. The other party had already made up their mind to negotiate with them, and the conditions were actually very easy to reach, so I don't know why Emoshura was so nervous. Chapter 70 is ahead of schedule. In Chu Liangyu's previous world, there was that one thing in the legend. The name is Resting Soil, a divine soil that can grow and expand on its own. It was once used by Daiyu to control floods. In addition, any plant grown on it has a shorter growth time and better quality. Even ordinary weeds were different from the rest, and the beasts that ate them would be more spiritually intelligent. If we can get the resting soil, he, who was already prejudiced against Su Qingying, became even more angry after receiving that phone call, and when he came back after seeing Su Qingying, that anger burned to the peak. Waking up from the pain once more, he groaned and saw Su Qingying's cheeks that were colored red from anger, and his heart grew happier and happier. This man can really be the favorite of all living things? Su Qingying sighed, her mood still not getting better. Xianxian opened his mouth, so he wanted to say the matter of the flowing orchid stone, but the flowing orchid stone is in the hands of Yunjin, and there is still a poisonous package on the outside. Luji martial arts is no longer high. I am afraid that there is nothing that can be done about the antidote to the poison. The regiment how to discuss skills, and Chang looked around before slowly taking her glasses off. When the thick auburn of her corner eyes was revealed, my eyes widened in surprise. In fact, if Chu Chaoyang really opened his mouth, Hua Tainan's situation would only become more difficult by then. Granny Chen didn't look any better than me, and was also at a loss, so I could only ask Granny Chen to say, "Granny, help me watch over the son. It seems like something is going on outside." Seeing Granny Chen answer, I then ran towards the door. Mu Qingyi had an abortion and aborted his best friend's child. How could he just sit back and do nothing? It's good that he didn't go in person. What's the point of telling Tuoba Roe? Although the forces of the Temple of Light are now spread throughout the entire Divine Land, and the Altar of Light also sounds very strong and unusual, but the real experts. But in the previous pursuit of the scourge of the world's children and the confrontation of the Spirit Academy in the middle of the fall of many, this Linglong Tower mastered cultivation is not weak. If it is really able to pull together, it is also not lost as a powerful booster. This sentence of both parents and Xiao Yanqin choked. She knows. The reason why Tang Chen became a hangdog like this actually also blame themselves, because at that time they were busy with their own mind career. Not much time to care about him. Over time, the Tang Chen grew up. They want to care about him again. He began to resist instead. The people who were originally still chatting idly turned their heads in unison after seeing this silhouette. Take this bank card today. If he was not wrong, although Jane Lao was generous on the surface, in reality, he still hated him. But the Lai family was exiled, and it is inevitable that they will be targeted by people who have the intention to open a medical center, and it would not be good if they make any more trouble with the Department of Education. The Lu Zuri Car Commission is much higher than the normal car commission. Of course, To say that envy and jealousy are hate to not to, no one will not hand over a few $1,000s to make enemies, and even if they have a grudge with the Schwenna enhancement will not have half a penny to do with their own. The police and the bureau all backed up a few steps. This thing is a time bomb. Maybe when to explode. Directly can give them a bomb to pieces, so they do not dare to touch this bomb. In his previous life he was in his 40s and spent his days either with doctors or patients. She was sullen and anxious, looking left and right, and when she saw her best friend her face immediately cleared and she waved excitedly. When Shin Changqing walked on the road, there were people who encountered people who knew each other well, and they would greet each other or nod their heads, because this is the Jin Demon Division, is to maintain the stability of the Great Qin organization. The main duty is to kill demons and monsters. Of course, there are also some other side business. Originally worried about what would be bad about her sister living in school, but now Guning because of living in school and roommates every day a piece of the same food and living together, the relationship are getting better and better, and slowly have their own good friends. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Bai Zifan was merely suffering from excessive mental exhaustion and was temporarily unconscious. I ask, you answer. The fairy boy's eyes flashed with hostility, ready to lash out at any moment. Strange enough, after swallowing the Zine grass by mistake, she actually survived, and the Zine grass even fused with her blood. Could it be the effect of the antidote pills she prepared? Hot, isn't this our equipment? How come it's here? No was the first to react and walked over to the roots of the tree, picked up both of our equipment, checked that everything was still there, and winked at me. Jin Yuanzi undeniable, slightly shook his head, at that moment, then went back to the 5 Zhuangguan, instructed the disciples under the door will be the Tang monk teacher and disciples released, the Buddha's group of Buddhas to see the situation, at last a sigh of relief, after looking at each other, then returned to the west. The space around them was all confined, and immediately after, Yi Huangu forced a channel to break open, and then the three of them entered the channel and went all the way down. However, without waiting for him to continue to think more, below the surface of the sea, which was bursting everywhere due to the bursting of demonic chi, a black figure emitting a dense demonic chi violently rushed out at this moment. Thinking of this, Hefei's eyes instantly began to become somewhat bloodshot, and then his eyes were covered in blood. Although he couldn't see it, he resolutely grasped Chun Sakura's hand even more tightly, and then exerted his entire body's strength to fight against the huge force coming from the opposite side. A single martial artist, a single gaze contained an extremely appalled incredulity. No one had thought that this battle had been strong to this extent. At this point everyone was certain of Napoleon's status as the leader of Paris, and Trachu's was rather more like the puppet who represented a symbolic role. When the third prince finished chewing and put down his chopsticks in order to speak, the two of us rushed to sit upright and raise our swords. Today is third brother's big day. Fifth brother, don't make a fuss. Chu Yanqing forced a smile and said softly. Lin Yunting dumbly received the bag and looked at Jinpeng's dashing departing back, a deep loss in her heart. After saying that, Shangguan Yunling closed his mouth, and that appearance was very tangled, as if he had fallen into another kind of self-struggle. Xiaomingxiu had been circling around one thing lately, and hadn't paid much attention to the movements of his artists. What has nothing to do with duty? I do not have that kind of free time to take care of. Although Chu Tianshang replied, he did not stop moving, and when the words fell, his figure disappeared. Still, after that heavenly return was slaughtered and a new creator god succeeded to the throne, at that time, the heavenly kings wouldn't be able to stop her from taking a modern vacation. She was wearing a rough green-colored dress that didn't fit her very well, so that when one looked at it, one couldn't help but feel a heartache rise in one's heart. She felt that she was filled with a lot of energy that was all wrong and wanted to explode. Chapter 71, Mountain Pigs Can't Eat Fine Bran. They were in the light and the other side was in the dark, so it was a bit difficult to defend themselves, but it's not impossible, and even, they can use this to achieve the effect of surprise. Seeing that Hu Qiumu had revealed that sophisticated smile again, the two Jinling men were quite relieved. Glancing at each other, all three of them tacitly moved a few points closer. Don't alarm them yet. So it is not known exactly what they discussed, and the conversation ended. Holy, what's going on here? That vortex leads here? It's too ridiculous, isn't it? Liang Dong roared after being dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, he could not imagine that he would appear here after passing through that long passageway. How can this bird place still have such a function? As the saying goes, one thing leads to another. In the face of other people, Old Man Lin didn't care how, but Suyu was his nemesis, so when Suyu said this, Old Man Lin finally had to call the Ghost King. Back in those days, Zheng Zhaonan wasn't a high-ranking official in the provincial city, but an official in charge of military liaison. At that time, his son, the one who was going to deal with Zhao Ziyajiakeokai, SA youth, requested that something happen to him to plot something to bring Zhao Xiao cute, play dead. It wasn't that Suja let out such a shocked shout, but rather, a sentence appeared in his mind. It was this sentence that caused him to cry out in shock. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Suja smiled faintly. These words not only to Zhao Xin, but also to the others. Even though her parents never showed up, never even sent a word, it still didn't stop her from fantasizing about them. As Lin Shifan turned to go upstairs, Tong Yu turned around and said, and it could be seen that her words came with a heart full of sincerity. Self-destruct. Yes, in this moment Tang Snake thought of self-destruct, and not only thought of it, he did that. No, for me, conquering a beauty like you is the most splendid medal, Lin Feng said with a hefty smile and a joke. The city lord of destiny was extremely depressed after hearing Vittoria's answer. He had completely lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. If he hadn't deceived Vitorit earlier, he wouldn't have gotten into this situation. Xiong Jiazheng did not believe it, but he did not ask more questions. Two people talk to pass without saltiness. The general meaning is that from now on, the two people are considered to have friendship, and in the future, you can communicate with each other. Cooperation and win-win situation. Holding up the bodies did take a lot of strength, and Zhang Biwu couldn't hold on for long. Zhang Biwu set the two bodies down, and as soon as he rolled towards the side of the crate, while the bullets followed his trail. Zhang Biwu hid inside the box, knowing that he couldn't hide for too long. We have to admit that Macau's gaming industry has long penetrated into all aspects of Macau's society, economy and politics. So these major casinos, which operate non-stop every second regardless of rain or wind, and regardless of holidays and festivals, have become the best entry point to understand Macau. However, according to Dia's description, this fragmented world that everyone was going to enter next wasn't as dangerous. There were no certified saints sitting around, and the highest cultivation level was only at the half-step saint realm. Well, in that case, you're qualified to compete. Christine took a deep breath and looked at Lance with a serious face. It's useless for you to say anything. I won't do that kind of thing, Wang Bai said flatly, then turned around and walked into the room, ready to change back into his own clothes. Chi Sitao made an okay gesture and said, "Oh la, leave this matter to me. I'm going dad," rushing out like a locomotive. It is even possible that sealing the bodhisattva position of Huaixin is just a convenient way for the Buddhist sect to support the scene, as well as a convenient way for the Buddhist sect to contact the alliance of 10,000 races. Perhaps, they really don't care. Dia is because it's not a matter of concern. Nine-slaying true lord is afraid of not seeing the lively. Su Yang is simply not taking it seriously, as if the world's #1 show is already in his pocket. Chapter 72, Breaking and Sinking. Will the female lord come with us or wait here until we return? Chu Liangyu was planning to go with them and see the legendary heart of the ocean in the meantime, but before her words could leave her mouth, the panel of the trading system suddenly popped up with a message from the realm spirit. Tell her to give him a call when it's convenient for her. And yes, just like last time, a video call. Chu Liangyu had doubts in her heart, but there were others beside her, so she couldn't afford to show. At the same time, look at today's own Lu Jianing. He is also found. In fact, if and the real masters compared to the words, their own side still has a very huge gap. The entire Green Dragon Society will only tell you one name with one voice, and that is by Xiao Shang. The fumes inside the lab had drowned out one of the Lotus air purifiers, which meant that the unit was no longer able to produce purification. For this reason, when Lu Jianing he wanted to understand the words of such a little boy queen, here Lu Jianing he must be to go all out, to be able to have the opportunity to complete their own dreams to say. But the punch that erupted the strength of his entire body had consumed all of Uriel's strength. His arm was broken, his attack failed, and his body had run out of strength. Because of him, the Chen family has encountered a great storm that has not been seen in 10 years. Even if it doesn't collapse, it will lose a lot of strength. Zhang Tianyi, on the other hand, has the hatred of blood in his body. Not to mention, there was also a source of grudge in the middle. Lin Sui. The good thing is that from the words of Qian Wangsun, he did not win in Binhai City. Shongshan Ru Shui, one of the Yin Yang family's water department's mastery, was one of Li Zaihua's better gains in that world. Although Yu Chaoqing could use her charm to control men in order to achieve her goals, it didn't mean she could be oblivious to such a dilemma. Anyway, Tai sword Ji Yon used it quite smoothly. One hand black mangled sword, one hand Tai sword, fighting sir, and in turn calling Kai Ziyuan. No one answered, and the same for De Chengzi. The unexpected situation left Zhang Tianyi somewhat at a loss. Subterranean Valley? I've also been to the Subterranean Abyss Valley before. Why haven't I seen you? Yang Yi said suspiciously. Formation Yuanzi laughed disdainfully and coldly, while slightly stretching out a finger, only to see an incomparably dazzling white light converge on top of his finger, followed by the roar of a thunderbolt, which instantly spread out above the void. It's not that she's the only one, but I don't want anything to happen to her. You're safe now, but her safety isn't guaranteed yet. Hua Fei shook his head and said. She hung her head sheepishly, suddenly remembering the saying that Imperial Uncle had eaten more rice than she had salt, and that she should never trust what he said so easily. He let people carry the target to the front of the escort members to show. Shooting without shooting, artist TSK exclaimed the power of this musket. This shot down. Any of your body as strong as an ox also have to go to the west. Because he considered that Li Feng was now wearing male clothing. If he had said that the Li brothers were defending themselves to him and asked Master Ancestor to take care of them, it would definitely leak Li Feng's identity. Behind the wall of the backyard, the original planting of flowers are let to planing, planted a lot of vegetables, not to mention. The shopkeeper also often go to the big fertilizer. The Blue family was already facing a lot of pressure, and with the addition of a snowy mountain jade lion, wasn't that the rhythm of the game over? Humph. With a disdainful face, I'll make you all get down and submit later. Fiery Flame grunted. Not to mention the fact that I am not good at water. Even if I am really good at water, I don't think there is any chance of survival if I fall into this huge ravine which is so deep that I can't see the bottom of the river. Just as he was planning to have a theory with Zhang Fan's cell phone bell suddenly sounded, and he had to hold back for a moment. After a few rounds of this, the conflicts between the two sides of the founding lineage and the Chongrui lineage, as well as their respective handles, were known by the Taishang Emperor and His Majesty. Chapter 73, The Return. Chu Liangyu last time is not without a dagger stabbed him, but did not produce any damage to him at all, and do not know how. This time, Chu Liangyu looked at the dismay on his face, and the corner of his mouth pulled up a light smile. Speaking of which, this was still Xiong Jiajiao's idea. It was she who suggested coating the dagger with the juice of the blood-seeing grass, so that as long as it was flesh, there was nothing that couldn't be scratched. Just in time, for him to use it on this guy. Chu Liangyu doesn't give a damn. In the afternoon, Xiao Group's legal staff came to Chuan capital, found He Chuan and talked to him about the procedures that needed to be done next. With the cycle of deaths over and over again, the sun began to gradually descend, and the cool wind swept across her cheeks, waking up Lu Hua, who was still unconscious. Seeing that only Luo Yu was by her side, she instantly realized something and covered her cheeks in despair, letting the tears flow freely. I'm not afraid. It's hard to believe that you can't bear to make me cry? Tang Saiwei's reply was very provocative. According to her existing information, not only was Shu Wei Lunxin's talent outstanding, but she also came from a well-bred noble family, and was the current principal's personal student, and was brought into the academy single-handedly for cultivation. But in 10 years, she had risen to the position of chief tutor of the water department, so it was evident that she was capable of extraordinary abilities. So this piece of jade pendant is of such use. In that case, we don't have to waste so much effort. We can finally find the treasures of the cultivators. Lin Feng was ecstatic and grabbed the jade pendant and slowly pressed it into the gap in the ground. If I had spoken my mind earlier, I might have been able to free myself from this unrequited love that could not be reciprocated earlier, but it's a blessing to be able to retain the beauty in my heart even after so many years of time has worn away. Lung Lao was busy asking for help, and the moment he bowed his head, that gloomy line of sight but glanced at Chu Chun from time to time, surging with intense resentment. Rushing smoke and rocks filled the sky, and the people lying on the ground found a burst of screams, and then, one by one, those who were still seriously injured had already ignored the wounds on their bodies, and fled towards the mountain in a desperate manner. But now it's different. He Shang, who has been busy atoning for his sins and practicing hard to break through the divine position, has lifted the curse of reincarnation, and he took advantage of his body's collapse to absorb Sang Yan's entangled soul resentment, and although he himself still has to suffer for thousands of years, he can finally let her live in peace. His relationship with Zhou Yingying's family had always been awkward, so it had always been the kind of relationship where he was determined not to meet if he could. Who knows? This island is so big, who knows where he's hiding? It might have become food for the strange beasts a long time ago. 16 shrugged his shoulders. Lin Wei bowed gently to Tartalupas, with humility in his tone, and a hint of mind. With a snap, the coin lay on the ground, no longer showing signs of trying to move. It rested on the side of the flower. He's not awake yet, but President Pill Spirit has already examined him. It says that he will wake up in a few days, Shui Yiqian said in a deep voice, although he knew that Shui Yiqian wouldn't be in serious trouble. However, the person had yet to wake up. There was still a tinge of worry on his face. Go back and greet your mother for me, you assholes. These words came from the mouth of an old man, but from the passion that emanated from his body, it was clear that this guy was old and his heart was not old. And at this time, Dong Jia had already entered the countryside, to which Lin Feng didn't feel strange. The pain relief after severe pain tends to make it easy for people to enter a state of fatigue, which is quite normal. A look of surprise surfaced in Lin Wei's eyes, and he realized the connection in an instant. In the past, the crowd had only existed such an idea in their hearts, but today, when she plain said it, it would undoubtedly expand this idea, and from today onwards, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for the 5 major guilds to coexist with the various sects in a peaceful manner as they did in the past, if it wasn't for the Smiling Tiger and a few others who helped Scorpion plead for mercy, and if it wasn't for the devil looking at the fact that Scorpion was his 4 generals, I'm afraid Scorpion would have been killed by him long ago. No, nothing. Shinji account originally also wanted to not let Anan host this meeting, ready to put forward some opinions and so on, but Shin Yulong has already clapped the board to make a decision. Then he also has nothing to say, just shook his head with a bad face, because Lin Tian knew that even if he got on the phone with Sha Tianrui now, he didn't know where Sha Tianrui was. Heian Yanli grabbed the 7 great celestial gods. No, now it was just 7 ordinary people whose cultivation was completely ruined, and then together with his own master, Hei Yang, he took the innocent slaves and rode the wind and waves out of Penglai Immortal Island. By the way, there are still 7 days left before the Food Streets Food Festival, so we're going to make a trip to Yinjing to purchase ingredients. Before Yin Shui left the restaurant, Lin Tian said to her. For a moment, a majestic pressure was released from the surface of his body, accompanied by countless dark green demonic chi that wrapped around his entire body. Yi Feng's eyes swept over those bottles and jade boxes and what is loaded. It is clear in the heart. There is no special thing. Originally, with the main body of the fighter jet's manufacture completed, Lin Mu and Xie Shun then began to install supporting equipment, bioradar, avionics systems, energy-based buffer devices, and so on, arming the fighter jet into an airborne overlord. After all, these rules were self-imposed by his own ancestor. Could he still punish his own grandson? However, because the robbery cloud had existed for a longer period of time, it would have absorbed more heaven and earth aura. Ninetails ferried all of his refined chakra to Zhang Yi so that he could then suppress the black ball in his hand as time passed by. The course of this match had far exceeded Zhang Yi's imagination, and to be able to see the trainees he had brought out from the ninja school achieve so much, Zhang Yi was naturally happy. When Yi Fei arrived at the 45th floor, he was completely confused. He wasn't ready yet, and this is where he came in. Although the Dream Factory was a pseudo-embodied space, just a magic prop, its magic consumption was not lower than that of a real embodied space. So a little while later, the twins collapsed from exhaustion. Those who could enter the cyber cafe today, other than the major cyber cafe competition teams, other people did not have the chance to come in. The people in the hall were all media reporters from major esports websites, as well as scouts, coaches and players from major professional teams. Chapter 74. Finally out. You don't know how suffocating I was in there every day. The two of them gradually floated upwards. Lu Sang's eyes were full of grudges, and she looked back at the palace behind her. Shu Liangyu didn't heed his remark, but asked, did the two of them lock you up? Where they have that? Shu Liangyu looked at him sideways, puzzled. Then who else could have locked you up? Lu Sang didn't say anything, and reached out his hand, pointing to the sky. Wu Fei also knows about this, but he can't tell you why, and there's no way to help her without knowing why. Originally I thought everything would be fine and Su Qing would live like a normal person. I didn't realize it would come to this. A shocking color flashed through Fong Fong's eyes, his eyes staring dead on at the reddish demonic beast's palm, an expression of disbelief on his face. Seeing that both of them had left, Elder Monster Jean naturally would not stay here for long, and after saying a couple of polite words, he also shook his sleeve robe and flew away. The soldiers around Zhang Feng were hit by arrows, and he didn't dare to jump over hard, so he had to order his generals to release arrows to return fire. Touching a snub, Xiao Yuner glumly skimmed her mouth. Could it be that she looked too kind to deter the other party? Aside from my fear, I didn't forget to fight back, gripping the dagger and about to stab it, when another hand grabbed mine. Come on man, somebody, guards. The other old generals had already taken a big stride towards the door of the command room and loudly summoned the guards. However, the door was dead closed. How could it not be opened? As for the guards simply did not even see a single hair. At the same time, they also found that the signal of the dripping chick was interrupted. The faces of the people below immediately became grave, but the eyes of the two Spirit Clearance Palace disciples who had just been ridiculed by Qin Yun Peak unconsciously narrowed, and they looked at the three of them with a sneer on their faces, smelling like they were gloating. Did you just say he went out? How is that possible? Isn't he properly locked up inside? Besides, I'm keeping a close watch outside. Not even a fly can escape my eyes. The co-worker shook his head in disbelief. Seeing Zhuang Yi's smile, Kaiyin suddenly felt a chill throughout her body, looking as if something bad was about to happen. I wasn't dreaming? Shangwan Ro let go of me and pinched her face in disbelief. As a result, well, this sentence, like a time bomb, on the spot, let Su Yunyun's boyfriend's face became iron blue. That look at Su Yunyun's eyes, can let everyone understand? This man, press is in the dark, do not know the child's business. He thought he could do it, but every time he saw her, it made him lose his composure. She could easily disrupt his rhythm and make all his calmness and efforts turn to nothing. I was really pissed off. Picked up the chair and smashed it on the floor. The thud scared Lu to sit up. The cell phone he was playing in his hand fell on the floor. He had also specialized in studying this company, and the mystery and power of this company was self-evident. Wang Chunyao was embarrassed, but he definitely didn't want me to leave a permanent mark on him, so he could only say it. I'm running out of gas, and I'm supporting myself with a single idea, and the demon dragon is relying on his strong body. Humph, you can't look up to me. I still can't look up to you, you playboy, Rong Yuer said irritably, releasing Lu Zhou's hand. Princess Madeline gently straightened her skirt and asked in a pleasant manner. At the same time, through the eye of insight, Angel Kyla instantly finished scanning the entire planet, and then transmitted the impact back to the central computer in the command center, and the large screen in the command center projected these images that Angel Kyla had scanned. Curiously glancing twice at the direction that back left, Lu Zhou, who hadn't heard that person introduce himself since the beginning, asked casually in curiosity. Chapter 75, Sitting on the Ground. The man was dressed in blue clan attire, his eyebrows as cold as ice, and he tapped the desktop as if he was deliberating. Only after a long time did he speak. Just 10 extreme spirit stones? After a pause, he sized up the woman's appearance and didn't know what to think, only to hear him add, raise the price. 10 extreme spirit stones is too little. Chu Liangyu had more than enough extreme spirit stones on his side, so he didn't refuse, but just asked, okay, then how much do you think is appropriate? Male. Then, that's it then, just compensate me for a date later. Sun Luo wiped away the tears on her face and said, he could only do this very hard now to hide aside and secretly pay attention to her, not letting her see, not letting He Zijuan see, not letting Chen Shuang see. He was so eager to see her smile as bright as the sunshine, yet since the beginning of the day, her brow arched with a smile was always looking towards He Zijuan. A suspicious sneer appeared on Caesar's face, followed by his exit from the communication system, while in his mind, Lufian began to study why this guy would ask himself this question. Good, let's go and meet this firstborn calf now. Li Haonan stood up and propped his hands on the edge of the table. Got it, thank you. Lin Feng said thanks and hung up the phone, and the two of them and Fatty went straight to the 4th floor. Before he had met Gu Xiaobei, he had treated these social engagements only as something within his own work, and except for his brother's gatherings, the others were treated as a kind of official business, and then he formally showed up to socialize and then left. Pango Temple and the countless people watching directly broken down into two groups of light. Buddha heaven and earth, light and darkness, water and fire, life and death in general each other, but also each other convergence into Lu Hao and Ho Tu body. Really? That's really great, because he knew old man Lin's character, so Lu Tianfeng originally didn't hold much hope. Now that he saw that Lin Shifan agreed to help, then things seemed like they might go much smoother, so he said several thank yous to Lin Shifan in a row. That familiar scent belonging to He Zijuan was right next to her cheek, and she smelled the faint scent of his body, not the strong manly scent of cigarettes, alcohol, and shaving water mixed that Night Haonan had on his body, but it was like the scent of sunshine, something that she had once been familiar with, but had been isolated from for many years. The smell of sunshine. Chi Feng looked up breathlessly at Wei Xinran, who was sticking her tongue out in embarrassment towards her, and twisted his head to lift the man's hat. Bai Xiang also wanted to know how much money Xia Lu would lose this time, so he led him through several miles of travel. Seeing that Qing Hua gradually couldn't hold on any longer and was about to fall to the ground, Tong Yan was so anxious that he could only turn to look at the nine-tailed demon fox. The three swords were like lightning, flashing longitudinally and appearing abruptly in front of the eternal life-sex old man, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. Clicking on the post, it was the very same video of the first 50 levels of the Devil's Exchange breaking through, and since it was posted incognito, the person who recorded the video was blocked out, so it was impossible to see who it was. Zhang Fan immediately knocked on the door. Dean Fong in the house immediately stopped moving, twisted his head and looked at the door. His face was gloomy, gasping, "Who?" He was very unhappy in his heart. He was about to take advantage of Hu Li's oil and water. Just at this critical moment there was someone knocking on the door, ruining his good deed. Yi Fan didn't rest. Remembering the agreement with Meng Yao, he felt a pang of uneasiness. This delay, he had missed his appointment. This black demon shark was not stupid. As soon as he saw the golden light coming, his huge body shook in the air, and even easily dodged it. But so, its fish body also appeared orientation deviation, directly smashed in the side of the big turtle. Ghost Flame didn't answer immediately. The other party couldn't possibly help himself for no reason. Where in this world was there love for no reason? Even the clerk next to him couldn't help but look twice more, and his eyes were very different from the way he had just looked at Chi Feng. Chapter 76. You mean for me to steal her beast husband and dismantle him from within? Feng Qingqing looked at the man with an odd face, not realizing that this man looked humanoid, but his heart was so vicious. Didn't you want to snatch up those good-looking guys before? Now wouldn't that be right up your alley? I don't know where he took out a pad and wiped the spot she touched. Continuing, success will also give you the method of bestiality. Shura. Shi Jincheng broke out in a cold sweat and shouted as he opened the door to his room and ran out. Turned to feel inappropriate in the ritual. Will be also ice feathers safely placed on the ground will not trace the release of the hand. Back 2 steps. There was still some resistance in his heart. But nay, Meng Ruxing had already boiled him in warm water a long time ago. And when Meng Ruxing hazily poked open this layer of dreadful gauze, he realized that even if he wanted to escape Meng Ruxing's hand, it would be very difficult for him to detach himself from it. There was another sound, and a stream of air brushed past her a meter away from where she was at her right hand, crashing into a trash can on the other side. The person who called was Hua Changyao, and knowing that Hua Tingchen had returned from the south today and had gotten off the plane at this moment, he asked him about the progress of the project. I once heard a senior talk about it, and of course I know your great name, but when I saw the real body, I couldn't believe it for a moment, so I didn't dare to recognize it. Su Zijuan made it up without a blush. Jian Miao did not have time to listen to Xin Jinglin and that continue to mess fooling around, now full of brains, are a crazy breeding scheme. Wife and children, in front of a sister who made a mistake and even the destruction of the entire Yang family. Which is more important? Do not have to think at all. Anyone knows how to make a choice. Gao Yu was defeated in the face of Zhou Ruosu's strong attack, containing Zhou Ruosu's 2 pink strawberries. Refusing to send them, his hands held Zhou Ruosu's hips and pinched them. Jean Feng was the first to ask, looking at Lan Yulingyin who attacked Dong Hao with deadly moves. Her face was full of incomprehension. Oh, the world has changed. Do not make these flowery. We eat and chat. Wei Ma discerning. A glance to see that the other party does not like the dinner table socializing this set, put down the wineglass and said, after Gu Weiwei sent the photographer's assistant away, she sent the selected photos to Mrs. Fu, asking which one she wanted to keep at the old mansion. Shi Shirong only felt a great heat flow spreading out from her body, in which there was actually an indescribable power that was strengthening her flesh. And in fact, this is Luo. You did not open the first layer of the use of the eyes of the sky, so that can only see through all the objects below 10,000 combat power. The aura is only 1//10 of the original first layer only. Starscream mouth twitching. Although he has long seen Mrs. Oren's speed of change, but still admire this. He felt that he can have today's thick skin. More from this mentor. This is very good. This matter will be left to the law enforcement team to handle. Then let's first in on our way out, Su Yu said, turning around to assist the most injured Gongsun Li and Yi San. Amo Long and Qing Lian also went to help assist the others. With Chen Hailan caught in the middle of it, Xia Ling would fall into the reputation of being a watery woman if she went directly to raid Chen Yen. Finally, a stream of blood gushed out of his mouth, and along with it raged the tears that had long been numbed and forgotten for so long. It would still be quiet. The dragon soul had the ability to be an automatic head of household, something she was still well aware of. Dog, these few bastards, are sending themselves to the door to seek death. Hurry up and let them taste the flavor of the grenade. 3 Fatty dodged while pulling his voice, shouting at me in a shocked voice. You, Optimus Prime, give me to stand still. See, I do not pick your skin. This is Ouyang Jie shouted. Sounds quite scary. It. Nothing holds so disgusting. Wyatt. Optimus Prime like that. Not skinned enough to apologize to the audience. Skin that can still see it? Chapter 77, 3 Little Wretches. By the way, I have one more thing for you. The palm of his hand was spread out, and the resting soil inside suddenly emitted a dazzling colored light. Xiong Jiaojia was stabbed by the light and blocked her eyes with her hands, and it took a long time for her to get used to it. What is this? Resting soil that grows and expands on its own. You spread it into the soil where the herbs are planted. It can also help shorten the time it takes for the herbs to grow. Xiong Jiaojiao's eyes widened in surprise, carefully measuring up what Chu Liangyu was holding. Although he dodged the chopping attack, Rain also lost his attack on Charlotte Armand and Charlotte Rizan, while Charlotte Defoe didn't just attack with a light demonic man, but also charged ferociously herself. The reason why Xia Zixuan was willing to agree to intervene was because she had heard some rumors a long time ago that Dongfang Yi had already planned to take away her noble consort position and give it to Nangong Dai because he liked Nangong Dai too much. Of course she wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, so she immediately agreed to cooperate. Lu Chunyuan utilized the Heavenly Dao Seal to subjugate all of the top echelons of the Dragon Empire, all of the experts who possess 28 Dao level powerhouses, and then urged the intelligence in his mind to function, commanding them to start managing this unprecedentedly huge empire. Nangong Dai opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. Now this situation, she simply could no longer explain. Who knows that the power of the white light shot out of the water was far beyond his imagination. All of a sudden he was rolled down together. Both were screaming hysterically, but Unstoppable was rolled down to the water. But the problem was that Mu Yunsu had already taken him to look for a worldly master. So if he really cured his internal injuries, wouldn't that be the end of him? Even if Feng Yanqing didn't draw away the pursuers for himself 18 years ago, the Feng family would still fulfill the sacrificial covenant in an unexpected way now or at some point in the future. Many thanks, Hall Master. Zhang Jinsong, Lu Yufei, Xiong De and Xiong Er all rose together to salute Zhang Lingyun, and in this way, starting today, Bao Tian and the others would officially join the Imperial Sword Hall. Zhang Ziyu's tough attitude hurt Mo Yun Tian froze. Just now in order to avoid someone's sneak attack, he lifted the table. How did he just so coincidentally smashed into someone? Or this Zhang Ziyu who can't tolerate sand in his eyes? Qin Juanli let out a cold laugh, and his intentional words caused Shangguan Mingxiu's face to instantly darken. The wedding dress of the specially hired design, see not Kate bulging belly, but rather set off her appearance and figure. People are excited to a certain extent, but also really will die. This Chen Yi has seen with his own eyes. Michael Jackson is the singing god figure in the country of rice. His concerts are every full. Hard to find a ticket. That self-created space dance steps was once all the country's children competing to learn. In addition, the 3 skills of painting skills, creative inspiration, and lens language, all of which have made breakthroughs, have reached a skill cap of 15 levels. On the 3rd day, Sun Quan finally made up his mind and, despite the opposition of a few, complied with the gatekeepers and chose to open the door and surrender. I'm a idiot. Simon slapped himself so hard that both sides of his face swelled up. After consecutively guessing the other party's reaction wrongly, the exasperated Simon just wanted to hit the wall and die. The witch demon also looked at Qing Wei's figure with a burst of confusion. Where on earth did this fellow appear from? Dang Xian is the first horse. The conflict is very fast. Suddenly ran into a general, but it is Gao Lan. The two of them exchanged horses, but only 3 rounds. Was Gao Lan chopped under the horse? However, there was something even more important for him to headache about at the moment. The next day Zhu Rulan left the Eastern Sea. When she was saying goodbye, she was still worried as she held Bei Gong Lingyu's hand. Or, secretly expanding to a certain strength, then striking out in one go. Quick battle, quickly establishing their own sphere of influence, creating established facts. Finally, show goodwill to the other clans and win their approval, gradually stabilizing the territory. Chapter 78, Watching the Show. Li Jingxian lightly swept a glance at her before landing his eyes on the woman. His cool voice unforgiving, there are countless people like you who admire me. Is it possible that I'm going to take them all as disciples? This was embarrassing as the woman's cheeks turned red. There was also a moment of tranquility in the surrounding bickering voices, but no one dared to talk too much about anything due to the other party's cultivation. What the peak master said is true. It was the disciple who was out of his depth. She's talking. Isn't it redundant to ask? But I asked anyway. I wanted to be sure. On the other hand, the people belonging to Huang Dulong, including Asking Heart, fled in all directions, while Su Xingshan and Ma Qinling didn't do anything to those people from Asking Heart, because now, their targets converted to each other. Zhang Lijuan smiled towards Gu Meiping, then the two of them accompanied Li Dongyuan to the living room. Zhang Jiulin walked over to Gu Yu's side at this time. He had a smile on his face just to please Gu Yu, but Gu Yu, who was in an extremely bad mood, did not even look at Zhang Jiulin. I wonder what that high priestess of yours really is. Is it your blood dragon clan? Li Jiang pursued. What? Not qualified to decide? Then let the one who can make the decision come out. Xiao Yunfei sneered, a strong disdain showing on his face. The spirit general's body trembled and then he hurriedly looked over towards Li Jiang's waist, due to the dragon vulture's reminder to be alive. All the spirit generals did not lay their hands on him, but no one made a move. They were all present when Oba gave Li Jiang that space stone. As long as they made any movement, Li Jiang crushing that stone would surely summon that demon king back, and that would be their real disaster. West River Village Dongtuan River's upper reaches at the foot of the East Mountain. Lush trees cover a large area of shade. In a shade under a large plastic sheet, lying a little obese Wang Yukai. His car was parked in the grass by the side of the road. Before long, the windshield was in place, except that only one of the police lights was still on. Those tactics he used, even within Chinese medicine, everyone has never heard of them. Dr. Su continued. Sure enough, just as these words came to mind in the heavenly Tao's mind, the great Tao in the depths of the chaos seemed to sense that someone was provoking its own majesty, and immediately a mighty pressure that was countless times more vast than it had been just a moment ago pressed toward the purple heavenly palace. With offspring and a complementary workforce, they can survive and have a source of support in their old age, and the state will also exempt them from certain taxes. Not only can they survive, but they can also contribute to the country and to the reproduction of the population. The school that organized the camp was investigated by the relevant authorities and issued a statement on the incident. The blood in the streets wouldn't be cleaned. The security team wouldn't even care about the corpses if they didn't compromise the security of the town. Right now they were just spraying the streets with a chemical decontamination agent, mainly to mask the smell of blood so as not to attract a gathering of corpses and rotting birds. After returning to Wuhan City, it was already evening. Lin Tian found Wu Mengting and Zhang Wei. They were both safe. Nothing serious had happened. Lin Lily, who was thinking about the daytime basketball game, suddenly froze when she heard a voice coming from behind, then subconsciously stopped and turned around. Finding the Black Rose motionless, he looked up and was also stunned. The entire space was snow white, but in the center was a very large ball of flesh growing, which emitted a faint red light, and the shape of a baby was reflected in it. Jiang Weining jumped a few times in the 3-meter platform very happy, but also more and more skilled. To the late stage simply do not need to help Su Nan, and the following followed. Their own directly like a professional athlete as a big head down to jump. Next, Chu Shuyang had his teammates take Nail and Jinx, trying to utilize Jinx's output. Chapter 79, Guests from Outside. Everything went according to plan, with no twists and turns in between, even better than Chu Liangyu had imagined. The female lord, rarely free, Chu Liangyu moved a rattan chair to sit in the courtyard to bask in the sun. Recently, I don't know what's going on. Hu Qiumu, Xiong Xianhui and what's her name Jinling. The three of them run to her side from time to time. Tian female master shouted. Chu Liangyu's brain started to hurt as soon as she heard someone calling her. Handful of books. Saying that, with each member he looked at, he pronounced the member's name accurately, instantly causing everyone to give a few surprised looks. Zhang Hangdong's face turned very ugly. Yes, he had already seen the prescription for the medicinal bath. The deal was a fact. How could Lin Fei agree? However, although Wutu's consciousness had disappeared, this massive energy contained Wutu's necromantic inheritance. That is, the memories of becoming a witch demon and practicing necromancy. Mother ***** her, still so stubborn. Demolition team ready. Blow up that cave. Big Yellow Teeth took a look at this and got anxious, shouting to his men. Soon after, as the Xiongnu took advantage of the change of emperors in the Han dynasty and harassed the roads to the western regions, they invaded the Wusun. Emperor Xian of Han ordered the right general Changhui to lead his troops and unite with the Wusun to fight the Xiongnu. When the auction results came out, not only were the collectors present stunned, even Wang Changhai, who was controlling the whole scene, couldn't help but pound his chest and scream with excitement. The main force of the enemy forces elsewhere, seeing that this forward regiment had been destroyed by the communists in such a short period of time, no longer dared to come up at that time and withdrew, at which time the main force of the enemy forces that had not wanted to come to support them withdrew to their original starting point. Yes, it's true, it's transport and trainer planes, but they've already started to dive down towards our ships, the officer under his command hurriedly explained. Immediately after the loud noise, the violent energy fluctuations, rampant broken strength, toward the two around, crazy sweeping, shattered 100-meter square circle of trees, tearing the ground in a circle of 10 feet, horror to the extreme. Zhao Wuchen's eyes were bared as he watched, and his body materialized, revealing monstrous blood qi, wanting to reach out and pierce through the void to intercept the Xian heavenly divine jade. Brothers and sisters, I have good news for you. Brother Van has done it again. Guess what he did this time? He Yang asked. If this continued, even if the giant wall of the ice palace didn't collapse, it would completely melt into ashes under the high temperature. However, seeing Qin Tian's self-confidence bursting with complacency and not looking like he was scared, she was anxious to death in her heart and wondered how Qin Tian could be so stupid. There is no cover on the top of the mountain. The trees and monuments are more or less useful, always better than nothing. At the beginning, I thought Nianing was attacking me, but in the end it changed to attack Su Shi. Maybe her attack attracted Nianying's anger. Maybe Nianing is to attack Su Shi from the beginning. Dong. 7 bells rang. This time the whole square and that golden square above the square were suddenly linked together by some red light pillars, and for a while a heat wave emanated from those two squares. And Wu, as Zhou Tianyang's master's eldest disciple, naturally shouldered the task of protecting Zhou Tianyang. Not really, Xianyu has always had my contact information. He sent several messages to me at this party, and I've been rejecting him before. It's not appropriate to keep rejecting him, Miao Chenma said. Speaking of which, the sky had already brightened up, and there was still a long time to wait before the next action. And there was something boring enough about waiting in such a wild mountainous area. The Big Dipper appears, the Earth's fury emerges, and the stars and buckets of the circumference of the sky step with me. The stars follow the moon, and the white moon follows the shape of the shrinking Earth. With every step Chu Feng took, a bright moon would appear above his head, while the stars under his feet, centered on him, followed him. Phew, this thing can really be a bit mysterious. If something happened just now then I'm afraid I can't come back in one piece is one thing, but now I can congratulate you. Master. Yunbo first let out a long breath, and then said with a hefty smile, "This guy, let him live for 3 more years. Pa, finally got rid of him today." But Tubulin poo-pooed and said in disgust, "Okay, promise." Infong agreed dryly. Anyway, if he failed in his revenge, he would most likely have trouble surviving. The 3 of them only saw the godly man bowing his head and silently chanting something, his lips squirming for a while, and they were only able to hear a buzzing sound, but they couldn't even hear a single word clearly. In the meantime, what if the enemy threw the time-delayed explosives into the distance? What if it doesn't explode smoothly? Won't the mission fail? The Earth Dragon was directly smashed into the air. His skull cracked. Infong rushed up and sheathed his silver dragon sword. He struck out with his sword. Electricity flashed and thunder roared, directly causing the Earth Dragon to scorch and blacken, with green smoke curling up from his torso. Locke, for example, is a captain in great need of unity, and master-ranked fighters aren't cabbages to be found anywhere. The reason is simple. One can think of such common-sense things, let alone an opponent who knows him best. Instead of reproach, there was tolerance, curiosity, and tentativeness, and a hint of heartache in the eyes that were incredibly beautiful. Yi Xuanfu was speechless for a while. He had gone to great lengths to find a cat for Grandma Fujiwara, even casting spells, only to be despised. Stomp raised his hand and was about to strike when he saw a figure suddenly appear high in the sky, and immediately smiled and lowered his arm. "Yes, these islanders have always coveted our huaxia. The purpose of them wanting me to bring the bacterial body into huaxia is to make this batch of bacterial body cause panic and create a certain impact." Tianfeng analyzed. As expected, just after entering the office, Hanyu saw a face full of joy. Even the few wrinkles that had grown out of distress a few days before had vanished under the joyful mood. Chapter 80, The Lost Cubs. "Since you're worried they won't find their way here, why don't you go yourself? Standing around all day long." Hu Qiumu's face was unsightly. His eyes looked at him with a deep look, and he wanted to say something but hardened his voice. "Stop it. I've just arrived and your bickering is constant. I don't know how your female masters manage you. It's your turn to talk?" Hu Qiumao spoke out coldly, his eyes sweeping towards Feng Qingqing in an unkind manner. Fortunately, the last game did not have any moths. After the end of today have to arrange the following: try to put the martial arts platform reinforced down it. The chief referee thought in his heart. He was completely scared by Xiao Marin's game. "Senior brother Song Zhang, on top of this mountain peak in front of you, the 10th cave dwelling is your future place of cultivation." Lu Qingqian pointed at the 10th cave dwelling on the mountain peak in front of him and said to Song Zhang with a slightly respectful tone, "Master, the mission has failed." If Lianhua and Ri Ao were there they would definitely recognize this person. The lead assassin. The lead assassin had now removed the black cloth covering his face and was kneeling on one knee. In front of him was a huge magic crystal screen. As soon as Dre saw an outsider coming, he had no intention of continuing to reach out. Leaning his body back against the back of the chair and closing his eyes with his arms across his chest, the 9-striped tiger let out a lifetime of roar, scaring the Imperial guards who wanted to intercept him from coming closer. Then he ran forward with a big strut, but that Zun killer was still undeterred, and after he took a breath, he rode in the air and chased after him towards Yi. Under the collision, although the ice crystal was carrying the force of a mountain, Yi Tian's Taiji circle had the power of supreme rotation. In a flash, the ice cone drilled a hole. The operation and development of the industry and the implementation of the various guidelines, strategies and ideas of the leaders will inevitably require a wide variety of talents to actually do the work. Are these talents trained by the night watchman industry from the sperm, egg, embryo and even from the parents and grandparents? In Gore Island, he had worn the leather jacket of the dragon-winged armor. There was no doubt about dragon-winged armor's ability, and surely he was aware of many details that he didn't know. Guanchong sword and Shaochong sword. The two swords have been very powerful swords since ancient times. Temperance. You can feel from the name of the sword that a very strong killing aura will strike you as you navigate the sword. This is the most important element that many people find hard to subdue. Genesis spoke to Fade. Tu Yuan didn't know if the cultivator had dodged it or not, but suddenly, his feet moved and a hand reached out from the sand with difficulty. Of course, he had the Emperor's imperial sword, and when it came down to it, he could still take down the Lord Commander and preside over everything himself. Nosy Rex is even more domineering. Golden Fists Chinese Fists as a chapter. That golden giant chapter will directly annihilate all the green light. But before the stance got old, Zhao Er had already hit his horse and ran away, and Zhao Hu leaped over. Another shot. I really want to crack open your head and see how the inside actually grows. Yi Yu was completely confused as to why the topic had drifted in that direction. Was it really because of spring? There shouldn't be a problem. Teacher is even more powerful than God King Otto. After seeing the sight in front of him, Lin Jun let out a slight sigh of relief. He could feel that the current Arai was not yet a match for Nosiers. Lin Jun turned his head. he still didn't see any semblance of uneasiness from the face of Fan Xing. When the Northern Frontier Army couldn't support it anymore, the time for the duel would come. The victory or defeat of this duel will directly determine the fate of the Han Dynasty. With a splat sound, Lu Ringjia struck a whip leg directly on the saber-toothed tiger victor's spine. Tu Yuan wanted to go back to the past from the present. It was not impossible. In this piece of heaven and earth, there was no such thing as the past and the future. But wanting to go back to the time when something was happening was an extremely difficult thing. However, at this moment, in a certain part of the void in the Dornstar region, the void was as if it was thrown into it by a huge stone. A circle of void fluctuation constantly rippled in all directions. The void fluctuation was very violent, as if it was a boiling waterside. Chapter 81, The Unlucky U2. She wasn't afraid of these, it was just that these people would be a nuisance if they went to her tribe. The value of this thing, the extreme hope fruit, far exceeds that of a male white tiger. The stall owner has too big an appetite. Chu Liangyu's tone was cold as he stared at the stall owner. That sense of oppression, if nothing else, made the stall owner's heart skip a beat, and he unconsciously took a step back. So, what do you have then? Chu Liangyu casually pulled out a packet of mermaid tears and handed it to the stall owner. Because there was a large plain on the bank of Razor, it had abundant rainfall and fertile land, which made it suitable for agricultural production. So the people planted mulberry and raised silkworms in the fields along the bank. Later, the people also moved down from the mountains and settled in the plain area. Many people were talking about it. The vision that Zhang Yu had triggered was so amazing that even these powerful people wanted to gain further insight into the truth. And there was no worse news for him than this. 3 years later, still by that same river, some people caught the big turtle again, and they found that the writing on the turtle's back was still clearly visible, and that the writing was bigger and more pronounced as well. Then, in her hand, which was pulled out from the inside of her uniform, she seemed to be holding some kind of slender rod-like object. The length was about 60 centimeters by visual estimation. There was a 90-degree bend at the front end and a V-shaped notch at the tip. It gave off a metallic luster under the sunlight. One look and you'll understand. The kidney is the body's official of strength, and it is mainly capable of producing various kinds of tricks by enabling a person to exert strength. According to reason, the flame messenger's 30 zeros of alien energy index, absolutely not anyone god or devil can resist. Jiang Yin, even with most of Wu Yun's magic power and the holy power of his own holy body, will be killed by its one move in a second. But, Nayako, who was in the middle of her sentence, suddenly looked up at the sky. Wasn't it something that happened? Ryusei followed suit, and there was nothing special about it. After turning off the lights, both of them were unable to sleep for a long time. Too many things happened this night, so that their brains are still in a state of excitement. And the scenes that they saw in the past few days are like a walking lantern constantly floating back and forth in front of their eyes. Since they couldn't sleep, the two of them began to chat with each other. Both of their breathing became ragged and their hands clutched each other's bodies tighter and tighter. In other families, it was the mother who spoiled her son, but in their family, it became the sister who spoiled her brother. Since ancient times, if the king wants the subject to die, the subject has to die. If the father wants the son to die, the son has to die. Duke, you know you and your father a glory and a loss. He is not only your father, or Jizhou Ho. Wang Yan did not give in and said bluntly. That's why there is a quote on the internet that even if someone gives you a house in Wangting Bio, you can't afford to pay the high management and property fees. Fujimoto took a bath towel and wiped his body haphazardly, and got dressed straight away, not even intending to eat the lobster feast that had been prepared. Xiao Zhichin stood in the doorway with his sword in his hand, his left hand behind his back, his right hand lifting up Xiao Qiyuan, who had a swollen nose and a swollen, crooked head and was in a state of delirium. Lu Ju instructed the butler to send the second prince's sedan chair driver to the side door to wait, and reminded to put away all the gifts on the table, while he led him towards the side door. Is it that exaggerated? Jiang Chun sighed in his heart. On the screen, the PK countdown was down to the last 10 seconds, and the battle was imminent. A man in a rose-colored upper-seater with a rose in his mouth, holding a wine gourd in one hand and slashing at the rose with a knife in the other, leaps off the page. Xiao Yicheng, on the other hand, kind of closes himself off, and when it comes to things, even if they're good things, he thinks a lot about them and weighs the pros and cons. But the parents of Xiao Qiyuan always will not be stingy, not to mention that now is in the senior high school such a special period. Every time the mother Wang Jinli left home, will give Xiao Qiyuan left enough living expenses. With the sound of this soft and pleasant words, Xiao Yumiao first saw the white fox immediately turn towards the place where the sound came from and ran. Chapter 82 is not a good person. The energy waves around them, if anything, infected them and made the blood in their bodies boil, leading to premature bestialization. No wonder Xue Li didn't put forward any excessive demands. Such a simple and rough reason. If she quietly and carefully thought about it, it would only take a day or two for her to understand it. If that's what caused it, it doesn't really affect them adversely. So stay here with me for a month from today. Your Majesty is wise. Tai Bai Jinxing gave a big salute to the Jade Emperor before delivering a horse's ass. The audience applauded. It was a gift to the team behind Umbrella. It's a strength to be able to tweak a simulation to look a lot like a real operation. How to disappear. The presence of a large number of Holy Door Big Brother also did not know. Induction cannot sense. This is simply bizarre. It's not sudden. It's a big person who descended to Sky Fire Planet. The fact that you can have celestial senses should have something to do with your pure spiritual power. Jack was not lightly injured and had already gone for recuperation. The person who spoke was naturally the heart of blazing light energy body Eldaris. I take the world as my bride price to marry my Gur. My princess. Xiang Yu raised his hands high and the broken sword was sent to Gur. If those who have made great efforts are not treated as they should be, then who else will be willing to make great efforts in the future? The two immortals across the street were real men, and by using these two words to express their anger, would they not be claiming the two across the street? So, the land of the North Sea is this landscape. I thought that it was a dark world full of snow. Tai Xiangshu has suddenly cheered. Shu Bao needn't worry about me. How can a person who becomes a great man not be able to endure loneliness? Wang Jinwei said with a smile. Not to mention their Tianlan Principality. Even if a dozen or so of the principalities present were united, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to fend off Tang Yi. Ben Qi is going to give birth. Muguxia has a reason to go to the Shangguan mansion to stay, because some days ago Ben Qi and Shangguan Han have been dealing with the house in the capital with Ben Qi, just so that after the child is born, he can settle in the capital. Morong Ningyue received her mentor's answer, then gently nodded at her mentor and turned to leave, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to keep looking at Duan Yan's face until he forgot what he had come for. However, when he saw his fellow senior brother Li Ju, he felt that he was not that miserable. At least there was a mat. Jingbai was recognized as one of the strongest contestants in this year's Chonghua Hui, and there was little hope for senior brother Li to advance. Before, when she just arrived in the other world and had no time, half a month after entering the palace, she started a cold war with Bai Mo Xian. At that time, Bai Mo Xian forbade her to leave the palace, worrying that she would not return once she left. Now, it should be that he agreed to it. Probably some bodyguards, assassination, grave robbing, treasure hunting and other work, the money earned by the old antique but directly to take 60%. Then there was another gust of cloudy wind, but this time I clearly saw that the flying paper ash formed two short human figures, and then these two paper ash human figures attached themselves to Do Shanha's body. Seeing these good herbs, Han Shangyang busily ran down to find a few plants, smashed them with a stone and squeezed out the juice to drip into Qin Pingan's mouth, and wrapped the dregs of the medicine in a cloth and put it on Pingan's forehead. It's me, Chen Conway, who defeated the one-eyed man with you. I saw Chunna's face pull down at the sight of a picture of serious contemplation. Is my sense of existence so weak? It's amazing that I can't even leave even the slightest trace in someone else's mind. Zhao Yizhi let out a giggle, and the little bit of unspoken nervousness from earlier instantly disappeared without a trace. Luo Chuzhen's pretty face was crystalline and white, absolutely beautiful and cold. At this moment, her eyes slightly opened, moving her heart, her warm lips lightly opened, emitting an intoxicating sound. Chu Jiyun turned and ran away with a happy smile. Li Fan smiled and shook his head as he continued to collect the pods of yen. Chapter 83, Timely Rain. Finish feeding this to him and take one for yourself. Yu Chu took it with a trembling hand and asked, what is this, beast mother? Something that will make you feel less cold. Eat it and cut the crap. Oh, with great difficulty, he poured one out of it, broke Yu Ban's mouth open, and shoved the stuff into his mouth, while whispering, eat it and you won't be cold. Yu Ban's eyelashes fluttered, and obediently the elixir was. Finish feeding this to him and take one for yourself. Yu Chu took it with a trembling hand and asked, what is this, beast mother? Something that will make you feel less cold. Eat it and cut the crap. Oh, with great difficulty, he poured one out of it, broke Yu Ban's mouth open, and shoved the stuff into his mouth, while whispering, eat it and you won't be cold. Yu Ban's eyelashes fluttered, and obediently the elixir was. Su Siyu took Moxon's hand and proclaimed that she would help look after her in Yun Tianga's absence. Knight Moshwan actually do not like these girly things at all, but forced to Yen Mushue's threat, he had to slowly around to Yen Mushue's back, gently circled her in his arms, and then held up her hands wrapped in his palms, and then finally slowly closed his eyes. Singh almost used his fighting chi to rip off this villager who was biting his back, but even so his back was still bitten by the villager's teeth. The soreness and itchiness that vaguely flared up at the wound and the feeling of weakness that invaded his body made him not dare to be the slightest bit careless, and compared to entering the top four, Li Yi would prefer Colliery to beat their opponents in this next round, as the next round's opponent is none other than Chivo, who previously dug their own feet. Morone Feishua left the tea house with easy steps, knowing the whereabouts of her enemy. Morong Feishue was in no hurry and wandered around the streets. When she left the tea house, on the opposite side of the restaurant, a thin and slender figure stood in front of the window, looking at her figure fading away, his eyes showing doubts. So they expected something from Xia Tian Tian, but they could only silently pray in their hearts that Xia Tian Tian could stay away from these people. The original black long straight Morong Failing looks beautiful and lovely. Bangs are too long to cover her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Looks shy like a budding rose. Originally thought that her actions would definitely attract Yen Chenyi's even crazier treatment. Who knew that Yen Chenyi just stared at her silently for a while and directly threw her down and turned around to leave. After receiving a pass from Pizarro, Montari dribbled straight into the colliery half, trying to use himself to draw the attention of the colliery defenders. Ha ha, whether I'm human or not, you guys will know later. Fong Yi burst into laughter again and ignored them. Wanya smiled as she heard the words and her smile faded, replaced by deep self-blame and remorse. She informed them of what happened. With the elite cavalry soldiers that cold gaze, the Black Mountain Army heart trembled. Heart timid, naturally affect the play. The time to move did not do it. Should not do it. Move is a mess. Scolding that Hongye? If you don't know what you're talking about, and you spit on him like that, and in the end the truth isn't what you guessed, won't you die of embarrassment? Once, the village went to the city people came back to throw him a letter. Zhang Jaz was overjoyed, thinking that Hua Xingchan replied to the letter, ran over to take a look. The person who brought the letter said, "You're overweight this letter. The post office said that we need to stick another stamp. It's just a marrow cleansing elixir. It's of no use to me, so let it be." After saying that, the emperor picked up the tea by the table, then slowly drank it. No one could see what he was thinking. That's not to see who bought it. The emperor proudly leaned against a bamboo bone, but did not dare to exert himself. In fact, just to make a good-looking pose. "Are you sure you're going to help her change right away without asking her wishes?" In a flash of white shadow, Ning Shueihua sprinted to her side and held her in her arms. "Of course, how could you, Lord Andre, the palace master of the Sanctuary of Fire, be something I, a dean, could mess with? Kali, command that the boundary outside of Lingyu Academy be prohibited from opening to the Sanctuary of Fire for 2 years. Maru spoke indifferently, a hot sensation coming from her lips. The temperature did not belong to herself. Ling Baolu knew that it was Peiyu's kiss. He finally kissed her, not on the forehead, not on the face, but on her lips. Chapter 84, The Narrow Road. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of looking for Chu Liangyu in the first place, but there were so many cubs dragging behind him. It becomes extremely difficult to do what you want to do. He knew he was weak and hadn't wanted to bother her, but the early winter had made life difficult for him and his cubs in the tribe. That kind of thing situations, he was as frustrated as he'd ever been. It's a good thing that God took pity on him, and that most of his cubs have made it to adulthood, but to no one's surprise, the snakes, who looked so fierce, lost to the Vietnamese wildcard. After he slightly adjusted his mental power, he took out a yellow crystal and tuned out the energy in the crystal, then mixed it with a ball of blood, as Du Zide had done, and cut a slit in the jackal's body, implanting the ball of blood into the jackal's body. On the other side of the Wanfeng president's lounge, He Huayan turned on the exclusive shower from top to bottom and drenched the cold water, trying to extinguish the inexplicable and indescribable evil fire that surged up in his body. The position was kept well, and the moment Casa was killed in battle, the 4 EDG men leaned over. Hearing Kuei Bei say that something had been discovered on Jun Emochen's side, the crowd was overjoyed. Not caring about their injuries, they hurriedly got on the big turtle and were directed by Kuei Bei to go towards Jun Emochen's side, because she also had to admit that Su Nan's approach was indeed the best solution to the current crisis. But at the same time, she couldn't help but look my way because she wanted to know how I would take Su Chang. The wounds on Emochen's body were growing back with a speed visible to the naked eye, and the entire body ended up with thick ice. Outside the clamor, Li Yuzhu has long woken up, struggling to eat. At this moment he has already calmed down, talking about the situation at night with fear. Luo Yu only felt her heart hurt. A suffocating feeling surged out from her heart, stumbling out of the bedroom, ready to leave this place of wrongdoing. Awake? A low and raspy voice wrapped in thousands of favors came diffusely from the top of his head. Even if things fall apart, with Huang Chang's backstage, he can definitely smooth this out and find a scapegoat. And she, Anya, won't go to jail anyway. The flames spewing outward from its body produced rolling waves of heat, causing its body to become a blur. In the end, Wei Granny is older, not as young as Rao, full of energy. That is, this socializing, the body will be a bit unable to eat, so go back to the room to rest. However, the sound of snapping and popping was heard endlessly, and some of the 100 corpses fell down the shore. Some fell into the blue water lake, as if it was a big hailstorm, as Lu Ziyu's figure, like the sun in the sky, brilliant as a god, hovered above the long river of thunder. The entire long river of thunder was resonating with his radiant reflection between his white clothes flying and his black hair fluttering. Mother would also clean the place. I guess, after all, she kinda liked housework too, and would also chat happily with father and Zhao Shuriwei and the others, I guess. But all of this is based on the fact that Zhang Guotao knows about the spy organization, and if he doesn't know about it, then he may have betrayed the police. Zhang Ming coughed and reminded him that he was still here, and although he wasn't under his own authority either, he at least had the title of deputy mayor. The top lickers play with flowers, not so much lickers as hunters disguised as prey. Lin Shi-chen intentionally yelled his voice up high, aiming to be heard by Kihara Takamatsu inside the room, but he didn't care. Zhou Song and Guizi Heio too. That was bare-assed and fought in the war. Afraid of a chicken hair. Xinjiang Bank would play this game for so long. Everyone is talking about damage and skills, or for the first time this kind of answer. The two are talking. The Su Chenwu over there suddenly spoke out. A line of people just like this is once again busy. Li Huaid is not far behind. He is more anxious than anyone else. This Li village stronghold was not at the front of the Watada Brigade's jurisdiction, but rather off to the side in a nook and cranny. Chapter 85. Choose domineering behavior. Gasping for air, Wan Yan's hind legs stomped violently into that orc's chest. A rabbit orc's main means of attack is to stomp with its hind legs. Perhaps it was a structural feature of their bodies that made them far more powerful in their retreat than other orcs. It was also a good thing that the blow he had put his best foot forward had worked, and the tremendous force directly caused the sneaky orc to be kicked a long way away. But the crisis is only temporary. After defeating one wave, there will be another wave coming up. A crack suddenly appeared in the center of the stone disk, sucking in all the Yushinju and other treasures. Unfortunately, after the previous fall into the water, most of the lighting appliances were lost, and not too many cold fireworks were left behind, and they had to be used sparingly, a situation that indirectly affected the progress of the operation carried out. What exactly were these two silhouettes that had been following them like shadows? If they were ghosts, he had never sensed any yin qi around them, but if they were Zhang Xinjiang's people, then how did they manage to follow the crowd at all times without Zhou Yefeng ever realizing it? Thanks to Minghu hiding far away. Otherwise the red light would have burned him along with it. However, Minghu was also exposed to a small amount of red light. His virtual soul state was obviously distorted. He seemed to have been injured quite a bit. In this way, after about a tea time, Li Sin stretched out his index and middle fingers and gently knocked on the armrest of the seat beside him, emitting an extremely light sound. But cursing aside, he wasn't at the point of giving up on his treatment, and he wasn't going to meekly pull over and wait for someone to come to his door before he was caught up again. I want to have a good talk with you, Su Hui said, her expression bland, unable to tell what was going on in her mind. The laws that the god bilocation would know the sanctuary principle would know, and the sanctuary principle could also accommodate the god bilocation's divine power. Even if only the sanctuary principle and the earth system god split went out, Niaron's battle power wouldn't diminish much. Furthermore, Niaron was now able to use his second innate divine ability. In this way Chao Gai arranged for ships to send Lu Fang and 100 other soldiers to Whitefish Bay, and once Yan Huayuan and Yan Gaohai heard that Su Guanzhong was leaving, they became anxious at that time. Good. Please report back to His Majesty. Yu Ming, will definitely do so, Yu Ming said with a straight face. Back in her room, Lang Wuchen hadn't returned yet. Lin Hanshi leaned on the soft collapse, carefully recalling every detail of the conversation she had just had with Lin Guozhang, including his eyes, his tone of voice, all of which hadn't been left behind one by one. She had to discern which was true, which was false, which was prevarication, and which was sincere. Since Song Gao could no longer sway this Wang Jin, Li Hao decided to deal with this Wang Jin himself, and Li Hao dialed the phone of Zhao Hu of the Yinjing Salt Gang. Big brother, never, he beat the brothers badly. If he is accepted, I am afraid that the brothers will be dissatisfied. Long immediately vetoed. According to Big Brother's words, revenge is not hopeless. Big Brother loves talent but cannot use everyone. 5 years ago, the cold poison has not yet been solved, and then not solved his life. Lian Fei did not dare to think about it. The terrible cold poison she has seen in his body. Every time the attack of the pain she hated to use their own lives with him in exchange. She would rather the pain is their own, also do not want to see him such as trapped beasts like struggling. But at first sight, the Empress was slightly stunned. The Empress Dowager has always been extremely attentive to dress up, although not always all over the body of the Golden Light, but never so simple. Not too. Yang Leffen kicked the car door open. Angry students pulled out Zhao Huajian, punching and kicking him, beating him. 4 teeth fell on the ground. Bruises, face swollen with the fat pig is not much difference. If his father Zhaoyi stood in front of him, it is estimated that they cannot recognize. Mrs. Jiang coldly smiled. It won't, because I won't let things like that happen. It's just that I haven't thought about it yet. Son, do you want to be the eldest princess's son-in-law, or do you want to say? She pulled Jiang Su's hand and walked away. Mother and son walking all the way to the secret word. Chapter 86, Ruthlessness? It's just payback for payback. The first thing she had to do at that time was to get rid of the charge on her body, in addition to collecting people's hearts. When the bears would now come for her, she shamefully traded the carcass of a dead rabbit cub for a crystal core. 1. To give himself a safeguard in the face of unknown dangers, and 2. To purposely leave one behind for Wen Yen, who will surely be injured in a great battle with the bear-present society after the truth is revealed, to heal his wounds. That crystal core was exchanged for the body of Wen Yen's cub, and he cared so much about the cub's when the submerged residence, it is even more afraid to openly good local power son, in addition to his wife's family, his mother's family, and then have no other dependents. Your parents died early. I raised you single-handedly. Auntie can see you marry a good man and be happy for the rest of your life. I'll be satisfied, Julie said excitedly, as if she was going to marry someone. I just can't sleep before. She bit her lip, and as soon as she opened her mouth, a pair of large hands wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her slightly curved body up. Does the Empress mean that the long night is long, and you're all alone in your pillow? His teasing words rang in her ears. Under his extreme speed, the seawater below rose up to the sky with a roar, and before the white waves could fall, they were instantly vaporized by the energy contained within the strong light that followed them, causing the fog to rise wherever Dakumun passed. Giving up her struggle, she quietly leaned into his arms. She had told her night brother that she had grown up, and in the days to come, only her husband would be able to hold her. But that man didn't want her, and her heart ached. Jing Liang knows. Sitter Weiming looked at Su Qian as he spat out such a sentence, making Su Qian even more uncertain. The matter of Hu Baido was, to put it bluntly, a political struggle. His colleagues were jealous of his position and wanted to take him down. When his superiors came down to inspect his work, they told him in front of the inspector that the accounts of the military house under whose jurisdiction were not clear, and that he wanted to use his superiors' hands to get rid of his political rivals. The 8th princess, 9th princess, and several younger princesses and princes came forward, looking at the bright red that had completely merged, faces full of disbelief. I came out to ask you. I waited for you for a long time and didn't see you. Qin Jun could not hide his loss. His face was innocent and aggrieved. What's going on? Gu Tsai cried out in her heart, and suddenly there was a stabbing pain in her brow, and she was horrified. The surrounding scenery unexpectedly became bizarre. Everything dimmed in an instant, as if in that instant, one had entered a strange space. In the kitchen, Huo Ranchuan is cooking, but in reality, his ears are directly perked up, listening to the movements outside. When Tianzhong heard this, he was not only a little helpless, but Yu Yuan's news was already important. At the very least, it was confirmed to be in Shikuan Road, and as Yu Yuan said, as long as the scope was known, finding it out was not a difficult task. These words undoubtedly added a few more points to Jing Ao's favorable impression of Liang Jie. Jing Ao even felt that Liang Jie's room for growth in the future was unlimited, and that if the Genesis Alliance could befriend Wind Rising and Cloud Falling, it would definitely only have benefits and no disadvantages. Countless hospital doctors and Sukhotes exchanged pleasantries, and even the president himself was there in person, but each face was surprisingly ugly, until the steady breathing came from the person in his arms. Chi Yu's throat nodded slightly and he lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Obviously, this had already allowed Lu Qing's purpose to be achieved. So Lu Qing struck the iron while it was hot and continued to announce, I believe that many people have met the vice president and but this one I believe most people have never seen, but have heard of his name. After saying that, Lu Qing's gaze shifted to Ji Changqing on the side. He subconsciously turned his head, only to see Chi Yu standing by the door in full uniform, his always extraordinarily well-tended hair carrying a few wind-blown messes. This person whose name he had once heard for the first time was speechless and thought the exaggeration was pure pretense. Mrs. Ruan, the wife of the secretary of the Delizy, also came over to greet Lu Xinyao, and her place was also in the front. Chapter 87. It's a pity you don't have a system. Once again on the way to 10,000 Beast City without that kind of anxiety. At this moment she was in the mood to enjoy the snowy scenery at this moment. In her spare time her head was prone to thinking about things, such as what exactly Will Away was trying to do by restricting her for a month. Something flashed through his mind. Fleetingly, without waiting for her to catch the key, the trading panel lit up. Say, when are you coming back? There's a lot of activity in the tribe right now, and if you don't come back to the Jinji will still be the same as in the capital. Will coax themselves, will smile at themselves, will be everything according to themselves, do not want to suffer half a bit of wrongdoing. But I saw him hugging the robber. The boy with the glasses recounted what had just happened. The several ministers next to him obviously thought the same, looking at Qin Ziyi with a slight frown. Their eyes were clearly disapproving. Lu Chenxi stomped her foot after hearing Zhong Chenyang's words and finally compromised. However, she only planned to stay here for one night. and tomorrow she would have to go to the town to find a place to stay when she had time. The crowd's astonished eyes swept Wu Ning up and down like chaotic arrows, and one couldn't stop tooting. In addition to this, Xiahou Yuanjie will also allow West River County and Yunzhong County to be able to do business after the Qingsheng River has been repaired, and Yunzhong County has become the cathartic port for the waters of West River County, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body, so that even if West River County does not have a waterway grooming, it can be relieved. And Gu Shunping heard Chang Xiufan's words, the more she felt Wang Guizhi's heart. She didn't believe that this collision could be a coincidence. This marriage without a matchmaker is still considered a marriage? Only to see Heron Tian blankly glance at him. His Goshield went clunk and sat down in place. She let the serving maid help herself to the courtyard, and then she saw Weiren squatting on the ground pouring out his herbs. And there is the god of fortune, Yang Jingrui. They are not good to go into the space to live, can only be outside, the day is too cold. Su Yunjuan the day before yesterday from the space out just encountered a cooling, put him frozen enough. There are countless ways to make a drinking order. This middle-aged Confucian chose a kind of limited word drinking order. He gave out 2 words, and the people made a poem. 1 word for the beginning, 1 word for the end. If anyone can't say it, he has to punish himself with a cup of wine. It is important to realize that a great advantage is one of the 3 greatest illusions in life. Apparently this applies to greenies as well. Sandro's soul pearl, that was the name of this treasure bead. This was all, and the only information Yubin had gotten from the treasure bead. They watched Baishu and Yi toweling side by side, whispering non-stop, and in their hearts they had long looked at Baishu with displeasure, not to mention the fact that in the end, Baishu pushed the paper kite to Yi toweling to carry it, and ran far away to watch Luo Shilan's competition by himself. Terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted from everywhere in the starfield, and all sorts of brilliant divine lights flared and splashed as they came from different cultivators and different clans, yet they broke through in one place. In the end, it was Dark Raven Guard Revolutionary Company Commander L. Elf's suggestion that was agreed upon by everyone present. There's no need to be so patient in front of me. Luna held Lin Yu tightly in her arms. It was the only thing she could do. Sealing Demon One Finger could not obediently comply, erupting a powerful force that impacted the sword chi and silk net, while shivering his body. Holding a copper incense burner with both hands, he lifted it above his head and smashed it against the 4 fox demons in front of him, who had appeared in their original forms, along with Self, with both hands to throw out. This copper incense burner also did not hit Self in front. 4 fox demon. Only Baishu was preoccupied, seeing the 1,000 cities mountain arrived. The heart will think of that lake, that ancient temple, that high tower over and over again. What do you mean? At this time, 2 middle-aged men wearing longbows in that forest walked out. The Pope suddenly opened his eyes, and a substantial light then shot out, but he immediately closed his eyes again and let out a long sigh, secretly saying, "You still appeared." Killing Godbreaker, Chapter 88. So soon? But after a cup of tea, Jinling walked in from outside with a smile on his face. Jinling waved his hand, his tone relaxed. What's so hard about that? And he just accepted it? Jinling let out a laugh and sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, feeling his body warm up a bit before saying, I don't care if he accepts it or not. I'll just shove the person in his house and leave. Hu Qiumu silenced. Okay. She looked out the window and realized that there was no one outside, and as Chen wanted to just happen to be out of the door and heading towards a carriage, no one seemed to be paying attention to her either. Hello sir, I'm giving up the other attempts in the high jump. Zhu Tianyun's words surprised everyone. Just as she was quietly blowing the wind from the lake and looking at the scenery in front of her, a dark gray figure walked up to her. This girl, her mouth is so sweet. Even when she says flattering words, she even says them in such a masterful way that one can't even think of not being happy. If her flirtatiousness was seen by Luo Qitian, would he let it go without eating? Even the best of minds wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of temptation and confusion, right? Old Master Mingjian, I'm absolutely loyal to the guild's senior management. Some of the information is just hearsay. I definitely haven't intentionally inquired about anything. While saying this, a big and thick man actually kowtowed to Zhang Honlei. Once winter arrived, the weather became very cold, and Mo Rushua had become weaker and weaker over the years, and more afraid of the cold. However, with Xie Changjing's favor towards her, the Internal Affairs Department would always send the finest charcoal in larger quantities as much as possible, so this Yuehua Palace was still as warm as early spring even in winter. Being rewarded with a blow of chestnuts by Han Xiao beside him, Xianye glared at him in an extremely grudging manner before pulling the former to the side, not forgetting to twist around during the process to leave Sophie with an awkwardly sardonic smile. Maybe at that time Emily has its own position in the entertainment industry, but it is also because she is a newcomer. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, plus her own background behind the background will be so opposite to Emily. Qing Kong and Xing Liu entered the room and headed towards the people in the corner. while Duan Ruyan came not far in front of Shui Ningji and sat down smoothly on the wooden chair on the side. Recalling that moment when he had confronted the Phoenix King with all his heart and soul, Yang Kaibai's heart, violently, had a very special feeling. Tuoba, one of the Source King's families, had an ancestor who had produced a source geomancer with incomparably exquisite source arts, and was a famous existence in the entire source art world. After sensing the aura of the eternal coffin, the enlightenment tea tree almost pulled up its roots and was about to flee. The body of the peach god tree was too ferocious. Although Yushin at this stage was still able to carry the erosion of the elementalization on his body, he felt that it was better to make plans as early as possible for things that were a matter of life and death. How does it feel? Fong Yuan asked him. It was strange to say that while he did not feel these things, these people had a magical perception and were able to tell him the special effects that these things brought. Mara looked very grave, and the sharp teeth that showed at the corners of her mouth seemed to have all her usual cynical smiles tucked away. A photo was urgently sent to Warlord's desk, along with a very striking quote. The vermilion sand bullets almost formed a line, hitting the center of the eyebrows of the great black Buddha mother one after another, shocking out a gust of ripples, and because of the red cover, it was not possible to see what effect had been produced. Even though Yushin felt that things were not that simple, since Sol was willing to help himself in this situation, Yushin could only choose to accept it. The servant brought a dry tea mixed with sugar cubes to the old man. This tea, produced in the Mediterranean, was a dried fruit food as an ingredient, and it did not taste as sweet as the oriental tea, but it was good. Shinyu of course saw the scene, just he did not pay attention. Still walking toward the stage the heart secretly said, I hope you do not take your own life to put. Chapter 89. Stay. Okay, you guys wait. Chu Liangyu's face did not have much of a difficult expression, only tapping his fingers intending to use the trading system. Since her strength had been restored, she only needed to input a little energy to open it each time she used it. Not once has it missed a beat, except this time today. It seems to be a little slow to react. Chu Liangyu frowned and waited patiently. The others couldn't see it and just assumed she was a little upset. Beast mother? Chu. Okay, you guys wait. Chu Liangyu's face did not have much of a difficult expression, only tapping his fingers intending to use the trading system. Since her strength had been restored, she only needed to input a little energy to open it each time she used it. Not once has it missed a beat, except this time today. It seems to be a little slow to react. Chu Liangyu frowned and waited patiently. The others couldn't see it and just assumed she was a little upset. Beast mother? Chu. Ji Shui Yen was very unconvinced. So all of a sudden, he was again ouch this road is too bumpy, and also smacked that the carriage ride was too uncomfortable, hurting his delicate skin. She says she's grown up. She has to make her own decisions. Waterpulse looked at the angry expression on her eldest brother's face and said with trepidation. He didn't say anything, perhaps because he wanted to give them the opportunity to be able to report the news to the family in person. After all, this was a big deal for the entire Long family. And tender as water and Hai Tai Phyllis petal-like red lips continuously kissed a few mouths. Looking at Hai Tai Phyllis under his own face flushed like the most delicate flower's blooming appearance, his heart a piece of satisfaction. Only feel how to love her is not enough. A gaze, with dazed and varied emotions, stared blankly at the shocking scene in the sky for a long time, unable to speak. In her opinion, it wasn't. The more capable they seemed, the easier it was to ignore them, but at the end of the day, they were the ones who messed things up. Of course, this kind of spirit formation, it doesn't work on living people. As long as you don't die when you enter the spirit formation, everything is fine. Bai Lingjia raised his hand and said indifferently. This time Su Qingyan's words finally worked. Qin Yang coldly looked over towards her, and a few seconds later, the coat that still carried the man's body heat covered Su Qingyan head to toe. Even if that face is good looking, it's still discounted by his outfit, isn't it? Stranger Nanqing's eyes first had a moment of confusion, then they returned to their previous composure, and even his eyebrows followed the stretch, as if the person who drank and got drunk last night wasn't him. Since no one is going to mention it or tell it today, let this 95-year-old witness to history restore it. The night of the northern ice field, dark, cannot reach out, the only outside world perennial blowing cold wind. In the sound of whirring, driving goosefeather snow, long years stacked, the barracks helped them not only materially, but also on the level of spiritual consciousness. However, Li Hanbing didn't feel happy because of his brother's praise. On the contrary, he had a hint of uneasiness. Wu San'er and Yi looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Yi frowned. He wanted to save Dong Zhuang. Only, there was no way to do so yet. The head of the regiment in 1942, even if he didn't experience the War of Liberation and the war against the United States and North Korea that followed, he would have to be a founding general. Ao is not a person of the Hyuga clan. This white eye is when the Kiba village and the Kirigakuren village war, he obtained from the Hyuga clan on the trophy. Wang Liang's heart was dripping blood when he wrote this microblog. and he was very happy to see his fans break through the million mark, which is a milestone. Cough cough cough. As soon as Zhang Miao's words fell, a coughing sound came to mind in the room, and by the sound it should be from Luo Sha. There are 209 road classes and work districts along the whole Sichuan-Tibet line, with a total of 300 road maintenance workers. The street director nodded his head in a gesture without asking any further questions after hearing Doman's words. But seeing as they have all their furniture here and their clothes in the sun, I guess they really live here. Thirdly, the showbiz is a step down to hold high ground. Pay in a certain degree on behalf of the actor/star curiosity, can be in the director or producer to talk to the price of their own, but cannot go outside the report is very low. Cheng Cheng to Yen Gur open 3 million pay, but also in the lifting of the curiosity to her. Chapter 90, Going All Out. The visitor's face seemed to have a look of pity, looked at the long sword in his hand again, blew on it and dropped his sight to Chu Liangyu. Surprised? Chu Liangyu's body was swarming with killing intent, his thin lips lightly opened. The defeated general still dares to come over. His courage is commendable. With 1 against 2, the battle was unfavorable. The two of them didn't look alike, but it had to be said that they were indeed twin brothers, and fighting against them was like fighting against two people who were exact mirror images of each other, with an extremely high degree of tacit understanding. Watching Yin Zixian huffing and puffing as he stormed out of the door of the Hall of Perching Flowers, he reluctantly got up and stumbled outside of the hall with his tunic on. One of my best friends. Speaking of Jor, endless tenderness welled up in the bottom of Xing Yurin's eyes. Previously, perhaps because no one had ever passed it before, no one had thought about how to raid this copy. At that moment, the old slave who had been kneeling on the ground with his head buried in the ground raised his head in surprise. Generally speaking, slaves were not allowed to raise their heads in front of their masters without permission. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't realize at the time that you were a person with special abilities. I'm calling Panacea right now and telling him to stop the experiment. Monica had some panic, abetted the seemingly watery family to go wheeling in whitening Zissou, and to her surprise, she even triggered a hidden quest and leveled back up, and flaunted it so smugly. Eugenie glanced at Chen Fan grudgingly. Knowing that my sister is excellent, then you are still so indifferent to her. Not to mention, if Xiao Yunfan really approached them directly, they were really a bit worried about being grudged by the company. It was completely out of instinct. Hallie lunged down, a furious rush of power that sent ripples through the air. The commentator gave a good blow, and the audience was equally shocked, especially the brainwashed fans of Sacred Shield and Roman. Looking at Roman Reigns, who was cleanly put down by Chen Fan, with jaw-dropping expressions. Tall? What about the non-tall calling? Lu Qingqing looked at Bai Muqin. She completely didn't understand what kind of positions these were. Letting Hu Yang lie flat on the ground, Yu Desui condensed a strand of vitality and directly transmitted it into Hu Yang's mouth. Xin Ping turned back but saw that Bai Siyuan was already lying in a pool of blood, and the driver who came down from the cab on the side obviously expressed a look of shock. Jane Missouri has projected that Jane Mingfeng was reported missing to confirm the victimization. About 20 days, together with the school festival back, before and after, a month and a half. Xiao Sinyu's tone was full of confidence, and coupled with that bland air, it made it easy to believe. It was reassuring to see her clench her fists and look like she was determined to do something. He hard poured it into Lulu just to make her throw up properly. Poisoning plus bumping into evil. The filth in Lulu's body had to be cleared out. The Lu family's ancestral home only has some cameras outside the house irradiating all corners, not inside. Transcendents were influencing the environment and objects around them every moment. The more powerful they were, the more significant their influence would be. And at this moment, even if it was just a spontaneous energy fluctuation, Descendanton had already reached the point where he could influence the present realm. I say, sister, you're much prettier with this makeup removed than with makeup, Zhou Ping said honestly. Madonna looked at Chen in the same way, an almost imperceptible smile sketching the corners of her mouth. Chen frowned, then smiled openly, waved with the audience, and smiled as she walked on. He Xuanzong quickly laughed. Wait for me to catch him first. Find out where he hid the army pay you then do it. He Xuanzong said while making the shape of stealing money. By the way, what's the name of your song? This is the first test. Brooke said as she walked. You know if your name doesn't make those guys happy, you'll be eliminated immediately even if the song is good. The battlefield was extremely chaotic. The huge golden warship, cutting through countless three-pronged skateboards, revealing the hideous gun ports below. The golden light flashed wildly, countless death rays, saving up in all directions. And in just a few moments, the surrounding blood guards were emptied. Chapter 91 is exactly the same as she used to be. The aftermath of the long sword swept towards Chu Liangyu directly, and she had to move to mobilize her entire body to dodge. Xue Li's reaction speed was so fast that Chu Liangyu was not able to stab the short blade deeper in time, but this blow was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Chu Liangyu was still pondering how she should completely decapitate him when a young girl's figure blocked in front of her. Beast mother don't fight. We won't have a beast father if you kill him. And the shipyard covers an area of more than 3,000 acres, which is 100% of the Honghu Shipbuilding Company acquired this Dragon's Den Shipbuilding Company, and now it has been modernized to have a large-scale shipyard and shipbuilding platform, which has a 100,000 level shipyard, 5 berths, and more than 500 meters of wharf shoreline. Xiao Tianlang looked at Night White's behavior and did not show any abnormalities, and only took it as a special communication method of the immortal stream. So Yang Jia, Li Jiacheng, Hua Xiaotian, and Lai Binghui went to the poker table, and Natasha also sat beside Yang Jia and watched him play poker. What was even more terrifying was the calm and unperturbed look in the teenager's eyes after the murder, which made people feel a whole wordless depression. And so all of them could only wait quietly with their stomachs full of doubts for Chen Bai to come back and unravel the mystery for them. This worry of yours is unnecessary. The world now has $820 billion circulating around every day, and the only thing that can be able to travel around the world able to travel unimpeded is money. We Zhong Yuan Automobile Company Inc. As long as we make our own products good and fine, this money will keep flowing over. Yang Jia smiled and said, before he came, he had anticipated that he might see Sister Huang Xing, and once he heard the voice, Zhou Mengyuan had no fear. It could be said that Mu Feifei was now completely naked and exposed in front of him, and this feeling of knowing what was known was really too wonderful. The anti-American forces on the Babylonian side of the country were usually not very good shooters, but they were more skillful at making roadside bombs, whereas the official government that had been previously overthrown by Eagle Sauce was the one that had left behind huge quantities of munitions, and provided an inexhaustible supply of raw materials. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he decisively proposed the idea of building a genetic weapons lab for Jayan in the dungeon. Today's weather is good. Xiaohua did not follow Qianya out. Stayed at the inn to Qianya night cover of the quilt to the courtyard to the sun. Estimated that the time is almost to go to the courtyard to carry things back. Just happened to be in the lobby of the inn saw Qianya and others. Without the originator of the attempted drugging and Shiyu herself. The drugging incident shouldn't happen tomorrow, right? At that time, hiding in the shadows, he watched the boy bathed in blood just leave. His heart cutting into his chest, but with the pain of not being able to make any moves. But now, though he didn't sigh, she could feel him slightly powerless. Looking at Mu Sushan's expression that was all over the place, the system raised an eyebrow, revealing an expression that seemed like a smile. Zhui's needs are really big, or he is really clingy. She goes out every day with a face of insufficient qi and blood, and she has to see this gloomy and dead face in class. Looking at such a dusty Shui Aaron, Yun Haotian knew that this trip was bound to be very hard for her. Sneaking into the rear of the enemy army to burn grain and grass has always been an extremely difficult thing. The steward's heart is anxious, but cannot say the right reason. Forehead cannot help but ooze out dense beads of sweat. Like right now this Mongshan secret realm, the stability of the space has far exceeded the outside, so the consumption of this is even more horrible. In the end, to what stage? I'm afraid that only the Heizhu one can understand. It wouldn't take long for the matter of Dragon Shadow stepping into the Supreme Realm to spread throughout the Eastern Wasteland. The sword technique that it had passed down would definitely make all cultivators rush to it. Chapter 92, Timely Appearance. Master. Will Wei sat quietly on the futon to heal his wounds for but a few moments. Shao Qi appeared silently. How did it go? Shui Li's movements remained the same, only opening his eyes and looking at him. They're half dead or wounded, and they're going to make it soon. So, the few people from the Wood Spirit clan, did they eat the solid grass? The solid grass, functioning like its name, was used to restore, stabilize the vital energy. What Chang'an never expected was that the other party would say something like this, making her extremely speechless, but also couldn't help but feel a little smug. And the endless disgust that she originally wanted to vent within her heart suddenly subsided by half. The same demonic beast, meeting for the first time, instead of saying a friendly hello, asked her if she could eat it. Velis didn't pay any attention to the monster, for she was afraid it would tear the man to pieces out of jealousy. I'll come pick you up from work in the afternoon. You wait for me in the supply center. Gu Nianhua suddenly blurted out. As soon as he thought about the weight change on, Lu Fan suddenly realized that this live broadcast, there were quite a lot of dramas about the weight aspect. In the past, it was the Soviet tanks that were desperately trying to get close to the German tanks, but now here, the German tanks had taken the initiative to close the distance and engage in a tank fight at a distance of 10 meters or so. That's why the episode where the earring man pulls the security guard to taunt and spite the AKBS studio representative happened. Rachel was still hesitating when suddenly a hot and humid wind wrapped around her, carrying her up into midair. At that moment, she almost screamed out loud. Back at his tent, he took the fangs out and looked at them, and there didn't seem to be any major difference. Cough 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 dash. Jean Shou barely choked on herself, coughing so hard that her wounds hurt even more. Ling Hao thought, his expression a bit odd. he felt that with the arrogance of the ancient clan, they basically wouldn't be willing to reside under Misty Peak, and it was more likely that they would still go searching for the immortal island on their own, and then the 4 clans would join forces to explore the island together. But this Amethyst Lion today showed that Juan Sun seemed to be showing signs of joining forces with Misty Peak. At this time, Yi Tian Genius really felt a little bit overwhelmed, because Yang Ziming was moving around Yi Tian's arm. Yi Tian was able to clearly experience the softness of the big white rabbit on Yang Ziming's chest. Wachovia High School has been the powerhouse of the South Division and the only team that could play Oak High School to the end. Zhang Ruoyu is the golden phoenix that flew out of Kakusai, the perfect idol, and has become a role model for Kakusai teenagers herself. So what should an idol and a role model do? Meanwhile, the 5 Directions Dao ancestor and the South Pole goddess of mercy, they naturally possessed this black token as well. Since I don't want to lie, then I can only escape. Although there is some ostrich suspicion, but, let it be so. He had decided that this man who did not honor himself had to be given a taste of the power of falling rock hell. However, the shadow of losing to Yi Tian back then within his heart could never be removed. The moment he remembered the scene of being stepped on by Yi Tian back then, he couldn't help but tremble. Long Year's cheeks were a little hot, and she couldn't help but lower her head, just that she had tears in her eyes at the moment. Her heart was still very aggrieved and she didn't know how things had turned out like this. Yi Bingyin, however, would not dare. Chen Kuan organized this ball in the end for what? Because of boredom. He invited all the celebrities in Hangzhou to dance. Or is it an ulterior motive? Do you really just think about it all day long? And then his gaze fell once again on top of the crumpled piece of rice paper on the table. Ha! How did you know that I didn't brush my teeth in the morning? Wang Dongxing inquired with wide eyes and curiosity. Xiao Yuan then helped her pour a cup of water and handed it to Bu Yu, who held the cup while already holding Xiao Yuan's hand. Xiao Yuan froze and looked straight at Bu Yu, her beautiful pupils reflecting her panicked self. Cultivation Edge's long eyelashes flickered animatedly a few times, and he opened his eyes. He was on that desert again, walking slowly towards the dunes. The silver fox was still behind him, looking back at him, its big black eyes looking straight at him, and he could see himself in those eyes. Alright, I'll be right there. After Li Changkong hung up the phone, he immediately broadcast another call to Li Miao. Your godson? Why is he still here with you at this time? Imon Yanhua asked very alertly. He felt that the child should be at home at this time. How could he be next to Mo Wushuan? Let's talk about it tomorrow, Yi Bingyin said and hugged Huaro up. Huaro smiled shyly. She naturally understood what Yi Bingyin wanted to do. Send out the self-defense forces. He must be caught. He's there to rob the virus. He must be caught. Iou Megawa growled angrily. I took out a piece of jerky from my pocket and threw it on the ground, and the black cat stomped over to it, hungry for a month. Seeing meat was like seeing life, and ate it with a whimper. Just see this line of people, crying, carrying a stretcher to go out. See that stretcher covered with white cloth oozing out pieces of stained red blood. White cloth reveals a stay under the messy long hair, straight off the ground. Zhang Yi said, just wait and see, nothing should happen. Although he said this on his lips, his heart was still in a state of restlessness. Han Xingyi had just arrived at the Dragon's Head Plains only a year ago, and the 2 Heidongking had just reached adulthood. Xiao Xie's heavy sword cut through the sky of Longzhou Yuan, and Han Xingyi's 10 feet of soft red had just sketched out a splendor of its own. 17 or 18 teenagers stood guard at the edge of Longzhou Yuan, waiting for the prince who could give them the name of the master. My mother? Mr. Nan knows my mother? Looking at Nan Luo's appearance is also 31 or 2. Jing princess should still be alive, should be 35 years old, so that there may really be any intersection. Sir, there's a cellar over there, and I saw some Fusang ghosts hiding over there. A bold citizen opened his mouth. However, Yang Yun didn't reply, so he just left Fei Wei with a puzzled look, and then went straight into the Hua family mansion. Just as Zhang Hong was about to say something, Yang Yun pressed on and rushed out, directly fighting with Yubi. This day at noon, Lao San is still sitting under the crooked-necked acacia tree near the cliff face of the Soul Returning Cliff, gazing fixedly at the sea of clouds in the south, pondering, you guys just stay here, I'll go check it out. The spirit beasts here won't dare to harm me. Tian Xing didn't want to be in an awkward situation with Qinger anymore, so he found an excuse and turned around to leave. But now, the destruction of their convoys was something he could not tolerate, especially with the valuable Type 45 destroyers. If this was in normal times, it would probably take a lot of talking and bargaining, but the tenderness of the Sea King made the prince ignore all of it. Even if the money was more important, it was not more important than at this moment. Qin Linlin used voice Oriole generally good. Li Duanyan can only tightly cover the ears to listen, otherwise it will attract more eyes. Hoshino Izumi let out a cold grunt, his face rapidly paling, the fists that were clenched tightly, completely unclenched. The thoughts of wanting to let go of the fight in his mind were swept away. Chapter 93 Dark Needles are hard to prevent. With Chu Liangyu stepping in, the battle situation transformed in an instant. At that exact moment, Hu Qiumu and Jiling arrived at the tribe with the people from the Qingqiu Fox clan, and seeing the scene of killing here, they couldn't care less about their fatigue, and immediately joined the fight. The pupils of the fox's eyes are a good hand at confusing the enemy, and those people died silently under the swords of the two parties. So miserable, no one on Chu Liangyu's side dared to go to her side to die anymore, and for a time she was surrounded by. However, Xiao Yong and Yi Shang were not as determined, and both of them had red eyes by the end. Tai also had a creepy feeling, as if a beast was lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It also felt like the beast was walking around itself, looking for the right opportunity to strike. Ji Weiyan nodded and led Zhao Qingdai towards the center. It was only then that the men noticed Zhao Qingdian on the side, with a big red dress, delicate face, hot body, and especially the icy cold aura around her, causing their eyes to wander over her involuntarily. Ku Wei's face was gentle, and his gaze when he looked at Jiangsu's shadow was exactly like that of a loving older brother. He slightly sidestepped his head and laughed out with a light smile, seeing Mu Changa's relaxed expression after he finished speaking, and even a sense of relief. He Shang only felt weird. The original master who seemed a bit aloof was actually so good at brainstorming? Why can't I be here? At least I've been fighting alongside you for so long, yet you don't even have a room in your castle for me, Li Hua said, those red eyes directly warm, with obvious dissatisfaction in his tone. Save them down. A man who seemed to be covered in a demonic aura gave the order, and even Blood Frenzy Slaughter had to obediently follow the order and lead the people to save Ghost Xiong and Jianbai down. Apricot's crying gradually lowered. Long crying called her tired. Ruohua had helped her to sit on top of the stone chair when she could control it. Taking the silk handkerchief that Ruohua had given her, Apricot wiped it off haphazardly. Good boy. Ji Weiyan was extraordinarily pleased with her initiative to show kindness. He gently kissed the corner of her mouth before leaving the room. On the contrary, Wu Hate was half kneeling on the ground. He was spitting out blood. This back-and-forth match proved that the Xuanwu Jedi was definitely above the explosive true Qi. Lin Yuan was a businesswoman, and she had seen more arrogant people than just Han Xiling every day, in her previous and present lives. Not long after, the room was filled with the calm and light flavor of the condensation incense, which made people's minds tend to be calm while inviting more drowsiness. Waving his hand to beckon Machazane to him, Lizamo found a comfortable position and reclined in the other's arms. The moment Feng Baobao lit up her sword, the 3 meters within Zhao Gui Tuan as the center was instantly empty, and everyone present looked at Zhao Gui Tuan and Feng Baobao with unparalleled vigilance. In fact, if you want to know Lin Shuilong in the end is not a husband's destiny, it is not difficult. With people to go to Shangxi and gone to inquire about it cannot use you how long. This is to hurt the enemy 1,000 since the loss of 800 of the absolute means. This a broken arm orifices. Here the aura will certainly not continue later or can recover a few %, but also has a hidden danger, and not a long-term solution. But the situation is tense. The person from the life and death of the most violent one. At this time of year, Begonia Shifu is in full bloom. Although the fragrance of the flowers cannot be smelled from afar to see the tip of the carpet powder, delicate and charming, or can be mesmerized. During these millions of years, Jiang Mu had either explored the no man's land or was in seclusion in the limitless immortal region. But the eunuch system is too cruel, and its torture on the male heart is unprecedented. But you can't just look at the problem, but you also have to consider the future development. According to the previous law, the secret mission is a stage with the number 5. For example, 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, and the difficulty increases in turn. Oftentimes, a sentence has different meanings when heard by different people. For example, Sha Bilyang's intention was that you are the boss. You can punish me any way you want, but in Song Yichen's ears it didn't mean that. He felt that Sha Bilyang was mocking him for not having the ability to dare to say such big words. Dad, what are you doing? Dazing around again? A young man with a slab of hair drilled out from the room behind Chen Yijuan and asked with a smile. Tell me about the Chinese medicine battle team. I think this is not the first time you guys have fought. Lin Ming walked towards Chen Yuan, not seeing any outsiders at all, and said directly. At that moment, he told General Park about the manufacturing method of the turtle ship and how to use it. Listening to the Park generals, their blood boiled and they could not wait to let Isunshin come out now and then remodel the warships and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. First of all, now it's the fact that you're still in a good position with Batman, and I also like this more realistic, darker style now than the absurd, toy style of Tim Burton and others before. But a concept doesn't equal a script, much less a movie. Sid's words made Nolan nod in disbelief. The wind outside the tent was strong and whistling, originally blowing from the north, but for some reason it suddenly changed direction. However, what made him despair was that even though he had steadily controlled the vampire and had beaten the vampire's blood level to a low level, Just as he was about to collect the vampire's head, the blood-colored mark on his body exploded, and he instantly lost his blood level, replenishing it to the bloodied vampire. Of course, this divine curse that ignored any penalties and was merely ineffective only against object-immune monsters was still very useful when facing some specific monsters. Entering the cave, Tianzhonga walked straight to Yu Xiaoyan's side and squatted down to roast the fire without saying a word. Lin Quan was then slightly stunned, as if he really seemed to have had a little too little contact with his classmates and friends during this time. A lingcod either crashed to its death on a rock or jumped right into a pot that had been discarded by the crowd earlier on the shore. The high-tech food in the third cafeteria isn't for you to joke about. It's the fatter you are that recycles more material. She's 1 for 3. Recruito laughed. Perhaps Shin-Chi's words had worked, and from the next day onwards, Yang Chan really didn't send her any breakfast. Within the shattered space, Nangong Wendian had just said goodbye to his master, and the moment he looked back, he saw Jiang Xin, who was sitting on his knees. Lu Qianxian was self-conscious of her victory, and at this moment, without hiding it at all, she directly called out to the system in her mind. With Lu Zhen's status position, if really shameless up, in addition to Liu Bei and Mrs. Gone, it is estimated that no one can take him. For a moment I put all my unhappiness to the back of my mind, and the more I looked at the clothes on my body, the more I liked them, so much so that I didn't even pay attention to Lu Jie talking to me. Usually Jingji can smell the light fragrance at the moment also because of the concentration of the spirit and smell a little more intense. It also made him even more excited for the next extreme item to appear. What kind of word skill would be unlocked next? Chapter 94, People Used to Eating Mountain and Seafoods. Chu Liangyu was silent for a moment and explained. I'm not a beast god, just one of his successors. So that's how it is. No wonder I always thought that your beast form looked so familiar to me. Sister Liangyu, Xiong Jiaojia thoughtfully, that position is still undecided right now, isn't it? What does Sister Liangyu think? I can help you. There are a total of 3 successors, and one has already been taken out by me. Thinking of the many losses he had suffered at Xu Weili's expense, Chu Liangyu's expression was a bit of a one-liner. Long Dan was very conflicted in her mind. She both hoped that Jifeng could come out in a dashing and calm manner, yet she didn't want him to arrive. After all, she knew that it was unlikely that Jifeng could beat Pan Huttung. What kind of person was Jiang Yi? Even if they opposed him no matter how much, it was impossible to change his decision. Therefore, when the crowd's strong objections were ineffective to give up, Jiang Yi directly went out of the Aquarius Palace and flew towards the Libra Palace at a rapid speed. Tuoba Xiao and Xiaosun smiled at the words, rushed to let him get up. The birthday banquet continued. The guests of the Cloud House all raised their cups and lanterns to Tuoba Xiao toasted the wine. Tuoba Xiao also came to drink. A cup and drank up the wine to the hearty. Tuoba Xiao's eyes have been a bit slightly drunk, but the bottom of the eyes is still clear. Black Seat nodded, seeming a little less than assured, but what he was most proud of was this extremely talented baby son. For Hei Fu, he was almost obedient to his words. Since Hei Vo said so, he naturally let go and let him go. He was not so far gone that he would believe that Jifeng could defeat Hei Fu. Zhao Wuji also snapped out of it at this moment, burying his head, suppressing the humiliation in his heart, and suppressing his hatred for Ling Feng in the same way. At that moment, the black sunglasses like and have long been expected in general, a second ahead of the flash to the side, but his back of the 6 children will be miserable. Chaozi sprayed out of the dirty things directly splashed to him. That look don't mention how lousy. This result was a bit of a surprise to them, but it was also within expectations, so no one was surprised or anything. They just admired Zhang Yue even more. He believed that with the strength of his fleshly body, which was nearly at the peak of the 7th stage, even if he hardened himself against some people's attacks, it wouldn't reach a fatal level. There's still a lot I can't say about this part of the story of Phantom Ridge, too, where barbed wire fences have been built on both sides ever since. The lynx kept shaking its head as it frantically tore at its body. Blood instantly gushed out, and a large amount of red color began to spray from its body into the main coffin. Its limbs also began to move back and forth non-stop. Those blood followed its limbs and began to penetrate into the inside of the glutinous rice thinning. More and more and more. Pissed me off. Wasted 3 months of my time writing poems. Yang Jiaxi was furious. Feeling humiliated, he got up and walked out of the private room. But at this moment, Kadian was still deeply immersed in the knife that Xiao Tian had just stabbed down, as well as the inexplicable words that Xiao Tian had said later on. Where was there any other reaction? While launching this tentative attack, Cardian had already mobilized the Do Qi in his body and rushed towards Xiao Tian. Wu Yili gave Gudongshu a somewhat jubilant look, then beckoned the waiter and ordered the drinks. Regarding the power of the 10,000 poison returning bag, Chu Yang had already prepared for it, and at this moment, he did not hesitate to sacrifice the Buddha light bead, blocking the black mist outside his body, while also purifying it on the fly. There is no comparison without feeling. This comparison, Single eunuch immediately feel that follow the new master in front of the future is really bright. Yes boss. I'm afraid that I won't be able to complete the acquisition of GG Press. It has nothing to do with funds. Mori Ganji hesitated, but opened the door and began to explain. After purposely waiting for her for a few minutes and seeing that the situation wasn't getting any better, Keeming could only give her a gentle greeting before walking out of the restaurant with Makabai. Although all these energies were weak, his body at the moment, too, had become abnormally weak due to the excessive fighting, and thus, could not withstand the impact of the energies at all. Is chapter 95 angry? That's just the least of my many virtues. Facing Lu Sang's contemptuous sight, Shu Liangyu was not at all vain. Just now you also said that you wanted a defense vestment as well. So while I'm in a good mood, I'll buy it for you. Oh, Lu Sang, but the interest is not high, said to help me buy. Then do you have spirit stones? No, but that doesn't stop me from caring about my partner, and I just said I'd buy it for you. I didn't say I'd pay for it. It wasn't something that couldn't be known to Long Jingji, and besides, regarding the days she disappeared before the wedding, she would have to explain something to him anyways. It's just as well, take advantage of this opportunity. Pity the world's parents bitter like Shinola birth mother this good mother. But Shinola think, like Mu Zhamping this kind of father cannot be counted in this chucho. He is not very good to fulfill his duties as a father. Yu Weian waved her hand with a smile, but in reality, she was relieved to hear Su Jinyu say this. The eyes of the people present revealed their contempt for Jiang Chen, and it was at this time that Jiang Chen offered his Chaos Heavenly Flame without panic, and once the Chaos Heavenly Flame came out, the surrounding area was instantly filled with the aura of chaos. But the average immortal monarch or immortal emperor only climbs a few hundred feet before falling off the tombstone and dying. I could feel the aura within Shiyu's body begin to slowly hide, and the moonlight around her dimmed. She knew that Tang Jiang would definitely not tell Zhang Wanwan, so she had to tell him where the stomach medicine was just in case. It was just that Tang Jiang refused to say anything, so it seemed like it was necessary for her to remind Zhang Wanwan of it in a sideways manner. Seeing that all the generals were in deep thought, Xiao Liehua announced the end of the meeting as soon as he saw that the effect of persuasion and education had been achieved. Su Jinyu lowered her head and glanced at the cloak on her body, remembering that she was still dressed up in the dark fragrance house. Fortunately the matter was urgent and the others did not care too much about it when they looked at it. She hurriedly got up and went up the stairs to her room, but she did not notice that in the darkness of the corner, Fu Luoxian was staring at all of this. While speaking, behind the base of a half-formed building, 3 or 4 zombies suddenly sprang out, all of them grinning and rushing. When Ruthman and Yushin Yuan came to the construction site of the pagoda, bamboo scaffolding, the heavy foundation of the pagoda has been revealed. Obviously, it will be a tall and majestic pagoda. Seeing Ruthman coming over, the workers all came forward to greet him. Farewell, my division commander, my officer, my benefactor. Lu Shuehua silently chanted in his heart, tears flowing. Mr. May's eyes were closed tightly, his face was pale, an oxygen tube was inserted in his nose, and in the glass bottle at the bedside, crystal liquid was slowly injected into his veins. This conversation between Pan Guangnian and Wang Peng is tantamount to basically determining where Wang Peng will go in the next 3 years. Forget it, think about how to get out. San Yuan put away the emotions he had just felt as if nothing had just happened, but they knew those words would be rooted in their hearts like a spell forever. And behind those zombies, Li Nan couldn't stop rubbing his eyes, as if he couldn't quite believe what he saw in his eyes. Mao, who once could only follow old Huang and eat farts, had now completely turned over, and it took Li Mu Ran, spending less than a day to rush back to Chang'an City from the side of the Tianwu Empire, which was separated by a rogue rock empire. While old Huang had probably only just finished half of the journey at this point, eventually it was agreed to divide the materials in the ruins according to strength, and to put it mildly, it was at that time that the Dechu dynasty took advantage of the situation to rise to prominence. Li Nan laughed bitterly. It's precisely because the wound isn't healed that I don't have to sleep. Then he pointed his finger at his back and bared his teeth. Bo Yan's veins popped at the corners of his forehead, and out of the corner of his eye. Zhang Ran's hand was across his waist, rubbing against it for a moment. It's just that the construction of the bestiary requires the tamer to have first learned the bestiary construction drawings, and then gradually level up the bestiary he builds as he builds it. Chapter 96, She's no Willow. I don't know why, but that person gave me a very uncomfortable feeling, and I always felt that my soul would be sucked away as soon as I got close. It's only right that you should be angry when you agreed to follow you and then went back on your word. Chu Liangyu blinked, wondering how this guy got into this matter. I can't afford to get angry with you over this little matter. Imo. But why are you so cold to me? And the way you looked at me just now. Well, it's better to come in and talk first. And Luna, can you leave me first? Lin Fong opened his mouth with a headache, and immediately, Luna was shaking her head firmly, rejecting Lin Fong's proposal. All the floating wealth, and many stores, except for some that were known to be the kind of property that had been seized by the Zhu family by trickery and extremely bad influence, were returned to their original owners. Yifeng personally went to the north of Hangzhou City to meet everyone. Chen Ruoyun was in military attire, valiant, and when she saw Yifeng who came to meet her, her eyes were slightly red, and she directly jumped into Yifeng's arms and cried with joy. If it wasn't for knowing Lu Xiaohang, I'm afraid that everyone else would run for the hills when they heard the word sleep. Lu Xiaohang wants to find the secret of this island in the dream space system. If it was because of the possession of the remnants of the powerful souls of the Shadow Clan, then, even without the power of the Mother Tree of Divine Souls, it would be gradually picked up through a much longer period of time, with full-time assassins and agents out in force. How could all-powerful security not show their hand? The licker behind him, Beck, had observed it long ago. As soon as he pulled Lao Haimeng to his body, casually shooting out a barrage of bullets, those bullets set the licker into a beehive, and also accompanied by the head being opened up and completely hung up. The expression of boredom that had filled his face up to the party seemed as if it had never existed, and his face was overflowing with joy and Englishness. A few strands of green silk fell down and brushed against Wang Yi's body, itching and making it even more comfortable. Wang Yi couldn't help but moan. Yifeng's 10 Special Forces members shouted at the same time, and the blackened muzzles of the 10 Thompson submachine guns were aimed at Chen Xiong. Infrastructure development will focus on highway and railroad construction, with several wide concrete or asphalt highways being built, which will connect Shanghai with cities such as Hangzhou and Suzhou. Each highway will be at least 2 or 4 lanes. The main highway from Shanghai to Hangzhou will be a 6-lane concrete highway. I'm just drenched in a thin layer of rain. Take care of yourself first. It's really too much nonsense, Oh Jingyu said somewhat sternly. However, just at this time just stuck to the back of the stone this ass behind the pan suddenly clanked and clattered splashing a string of sparks. If you describe it using the Foundation's type of doom, it's probably SK plus MK. Clearly talking about himself, Sakiri was much more calm than the system that was beginning to suspect unison. Curved melon face, curved willow leaf eyebrows, flushed cheeks, pink lips, smooth white skin, emitting a faint luster under the sunlight, the corners of the mouth slightly hooked, squinting eyes, a touch of charming smile immediately appeared on the face. Uncle, take off this shot not only out of the P-God side of the expected. Now this is even more out of the live broadcast of the vast majority of people expected. It is an existence that can utilize the special characteristics of the soul itself, i.e., it is an existence that is composed of memories and emotional obsessions like a thought body, and it is able to induce and confuse the existence that comes into contact with it, and so on. Originally, he was prepared to bring those association members to improve the foundation of Chinese medicine, and now that the Chinese Medicine Center was still not very famous, Xiao Chen was not in a hurry for the time being. Last night after this ointment was brought back by Suya, it was applied to her husband by Wang Xiaoling, and Huang Bin said that it was very comfortable to apply this ointment, and his waist was not as painful. Ouyang Zifa thought that his opponent was relying on pure rigidity like he did just now, and thus, he also attacked with the full force of the 5th level of the martial arts school. He had just closed his eyes before he fought against Lu Chang, not because of his contempt for Lu Chang, but because he had tried to infuse his origin into the 3-pointed two-edged blade, which had resulted in the power of the blow that had bounced Li Chang down. Boom! A powerful internal force instantly filled Lin Tian's strange meridians, and this time, although Lin Tian was already experienced, it still hurt like hell. By the time the 3 of them came out of the supermarket, Qinghan's hands were already carrying 3 or 4 large plastic bags, dishes, snacks, rice, flour, grain and oil. He pulled Sable Chan slowly backward, moving very slowly, his eyes even more closely on Hu Shuexian, fearing that she would make any movement. The tension in Xia Orange's heart suddenly rose. It would be too humiliating if the rating fell out of the A class again. In the loud sound, flying stones rushed to the sky and splashed, and the ground was split by the wind of the sword to open huge cracks, and the earth and stones flew up. If it weren't for the fact that she'd seen the contempt of these men with her own eyes, she'd really have to believe what they were saying. Xia Orange resisted the urge to try out his current physical condition, and pursued the beauty bombing system. By now, he also missed Hua Tua very much. If he was still around, he might know some methods that could be used with the 3 Yang Spring. When Hu Shuexian heard Zhang Bao's greeting, she once also wanted to withdraw and leave, but Han Feng knew that the search for the whereabouts of Wolverine Zen was tied to her, and he didn't let up for a moment, and his 3-pointed, 2-bladed knife was tightly pressed at every turn, making Hu Shuexian have no chance of escaping at all. But when the retardation spell only flew out, it was the white light that flashed along with it, and the lizardman law hero who was riding on the huge lizard instantly used the exorcism spell to counteract the retardation spell's effect. Along with the non-existent evolution sound effect, Feng Shui felt a large amount of data begin to pour into his body. The bottleneck that had been troubling him for several days was broken almost as soon as he stabbed it. A large amount of power began to transform his body, and before he had time to feel the changes, the evolution was already complete. Of course it's a soul-searching spell. You know I'm a witch. Zhuanlan looked more and more embarrassed as it was obvious that Princess Qiao had already thought of this. Chapter 97, Cunning is Nature, while loving you is instinctive. Chu Liangyu was silent, just glanced at him one more time, but knew what he was squirming about. Tugging at the corners of her mouth, she actually found the scene interesting. This thought had just flashed by, and she intended to close her eyes and concentrate on channeling the energy within Sang Chilsong's body. There was an abrupt snap in his ears, like the sound of something hitting the ground, accompanied by a flash of white light the size of a soccer ball. The room, which was not very bright, suddenly gave birth to such eye. When Chen Bo thought of this, he didn't increase his attack, only that his consciousness was split in two. One part was staring intently at the faceless ghost in front of him, while the other part was gazing deathly at the corpse chi on its body. Ever since Chen Lu officially announced his transfer to the LET team a while ago, the fans of the Max team have been heartbroken, especially those who are loyal to their pair of CPs down the road. Control have been incredibly depressed for a long time. It's none of Sister Li Yan's business. It was us who secretly hid in the car. Li Wisdom was busy defending herself. Initially it was a change in his mind, as he saw life and death as more important than ever before, and the guilt he felt over the killings was diminishing. The cloudy wind had become incredibly cold at some point, and the air had begun to become humid, accompanied by the increasingly clear sound of dripping water, as the sky descended into an increasingly thick rain of blood. Ricardo was really difficult to guess Rainieri's thoughts. Rainieri is used to using 442, but he has also used many formation tactics, even if he has just taken office. Ricardo cannot figure out what Rainieri's thoughts are, and it is difficult to even guess a rough. Although Madman had been active on the popular platform's live broadcast before this, there is after all a difference between the Entertainment Bureau and the official league, not to mention his possible decline in form. Let's say that he still maintains an excellent level of operation, but, after all, 25 years of age is there. Alright, we can only let the zombies loose today. Hopefully there will be less casualties tonight. Of course, Wang Jin didn't care much about other people's deaths, and killing so many Japanese in the laughing world had made him look down on a lot of things. Chen Bo was able to hear what kind of complex emotions were contained in this one sentiment. Lin Chen's originally well-intentioned smile. In Ling Yajing's ears, she felt a bit bad, making her pretty face even more scarlet, slightly lowering her head, a pair of big playful eyes gently blinking. Dodging Lin Chen's gaze, Ling Yajing just gently nodded, and did not say anything. This is different. This is the dowry that Dabai gave me. Besides, I won't wear it. I'm going to keep it and leave it to my children. Gogo said seriously. Dabai didn't know anything about no sale, no kill. In fact, he was still quite happy in his heart. His grandson was able to come here to pick him up, so it could be imagined how important his position was in his grandson's heart, and this feeling of being valued was really good. Inside the inn, Sealan's face was as pale as paper, with her eyes tightly closed. She lay motionless on the bed. The ghost servant stared closely at Xiao Jingshi, as if he wanted to see something on his face. The latter had a frank look on his face, while Wang Zhengyu looked at the two of them suspiciously. He hadn't grasped the gist of the conversation since a while ago. Xia family is not easy to reunite, Xia Bowash softly said. At this time do not make a nest mess again from their own family. We are all the same suffering over. The car language originally just casually, but did not expect the back of the feeling. Melancholy eyes and low voice performance is still some mystery. As soon as the words came out of called Hiko's mouth, he reached out and covered his mouth. How could he say that? It would be sad if Xiao Wei knew. It was best if Xiao Wei didn't hear it. So unsurprisingly, even though he wasn't talking to the system started picking up the conversation with gusto. Chapter 98, The reaction is not right. Rough panting became more pronounced. Burning breath spewed on the side of her ear, and Chu Liangyu sidestepped in discomfort. If I say no, what shall you do? Hu Qiumu grunted out in a difficult manner, forcing herself to stop doing anything embarrassing before she spoke. Then I'll listen to you. Such a submissive attitude was a bit surprising to Chu Liangyu, and he couldn't help but get up the idea of teasing. The teacup was casually tossed aside, one hand attached to the. Every time Yao Tongmu increased his voice, the chi energy from Bufan's fingertips would be a few points stronger, and the water splash on the surface of the water would get bigger and bigger. With Bufan's mastery of internal force now, it was really as simple as it could be to achieve this effect. At this moment, Yang Xiaoer really wanted to bawl her eyes out, cry out all the pain in her heart, and to get rid of the grievances in her heart, otherwise it would be too unbearable to hold it in her heart. In the face of such a bad situation, she really wanted to immediately find a crack in the ground, so as not to live in the world disgraceful. Boss, don't worry, I won't die that easily. Jin Wuming gave a rare smile and comforted. A spiritual object shaped like a nut broke through the earth under the suction of Bei Mingxuan's palm. This is the Earth Bodhi. He was ecstatic. The crucifixion had not gone after the elves for thousands of years, yet the elves had lost so many of their people to the curse of the Golden Legion that the population was still dwindling, and coping with the expansion of human towns was becoming more and more of a strain. They had no newborns, yet the human population kept going up. You know, there is one thing? As he said this, Lin Muyun suddenly stopped. The three brothers heard immediately. Do not fight. On this with the yellow mud base thatched roof, if you put a year no one to live guaranteed to collapse, then can be a penny is not worth it. Although the two are different in age, but because Mingzhi once saved Zhou Jianping's life, the two have been friends ever since, and their relationship is very good, and they often refer to each other as brothers. Chen Zhanghe, who had obtained this technique, had once thought that it was nonsense, but Junmo Zhang's birth had still given him the idea of trying it out. Cold Wind stood behind Lancy, trembling and a little nervous, and looked toward the snow-covered windy city. If Wu Qingtao succeeded in breaking his back and touching the threshold of the god-refining ancestor, he might still be able to fight those people. Old Ancestor Skydust said. His figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The demonic statue scythe fell short, and then immediately appeared behind the demonic statue, smashing it with a palm strike and disappearing into the heavens and earth. A ray of light spilled out of the window, waking up the Cold Wind in his sleep. He didn't know when he fell asleep, his body still soaking in the amber-colored medicinal broth, surrounded by the bitter fresh scent of the potion. I was really a bit tired last night, and I slept a bit at dawn, but I didn't realize that I slept straight into the afternoon. As a relatively powerful demonic force, U2 was naturally much more damaging to the demon race than the usual demon race, and Lin Zhe, who had absorbed a portion of U2's origin, wasn't far behind. Moreover, the skin color of that layer of human skin mask was almost the same as Wu Qingtao's. No difference could be seen, and the realism was incomparable. No, 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 you're not tired of taking care of everything all day long. I'm not tired of being a handyman at all. Liang Cheng smiled. He. Duan Weiqi hurriedly opened the door, and Li Jiayu rushed into his arms at once. Look, look, she held up the pregnancy test stick. Of course she hadn't, but it was because she couldn't think of anything else that she had to resort to this. Naturally, it's yours. President Gung thought for a moment, and with a wave of his arm, the black spirit pearl in his hand reached Gu Jinshi. He was more and more attracted to her, and he noticed all kinds of strange things about her, and he developed other feelings for her that went beyond the usual schoolmates' feelings. She actually thinks I'm not handsome. Duan Weiqi spread his hands with a helpless and uneven face. How can that be? Written all over his face. Chapter 99, Your life will be in danger. Thinking of this, Xiang Qianqing's fire rubbed up, and in the next instant, his fist smashed straight towards Jinling's face with a cracking sound. As early as when his own words were spoken, Jinling was ready to be beaten. As soon as he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately reacted and dodged with great speed, even with a smile on his face. Oyo seems to be annoyed. It's a good thing we have the female lord to help us upgrade, or else our little lives would be in danger. After all, that male waiter had been in Rongjing for a few years, so he would always know a few good buddies to help him hide it, right? Yi Chou knew that Lady Nine was a demonic spirit and not a mere human. Although it was worth losing a certain number of demonic beasts for the sake of the blood battle space, it was better to make use of the blood of other races for good. In fact, in Dong Bufan's mind, he didn't hold out much hope that they would be able to find the spy. Huarong formally asked Yeluchun for his resignation before leading 5,000 Tendo army generals and nearly 10,000 Khitan soldiers to the front lines of the battlefield. Dong Bufan shrugged his shoulders. He understood some of what Zhu Hai said, but not all of it. But now that it's said and done, it's almost 5:30 and dinner isn't out of the question. It's just that eating alone with Jones, Duke Ming's brow is always furrowed. However, this is only temporary. As long as they learn a little from each other later on here, it won't take too long. Here in their place, they all here are also able to set up such a formation alone. So, at this point in time, here they are, and here they are all going to look among the depths. Ghosts see the old ghosts. Seeing that this Zhuyu still has kindness and justice, they also agreed to do so. The hallway behind them had been engulfed in darkness, and Elisa's soul light maintained a range of 4 or 5 meters, not to mention David's, which was about the same as a shadow at high noon. Caught, the other man shied away, lifting his glass and raising it at her instead. Taking a drink, Xinghan took a plate and picked out some of his favorite foods, so he found a corner and slowly ate. Although his nephew hung up at the age of 14, he had more than one nephew, so Yan Sheng went through a lot of trouble and found Wang Yun, the younger brother of the former Xianzong Wangyu. This guy had been a minister of justice during his brother's reign, but now he was exiled to Qingyuan County for surveillance. Some of these remaining intruders were in despair, some were becoming frantic, and more were shouting and screaming full of discontent. Xinshu laughed lightly. In the past, the old and Beichen came over. She said, and hastily stopped her mouth, pursed her lips in some embarrassment, and looked at Jane Lazuri very apologetic. With a loud and bright crackling sound, Pei Shireen's face was squarely covered with 5 more red and swollen fingerprints. Jean Bei, who was flanked by Pang Tong, had a smile on his face, knowing that he no longer needed to say anything more. Pang Tong would set things right. The two geeks would have liked to continue their exploration of the virtual world of Fantasyland, but they had no choice but to stay up all night. Their spirits were low, and their stomachs were extraordinarily empty. It's useless for you to cry about being poor. Lu Jing looks at her with amusement. Don't think I don't know about your business partnership with Xie Jiming. You guys have long made a fortune. I'll look like you're richer than anyone else and still crying poor. Now that they have a chance to kill me, they will not hesitate to do it because they can make a name for themselves by killing me. The other kind is the boss who is highly respected and truly righteous and responsible, just like the, in fact, my strength is no longer below the, but if I encounter a difference of opinion, I will still respect the, because it is the respect for the seniors. Besides, if this old undead is really from the 7-phase sect, then he should have a very high status in the 7-phase sect. How could it be something I can expel? It's too late, Li Fan said, and then he raised his foot and kicked directly at Wang Yu's face. Indeed, as the old dog said, the gourd absorbed the soul power, but it wouldn't destroy the pillar's body. It was still well there, and there wasn't any collapse around it. The main reason for this is that she wants to make a show of it so that her men will follow her example. According to Qin Lingshang, this 20,000 was still her advance to Li Fan, because Li Fan's last month's salary had already been deducted. After a moment of silence, Yama didn't say anything, so I opened my mouth to ask him a question. From just now, I had this doubt in my heart, but I just didn't have the chance to ask. At this time, that evil thought within became even more violent, as if it had sensed some nemesis, and even when it faced Yama, it didn't struggle like this. At the same time, he was also wondering if he should inform He Qinshui of these things. He Qinshui looked like she really didn't know, and Lu Mojing seemed to be merely using her. What? Wang Ping's eyes went wide, clearly stunned by this very crazy-sounding idea of Ado's. Haven't you done enough in our Dragon Clan's secret realm? How dare you ask us to send you back? The northern coast of the Argonesian continent is the territory of the Siren barbarians. We can instead hand you over to them and have them send you back in their dragon boats. That dragon elder said with a smile. Rome May had always wanted to see her mother consort, and she would never want to marry far away from her mother. Don't forget, my brother, he is at least a professional fielder, although he is still best at group battle engines like Emperor in Blind. But Spider is a hero he practiced hard for a while back then. Ling Yu Dance laughed slightly. Alright, Your Majesty, it's fine for you to follow, but you have to act under the arrangement of my minister. Su Shu had to compromise and say, this depends on my mood. The corner of Ji Chen's mouth hooked up with a playful smile and said in a bad manner, at least for a short period of time, he still couldn't let her go, even though he couldn't find a reason to stay. Gon has a lot of good stuff on him, and the holographic projections are seriously good stuff. Now not affected in any way, the many concubines in the palace still lived a peaceful life every day, but Empress Zhou Xia was not living a peaceful life. The appearance of Lu Qiu made her feel a great crisis. If not handled well, she might lose her position as empress as a result. A violent shiver ran through my body. Slowly, I looked up. Above the door hung a sign that stood out, the office of the second-grade head teacher, Li Xia. With a respectful face, Kan Hou bowed to Li Shuwan and then respectfully left the villa. Chapter 100. What flew past? Hu Qiumu froze, then guffawed and said, my pleasure. Only both of them knew that it was only a joke just now, so they did not take it to heart. In the time it took to speak, he had already arrived at the hall. Although Feng Qiuwu and Yu He looked a little unreliable, but the speed of the work was much faster than Chu Liangyu guessed. At this moment, the people who should have arrived inside had already come together. Seeing the door of the room being pushed open, everyone's eyes looked over. Each and every. Hu Qiumu froze, then guffawed and said, my pleasure. Only both of them knew that it was only a joke just now, so they did not take it to heart. In the time it took to speak, he had already arrived at the hall. Although Feng Qiuwu and Yu He looked a little unreliable, but the speed of the work was much faster than Chu Liangyu guessed. At this moment, the people who should have arrived inside had already come together. Seeing the door of the room being pushed open, everyone's eyes looked over. Each and every, probably bombarded with heavy bombs as soon as they came up this morning. Everyone, whether with a book in their hand or an empty one, was drooping their heads and not making a sound. Everyone cheered immediately, and then there was the sound of pushing and shoving, and everyone started to revel in the good news. The four adults looked at each other, surprised. They are indeed not ordinary people. Never thought that this free sun can see through it at a glance. The True God Cult has just released a notification that it will hold a baptismal sacrament in a week's time. using the artifacts that the true God has left behind in the world to baptize all the congregation members who have joined the cult into metamorphosis, and the location of the baptism will be announced at that time, so anyone is welcome to go and observe the baptism. Almost every slightly larger sect or even a cultivation family has a specialized market, in which, in addition to their own sect with a special trading place, most of the stalls or stores will be rented out to cultivators or other sects, so that the items bought and sold will be enriched, thus attracting more cultivators to come to patronize. Very interesting sentence. Just flat you. How to sound like an adult cannot send out the words of threat, but Naz just like this out of the mouth, and also said so without any sense of contradiction. Should be said not worthy of being as beast like Naz. Moreover, the envoy had come to the Panlong kingdom to seek refuge with the Corsaurs, and it was almost conceivable that all the glory boundaries of the city-states of the entire kingdom of the Privy Council had disappeared, and that tens of millions of people throughout the kingdom were facing demonic attacks. Just a moment ago, he had gotten all the information about the Green Lake Mound who planned through the dark arrest token. Notwise floated right above the man and held out 2 metal chains to his neck and arm, which, upon closer inspection, were a bit different from his usual ones, less than 3 millimeters, glowing a light golden red, but translucent. An ear-piercing electric shock sounded beside the black robe, and immediately after that the black robe felt a slight numbness in his body, and this vortex of lightning was the one that rolled over his body, making him go into the inner side of the vortex. Oh, I don't know what you're afraid of when you get into this business, I laughed back. Who upset you? You go and make her you sat 100 times over. He looked very cold when he said this. Her mom died because of me, and I don't want anything to happen to her because of me. That's why this time you went to mainly protect Jiayin, not me as an old man. Chai Wang took a deep breath to ease his mind and said slowly, regarding the issue of the demon race, Zhang Tian and Yin Shichi had also discussed it privately. The sorrow between the human race and the demon race was a racial sorrow, and it was impossible to determine the right and wrong of the two sides. No shame, but it seemed like she hadn't seen anything other than a smile on his face since she'd known him. Like the first time, it wasn't so much that his friend walked out on him, but, rather, that the male student was lying to himself, and his friend never came to him at all. Zhang Yi didn't dodge this time, and looking at the fist that fell face to face, the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth actually revealed a smile. Li Shishir pulled Lin Ling's clothes behind her, then pointed to her own breasts and said be with the shape of her mouth, signaling Lin Ling to bring her B-cups along with her. Xiao Baozhu called a teacher at school, explained the situation, and took a week's vacation. In the afternoon, Xia Jianya returned home early, and saw Yang Sini sitting on the sofa apprehensively, waiting for him to return, while Xia Ling also sat on the sofa, grabbed a melon in her hand, and was leisurely material melon to eat. Chapter 101, Opening a Mouth is a King's Bum. The chief's way? Father, who was very facetious and asked after Chu Liangyu spoke, since strength is what keeps male orcs from forcing themselves on their females, a small contest will be held in 3 days, so that all females in the tribe who are in this situation and willing will come in and compete. In addition, females will not be held accountable for males killed on the field of play, and if there are still such cases in private after the end of the game, the males who killed them will still not be held accountable. Gu Xiaobei found some more dry branches nearby and prepared to build a fire. Although she had been cooking since she was 8 years old, the first time she cooked with this kind of pot and stove, she choked and coughed, and it took her a lot of effort to build a fire, and in the end, the porridge was still a bit mushy. In that case, I'll go to the heavenly realm first, and help Sophie retrieve the divine sigil, and then when you're able to determine the location of the divine sigil, then I'll go and help you retrieve the divine king divine sigil. Wang Biao thought for a moment, then said, this time was their last attack in this war Zaiuzu. If they failed, even if they were allowed to do it again, they didn't have the ability to do it. For one thing, the Gundam was damaged badly, but the weapons were destroyed, and thirdly, the energy was at the bottom of the barrel. How could they continue in such a situation? A moment later, his eyes flashed, and at that moment, the Wusenpei Yuanshan within his long sleeves was awakened by Wei Yan. When he landed on the painted boat, the man just smiled gently without much surprise. How are we going to get back to the real world now? The card to open the gate is gone, and we're stuck here. Di Lu Beast said. How about that? Not feeling hungry again now? You didn't eat anything last night, so I guess you're hungry now? Lin Shifan asked. Old Lu, during this period of time, the workers below, it seems like there are quite a lot of complaints. Factory director Zhang asked as if he was very casual. If it was just an airplane ticket, she probably wouldn't have gotten off the bus to find MOC, but that watch was worth a lot after all. Although she loves money. A gentleman loves money and takes it in his own way. Of course, such a base is already a horrible number, and almost no one can get that many people to vote. After all, it is an idealized result. Those who were familiar with Qingyi knew that she had a terrifying technique, and as for the extent of the terror, even meditation Xiang Wei didn't dare to imagine it. and that was to devour the living beings of the same race and use them to evolve. Because Chinese food can be full. These tries you ordered are for me to stuff my teeth? Shin Kai said. With Wang Beard's introduction, Yang Yi and the others easily entered the commercial and residential area and found their way outside the Feng family's mansion. Xingyan knew that he was asking questions, but still continued. I also hope that Tai Fu will not get too close to my royal consort, she said and lowered her head. It seemed to be a request. However, Xingyan surprisingly even felt that she was wrong. I leaned in Hei Chen's arms and couldn't help but feel fear in my heart. If the person who died in the first place was Hei Chen or someone else, I couldn't even dare to imagine. Later, there came a Taoist priest, who chopped the python demon into 3 pieces with 3 swords, and this Mongshan mountain became a 3-part mountain. The neighboring villages also became prosperous. Just like this, the two Li Chen families lay under the covers and settled on Li Yu's first blind date target. Gong Yan'an looked at the marriage application form handed to her by the staff and hesitantly refused to fill it out. When Zhang Luming felt several terrifying forces converging together to ruthlessly blast towards him, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he lifted the last ounce of strength in his body and charged directly towards the center point of the axe chi in turbulent storm. At this moment, there was actually a lightning-like shield that separated everyone in front of them. However, Linny realized that this time he was different from the last time he had entered the Amber Abyss. He had actually gone deeper into the depths of the Amber Abyss. Of course we're serious. Robbery is a serious business. We don't joke around, Bald said. Big brother, you're welcome. I just want to meet these guys and how powerful they really are, the oldest two said, only to see the Heaven's Destiny Emperor strolling low in the air, his red clothes being blown by the wind and sand, his handsome face, the upturned corners of his mouth, and his lonely and invincible temperament displayed to the fullest. Nima, having become my fighter, you are still acting so wild. It would be fine if your strength exceeded that of the Ghost Dragon, but since you are only at the 7th Harmonization Divine rank, I will have to teach you a good lesson now, Xiao Maniac thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, Lin Feiyan was already like a high mountain in a painting in her heart, only to be looked up to, not to be touched. But this was expected. After all, when he first cooperated with the Dream Return Dynasty, he had already thought of everything that was going to happen in the future. The corners of Sakuya Hibiki's mouth couldn't help but quirk up, the joy of witnessing a new light, a few more happy moments for dealing with the darkness. But then again, it's really unrealistic to take a brigade around behind the ghosts and not have them notice. Feng Lingxi sniffed and thought about it. Fruit was a good thing and should be eaten more often, although I do not get along with the master for a long time, but he is in addition to the village of those people to me the best people. This moment to see the master because I became this appearance. I heart some sadness, but also some regret did not properly listen to his words. Regret just now should not let go of the master's hand. Thinking of this, Feng Lingxi suddenly woke up with a start, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she felt that she was being held in her arms, and immediately screamed. The 4th floor had the same arrangement as the 3rd floor of the dancers' building, and the entire room didn't know what it was constructed with, so much so that the entire room emitted a soft light. If it's really a big pervert, shouldn't he be happy about it? Why would he even be kind enough to remind himself? Okay, uncle, just wait for me to call you. Although he received Su Cha's verbal assurance, Su's father still hesitated and didn't want to go out. When the words fell, Feng Lingxi almost choked on her own saliva. Weren't these words often said to prisoners in TV dramas before they were to be executed? You don't want to get too close to me. In case it's true, the mortality rate of rabies is almost 100%, and infecting you would be bad, and I die in peace. North pulled out a pale smile. Gumian nodded with a showy look and sat up straight, looking at Li Shulan very seriously. Master Huang, I understand this. At least we have worked under the hands of people. But what next? Although Su Ping had followed Huang Xingzong and learned a lot, he was still a bit confused. Chapter 102 Thanks a denier. Hu Qiumu's mouth is a firecracker. Snapping, a few people present at all no one can talk over him, even if there are thousands of anger in the heart. If you can't say it, then you can only be forced to hold it in your heart, and then give the other side of the whole mood, the result of their own gas a half dead. I admit, you are smarter than several of us, but hearts change. Feng Qiuwu uncharacteristically didn't speak until this point. Hu Qiumu stopped and quietly looked at the Su Tower wanted to say that she had passed, but touching her stomach, she felt that she could still have another meal, so she obediently sat down as well. Hunting zombies was going to continue, but it still wouldn't solve the morning crystals Feng Tian needed to advance to the 5th rank, so he could only slow down his advancement rate for now. Hearing Su Rui's appreciation, Luer was filled with shyness as he pulled Su Rui towards the bed. This time, 2 big dishes came up. One was braised lamb chops with hawthorn and horseshoe meat, and the other was boiled camel meat. The wind refines its will, the drought polishes its endurance. The extreme cold and heat forges its spirit, which is the only visible grass in the wilderness, Salix. After the words fell, there was another bout of arguing, but what Sun Yan said was also very important, and eventually both sides took a step back. Fang Qing used 5 people to go the correct stone door, but which Xiaofian switched Hu Yan did to the B-double team, and she had to go with Sun Yan no matter what. Su Tower tried to fend for herself, but as a result, the scarf was bundled especially tightly, so she couldn't break free at all, and time passed by the minute. Su Meihua then didn't say anything because she felt that her relationship with Wang Xiao wasn't good enough. Zhou Liping's relationship with Wang Xiao was fine when it came down to it between them. If the last hug was to make sure it wasn't a hallucination, this time, it was joy. An elder in the sky heard Yu Fingxing's words from a distance. He was so angry that his beard flew about. As his body filled with spirit, a blue water dragon rushed out of his sleeve robe, crossed the sky, and rushed down. It was so powerful that even the air was ripped out of a hole. Humanity will have to survive and progress through constant human dedication and sacrifice. Boss Yang sacrificed himself against the forest kingdom. It is unlikely that he gave his body to the Yu. Then he lost his life, perhaps even more offensive to the human race. He naturally recalled that the innkeeper of the Sun family and was the head of the Cool Fan. Sun Fu Hu, I told you, this is a place for people, not dogs. When that doctor saw that my aura was strong, he weakened. Why don't we use those police officers? We have money nowadays, so we can hire our own bodyguards to avoid being scared. Sun Qingyang, Jing Wu, and Zhang Lang all knew that Taoist Fei Song was using his internal power to input into Shifu Jingjua's body, helping her to smooth out her qi, in order to regulate her true essence and treat her internal injuries. Nothing, I'll go with you, not out of the city, Yan Zhaoyao said. Already walking in the direction of the East City Gate, the people passing by were all in a hurry to turn their backs on her, unable to tell who was actually on the wrong path. Zibingxin revealed his Lord Realm strength. The old man took a look, immediately came to the spirit, incredibly wide eyes again. Suddenly he turned his mind to think. These 2 children seem to be the children of the rich and noble families. The talent is even more so perverted. I think it must be the parents to let out of the experience. Woke up early the next morning. I folded the quilt while shouting at Li Hong to get up. Gee, this goods due to last night is too hung up on Manhwa. Use WeChat and Manhwa chat until very late at night before going to sleep. Blackwater Town is located in the western region. The terrain is high and steep. The climate is cold, coupled with not long ago suffered after the Wu country soldiers' fire invasion. The people are not stable. At this time, the streets have been very few people walking around. At this time, the class's bullish Li Hao's eyes darted everywhere. He shouted out as if he had discovered the new Big Six. This hit is not light. The guy spun around a few times, then sat on his butt on the ground. The corner of the mouth immediately flowed out blood. Just a mouth to scream. A few big teeth sprayed out again. The huge body of the Earth Bear Emperor was smoked out by the electric current in an instant, leaving only a glittering golden Dan floating in the silent night sky. I've said it before. You're taking yourself too much for granted. I may have some attrition, but it's enough to deal with you, Xia Zishuan said, his killing aura roiling, not wanting to let the other party go. Jiang Chen saw Jerry's arrival. Naturally, he did not make much of a stop, and with a leap, he landed in front of Jerry and walked slowly. The next moment, Xinbing Jie moved to the surface of the lake, both hands palms together. When the body's spiritual energy is completely gathered, mouth chirped, both palms violently upward. At once, the 5 kinds of green, red, purple, gold and white light once again lit up. The eyes watched the cave, as gradually close to the black shadow became more and more clear. Yi Bai glanced at the 3 strips that Lu Xinyue had played inside. He was still heavenly hearing, still clear, and it was just 3 strips of Hu clip. The 3 of them have joined forces and their strength does exceed mine. Unfortunately, if I want to escape, it's impossible for them to catch up with me. With this confidence, Zhimang was naturally not too busy to escape. Originally, Hua Aoyue's strength was difficult to compare with Beishan's, but Hua Aoyue occupied a certain advantage, which caused an unexpected turn of events in the battle between the 2 sides. At this moment, he had been seriously injured. The spiritual energy in his body gradually dried up. Looking at the cone of light that shot straight up, a trace of unwillingness, a trace of regret, appeared in Tianjin's eyes, only to feel physically and mentally exhausted. Slowly closed his eyes. In front of the city gates, the demon army should be less than half a mile away from the gates, and this half-mile distance was already within their range. Slap! Ouyanghua's hand didn't grab Jiang Mingqiu's arm. Instead, it was slapped hard, and he felt as if his arm had been smashed by a hammer, as if the bones inside had broken, causing him to let out a yelp of pain. Then you should also focus on your schoolwork. The Chun exam is coming up. Are you still planning to be a lifer? Yao Yiwen said and waved to Huan, but Huan refused to go over. In a flash show thought clearly, this is a long time ago calculated. The fourth misses Shin and wanting talk when they have already discussed, they are all still being kept in the dark. This child gradually took over her entire heart and mind, and every day she valued and cared for him more and more. She simply could not entertain the idea of hurting him or even eliminating his existence altogether. Chapter 103, A Billion Points of Blitz. Don't look at me like that. What I said is true. Xu Liangyu re-picked up the purse on the ground and put it away into the storage bracelet before saying, "It's fine if you want to learn, but I have conditions. Feng Qingqing is also not a little cute." Immediately pursued. "I saw them practicing is good, but also did not see who successfully animalized. You are not lying to me, right?" Xu Liangyu raised his eyebrows in surprise, secretly saying that this chick really wasn't as gullible as she appeared to be. Then the remains of the bodies around him continued to pour into him along with the blood, making his already large and inhuman body even uglier. Even if it is an imitation drug, it must have had the opportunity to see the process of making the real drug before it can be imitated. Fang Lihua, on the other hand, was so happy in her heart that she even took out her cell phone to capture this scene. Don't blame her for gloating. More than 20 years ago, Yang Shengda also embarrassed her so much. This is the so-called karma. The original vibrant breath of life gradually continued to sink into Mei Qing's body through this earth writing. Su Changfeng and Su Ruozhuang stood with ears to hear clearly. At the end, but also not yet finished, not forgetting to nod and clap. At some point in the field, the figure of the eagle hook-nosed young lord appeared, only to see him with his hands behind his back, raising his head to look into the distance. Not knowing what was on his mind, two golden feathered wings unfolded behind Bu Qingqi, each of which was 10 feet long and as thin as a cicada's wing, looking mighty and sharp at the same time. Thinking of this, he suddenly had the idea of learning formation. It seems that if there is an opportunity in the future, he still has to learn it. I think that formation is also like the other side jobs. Perhaps it can also be improved with the system. At the same time, he wouldn't choose to run away. As a ghoul searcher, he had decided his goal since he joined the CCG, and that was to take out all creatures like ghouls without a single one left. Old Seven said with a heavy face at Li Fan, while Li Fan thought for a moment after listening and nodded at Old Seven. For Li Fan at this moment, Old Seven might be his only friend. Taisher Ci took the bag and opened it. It was shiny gold. Only he frowned, weighed the weight and shook his head disdainfully. Weber was naturally upset in his heart, but endured it, and he would come over to prove that he, Weber, had not retired in the country. After she was discharged from the hospital, she was frustrated and later tried to learn more about him through Yo-Yo, who also squeaked and didn't say much. Just thinking so, she turned her head and saw Ming Leilu coming from afar. She couldn't think too much. She walked towards Ming Leilu, but just now heard this voice. Although the man said that he came over to pay his respects, but listen to the voice, where there is a half a bit of the meaning of worship. The voice, on the contrary, carries a few points of threat, or else it will not be the sound of the mountains and forests. Finally, they have generously donated huge sums of money, all of which have been injected into the G********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* couldn't wait to go over. Some days have not seen. Feng Huayu's strength realm looks to have improved a lot. The body flows with essence. It is weekdays. Cultivation did not put in a lot of effort. Wanle didn't expect that someone would dare to treat him like this. He just wanted to call someone from the phone, but then he suddenly thought that Lin Bo was here. Seeing that Zhuan Xian finally woke up, Zhuan Wuya was slightly relieved. He seemed to want to take a few steps forward, but he finally sighed and stopped at the door of the room without moving the slightest bit. Xu Miao forced herself to half sit up. Her eyes already had tears flickering in them, and she stretched out her hands, wiping away the tear tracks. What nonsense! Wang Tianjing slapped the agent. His heart never believed that an ordinary person could break the handcuffs, and it's not like watching a movie. The latter's complexion changed, and the tea tray resting in his hand was suddenly thrown away, underneath which was actually revealed a mouthful of chilling daggers. It went straight towards Cao Shuo. Chapter 104 Reputation value is too good to be true. Okay, see how you are craving. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will find you another one of this grade, okay? Xu Liangyu had a helpless look on his face, so he had to draw a big cake first to make her feel more at ease. Besides, you'll be able to take care of it when you're done with your busy schedule. The energy used by our Wood Spirit clan is a bit special, but any herb that has been inputted with energy is like being marked by that person, and the energy that is fed back by the rescuing herb only goes to the person who inputted the energy. Jiajiao Xiong is also calm. In the eyes of the demons, the creatures of the main material plane were inferior creatures, and those who believed in the gods were even more abominable and detestable inferior creatures. This makes him very chagrined, knowing that for things like jumping ship, passive is always more advantageous than active. Today is a very important financial summit, and according to the analysis of various financial planners, the guaranteed turnover of this summit can reach more than 700 million. just as Gungpingqiu was secretly tracking Wu Kai's whereabouts. In a box inside the cafeteria of the provincial party school, Chen Jiansheng was sitting with director Wan Xiong, who was in charge of distributing daily necessities in the morning, chatting about unrelated topics while drinking. He gritted his teeth as he snapped out of it and realized that all the pressure as well as the fear he felt before were all from Wei Feng's deep and somewhat unfathomable gaze that was staring right at him, and he was very uncomfortable with such a gaze as well as that inexplicable feeling of pressure. When Sure Dog heard his men's return, he didn't say anything more. After nightfall the killing began. By early morning, all the barren people gathered outside of Broken Iron Township were either driven into the wilderness or killed. Those who went into the wilderness would most likely die as well, and the population inside of Broken Iron Township was estimated to be only about 500 left. After opening 12 acupoints in succession, he came to the Guanchong acupoint. This was the critical point. If the wind was too strong, the wind aura would flow out of the body. It had to be contained at this time, allowing him to flow back into the middle at the gastric point. In an instant, several silhouettes came swiftly from the darkness, blocking Wei Feng and Wang Gang's path, and surrounded these two guys who broke into the mountain villa who undoubtedly didn't know the heights of heaven and earth in their eyes. Feng Zhe looked at the adobe, unable to take his eyes off the worry in his heart. From the external expression, it did look like he was in a daze. Wei Feng and Mo Yuchi were still tightly embracing each other, and the fierce kisses continued, but the difference was that Wei Feng's right hand had climbed onto Mo Yuchi's soft and unusually full and high breasts. Hearing the word sincerity, Zhao Tong knows that this matter has a door. The other party has to ask for their own. The sale can be accomplished. If Party B fails to complete the program as scheduled due to her own poorly executed performance moves, she will be solely responsible for the consequences of such failure. Because Jia Zhen was beaten, causing Jia Zheng to be furious, angry at the bed, and then alarmed Jia mother, will be Jia Pingxing wife called to punish Niling Caodao. Yeah, the escort team headed by Miyamoto Mieo must be withdrawn. If only Princess Lee Cicada and the 12 beauties are left behind, she won't be able to make any big waves. Ning Giant Gate said. Of course, you ruthless emperor is not vegetarian. Directly check you a bottom, and then give you a pot to end. Looks, is also quite cool. How do I answer that? Is it to say that labor knows the ending and Voldemort is doomed to pill? I have long heard that the Goryo sticks are not good birds. They are people who are not people who want to molest and flirt with the beauty of the entertainment industry. The scars of heaven and earth. No one bothered to ask, just as no one bothered to care if there had really been an immortal here. Why not? Himena, however, smiled and laughed, looking at Lolita's anxious, jumpy face. Lin Chu's look of taking advantage of not enough instantly amused a lot of people. To use Mr. Zhuge's words, there is such a shameless person in the world. Jia Lian, who was being pressed and rubbed on the ground, was finally able to turn his head with difficulty and look at Jia Zhang and shouted resentfully because his abuser had slightly loosened some of his strength. Chapter 105 You're shameless. Several people looked at each other and read the meaning in their eyes. Since the female lord invited us, then we will not be polite. Feng Qiuwu was the first to open her mouth and responded. Xiong Xianhui scratched his head, his cheeks a little red, his fist on his mouth and coughed, saying, then let a few of us prepare lunch. Female lord, you just wait and eat. Chu Liangyu smiled and responded, while letting out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing they didn't stick to the topic of Huqiu Muir, or else, my ultimate goal is not that weakest bear. When I meet it, I will just chop it up in passing. I laughed lightly. The same trick won't work on me. Star flew up and chopped the silk threads. Who knew that the thin threads split into a web of threads that covered the sky and chopped down so fiercely that even the ring was almost cut open? Enough to see its power. The Gu clan's children returned to the clan after heeding the summons, and then they heard about Zhao Xian. All of them laughed disdainfully. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, why didn't you notify me when you came to Jiangbei, so that I could ask my father to receive you? Xia Hong bent down with a respectful face and said. Sun Quan went out the door. Originally wanted to go back to find Sun Shangxiang. A good talk. Thought about it, and then went out. Straight to the east, Liu Bei's landing place. The man's henchman, having tried it without poison, called out softly to the man. The man sniffs, puts down his wine glass, and lazily holds it up, looking at the door to the room in front of her. Shouldn't she have lifted the hem of her skirt and then kicked the door hard enough to catch her in the act? A month later, there was an earth-shattering pop. Sky-high smoke rose, flood-like magma gushed out, and the glacier, which had not melted for thousands of years, began to burst open from the bottom. It was that Iroh didn't know the identity and biography of this white-clothed old man. Otherwise the spirit stone that was stained with the smell of dirty blood, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to put it away anymore. That is, it can constrain the behavior of superheroes and also maximize the privacy as well as freedom of superheroes. Chen Nan followed Zhang Yu's eyes and Yang Xian happened to turn her head. She smiled towards Zhang Yu in Chen Nan's position and compared her hands to a heart. Cold Wind from the Empty Valley Dojo, the first of the 9, competed in the qualifying round of the Yuanying Duel, the first battle of the Emperor's Spectacular, the battle of the beasts of trapped beasts. Thus at this moment, she was inwardly ranting furiously. You facepalm face. Just eat if you say so. Is there a need to keep sizing her up all the time? If you die, I won't be able to explain myself to Elder Zhuang. Tang Buntian placed the wooden knife on the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. The two lines at the junction of light and dark show a non-parallel symmetrical relationship. The boy is sitting in the shadow of another object, and inside the shaded area is the shadow, and the shadow of a regular object. Decide on that career? Sun Xiaoxiao saw Yi Shaoqing's eyes, becoming firm, and asked with a smile. Shuelian looked at his chestless and naive demeanor, and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable good feeling towards Jiqing in front of her from the depths of her heart, and even had a feeling that she was very willing to get close to him. So from the time he took over the Lilich and lost this matter, questioning students, checking the surveillance, to the surrounding internet cafes to look for one by one, until the end of the afternoon school, there is still not a conclusion. All she wanted was to develop the cooking skills she had in her hands so that one day she could open her stores all over the land and then have many apprentices that she had taught. As soon as Li Longfei rushed to praise Manny was immediately pleased, looking at Li Longfei with a sunny face, long ago forgetting that Li Longfei had just concealed the matter of delivering the letter for Mingyue from her. Although Zhao Bao Kun appears to be reckless, he is not stupid. It is just that the tiger has been locked up for a long time, and his bones will itch once he is out of the cage. A sentence like a stone slammed into the lake of his heart, unpredictably turning up layers of huge waves. Ling Lan Yu looked at her with some incredulity. I can do that. You can't. I won't allow you to get into danger. Qin Beifeng said in a very domineering manner. Chapter 106, Will Awei be stabbed by his own back? Will Awei was able to get some information through Qi Chongrui, but if he utilized this against him, it wouldn't be a bad method. Unlike Will Awei from that hornet's nest, not only that, it's not an exaggeration to say that Chi is a solid brick. Thinking about this, the diaphragm in Chu Liangyu's heart completely dissipated. If she didn't want Qi Chongrui to see what she had done, she would have simply dismissed the person. And besides, the most prominent of this guy's many virtues is that they have set up temporary posts around the camp, which have no specific remit but sometimes check incoming and outgoing vehicles. Death Knight Kel'Thuz's disgruntled cold snort caused the hearts of the cursed religionists who followed him to tremble. The biting coldness that seemed to be able to freeze people to death caused the group of cursed mages who still maintained their identity as living beings to subconsciously pace their broken steps in an attempt to move away from their commander-in-chief. The jade material of elegant jade is not all jadeite, but also by some bare jade for direct processing. So it's not every time you go to Elegant Jade's headquarters, there's wool to gamble on. Why? Didn't Hyoyan and the girls really want to participate? Tion beamed and asked suspiciously. During the day, I hadn't bothered to think about it in detail because I had been occupied. But now, as soon as he was quiet, the scenes from that time came back to him. When I think about it, in addition to the inexplicable sense of guilt in my heart, there is also a trace of uneasy reaction in my body. The more I think about it, the more tangled in my heart. Long Yiyan just denied a sentence, but did not explain more. In her opinion, life could not simply be used to superimpose. It was only once, and just by saving it once, it was already more than a lifetime could repay. Not to mention, after that, she and Fang Yichen had already shared several lives and deaths between them. Not only the ring, but even the fiancé on top of tonight's engagement party is a fake. Once you leave that hall, everything is gone. After more than 40 minutes, Li Zhanghe had already struck the first 5 layers of this Manbagua divine skill twice in one breath. His palms were flooded with a thick burning heat, and a stronger and stronger mellow aura surged all over his body. As soon as Xian Yi's words left his mouth, he heard a sound of a kitchen knife hitting the ground from the kitchen. Then he saw Yun Xian run out in a hurry. The players who drew red just happened to have 4 players on each side, and there was no need to adjust the holding side. Isn't it still cold? Yi Qingcheng also noticed the growing coolness on Qin Xiao's body, and she looked at Qin Xiao's pale face with a bit of concern. The performance of this fused light 3D printer purchased at a cost of 600 star coins was quite good. Although it was only a basic model, Zhang Yuan felt very smooth with it, more powerful than all the 3D printers he had used before. But there is no way. This is really his heart now, real feelings. The feelings of Du Rua has been out of control. He cannot think of a better way. In addition to the number of a lone throw to fight once, it is his fault. If he is not a moment of weakness, let that pet gave birth to Duinin. Hurt the heart of the lady, not to say that also caused the current scourge. For the future of the Qing Suwa, brought the overwhelming resistance. The corners of her eyes seemed to be showing signs of slight redness when Qin Ma heard Sunan's song in her ears. Mo Wading cried and laughed, knowing that she was avoiding herself. It was just fortunate that she had already forgotten about last night's incident. Otherwise, the one who was embarrassed now should be himself. Yi Qingcheng puffed a smile, looked to Ruo. Ruo did not have good breath, glared at her. You see, I said these horses look like they call for discouragement. Then I won't be polite with you. Yi Jechi bit the straw, her eyes all sparkling. Zhang Yuan did not rush into the mech. He waited patiently in the hall. After about 15 minutes, there was a flash of light in the center of the hall and an old man in a wheelchair appeared. Chapter 107, Your Strong Comes. I remember. Chi Chongrui knew what she was reminding him of. And after thinking about it he explained. I've seen this herb at that time, which is good, but I couldn't recognize it. It's just that lately there's always more inexplicable images in my head, and this herb is in it. I don't know the exact manifestations of poisoning after eating this herb, but I just know it's a poisonous herb. Chu Liangyu blinked, and suddenly had an immature guess. Would the memories of Xue Li also be? Xiaomo also did not say anything, gently touching old Eight's bare forehead with her fingers. She naturally knew old Eight's suffering, but she could not do anything about it. She really could not understand a man's world. All she could do was to give old Eight a warm embrace and smile, so that he could restfully close his eyes and rest. The sky was high and the wind was bitterly cold. Yang Tian closed his eyes and rested his mind, constantly evolving the techniques of the 9 styles of refining the sky in his mind, corroborating with his own epiphanies when refining weapons. When the matter is cleared up, he can also retire. Get rid of the identity of Wang Ji. At that time, do not have to worry about being recognized by Wang Yu. Dragon Tracks looked up only to see Blast as well rushing above Dragon Tracks. Palm aimed at him, and then the wind ball formed. The fervent following of Luja was such that many of the young men who worshipped him fell to their knees and performed the ritual of kneeling as if they were kings of the East. The hunter in the stone egg automatically deactivated his ability, and he looked at the 12 behemoths with a ferocious glint in his eyes as he carried the fetid demon embryo on his back. Hearing the voice coming from behind her, Ninger suddenly rejoiced and directly ignored Feng Chunliang's angry gaze, instead opening her mouth to inquire. The Mo family vanguard died, the left and right flanks died, the personal guards died. The 200 Golden Iron Cavalry desperately crashed into the formation, and finally broke the defense line of the Mad Sand Legion, and at the end of the battle, the 50,000 Chinese army killed out. Wang Ji to the emperor of this order had expected, although the protection of porcelain is the responsibility of the guards, but nominally, the leader is still the Imperial Ware Factory sent the Imperial Ware Division. The following people have problems, the leader even if innocent, but also have to take responsibility. Well, it doesn't work. I've tried taking pictures with people and they can't even see me in the picture. And even if I'm in front of someone, they'll just see a blank slate and think it's overexposed or a camera malfunction. Moontail waved her hand hopelessly. Kaisa knows that Van Gaal had good results when he put Master Law in it United. I heard it was helping Rashford with his homework. Therefore, although they were both big maids, the love affair between Si Jin and Painted Eyebrows was a little more unusual, not just a simple master and servant. Being said by the Empress Dowager was a bit humiliating, but Fulin also understood in his heart that what his own imperial foremother said, every word was true. Who let you get close to Mr. Zhou recently? After you got divorced, Mr. Zhou was caring and looking for you to talk to you, so Zhao Bingyan must have had a sense of crisis, right? Shenyaya said to me while sucking on her juice and rolling her eyes. Mascherano comes in and not only improves the defensive intensity, but also provides support up front, and while he won't score goals, he has a knack for combing the offense. Young master, I have to rush back. She got off the bed, but was pressed down by Qin Luofan. This change is really surprising. The bridegroom someone pretending to be. Now even the bride is also fake. Only because the party always hangs his head silent. Did not reveal the cracks. Only did not give people know. In this way, this scale of the grand wedding simply become a farce. After throwing it aside, and then thinking nonsense about the fact that they had been in such intimate contact, I tossed and turned after the shower, and couldn't sleep for half a day. He remembered that his 2 master teachers, Wei Dangtian and Li Tian, had once said that most of the geniuses from Luotian Academy didn't participate in the Divine Demon competition, but he hadn't thought that the star god Cloudstar would actually appear here. Beyond Han Wolf's expectations, the gazes of the crowd looked this way. Although deep in the middle of the battle circle, they were still surprised by the sudden rise of the barriers. Looking at this, it seemed that they were in a fierce fight, and it was still a fierce fight between people, and their hearts were amazed that at this time of the day, there would still be people who had the kung fu to kill each other. Being yelled at like this, by Baohua froze and didn't speak, or to be precise, didn't dare to speak. Emperor will occasionally appear in my dream. That is only May's residual memories in the haunting, but May's pre-birth has moved on. That emperor in her heart has long been as light as smoke and haze, and that year when she went to kill not to kill, leaving the emperor's life, that she owes the emperor's love, has long been cleared. I just want to. Are you coming? I had thought he was really tired and out of energy before he became intent on saying that hard line. He looked at the corpses of the 2 men and didn't know what to feel in his heart. but now was not the time to be sad. Turning his head and gritting his teeth, he pulled himself together and rushed up to the 7th floor pagoda. After 10 minutes or so, I called Mu Mei-chang, who on the phone said happily that I had come to pick her up and that she would be right down. As a matter of common sense, when Silly drinks, a bottle of white is definitely not enough for him, let alone drinking while falling to the ground and toasting fat dog. I was wondering if we still owe a wedding? I try to pick up on the happy stuff. After Li Xingcheng left, Mu Mei-chang asked me, "Why are you so grumpy?" Actually, after this man left, that's when I really lost my temper. Let's see how you're recovering. I've notified the vehicle's insurance company on my end and they're going through the claims process. Did you get the damage finalized on that car yet? I asked. First you have to create the compression formula and then find out what is the most concise and effective. The compression method that consumes the least. Remove the impurities from the spiritual energy, then take out the essence of it and condense it into liquid droplets. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's heart became even more panicked, and without hesitation, he directly unclasped a storage bag, the very one that held the spiritual treasures he had gotten from the trip to White Tin Mountain. From the moment we were born, we were blessed by all the clans, longed for and expected by all. The few disciples who had come to beg Kong Ruoshi to engrave the magic pattern had not yet left. Looking at Qin Chong incredulously, Blue Moon said, "It's better to return to Swallow City. After all, there are so many of our fellow clansmen who have been poisoned by the insect miasma around. If we delay the treatment, we'll be in trouble." As Blue Moon spoke, a trace of anxiety flashed across her brows. Not only were Mo Baiyun, Dai Yulin, and Liang Shangjuan talking about Qin Tianjie's sudden jump up in the rankings, even that circle of emperor-level powerhouses had noticed the name Qin Tianjie. Angry gathered his breath and slowly walked into the room, quietly and slowly from the other side of the room. Chapter 108, Never Shouting Female Master? By the way, does your beastly father know you're here? This is the point that Chu Liangyu is more concerned about. Will a way that old Inbi may be precisely using the cubs to set her up? The two people's faces were obviously a little vain, and in the end it was Chu Yu who answered her. Beast father never lets us go out without permission. So, we sneaked over. So that's how it is. Chu Liangyu gave an oso smile and smiled as he sat them down, just in time to come, promising to give the. Jiang Yishuan moved his feet and turned around, his two fists wrapped in the wind, striking at various vital points on the sect leader's body. Though the two of them had not really touched each other once, they all felt that the other party's power was calm and steady, and was really a strong enemy. Chang Yitian's words were like a burst of thunder that exploded in his heart. And, this kind of shock, had not existed for a day. But what should we do if something unexpected happens at this time? Xiagang's worry like this really warmed Xianger's heart. The previous suspicion, but where there was still something left. At this moment, there was a trickle of it. After leaving the restaurant, we discussed the evening to go to the high thing, but the tour is quite tiring. Yesterday climbed the Great Wall, today tour of the Forbidden City, so Yang Bo Wuhong, they are exhausted, said Hai Not Move, intends to go to the hotel to rest. This spatial power had just exited Xi'an, and with a slight shake against that Noda's mountain, the towering mountain suddenly disappeared into thin air. Of course it did not mean that Yuro could not beat Wang Dong, it was just that she did not use her spiritual power. If she exerted the strength of the 7th level of spiritual power, Wang Dong was bound to not be able to resist 3 moves. Ruthless light flashed in his eyes, his fist had started to move, this time from extreme static to extreme movement. Again almost no time was spent. A golden dragon shadow flew out from his fist, opening his sharp mouth, directly biting at the 7-colored light that brushed over ruthlessly. Hearing my voice, the blacksmith was obviously startled, and after seeing that it was me again, his already rosy old face turned even redder. In fact, even if there was no second Uncle Yi, with Rong Tian around and using the Rong family's connections, no one would be able to bully her. After returning to the palace, Yuki rested early because she was very tired. The next day, the king called her to the main hall. What if you go and get someone to help put in a good word? Zhang Jinghan asked Du Fei tentatively. Brother Tian, you were redundant in stopping him just now. Don't worry, I know in my heart that I definitely can't that wolf up. Lu Fan didn't know where he got his self-confidence, and he looked smug. Although the imperial doctor and all the doctors were kicked out by Chu Xiaoyang with yells and curses, they were not angry in their hearts, but instead, they developed a heartfelt admiration for Prince Chu. I obey the decree. Although Lord Zhang is still confused, but in his heart at least guessed that his wife got into a big deal. Into the palace. The couple still have no chance to come out alive or not good to say. Just then Fu Ning has been prime minister. In that position, naturally, no one to pursue his youth in the end a few skills. People are indeed a scholar and first degree will prove everything. Lord Pao, you did see it. They actually beat up the court officials in the Delisi public hall. Lord Zhang was looking for the young secretary of the Delisi to lodge a complaint on the spot. Minister Xia, is this a token from your family and the Chao family? Emperor Yangon didn't let the item be presented in front of him either. He just asked Xiaoho. The sky was gray and bright. Lin Su woke up again, always feeling a wet feeling on his face. The village chief also seemed to be a little tired, and was leaning against the top of the clapper next to him, napping. The cows were grazing next to him and did not advance. Just call me Sister Lan. Lanka said this without changing her face. Not at all vain. Xiaohua has a moment of daze, but in the time of return to consciousness, in front of the eyes of Shen Yu's silhouette has long been gone, if not opposite the cup of tea within the residual warmth. She thought that she was in a dream. Chapter 109. So now there's, okay, it's ready to eat. As he was talking, Shi Chongrui had already come over with the food. From the beginning when he didn't know how to prepare cooked food, to now he has been able to make the food colorful and delicious. That is not a small improvement. We all helped pack up and ate quickly. Chu Liangyu glanced at the drunken fruit that she had picked out and was playful. Shi Chongrui, try this fruit. It tastes quite good. In 9 seconds, Gao Yuanyuan and Zhao Liying were already weak and paralyzed, being assisted by teacher Cui and those classmates on the side. Jin Yu hummed softly and didn't say anything else, only that there were a few more moments of pondering in her eyes as she looked at the figure. No, this is unreasonable, unscientific. I will never believe what is happening in front of me. Shimada Yev's eyes turned red as he shouted, but to be so in front of Wang Zichen, no need for others to laugh. Only the baby sitting beside him can make him laugh to death. Wang Zichen remembered that there seemed to be such a report in the entertainment news some time ago, which was why he had this speculation. Not a bit of creativity and a serious misnomer. What's the number to call for Korean counterfeiting? I want to report it. Chen He screamed. Yang Fei's words to what Zhou Fan said were a bit incomprehensible, but he couldn't care less. Bent on revenge, he let out a cold smile and while speaking his body retreated backward, signaling Feng Tianling and the others to attack. You have to know that the control of Neon is also very strict, although it cannot be compared to the Heavenly Kingdom, but the firearms are not something that can be collected by anyone. The shoujo-faced teenager also pulled out his own tikoku and slowly placed it near his mouth. That person slowly raised his head. A pair of peach blossom eyes chillingly looked at me. I immediately fell into an ice cave and shivered. It's over. It's actually the third prince. However, it has to be said that the reception there is really warm. He heard from a friend, but as soon as he glanced at his head and saw Tang Beiwei, who was playing with his fingernails, he was the one whose heart was at peace. He would like nothing better than to say, "My friend, you really think too highly of yourself. What are you worth that is worth getting involved with spies?" Endless thunderbolts shot out in all directions, and that dragon race's physical body was directly destroyed, and even the Yuanshin was also strangled together, without any chance of resistance. Ha ha, didn't scare you, did I? Just now on the way here, I met a car that had planted itself in a ditch. I went up to help and got my clothes wet, Song Lyric said with a smile. Originally, with his light spells, casually treating the rich, he could easily be rich. However, this old man was extremely stubborn, not wanting to use the holy light in exchange for money, preferring to treat the commoners in exchange for a small amount of food, or simply go to do manual labor to mix a bite to eat, before let her pretend a little Taoist couple are there to die. Now this sentence actually took the initiative to say out of her mouth, almost thought that they heard wrong, without a single mistake. The 9 punches landed on themselves again, and the wind sand swallow spat out blood, slowly climbed up, and stopped striking. Bedroom curtains opened. Duke Luo seemed to hear the heart click rupture sound. Godson looked terrified, holding a pile of ceramic tiles came out, although he didn't know what Gilgamesh was looking for. As long as the other party had the intention of attacking him, Yu Bai would let the spiritized Lancelot next to him step in, and then without hesitation, he would use the order spell to summon Tamamochi and Skahaskathi out. Nangong Ling seems to have long been accustomed to the same. After entering the door, directly dragged a chair to sit in front of the window, casually took an apple and began to gnaw on it as if no one else was there. Although things didn't feel good, no matter what, he was the eldest son of the family, and it was his duty to step in for this kind of thing. With a smile on his face, he narrated how capable he was in front of Yi Li Gu, and wanted to become Yi Li Ji's protege. Chapter 110, Seeing the Eyes of the Gods. Chi Chongrui was a little chick. Where could he stand up to her teasing like this? The emotion in those eyes sank and sank even more, and it was terrifying to watch. The temperature between the two gradually rose, and some things seemed to fall into place. Chu Liangyu felt that he suddenly had the potential to be a dim king, and he also understood some of the feelings of a king not having a morning court from now on. Depraved, too depraved. Thinking about what? Her sigh was soft. However, he did not expect that after a lapse of more than 500 years, this existence that had long been buried in the dust of history had appeared again. These trophies technically belonged to Lin Rin, who naturally had the final authority to deal with them, but no matter how she walked, she couldn't get out of her spot, and it was Karen and Lai who came out to look for the exit, and still couldn't find it. The only thing that made Lu Chuan feel relieved was that the temperature in this city was a lot higher than outside, and there was no longer that kind of piercing coldness. The purpose of the rendering of the flower butterfly and the flower girl is to release desire. This purpose can be well understood by the fact that the terms flower butterfly and flower girl were used in ancient times to refer to people. After drawing and refining the power of the outside world, the spatial computers inside these world seeds would operate methodically, condensing all the power of the outside world into refined chaos gas, which would then be absorbed to grow. Although these township braves were of average combat strength, they were superior in number, and there were also those few clan elders who had practiced martial arts to lead them. In the peach forest, she had no concept of time, and had long since lost track of how much time had passed since her daily routine consisted of nothing but resting and fighting, but came to Hanging Mountain, became a disciple of the Manhwa emperor, and was also given the name Qing Shang by him, and at the end of the month when the rankings are announced, it will directly give him a precise location to the Manhwa emperor here, and he can't even hide it. She thought that this guy was going to be ruthless again, but she did not expect that the original royal Ao Tian would also have a time when he cared about his appearance, surprisingly asked such a childish question. As for the corpses of those powerful people, Bai Yi had refined them all by executing the 10,000 spirit transformation technique, condensing a large essence bead, which contained an extremely large amount of yuan qi, and whose effects could be compared to a 12th stage immortal pill. I'm afraid you wouldn't have suffered so much if you had been so sensible, he grunted teasingly, showing off his immense honor. Took her in? Zhao Dong misinterpreted it and was a bit nebulous in his heart. After all, through the contact of these few days, he had already developed a not-so-shallow favorable impression of Zhang Mengyao. This star was very unusual, and it could be seen from the fact that it was able to make the Golden Lotus change so much alone, which further confirmed the suspicion in Bai Yi's mind that perhaps this object was truly even more extraordinary than that divine halberd. It was only now that she realized it, and it was even harder on her heart, because she was about to leave, perhaps for the rest of her life, without ever seeing each other again. Although he defeated the crowd easily with the help of the Black Dragon's power, the culprit of the group still escaped. It was only that Tianfeng, Xuanwu, and Yang Jian had quietly flown around the White Tiger without moving a muscle, watching it from afar, believing that as long as the White Tiger made the slightest movement, Tianfeng and Xuanwu, as well as several Star Realm powerhouses, would all strike in pursuit of it without hesitation. However, it was at this moment that a loud and authoritative voice rang out. Even though the evil demon emperor's cultivation was already profound at this point, he couldn't help but be shaken back a few steps, while his domain directly collapsed with the fall of that voice. With these words, this thug hesitated a bit, and the dagger in his hand loosened slightly. Looking up at the SWAT team outside, his emotions became tense again. Hanyu circled around the lake to familiarize himself with its environment before returning to the cave with the three old man Beishan to rest. Furthermore, when he heard the old man introduce that this purple cloud fragrance was produced in the Xian domain, his mood was even more excited because that was exactly where their Yao clan was located, and he felt extraordinarily close in the face of his hometown's treasures. Chapter 111 8 Beast Masters as Chaperones. In a trance, Chu Liangyu seemed to see that there were white threads floating out from their bodies, and after that, they even coincidentally entered her body. After these energies entered her body, Chu Liangyu felt her body warm and cozy, making her feel like she was soaking in a hot spring. Chu Liangyu looked at these white silk threads. His heart vaguely had a bold guess. These shouldn't be the legendary power of faith, right? Although he thought so, Lu Zimo simply doesn't have the energy to pay attention to these things right now. His mental state is a little bad, and his head is a little dizzy. I guess it's because of the things that he caused by kissing Lin Wanbai last night. How could he not know these things? The world had indeed changed and he was still living in the past, so who was to blame? He can only blame himself. Shen Zimo pursed his lips as soon as he heard this person named Keed's name, and said he didn't recognize it. Fooling anyone. Aunt Chen's every word today had a deep meaning, and it sounded ineffective, as if she was about to do something before, thinking through a lot of things, and was in a helpless state. I had already thought that I was not afraid of death when I was tortured over and over again by the poisonous dragon lady on Double Dragon Island, that I could honestly face death as it came, and for a time, I thought that it was indeed the case. To be honest, the generation gap is still quite large when it comes to communicating with people from another time period, or another world. Not all modern words are freely understood by them, regardless of whether the champion Marquis-san agrees or not. We have to run this porridge store. Come to think of it, there are still quite a lot of benefits when the porridge store is run, although I didn't really think about it being so much of a hassle in the past. Li Ronghua looked at Li Qiui and opened his mouth. If you don't want this job, it doesn't matter. The key was that the treatment of the royal family here was obviously very high, which made both the Oikawa Akiai family and Hayakushin Kazunori unable to part with it. One strike failed, and the wolf-toothed ghost general didn't stop. His two wolfish palms slapped down like a raging storm, trying to tear me apart. Also the skin on this face is snow white and snow white. You can tell it's a master who doesn't suffer from the elements all day long. Ba Monk followed me and stopped the car. When he got off the car, I was somehow relieved. Luckily it was Ba Monk, not that Su Gaofeng who made me collapse. Lin Rui stormed backward, avoiding the attack, and the other landed on the ground in a knee-bending crouch, staring up at the arrival, his mouth making gurgling sounds of his throat writhing like a wild animal. Originally wanted to sit and wait for a while, but, in these few days, originally Lin Sunhai's emotions were incomparably agitated. Thinking so, Lin Sunhai directly walked out of the private room and walked towards the bathroom. Emperor's Qi is the most powerful kind of Qi out there. This kind of Qi can even affect everything, even the wind, rain, thunder and lightning. He can also listen to everything. Yi Xian listened very attentively. He really wanted to stay and master the Qi properly, but he didn't have time. That Zhou Basin, who had already been knocked down and unconscious by Kamiao, had just been sucked away, when suddenly a sound like that of a great bell, permeated with a touch of ancient majesty, could be heard coming from him. Zhao Yongxiang then realized that the original Yang Zhaoji and other people said is the truth. Cannot help but be very surprised to look at Zhang Mingyu. One is surprised at like Zhang Mingyu such a big hidden in the city of the world will be fighting. Second is a little puzzled how he's such a thin body out of the lesson of the people. You dare to abuse lynchings on national public officials. I'll sue you. Chen Yakin just let out a hysterical roar after being tortured by Chao Lai for half a minute. Sissy replied back, you already know each other, so if you change location to graze, or if school is in session, she should tell you. It may be that she is too sick to go out. Children's immunity is naturally not as good as an adult's. The 11 team members were naturally familiar with this kind of scene, and Ayasego Wabaukis pulled Zanpakuto Ikako quickly back to the side. Jianyu could only rely on White Kanan and Black Wind for cover during the siege because she had no internal power, so she quickly withdrew from the encirclement after realizing she was tired. I don't know if it was due to the large temperature difference between day and night, but as time passed, Chenga felt that the temperature inside the building was getting lower and lower. She's so perfect in your heart that she has no flaws? Gu Beichen laughed coldly. The demonic coolness in the bottom of his eyes made Ji Shi's bad premonition very strong. Chen Xiao put on a righteous and noble face. He didn't want to wear out a substitute puppet here for once. As an assassin, the wildcat dedicates everything she has to killing, just to stay alive, and the assassin has been doing it for a long time, and has seen a lot of men's sycophancy, and even more so, she's tired of all the men, and if she's allowed to choose, the men, it's estimated that they are not as important as the Mao grandpa. Zhang Royale looked at the wreaths in front of the shrine with white flowers and cypress branches tied up, and the white paper hanging on the shrine read the words, the sound is still there. When Wan is her mother, Yi Shi has the responsibility to be good to her. Accompany her to eliminate her fear of the city. She must let Wan feel her heart. When he first heard about it, he still had some disbelief, but after carefully recalling Meng Yuyan's style of doing things, he felt that there was nothing to disbelieve. The person Qin Jing'an had his eye on couldn't be that bad. Shengu walked next to the man with the bird's beak and looked at his face. Having been hosted by the ghosts and monsters behind the door for so long, his own face was completely deformed. The darkness receded in the next moment, restoring the light all around and the bustle of the square below, the fireworks brilliant in the sky. He hugged Zhaoke tightly, leaving Zhaoke breathless for a while, and he then printed his mouth lips on Zhaoke's mouth lips, blocking Zhaoke's mouth with his tongue to prevent her from speaking. Su Dong realized that he was not the only one without a root bone. Moreover, there were very few people who had root bones. The vast majority of the younger generation had gone away in despair because they did not have a root bone. There were also a few who were just like Su Dong. There were also a few who, like Su Dong, had a few hundred crystals in their pockets and asked to go through the back door. However, the examiners rejected them. Chapter 112 Straightforward Oppression. However, this did not last long, as some of the females quickly reacted and reminded, what are you afraid of? Have you all forgotten what the chief just said? The narrow road is won by the brave. How could they forget what the chief had said, and how could they forget it? As the sentence fell, the female who had just given birth to the idea of retreat suddenly felt her face burning, the cowardice in her eyes dispersed, and then she stood up again. How could we? Of course we haven't forgotten. As the boundary rises, Chi Tian obviously feels that he and others seem to be in the void, as the white mist is constantly being inhaled. His spirit is a little fluttering up. Yi Chang's sudden arrival was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. Only for a moment everyone's face changed. There was excitement, fear, and suspicion. In short, it was very complicated. Yi Chang was also embarrassed because of this attitude. His mouth was slightly open for half a day, but he didn't pop out a word. There is a huge difference in strength between the two teams, and as long as Dortmund doesn't make any active mistakes, There are no surprises in defending the German Cup title at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. Many outer disciples were very much fighting for Qi Yuntian, while many more recognized just how arrogant this inner disciple was. With such an identity and such strength, coupled with such a personality, what about such a person? I'm afraid that he would be an absolute nightmare existence for all the outer disciples. In the previous battle, Wang Zai had put in a lot of effort, and there were blood stains all over his body. Yi Chang also wasted a lot of effort to clean it out. After caressing the head of Wang Zai, a gratifying smile flashed across Yi Chang's eyes. As the eye of scrying was activated, his attributes appeared in front of Yi Chang's eyes. In an instant, Moe Fei was like a starburst that instantly burned up and turned into a large fireball. So the figure just passed by, and at best, just a few older drivers marveled at that figure's perfect body. At the window sat a smoking man, a thin but spirited person. From the contour features of his facial features it was clear at first glance that he was from southeastern China. Internal energy has a powerful increase for Yi Chang himself, while dark energy is an effective means to deal with stronger zombies, even if it is a zombie with similar strength. Yi Chang, who has learned the dark energy, has the certainty of killing it with one blow. Asakuraba vaguely explained the role of the soul scales to her, and when she heard it, she couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. After all, in Academy City, the representative city of science, telling about the occult would be funny to anyone in their right mind. Seeing that he still wouldn't leave, the security guard made a phone call and simply called down the Luz Manor's security team on the grounds that someone was trying to cause trouble. Ma Tao Tao had never seen this sandwich before. She couldn't help but nibble on it. It was a Western-style contraption. The brand new texture and flavor stimulated her taste buds, and her eyes suddenly became glittering. Bored, come and take a look. Shinsho smoothly picked up the binoculars placed on the table, walked outside the tower with an umbrella in one hand, and leaned against the railing to look into the distance. Who knew that Lu Zhan, this man, would really be quite a lot of things? He reached out and pressed Shin Man's heart. Ever since he had taken on an apprentice, he had become very conscious of his appearance, and he changed his clothes diligently every day. As per Lin's orders, the fight specialists and transporters departed immediately, carrying a large amount of explosives, arriving between to the sky to await orders. At night, binging an afternoon plus evening Shaojing, was also egged on by the team's personnel to drink some wine. In terms of his current physique, idle a few pounds of white wine pressure drunkenness cannot be felt, although drinking down a bunch of people, but in fact, the brain is sober and incomparable. Li Yu, a sinewy man, didn't think anything of it, and directly climbed onto Era's neck and sat down. It was because Lu Qi was clear about everything that Shu Nan felt as if she was in control of everything at that moment. Chapter 113, Cubs, know anything about Win? After all, the first thing after arriving at the tribe was definitely to ask, and Shu Liangyu also knew that Yu Tu was 80% likely to say it, but still couldn't help but ask one more question. I didn't want to hide it from them, so I told them when they asked. Yu Tu's face revealed a guilty look. If it wasn't because of my involvement, he wouldn't be, so I will protect them well. As a way to make up for Wen Yan, Father Han and the others came to the field next to the pond, and there were already several folks digging ridges on the farmland next to them. Of course I can, no matter what she becomes. In my heart, she will always be my favorite Qianshi, Qin Donghua said with a face of deep love. Zhang Hohat skimmed her mouth, habitually coaxing people. If you really want to be kind and let his father as a shopkeeper to go the wind does not blow, rain does not shower, the wages are also high. Han Juniangzi's voice was like a yellow warbler on a branch, soft and gentle, yet sharp-tongued, and in a few moments she had described the process of Moon Yangzi's blowing to save the boy in a colorful manner. Su Nuo, there is no one who cannot leave who, only let go or not. Divorce is not terrible, terrible is do not love, but still insist on wanting to keep your marriage. Su Nuo, marriage is not to rely on guarding, but need to be operated by both sides. Do you understand? And I love Hui said. The red wing was originally red all over, and now there was suddenly an extra miscellaneous colored tail feather, but Qing Luo froze and didn't see anything out of place. Instead, this tail feather from the Yuan phone was originally grown on the red wing as if it was on the red wing. Next to him, Ma Dongyun was just about to say something when a voice filled with a murderous aura emerged from his mouth. The Southern King was very surprised to see Lin Xianxian. He really didn't expect that this girl can still be so generous. He just let someone drag Lin Xianxian out to ask for beheading. Night North's heart produced throbbing feelings. Looking at Tang Yuan's side face, the corners of his lips unconsciously hooked up in a smile, and the hand that was resting on Tang Yuan's shoulder unconsciously hugged her. Who are you, and what grievances do you have with my Meng family? Meng Zhou was also recognized after a great storm. The composure on his face could still be maintained. Upon hearing this, Wan Shang could no longer sit still, only to see him let out a deep grunt. His hands formed a spell in front of his chest and whispered under his breath. Moments later, A blazing red flame burned above Wan Chang's hands. My lord, now that Emperor Shura is dead, the entire Azura realm is in a state of turmoil. Both the soul-severing Ghost King and I feel that you should take on the responsibility of revitalizing the entire Azura realm. Surprised? Because my fierce chi is the same fierce chi as the evil demon. Qianshi faintly laughed. That's right, Qianshi's fierce demon power was an exact copy of the evil demon. So the current Qianshi was the one who possessed the power to create the heaven-swallowing void. That a long whistle. Xingyu Liang, never his usual disguise hoarse voice, but extremely pleasing to the ear. Like a phoenix song. Mu's siblings were all stunned. But Bai Zhe had several clear whistles in succession, one after another, actually straight through the roof of the pavilion, through the clouds, echoing more than in the distant mountains and valleys. Within the sacred Yuan war domain, there were bursts of golden flames everywhere. Vertical and horizontal Yuanxian Tuqi splashed in all directions, and the void was like through fragile lantern paper, constantly rupturing and repairing. Let the battle begin, right at the beast realm, and start launching a counterattack against the dim group. Qianshi's eyes turned extremely cold. Many soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Army were also discussing the various extraordinary aspects of the immortal scripture, which made the three Long Jiao Yan who had not seen the immortal scripture scratch like a cat's claw in their hearts. Closing the dialogue box, a picture of a man was displayed on the desktop. Fang Minya looked at it quietly, her complexion growing more and more complicated. Thinking of this, Si Kongming felt as if a large portion of the power in his body had been drained away again, as if a balloon that was originally not very bulging had suddenly deflated by half. And it was really hard to describe that feeling with words like frustration or decadence. Chapter 114. That's a nice smudge you've got there. Chu Liangyu's words to his mouth turned into a compliment. Xiang Qiancheng was obviously a bit stunned, but it was only for a moment as he directly removed the smudge from his head. If the female master likes it, then it's yours. His forehead was full and white and polished, exactly the same as the skin color of his face, but there was no color difference as Chu Liangyu had imagined. It's just not the same without the decorations after all. Yi Feng, what kind of vision? At once heard his instigating scheme, coldly laughed, directly then drank. Who is a brother with you? Just with you, also worthy of being my brother? He knew that Sha Wujia must have guessed his identity and wanted to use him as a gun, so of course he was not polite to him. The mission that lasted 5 days is finally completed. I wonder what kind of stuff I can get. Tomorrow, Fang 11 and the others would be leaving, and for good. Perhaps in this lifetime, they wouldn't see each other again. Yi Dong, there's nothing wrong with you, is there? I see that you seem to be very tired. On the side, Lin Cc, who was sitting on her knees on the floor, her clothes were in a mess, and looking at the bloodstains on the top of her clothes, she knew that it wasn't easy for her either. A loud boom woke up the two who were indulging in happiness. The two realized that this was the battlefield and the fight wasn't over yet. I looked towards the other two battles. However, since she had chosen to go south incognito, she was also prepared to accept all challenges. This Hong family people, too cowardly, would rather watch their own family people were killed. Surprisingly, only show anger in the eyes. Since the beginning, do not dare to fight the money family people out. Simply too wimpy. T spoke to all the people around him. Then Yi Wudao turned to fly away. Following those 2 cents, he would rather die himself than let Nier die, and he was willing to trade his life for Nier's. As long as she lived, he would have no regrets even if he died. Blue Wan Air was also stunned when she saw Liu Xia's sudden display of sadness. How could she not have thought that one of her questions would actually make Liu Xia so? But she had also never met such a situation, and was actually a bit at a loss for words. 1877 damage figures fly up. This invincible second ancestor is really a superb to can no longer superb equipment, otherwise as a leather armor profession. Take on the god Ao Hate World and axe is not likely to only drop 1/3 of the blood. Both of them heard the roar like thunder in the immortal palace at the same time. Could it be that the space where the two of them were in front of them was the immortal extermination Jedi region? Seeing that Shuaisha was recklessly casting Ice Bomb spell as well as Ice Blade's Ling, Warrior Sky's priests simply couldn't revive them, and the number of their members was decreasing drastically. Pops, how does this one work? Xuetinghao tried to pull the bolt, but it wouldn't budge. Things come to an end. Honestly, I don't quite understand why the Divine Pride Exalted One repeatedly doesn't want to clash head-on with us. Stormy Rain, perhaps he has his reasons, or even a conspiracy. Alright now, please don't go on, otherwise, I'll really get my gun, Huang Wei said. No one dared to act privately, and the report had already been uploaded to the Emperor's office, creating a powerful sexgate for shameful face-saving purposes, without expecting to get such crippling retaliation. When Ruofeng heard this, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what's wrong with father today? Mother said that she was going to take me out to cultivate, and that she could use a method to rapidly raise my cultivation level, and that it would only be good for my body and not bad. Isn't this a good thing? What worries does father have? Could it be that mother would still harm me? What's more, even if I don't let old Meng check it out now, he'll still check it out just the same when I'm gone. Anyway, our academy's forums are all open, so you don't have to register an ID. You can access them as a visitor. Chapter 115, you have to be good at this. Chi Chong-rui, however, shook his head and corrected him. No, you're not wrong. I may not be good at other things. It's just that I have to be good when it comes to her. Feng Chiwu twitched the corners of her mouth and mercilessly spat. You're still quite complacent. I'm not smug. Phoenix. He suddenly didn't want to talk, twisting his head around and walking straight ahead, shoulder to shoulder with Chu Liangyu, noticing the things wrapped around her hands and immediately asking nervously. Normal. Su Xiaoran searched for a word that even she found vaguely defined to explain their current relationship. Hannah Yen, did you realize that she had been talking very little lately, both at home and outside? Wifely Rusia's face is not good. Kindly bring him tea. I did not expect to be knocked over by him. Coming back from Mr. Ho's house, Su Xiaoran's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. She repeatedly recalled every word that Mr. Ho said, which she could understand, but practicing it, it was too difficult. The flower-spotted snake swallowed a demon fruit, and the aura of its body began to change, the cold ice instantly freezing the surroundings. Of course it's tea opening. What else can I think of? For Madu's inexplicable question, Bo Chi was very unimpressed and had to reach for the teapot. She hadn't forgotten that Ouyang Qingfeng was now a patient whose life could be in danger at any time. She felt like the burden on her shoulders was so much lighter. It was literally weighing her down before. The she-wolf let out a long sigh of relief, seeming to feel no danger from being entangled in her own vines. The moon climbed over the treetops, and the cool silver light spilled over the earth. Between the shadowed branches, a cool figure slowly walked between the shadows of the trees, as if waiting for someone. Alas, Uno lifted her green fingers, slowly retreat their own surplus thin jade-colored outer cloak. Sighed just so sighed-I crooked head quietly sighed Su Qi. Yi Binging thought of this reason is because when Hua Rou went to Suzhou City, Hua Jiwei just did not agree, and Hua Rou was back to Hua Jiwei to go to Suzhou, and now Hua Rou will come. Hua Jiwei is still not angry mad. Han Qihui came out to present her case, finally letting Luo Yuhong breathe a sigh of relief. Just as soon as Han Qihui opened his mouth, she knew that she had pulled a corner. Ri Rang sighed. He didn't know Haiwa, but the fact that the old sleuth only took this one with him for so many disciples meant that he was deeply respected and trusted by the old sleuth. Loss and regain is one of the most delightful things in the world, whether it's against a person or something, and it makes the person who gets it appreciate it twice as much. Since Zhuodai ascended to the throne as the king of Dongliu, domination of Dongliu so far, has always said nothing, or the first encountered such a scene. Such a scene in the eyes of Zhuodai is too much, coupled with the fact that he is now injured in the body. A gas rush, the body hit a tremor, almost planted on the ground. Immediately followed by an explosive sound came. The space shook. The surging power far exceeded the Wind Elder's expectations. Vigorously, he was directly shocked backward, drifted out, like a kite, sliding back a long way. After landing, his body is still uncontrollable backward another dozen or so steps, which finally ducked his foot on the ground, breaking the retreat. True self? Li Chankong was stunned and puzzled, not knowing exactly what it meant. Wu Gang, being from the weapon refining family, the Wu family, said that one day was not enough time to refine a heavenly treasure immortal soldier, which was tantamount to the Wu family saying this. He sighed, and with a skillful wrist-shaking gesture, he let the hook take the line and fall into the river in a graceful arc, just as the rattle of an automobile engine came from the riverbank in the distance. Children under the age of 2 years of age are not under the age of 2 years of age, but the children under the age of 2 years of age are not under the age of 2 years of age. How to say Chang Sun Chong in the medical school is also a good student every day. Very well behaved. Roll. Before Lin Beicheng even opened his mouth, she knew exactly what Lin Beicheng was going to say. She wouldn't be like in S-City, where Lin Beicheng was the only one who respected her, but here she was the one who had the final say. It seemed that she had underestimated Lin Beicheng's ability. Lin Yui analyzed her belly, but she was also relieved. In case Lin Beicheng really got angry, then she didn't know how to coax him. Landing on the ground not far away, the crystal frame, eyes full of amazing killing opportunity, locked terrain, will be huge long sword into the ground on one side, hands constantly patting, but quickly in the surrounding as stout cookie soldiers. The flavor of questioning between these words made Lin Beicheng a little uncomfortable, but he still lowered his head and answered honestly about what had happened. Lin Beicheng had only reminded Huang Ziwei a few times out of boredom, and he didn't know exactly what Lin Yuxia's plan was this time. Alright then, I'll just wipe it. After G's sweetheart finished speaking, she set down her cup of bubbly on the table. However, instead of hearing from Sarnoff what he thought he would, George was greeted with a rebuke from one of the men in attendance. So you actually lit up his identity? and Lian Xia's little bit of goodwill towards him was all gone. If Suyu really made an effort to pursue Lian Xin, there was no guarantee that Lian Xin would fall back into this all-consuming environment. With that comparison, many feel it's still Crow who gives it a go, and in that power class, he has undoubtedly performed more responsibly and satisfactorily. Looking at the backs of the five, Gu Yuewa's few people cried, as if a piece of meat had been cut from their hearts. Although the demon remnant soul was a powerful demon realm general in his lifetime, he was only a remnant soul now, so naturally he couldn't be a match for Rin Junwu, whose cultivation was comparable to that of an immortal monarch. However, it was good to see that the villain was still a conscientious one, dropping her blackout value by more than 20 percentage points over the course of the day. Tia thought back for a moment. Indeed, the number of villages within a radius of hundreds of miles of Poncho City was far too dense, which would have been quite out of the ordinary to be true, and it was only Tia, a fledgling novice, who hadn't noticed it. Rendezvous at the Xianlai Inn, where all four come to pinch pennies at the time of lunch and dinner. But just in the nick of time, a figure leapt out from behind Shaun and met the fiercely attacking giant wolf head-on. However, when Su Qing heard this, it was like an enlightenment. He felt that what Li Yun had said was very reasonable, and it pointed straight to his own flaws. In the vigilant gazes of the Knife Queenless and the four great celebrities, Jun Mose's figure slowly reappeared not far away. Of course, at the moment we haven't made up our minds about him being a full-time politician, Michelle replied. In a better mood, I flipped through and found a report on Paris Fashion Week, with Apelas sitting side by side on the runway with Mariah Carey, Halle Berry and that Beyoncé, Harvey Weinstein, and new movie star Gwyneth Paltrow. Blade intent was spread across the land, raising countless dust. Even Yin Yun and the others were stunned by Xianba's strike. What kind of divine attack was this? But this kind of thing, it is definitely evil Niejing, it is no way. She is not good at explaining anything stuff now. Could it be that? Boss Nie, I didn't want to be your shield, so I chose to stand by with my hands tied. Yin Chongfeng's heart panicked after seeing these people who had arrived, and an inexplicable luster flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly greeted the Grand Alliance disciples who wanted to make a move. Chapter 116. Inside the room, Chu Liangyu had just laid down when he felt a shaking of the ground, and his first reaction was that an earthquake had occurred. It was only after hearing that roar that the immediate reaction was that this wasn't an earthquake, but that someone was fighting. Chu Liangyu walked out of the courtyard with a dark and sullen face. As soon as he raised his head, his eyes were flashed by the dazzling fire-red phoenix in the air, and below him, brown bears of the size of a small mountain kept waving their claws and attacking towards him. The surrounding houses are also in. Sherlock took the colorful candy in, and for a moment he didn't manage his expression, revealing a smile that belonged to Charmin. Without a second thought, he grabbed Su Ziyue's hand and pulled her into the elevator, pulling her all the way to the parking lot, stuffing her into the car, and then calling young Danny. She cried and cried, but said half a day upside down on that a few sentences. You duo are too lazy to debate with her. Not to say that she has not colluded with others. The crime is not to death, not to mention that it is still the same door. Su Ruo lost his mind. She may not have to go to the bar again. Her Bucky is currently sitting in his office on the large flat floor of the penthouse, enjoying a duo with slippery fruit Arlita. You duo, conscious of the loss of reason, can only obediently taught? But the more she listened to the more she felt sure real people seem to have a point. Dad, you're looking for me? Chu Muhan greeted while sitting down, not daring to look at his father's face. He knew that at this moment his dad's heart must not be happy. Su Ziyue and Zheng Tianping met with two more of Song Sweetie's close classmates, and did not gain any more useful clues. To them, Song Sweetie was equally mysterious. Just heart's eye, directly let yourself in the kitchen to write a good, handed over to the message of the maid to bring over can not, but also to save their own bump into that kind of thing. Store, materials, labor, these are all by Jean Info out. To put it bluntly, she provides nothing more than an idea. To too much certainly not, but this deal is the most important thing is innovation, so to be less and uneconomical. The sad thing was that even if she died, Senior Zhang and Senior Li wouldn't be able to escape from the middle of their predicament. He now knew why the emperor-level powerhouses of Heavenly Sea City did not carry out retaliatory actions against the Sea Race after the Sea Race attacked Heavenly Sea City. Tang Ming rubbed his brow with a sad face and then recounted the circumstances of Tang Ming's murder. Don't be in a hurry. After the two patriarchs return, I'll love you again. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, Hu Wei's fingers were twitching, but he didn't dare to take the lead in making a move on Xiao Weier, because Yang Bubu explained that he must wait for them to finish interrogating Xiao Weier before he could hand her over to Hu Wei to dispose of. Yi Fei, a little impatient, listening to the Zhou old gun on the side of the bragging half a day, said the god. The result of half a day did not say a key point. However, Yi Fei had just spat out 3 words from his mouth, but it made Tantai Ziki very unpredictably raise a gloomy and sad heart, and his heart was a little bit untasteful. Gu Majian's face changed. although he was testing, but the force of this knife is not almost go 70% of his power, but even half of the usefulness is not. Li Daoran humbled himself for a couple of sentences and asked about the specifics of elder son's speech, not thinking that it would actually be at least a month before this speech would actually be held, and that this time he would be called over, simply because the academy thought that he was inexperienced and wanted to make him fully prepared. Bai Yuntao screwed up his head and then prepared to say it again, and at the same time also placed his gaze on Fei Wolf's body, but just a glance made him swallow back the last word he said. And since Wang Dashan master and disciple duo chose to hold a concert here, naturally it was in the middle of the round square in the very center. For one thing, it was a good location and very beautiful, and for another, it was big enough to accommodate a bit more people. At the same time, he secretly used the Eye of Space to seal that void, so that these 8 blood demons couldn't get close to him. Gnawing on the crispy bamboo shoots, Barbarian Ji's gaze suddenly fell to the south, and Niekong's heart stirred as he followed its gaze. Not far away, coiled in a tree, was a thin, dark green snake that was lurking and surveying the gray rabbits not far away. Chapter 117, Winning No Matter What. The Female Lord. As soon as Chu Liangyu went out the door, she saw Feng Qiuwu 2 people standing in the doorway, looking blearily at her who came out, and her eyes lit up even more when she saw her. It's also good that Chu Liangyu's eyesight is good, otherwise she really can't see the subtle changes on the 2 faces. In fact, at this time her heart has already subsided. However, they couldn't give them a good look so quickly, so Chu Liangyu directly said, "All repaired? Okay. I was quite close to Donger before. She was quite nice. It's just that after her mother went, there were more things going on at home, and she worked at home every day, rarely coming out." Sherlan opened her mouth and said, probably after hearing his words, she felt that Donger was too pitiful and thought of helping her out. "Why are you guys here?" Gu Chui struggled to calm the thunderous and wild beating of his heart, also feeling quite a bit surprised. "Well, this is to a cow to come. Rice 5 Valley is understood." Even if he said in detail the realm classification, this old woman can also fool a do not know so too. The person who cast the spell could not open his eyes, the colorful dueling peaks screaming madly in defeat. This is all in the eyes of Mi Wugu. Then the people could not see, but he saw clearly. This strong light not only did not impede his line of sight, but also had a plus. The divine magic power that Shenzi had exerted, which was already infinitely close to the early stage of refining void, was actually absorbed by a spell formation that was set up by a crow, and it was set up in a very short period of time, which showed that the attainments on the political law of this crow had already reached the peak level. Can it be that those 2 Xianzun realm experts just came for this item? Gu Chui thought to himself, such an important holy relic. It wouldn't be unusual if 2 Xianzun realm experts came to snatch it. The blood-eyed crow's words had just been spoken when suddenly a huge force wrapped around it, then dragged it up and slowly came to the front of Han Xiao. Ding dong, the doorbell rang at the right time, saving Yuan Fong in an awkward situation. Yuan Fong hurriedly jumped out of bed, wearing a scattered on the carpet east to west Martin boots, so he decided that he would take out all of these knights after he leveled up and became a very strong character. Could it be that you don't know a single attacking move other than being able to use aura for defense? The Hierophant was obviously very surprised by Qin Yun's strange technique as well. Now really see the palace master and miss and are safe and sound standing in front of their eyes. Schwedeling heart both joy and excitement. Finally did not hold back, actually cried out at once, "Daddy, you're so nice." Ling Moshwan stood up and wrapped his arms around Yuchi Mingxi's neck and booped him hard on the cheek. At the same time, he couldn't help but look forward to what kind of surprises the system would bring him after it underwent an upgrade. The pain in his chest was still continuing, but fortunately, there was Him Shan's elixir, and after eating a handful of elixirs like candy beans, he felt significantly lighter. Old Cohen finally returned to the family peacefully. He is now going to, naturally, is the Underworld Fire Island, will Dragon Pearl to the Candle Underworld Fire Python clan. After Chang Yin finished speaking, he immediately brought Old Cohen to find Yi Feng, the patriarch of the Yi clan, and asked Yi Feng to invite those old codgers to the council hall. When the crowd heard the words, their minds were like giant hammers smashing down. This poison that even the heavenly jewel didn't know about, then who else within the beast harnessing sect would know about it? As the crowd shouted, a large group gathered at the sound of their voices. The idea that Jumei would lose at this level was a pipe dream to the others. Everyone looked at this scene, their hearts were filled with expectations. They believed that Ouyang Ying would wake up soon. All the clouds of worry that filled everyone's heart earlier finally dispersed a lot. In the living room, Fu Huayan, who had already taken off his formal vest, sat on the sofa with his legs folded, biting an unlit cigarette at the corner of his lips, holding his cell phone with both hands to edit his email replies, and clutching a lighter in the heart of one hand. Chapter 118. In that case, I'll just have to play along. The expression on the male orc's face faded, and he stood there quietly not knowing what to think. On top of the high platform, Chu Liangyu saw this scene clearly. Jiajiao, what are the names of those two females? Looking over in the direction she indicated, Xiong Jiajia immediately explained to her. That one is Hua Ji, and the male fighting against her is her third beast husband, Sparrow White. While talking, he had only been to these places and remembered even less about castles than the average muggle, who at least still saw those many silent medieval castles in magazines and on television. While these two seemingly god-divorced cunning fellows glanced at each other, they both tacitly agreed not to say anything. Instead, in their hearts, they all began to calculate how to snatch back this piece of treasure land that had been left behind by their ancestors' legacy. Does he like me? And so such an odd thought sprang into Asuna's mind. Just now was ruined by you, now still dare to compare, or let you 20. Lose one will be a kiss. This game is not the same as that shootout game. The basketball has to roll down from the side of the basket, and also the action of picking up the basketball takes time. 20 is already a big gap. Xingqi's smile made Ryuji's body hairy. What do you mean she was so proactive? Did she do something? Sister Nashtan, you're finally awake. Don't move. I've stopped the bleeding, but you've got severe frostbite at the broken wall. You'll die if you don't have a doctor in medicine to save you, Chelsea said heartily. Back to the Changchun Palace. I summoned Li Luo in the name of medical consultation, and said that I wanted him to assist me in leaving the palace. After listening to him, he neither showed surprise nor discouraged. That too bland and unnecessary attitude, on the contrary, made me uneasy. Shiyu from the beginning did not close his eyes, but has been staring at her, just a soft gaze, with Chongyu, so Ling Baolu even closed his eyes but also did not feel any of the uncomfortable. But in his such Chong drowning in the gaze slowly fell asleep. Ruang didn't mess with you guys, did she? Auntie Ning, I've been troubling you for the past 2 days. When Lianzong heard Ning Yuanlan say this, he was also a little embarrassed in his heart. Under the coincidence, Shinbaro has been in the creation of beads into the purple, but also to the creation of beads instead of that Jindan. Shinbaro is actually a leap to the Jindan stage, because it is the creation of beads Jindan. Strength compared to others, but also far beyond a lot. He was in ecstasy all night, and in the morning he couldn't resist the urge to see her, and when he saw her open the door, he was even more pleasantly surprised and wanted to hug her, and this impulsive factor in his heart was so strong that it seemed to be rushing out of his brain. The king's attitude, which is diametrically opposed to the previous and the next, attracts the indignation of several maids, and Xia Yu, in a fit of pique, even attempts to persuade Beilelan that he should really have a child with the world's son as a means of blackmailing the old prince. The fire sword in his hand flipped, a white sword chi scattered with the dance. This idea body and the 9 heavily in fire combination of the fire sword, really is not weak. The moroseness of the cold chi as soon as he made it out of the whole body of the ghosts rushed to the near side of the cage. This red-robed teenager was none other than the young powerhouse of the Gao family, the next successor, Gao Tian, who had once crossed paths with Wang Chang. At that time, Lu Fangkong had tried to impact the bottleneck of the level of enlightenment several times, but had failed. Disheartened, he began to cultivate that outer sect technique, and in this more than a month's time of Shuang Er's martial arts training, Feng Qingxuan did not appear again in the Broken Jade Pavilion, only once, and that was during the 10 days of not seeing him, when she and Shuang Er went out of the mansion to go shopping to see him from afar, and then after that the time has never been again, for fear of death, for fear of not being allowed to die. So give up the love of your heart? How can she do that? Chapter 119 Competition, a show of femininity. There was a cold light flashing in Huaji's eyes, and she didn't bother to dodge, but instead her wrist went upwards, and at the same time her palm gathered internal force and slapped straight down towards his mouth. Her move was unexpected by everyone, and Sparrow White even didn't react, being hit by her internal force. The mouth that bit her wrist tingled for a while. The sharp teeth at the corners of his mouth fell out in response. Pain instantly attacked his whole body. Trembling and letting go of the flower branch, he hastily jumped away a few steps away from it. The eyes of although Princess Yarrow had never gotten along with her and had even repeatedly tried to put her to death, but after all, she was Qin Yunlia's favorite sister, so Mu Lingsha decided to still help Qin Yunlai look for her. Uncle Bai, I won't disturb you and Auntie. You can move in after cleaning. Li Shenzhou shook his head and politely refused. Understanding Nangongese meaning, Bai Yuerua watched as the huge cavern collapsed after they rushed out, blocking those blood demons from continuing to come after them. At lunchtime, Huang Jianfeng took Jane Dan to the best state-run restaurant in the provincial city, Huazhong House, which has a long history in the provincial city, and even in this decade is still full of customers. The heart already understood, but Ling Yu did not pursue the matter. Made preparations, ingested the crystal bottle up from within the cold pool, and rehung it on his waist. Yufeng knew that as long as it was for Jingyiren, Lu Ming was able to make any concessions, even if he wasn't able to stimulate Jingyiren at all, and he was only saying this like he was trying to trick Lu Ming into leaving. Shen Yi said softly, adjusting his posture, slightly lifting Mulingsha's slender waist, then having her aligned and sitting down. Everyone understood the significance of the heavenly pole auction. Therefore, almost all of the true lords from the entire Xianqing spirit realm were present, and at this time, they met at Ruwaksu Valley. Now that I think about it, maybe this baby was at the time it should have been born before and was just held back hard. Within the sea of consciousness, the divine soul appeared. While the soul only floated up from the bottom of the sea of consciousness, the divine soul bent down towards the soul and worshipped it. The divine thoughts wrapped the soul along with the divine power, and through the soul it was continuously quenched and purified. The magazines in the divine thoughts were dispelled. That night, the two of us, Xia Meng and I, moved 100 pieces of gold from the cellar and packed it in a box. Then 2 more bowls of blue and white porcelain from the Song dynasty were taken out of the cellar, which could be about the value of a house, and I carried them in a backpack. I didn't think of that for a while. They're both CEOs of your company. They can't marry someone other than you. Xia Meng mumbled as she hugged me. However, Su Chang'an would use his own methods to block the wheels of history, and to make history develop according to his will and direction. Alright, this matter must not be leaked out. Nyangzi, she did get some immortal destiny. Shiyu said solemnly. Gulan instantly widened his eyes in disbelief, followed by a look of realization. Your Majesty, think about it. Although Haitan's strength isn't as good as Tianya's and Yidao's, the difference isn't that big. Although it was still early at this hour, most of the people who lived in these houses along the streets of the town were already up. So this was the correct way to use lucky perfume? Thinking of this, William Chen couldn't help but silently nod 32 kudos for his own resourcefulness. However, the 2 items at the back made him a bit speechless. They were 6 flavored Di Huang pills and 6 walnuts. Were these 2 items used to make up the numbers? In the junction, mentioning 2 fingers and Gideon made things seem reasonable. Anyway, in the eyes of others, one of these 2 is articulate with countless legends, and the other knows all sorts of secret intelligence networks all over the junction. Ing. Shiyu directly threw a look towards him. Ing, who was still ready to make a scene, didn't dare to continue to make a scene at this time. His father would only be gentle with his mother and had no patience with him at all. Under the escort of a battalion of generals, Wang Xingxin, who was sitting on the carriage in the cold wind, was incredibly nostalgic for the warm tent. There was a lot of snow on the road, and the carriage struggled to move through the thick snow. After arriving at the temporary barracks outside the city, Wang Xingxin took the generals and those craftsmen to the new barracks in Lantian County. What the chef calls explosive oil is essentially something called nitroglycerin, the kind that explodes with the slightest vibration, and with such a horrific amount, it brings, naturally, an earth-shattering explosion. It wasn't long before the meat sauce was ready. Noodles are also in the village with the help of 2 mothers-in-law already, just waiting for the pot. Wang Xingxin greeted the big fire to rest for a while and wait for the noodles to be ready to eat and then work again. Benefits? You hardly know about that cave relic? Hearing Yi Feng's words, Hao Feng couldn't help but guess in that direction. Vlad had his arms crossed, a smirk on his face, and a huge black shadow had loomed over his head. Although the pig that Lu Bangzi killed was not very fat, it was more than 100 pounds. After Wang Xingxin spent more than 2 hours, this pig turned into several big pots of pig-killing dishes. There are still some pig's hooves, underwater, and a pig's head left. When Fidel had had his breakfast, Vittorio came to Fidel with this letter. With the voice of the person in charge, 1 battle team disappeared into thin air, heading to the next round of the tournament. Outside the window, the rustling sound of falling snow could still be heard, and the wind whistled by as if in warning. The necklace that emitted a light blue ghostly light was lying quietly on that white neck, appearing particularly conspicuous. Suddenly, Shang Wanche's cell phone vibrated. Picking it up and looking at it, Shang Wanche frowned slightly, and the demon emperor's breath was rising all the way up. Heavenly soldier, heavenly general, heavenly king, heavenly monarch, all the way up to the peak of heavenly monarch before that breath fluctuation slowly stopped. But do you know what you've done wrong this time? I want to ask you, Trey Mercy said calmly. The news spread in the city was that Princess Yang had received a decree from the emperor to go to the Tiger Edict Pass to meet the emperor, after which she left the Twilight City and went into the wilderness. Easy walked over to me and took out a metal broadsword that shone with an eye-catching luster. I held it in my hand. A very heavy feeling swept through both hands, and had a hunch that this weapon was quite good. Carrying the clothes inside, Baishan had already fallen asleep, and looking at her crying makeup, he sighed slightly. Moreover, when we get to Nasi, when the storm is over, this wedding is going to be done again, and it doesn't matter if you worship or not with it now. Seeing the 2 scenic lines directly into the lobby of Tianhua Group, sensing the aura of these 2 people, a lobby manager immediately came forward to talk. Bai Yin lying in bed is tossing and turning after a good while. The heart is still feeling suffocated. Really no way to hold back, is quietly lying in bed, looking up at the beautifully decorated ceiling out of mind. Then he made a motion to pick the man up on his shoulders and turn his head to run. but seemed to flash his back as he was about to bend over to resist the man. Arriving at Jingjia Mountain Resort, Meng Tian had already rested for 3 days. During these 3 days, Meng Tian took Wen Yan and hugged Meng Wuji, and traveled to Zhongnan Mountain, enjoying the flowers and listening to the water, living a very leisurely life. If someone was spying secretly, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to see anything. My mother Lu. Man. I didn't expect you guys to be here. A melodious voice came from not far behind the duo. Chapter 120, Helping a Relative but Not Helping a Friend. Chu Liangyu could see that the atmosphere between the two was a bit subtle, coughed and hurriedly said, "Don't be anxious about this matter. After this competition, I will personally teach you. By then there will also be my cubs who will follow along. You must learn the force well, otherwise it will be a shame if you can't outperform the cubs." Upon hearing what she was interested in, Feng Qingqing's attention was drawn away from what had just happened. "That's natural. It's impossible for an adult female like me to," Shimu faintly commanded. For the vicious battle between and that side he had long thought of, it was just a matter of time. Looking at the moving photoelectricity on the computer screen, and then looking at the man's sunglasses, Lin Ran sort of knew that Rain had just taken a picture with his glasses at the airport without rushing to leave, so that the man with the glasses could locate the car that Prof. Mans and the others were sitting in. Arriving at the hotel's rooftop in one breath, Wu Tianhe climbed up out of breath and saw Yunazbak looking up at the night sky. The man who walked into the carriage was dressed in black, tall and thin, and by the light his figure was reflected on the floor of the carriage, like a moving dark bamboo pole. Just as Kimura Yo stated that the possibility was zero, a delighted voice sounded behind him. Back then, in the hot spring sea, Su Xian had almost capsized in a ditch when he had only faced the 7th-ranked Red Lotus Flame Turtle. Through the fabric, Hui Yunqing felt Shu Qing's hand rubbing his thighs, and the feeling, like an electric current flowing through, was numbing and wonderful. In this instant, a sea of blood appeared in front of Gu Lin's eyes, and above that sea of blood, this black dagger was suspended, and the blood chi in that sea of blood was continuously surging into the dagger. Now 99's eyesight was so strong that he could see a lot as long as there was a faint light. The brigadier also joined the others in lamenting that it was too smart. Too smart. Simply too smart. The sea of knowledge in the waves. Waves after waves. In all directions the chaos gas quietly appeared, as if by some kind of power call, rushed out of the sea of knowledge. From a distance, Xianyuan broke the sky as covered with smoke, misty as a fairy. A strand of chaos gas toward the chaotic heart lotus floated. Just as Zhang Mang felt that the victory was in sight, Jia Yun moved, accurately said that it flew up. Zhang Mang only felt a flash of white light, a cold neck, no consciousness, died a through and through. Underling knows how to do it. Looking at Zhang Qi's firm gaze, Sun Yu immediately jawed and led the order. According to the 8 characters of the two people, they are very compatible, very well matched. To use a common saying, that is a natural pair. No wonder only meet a few times to hold hands successfully. Together, bronze walls and thousands of armies, promises that it is indeed impossible to break in. Miracles abound, but there really aren't that many. This rigid and stereotypical protocol in ancient palaces tend to give the illusion that it is eternal, that it was so hundreds of years ago, that it will be so hundreds of years from now, and that it will stay that way, but of course we know that this is not the case. Zhang Jia and the others are trapped in the Federation's Battlestar base? Luo Gandao asked with some disbelief. The so powerful Zhang Jia and the others were trapped? The black energy of the black painted man was like a big net wrapping and entangling the painted man without leaving a trace. Inside the heart it is written that the body refining stage is the foundation of immortal cultivation. The strength of the flesh in the body refining stage is much stronger than ordinary people. No matter the solidity of the bones and the toughness of the tendons are beyond the reach of ordinary people. This is only just 2 years Zhangde that a half-assed kung fu was Zhang Qi learn all. Since the martial arts Zhang Qi diet is even more amazing. Just a meal can eat the average adult male day's food, and that is so able to eat is still far from being enough. And then Zhang's mother had to be the son's daily 2 food that into 3 food. This berserk man who had mastered liberation didn't seem to take Luli seriously, and the result was that he was taken away by Luli with 2 punches and a leg. Yang Simu simply released Huangzhong from the Lishi Pearl Cave heaven, allowing Huangzhong to hold the ancient Moon Palace mirror in his hand while he sat on it. But more than 1,000 people in the city asked to die in his place, and said to Do Jianda, "This man is as pure and prudent as he is, and if he is killed now, it will be a lawless thing." I'm speechless. You go to General Manager Lu. I'll talk to her. Jingtian's brain hurt. She had thought that with the script phone looked at and Louis Fei, the box office could be $30 to $40 million even if it was bad. But she didn't realize that it was only $10 million at most. Ghost Plainclothes bowed his head and said, "This humble servant is also not clear. From the residual shell casings on the battlefield, the other side seems to be using weapons mainly in Chinese, Czech and other Chinese-style weapons." Then gently helping the crown prince, he took off his tunic. and seeing the 4 wounds that were crisscrossed, Su Rong also sucked in a breath. Previously, he had drawn 2 strands of aura daily to cultivate, and now that he had accumulated 1 strand of aura in this place, he only needed to accumulate enough of the remaining 3 strands of aura, so he still needed 9 months. The phone hung up, and an inconspicuous black Volkswagen sedan was parked on the side of the road about 200 meters from where Qin Weikai was, and explained me 4 things. The first thing, let me investigate the real cause of death of parents. Grandma think parents die strange. There is a big reason. Almost at the same time, Qi Jingchun from the countryside school, Old Man Yang from the backyard of the Yang family store, and Xiong Xiong from the blacksmith store all looked up in the direction of the Longshu Creek Corridor Bridge. From the moment they stepped out of the sitting carriage at the weekend, County Head Suyuan and Your Highness had stayed in the jade carriage, neither of them coming out. Ling Shuimu was stunned and gave a slight grunt, then whisked his sleeves away and entered the guest room on the other side in a few steps, snapping the door shut. Lai Bei Tao was sick and tired of it in his heart, but he couldn't really just turn his face away. He forced himself to hold back his temper and said, "Nephew and grandson do not have as much face as you think. I am also unwilling to be an enemy of Jean. As long as Jean can promise me 3 conditions, I am willing to withdraw my troops." Weekend opened his sword to the mountain, directly airing out the conditions for withdrawing his troops. When dealing with this kind of old and treacherous person, you can't give him a chance to play Taiji. The strength of the entire team was very strong. There was an Earth Demon 8th realm sitting at the helm, another Earth Demon 7th realm following, and the other 7 in the team were all ranging from Earth Demon 4th realm to Earth Demon 6th mirror. Candy Salt or Sweet Wang Xians and 2 arms hanging on the shoulders of Wu Xiaozu, coated slices of bread fed to the mouth. You taste this as I entrusted someone to bring back from the East Japan sea salt flavored jam. Good cha-cha not? The entire offline mode of the game, though, can be extremely exciting, and it's clear that Mike, who betrayed his teammates to ventilate the game after the events of 9 years ago, is not doing well. Pooh! With a sound, the sharp tip of the spear pierced through the man's chest without any obstruction. Zhao Yun then pulled the lance out, and instantly a large amount of blood splattered on his still tender, but full of excitement face. Chapter 121, Split with a Technique. The other thing is about that purse material configuration. Xiong Zhejiao's face was filled with exhaustion and a sense of relief when she said this. There was no other way. That thing was just too tedious to configure. So much so that Chang Miao was always sending her off to find all sorts of strange herbs. All the materials that can be found in there are already together. And by the way, I've also had them cultivated. And all that's left is the final blood to be used as a medicine guide. So very well, wait until the tribal bout. However, just as Ling Feng was sliding down the steep cliff, above his head, the sound of buzzing wings suddenly resounded. Wei Jiao looked closely and saw that Shen Maoyun's eyes were genuinely inquiring rather than sneering, which led her to skim her lips. Look full. However, how much she ate, she remembers it clearly, showing that she is in her eyes. For this, Wei Jiao was very satisfied, and the fire in his heart half subsided. Prince Fan's old face flushed. He clearly saw this middle-aged man reveal a strange look, his eyes staring straight over here, as if he had done something unseemly. Because of how all cannot think can guess, just a few hours, the old witch must be screaming bitter, anxious to suffocate as being racked between the fire. After the crisis of the zombie siege was resolved, it was time to slowly deal with the follow-up matters, such as tidying up the corpses of the zombies outside the gate of the base and cleaning up the battlefield, as well as arranging for the medical treatment of the severely injured warriors. Jin Yun was completely clear at this time. She circled her head and got up wanting to leave. How could Jin Jiang let her off so easily? According to the introduction of the Immortal Spring, after the water of the Immortal Spring came out of the Immortal Spring, the immortal spirit chi in the water of the Immortal Spring would slowly dissipate out when the water of the Immortal Spring was filled with ordinary containers. This training ground was remodeled by Cynthia after she had spent 100 million street points earlier and then tossed it around herself. But for the purpose of training herself, it can be said that the current situation is very unfavorable to Group A. Group A's passive defense and the obvious lack of defensive hardness on the right side of the road and in the middle of the field has caused Group A to be slow to break off the soccer and launch a counterattack. When Lu Ming took a look, it was Wang Wengyu. He viciously swept a glance at the brown soldiers with green light in their eyes like, his face so cold that it fell off the ice crumbs turned to Wen Luming, and scraped her heart again. After the killing dinner, the next day everyone went back to their original jobs. Shurjia took a flight back to the capital overnight. He hadn't seen his parents for several months, and to be honest, he kinda missed them. As soon as the Enlightenment Lotus appeared, Lin He looked at it with his eyes, but he had a sense of déjà vu. The aura emanating from the Lotus of Enlightenment seemed like he had felt it somewhere before. Just when Lin He didn't know what to do, above the ground in front of him, unconsciously, a black shadow was slowly coalescing into shape. That fighting consciousness, if it emanates from itself, is bound and interfered with by the body's many emotions, and its power, precision, and penetrating force are greatly diminished, but radiating through a sword is different. The people present were not unable to see it, but the sedan chair was carried by everyone, and no one poked and prodded. Li Yen himself was disgusted, so he simply ignored it. Immediately afterward, the golden dominoes dug uncontrollably into the charred flesh, and it took about a few breaths for this lump of flesh's chest to rise and fall. Lin He finished reading, and also disregarded what the middle-aged cultivator was thinking, and directly sat on his knees, placing the scroll in his hands aside. His eyes were slightly closed and his hands were clasped together under his abdomen. They hadn't learned that Han learned from Wudong, the godly skill of transforming power. If they were accidentally hit by that thunder firebomb and lost half of their lives, it would be very unworthy. However, because of Go Chisher's rollover maneuver, the alien's tail was pressed under Go Chisher's body. Now Xinzhong Marquis up and down into a mess. No one has time to care. Linren daily handed out a few letters. Lin Shu also do not have the leisure to care about her. Chapter 122 Who? Exactly. Ah, it's taking so long. With the speed of Chu Liangyu's wings, such a long period of time would be enough to travel through half of the orc world, which was something that Xiong Jiaozhou hadn't thought of, which was why her tone was a bit exaggerated. This matter must be kept secret. Never let anyone know. Chu Liangyu's face became serious for a few moments as he looked at her and said. Xiong Jiaozhou froze for a moment and abruptly wrinkled her eyebrows. Good, don't worry about it, Sister Liangyu. Aha. The red spirit son raised his hand and tried to recall the red heart sword, but how could he know that before he came? Lin Bai had thrown the red heart sword into that lake, and now the red heart sword was lying there quietly with the red spirit son who had lost all contact with him as well. Jiang Yao was extremely wary in his heart. The immortal powerhouses presiding over the trials in the three secret realms had concealed the truth? Terrifying, too terrifying. Power control, battle sense, on-the-spot reaction, advanced judgment. The Chen Zhantian in front of him was a demon. Perhaps it was because his body had been subconsciously transformed quite a bit each time he fought against the rising will of Bai, and it was more compatible with the fire and light origin laws, and he crossed the threshold of the light origin law without expending much energy time. Again, the benefits are very clear. Trading 50% of your attributes for a powerful enemy is an absolutely solid deal. Mayor nudged her mouth towards Cookie, looking at him with a look of disdain outside of a look of viewing astringent trash. Why? Why do I feel sad when I see you die? What have I forgotten? Zyro asked with a pained expression. That good-looking is good-looking, but in that kind of appearance, the trouble caused by the fear is not a few, especially some powerful magic cultivator. Really like to collect this kind of character of the bones as ornaments. Mansion underlings hurriedly ran to. Shu, very impatient, back to the head, is chatting to the beginning of the most annoying someone to disturb. In fact, he is not as good as what Qi Daoyu said. In the beginning he is also quite impulsive. Encountered those traffickers hurt people always cannot resist the temper to go to the first time to stop. Su Guangqi, please receive the decree. Strangers shouted. Then from the back of the package unloaded. Respectfully handed to Su Guangqi. Su Guangqi, quite puzzled. Receive the decree, which have please. Kneel down and wait to listen to the holy decree. The results of the Chinaman handed over a package. Look at the color of the sky. About it is already past the hour. Twilight Westside should have been arranged. This time into the city to the world building just right. Zhou Homing looked at Wu Hua with a curious face and said, Master, is everything alright between you and your sister-in-law? Wu Hua's face was obviously gloomy. Zhou Homing's heart also sank. He wanted to change the topic to liven up the atmosphere, but he didn't expect to fall into the ditch again. The two Dani masters sitting at the wooden table on one side were also full of food and drink, and both stood up and walked behind Xin Niniang. Until the three of them had gone far, two more figures landed at the top of the mountain. One was Hua Xian and the other was Wei Shangmu. Since Nan Fengzhu had said so, then Lu Feiyan could not continue to force himself, and could only follow his intention to stay within the city lord's mansion first, and wait for tomorrow to talk about other things. But, Bertie lowered her eyes again. Although his power is indeed very strong, and it is not impossible for herself to lend her spiritual body to him, but precisely because of this, that guy is so high in magical power. Is it not an easy task to control herself? After staying in Shenzhen for 3 days, on July 8th, Wu Hua said goodbye to Zhou Homing and boarded a ship to Hong Kong with Xiao Xiao and the others. Early the next morning, the crown prince got up early, and the princess rose with him, ready to see him off. Zhou Ming caught up with Liang Yishan in the school corridor. At this time Liang Yishan was sitting on the railing of the long corridor in a huff, her face slightly ugly. Although it was with a smile, it lost its previous wit to aura. Instead, the pale, haggard Zhaomin said, I came late, let you suffer. Chapter 123, Crane with Amnesia. After the sound of clattering water, Chu Liangyu leaped out of the water. In midair the light green fish tail was like a good emerald, moist and full of texture. The bare skin was more white and glossy under the backdrop of the fish tail. Just an instant later, the mermaid figure faded away, and a light green robe manifested on her body, with a silk belt of the same color tied around her waist, and her waist was slim but not lacking in strength. The ink-colored hair was not as flowing as before, but it was more refreshing and competent, But this time there was no more of that classic scene. Brian's pass was blocked by Su Zi's body and the ball fell to Huang Yu, who passed it to Xiao Feng in front of him, who in turn gave it to Chen Zihua, who then passed it to Zhang Shujia. Dude Siwei's phone call came in just as Lin Bixia was fuming thinking about BCNMO and those love words of BCNMO. Guido Lin was in the locker room grasping at straws to set up the final tactics, reminding his disciples that they must be aware of Fiorentina's two strikers, Mutu and Gilardino. The large box was suddenly left with Liang Bo alone in the wind, completely unable to guess what in the world Shin Jiaming's mind, since he had made things difficult for Lin Bixia, and why did he warn him? Sect Master Realm powerhouses are almost the root of the inheritance of great powers, and Inkbrand even suspected that those sects and families that inherited the lower pull in ancient times used to have a Sect Master Realm sitting in their midst. Otherwise, in the river of history, has long been annihilated. Since Fairy Sister doesn't want to go back, you don't have to be the bad guy. Inkbrand skimmed his lips. This slap didn't just leave Su Kor baffled. Even Zhu Ming, Li Lang, and Xue Ping were a bit surprised. Then, regardless of whether the military lords agreed or not, they directly handed out the bowls and then poured a bowl of wine for each of them. The 5 White Lotus armies are all here now, each army attacking the city in succession, not giving the city defenders any time to rest. Just as Sun was wrestling with it, Yang Lu's fingers had trailed across by Qianlong's ghostly cheeks and landed on the button collar of his shirt. When he participated in the sky examination that day, Ba Tang was hostile to him. Only, at that time, Xu Feng did not take it to heart. Roar! A zombie with a mouthful of blood suddenly rushed in and took a bite out of the man's hand. The gap is just that big, and it's even bigger than you can imagine. Yet Zhao Jin was seriously affirmative. This love he recognized, but also received, naturally want to return the favor. 3 people in the Fu Ning is the happiest, received the benefits but also earned the favor, and their own from the beginning to the end of the not much effort, but also holding the phone to say a few words. Hey! Shen Yan rolled his eyes, Cheng Jinsan laughed out loud, and the other 2 laughed out loud as well. No work today, woke up at 7 a.m., went for a run, promised Nyanko I'd work on my abs. I thought long and hard about getting a job, even though I saved 3,000 plus AUD in the last 2 months, which is enough to cover expenses for a while. Shen Yan returned to his office and started to call Zhang Jiandong. Yesterday, he had promised himself that he would give some information about Peng Cheng's internal employees, and with Zhang Jiandong's efficiency, there should be some results by now. The prerequisite for fulfillment of the wish is to answer the relevant knowledge, that is, about the car's spirit child practice, from the engine to the suspension, from the brake pads to the spark plugs. The Blood Wolf instantly knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. Elder East, if you have any orders, the Blood Wolf will go up the mountain of swords, down the sea of fire, and never go back. The resounding voice spread throughout the entire mountain peak. Fox Ching, who had been following Zhang Hao among the travelers, was speechless for a while, saying that he would not use his own strength. Ignoring him again, she leaned on the carriage, perhaps because she woke up too early to ask for peace and the fatigue caused by the bumps on the carriage, so much so that she fell asleep on the carriage. Just as she nearly rolled off the bed, a pair of cold hands held her body just in time. Chapter 124. Your name is a bit familiar, so that's why you don't think about what the phoenix looks like. Just look at me. With such natural and taken for granted words, Chu Liangyu was left speechless for a long time. Do you really not recognize me? His inquiry was tinged with some caution as well as anticipation, obviously eager for an affirmative answer. As far as Chu Liangyu was concerned, since he had lost his memory, it meant that he was a new He-Yushu, and even if he were to talk to him about the past, he might not be able to. Already, he had put his stage presence on display, making the audience and netizens unable to take their eyes off the stage, chasing after by Lian Shang's physique for fear of missing a subtle movement. Of course there's a difference. This set is new and has only been worn once, Jiang Tong replied seriously, but Qi, after agreeing to a movie offer from Summer Moon Studios, told people that he already had another new owner when they came over to confirm for a second time. Isn't that obviously fooling them? Not to mention cultivators of a lower rank than him. Even cultivators of the same rank could only avoid his front and didn't dare to go for a tough fight. Since Vanaba knew that his revenge was not going to work, he had no desire to fight, and while his men were confronting Yufei and the others, he silently withdrew from the battle and fled. Even in the upper air, Gu Changfeng and Zhou Zhangnan both froze there, their faces constantly changing in disbelief. Auntie, don't worry, just leave it to me. Li Mukin was also heartbroken as he listened, nodding his head repeatedly to ensure that Son Yi was pacified. Seeing Li Mukin, Yuan Fan thanked him profusely and insisted on inviting him to dinner, but in the way of her hospitality, she could only agree. Yi Tian's ordinary full-strength sword was enough to resist a heavenly martial triple sky, and when the four-elephant sword formation was launched, I'm afraid that all heavenly martial quadruple sky would have to return home in defeat. 7 days ago, Zhang Machuan might not have really dared to get tough with the Bloodclothes sect, but, in the eyes of the Zhang Machuan after 7 days, all below the middle-ranked Yuan generals were ants. This was not arrogance, but absolute strength. This is something between me and Yi Xian. Who are you to say anything here? Duanmu Rui glared angrily at Li Yu and said. Xin Feng was still melting the essence of the altered demon pill in the evenings to assist himself in his cultivation. His cultivation level was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and after just a few nights of cultivation, he was already infinitely close to the great achievement of the revolving wheel realm. The waiter finished the dishes, came out, did not close the box door to the tight, coupled with the deliberate Di Yang, at this moment, just like leaving a gap in the false cover. Right now the battles in all 10 rings were continuing. Li Yu swept, but found a few familiar faces, and immediately frowned. Jarius' entire body went cold as he looked at Xian Yin, who kept laughing in front of him, and suddenly felt that things were out of his control. When Coalfield arrived, the emergency lights were still on, and 2 blood-stained men were guarding the outside, busy reporting forward when they saw him coming. After one unsuccessful strike, the aura on Nie Chang's body became even stronger, and his domineering fist force charged across the room, striking at the 9 princesses once again. Xian Feng smiled smugly and waved his hand at Tian Hai. Tian Hai nodded and turned around. Coalfield didn't bull *******, and as soon as the communication was over, he jumped straight down with regard to the floating vehicle's already low flying altitude. Sheeman chasing snow just sat quietly on top of the roof for the whole day. The evening sun illuminated the distant sky reddish, and golden yellow sunlight poured onto the earth. As Sheeman chasing snow looked at the reddish sun in the distant sky, the aura on his body underwent a shocking change. It's a good idea. This time it's a good idea. There are also failures in Fargo's reinforcement, but compared to the failures in other places, the failures here are simply worthless. Basically the epic level won't get stuck for a bit. There hasn't been any equipment like that poison shield from before. Inside the psychedelic array, the Jiangdong Fu launched a massacre. Even Zhang Daoling went down. According to his words, massacre was also a kind of cultivation. His Dao could not lack any kind of killing. The 5 of them killed for half a day before removing all the people who had come to surround them, and the tree demon utilized the great demon forbidden technique to take out quite a few people who were seriously injured and about to die. Chapter 125, Discerning Tastes. The dutifulness of the cubs is also true dutifulness, but so is the rebelliousness of the beast's father. Everyone has times when they are picky eaters, but in a situation where they are about to starve to death, all of that becomes irrelevant. Whereas it was like He Yushu, who would rather starve to death than eat anything else. This was something that Chu Liangyu could not understand. This is a long way to the Void Island, not something that can be reached in a day or two. Looking at the darkening sky, Chu Liangyu called for a halt. He is now somewhat unable to understand this Master Lin. Others were kidnapped by the kidnappers, which is not scared of urine, but this guy is good. Even have the mood to the kidnappers' fortune-telling. This is not looking for death. First thing in the morning, Morning Wind got up from his bed early. After stretching, he felt incredibly refreshed. Although Mingyu had some understanding of some of the historical events that had occurred during this era, he was confused when it came down to the internal division of the 100 schools of thought. It could be said that this day Lin Yuming was happy and pleasurable. However, in the office of the Three Flowers branch in the capital, Zhang Ziqian was not happy at all. This time, he was receiving a lecture from the Japanese president of Three Flowers HVAC company. This time Lin Yuming didn't refuse because he felt that all he could do here was drink. Everyone was unaware of what happened yesterday, but when the news was turned on, they were completely dumbfounded. This, Chen Changcheng also do not know how to answer. Feel that this possibility is a little big. The 6th master's person, he also has some understanding. Anyway, very ruthless, the immortal platform protected his body, and the Blood Jiao King's poke ultimately failed to poke down. But the location of that poke still caused the Luo family elder to resist his body trembling, followed by rolling over and kicking towards the Blood Jiao King. This gentleman, after opening his mouth to speak a Linzi dialect and the other party shook his head, Warlock Fong hastily changed to a less fluid elegant language. The deeper the debate about the 3 routes went, the more Zhu Pingjian felt the complexity of the reality. What he cared about now was not Xu Guoming's judgment, but how Xu Guoming's judgment was arrived at. Qi Jia trembling hands clutched the paper, full of unbelievable color, to be open to the divine sense after a cursory look. To his experience has judged that this Dan Feng is 1,000 times true, is definitely the real thing. The sect he was in was called the 100 Dawn Sect, a sect that specialized in selling intelligence, and its nature was somewhat similar to the 1,000 Miles in the secular world. The crowd did not pay attention to Yen Bin. To know that we are still worried about today's task will not be completed how to do. Then dry count directly let Yen Bin rest. We continue to dig up. This manor of mine is so big. Why don't you be my housekeeper from now on? Yang Tianlong laughed. Those things that come out are all similar in form but not in spirit. Empty of appearance but not of what is fundamentally there. Xingxin was slightly stunned. So it was the government that wanted to take back this place. This place was a paradise, very suitable for a tourist area, and as soon as it was developed, it would be able to apply for the National Primitive Forest Reserve. Although Lin Yi didn't recognize Ling Yuanshan as his father, but he hadn't seen him for half a year. It would be a lie to say that Lin Yi's heart was calm, but Lin Yi didn't show it. Suddenly, a figure gently appeared beside her, standing side by side with her, looking up at the fireworks, faintly spitting out 3 words. The 3 additions were the crimson and the crimson of the basilisk, the velvet belt, and the socks, which were much more grand and much harder to wear than either of the 2 previous sets. Putting the babysitter in a nod, he placed the coffee in his hand on the table and turned aside to continue his work. The other 2 monuments have names that change from time to time, and only the first 100 names will appear on the monument. First of all, I would like to thank my editor, Xingha. Xingda is really considered a model editorial laborer, not to mention the enthusiasm. Every night at 2 or 3 o'clock is still in the title signature. Read the manuscript. Chapter 126. It's not like I'm going to eat her. What do you have to follow so closely? The man huffed and puffed, but the speed on his feet didn't dare to slow down at all. The person he had thought he could easily get rid of was still following like a shadow, unable to catch up with him, but not too far apart either. I'll give her back in a few days. I beg you. Stop following. From evening to night, and from night to high sun, and so on for 2 or 3 whole days. Father, do you think brother will get that sword? Those flames are so scary. Lure is so worried about brother. Yin Junlu's gloomy face said. The room on the 2nd floor was huge. It was a queen-sized bed with full bedding. She sat on the edge of the bed and dragged down her pajamas to reveal her groan. Forget it, as a super invincible big shot, I won't bother with your rude cursing. Hey, next time you can't curse me, know what? Or else you'll have bad luck. Really? Yi Fan touched his nose, then put on a handsome smile. But we're here. We don't know how to go at all. The vast darkness. It's hard to find out where exactly the demon sky and the others have gone and what they want to do. Black Blood said. Isn't it obvious enough what I meant? I told you not to touch her, and if you dare to touch her, I will rip out your heart and use it as a wine glass. Naviv said, filled with warning. However, they are both rock and roll style characters. Even though they have the voice of the Tao in their hearts, they cannot destroy each other's hearts. Bu Jingyun looked at the man with the broken arm. He knew this man. This man was Chu Chu's father. Below, Yin Junfeng and Tai Shangxue fled in a sorry state, led by Tai Shangxue in the front, towards a hidden place. This time, it's really a big bloodbath. The extreme yuan stones have taken out more than 20 pieces, not to mention the other treasures. Huang Yuran said with some heartache. Second brother, why don't I just call the 3 of them together and tell them the truth? Zhang Sini asked in Pengfei. As soon as he said that, there were many people who echoed his words. Yes, just listening to the name of the Dao weapon. But how many people have really seen the power of the Dao weapon? Some of the other German soldiers panicked, thinking that they had encountered resistance from the British in ambush, and because it was nighttime and they couldn't see clearly yet, they began to fire indiscriminately. The German officer yelled, "Stop firing! Stop firing!" After yelling 7 or 8 times, the German soldiers' indiscriminate firing without a target finally stopped. The dark and heavy night, as if boundless thick ink heavily painted in the sky, converged into a big net spread to the earth. Long after they had arrived at the long downhill road favored by Ensign Digerip, Ensign Digerip had already aimed the Mauser 98K sniper rifle in his hand at the new lead vehicle of Team Sanders. Don't any of you grab it, give me a chance to take credit. After finishing his sentence, Service Rong rushed up, and without a second thought, he picked up the large bed, and with a forceful push, he overturned it over against the wall. Grandpa couldn't sleep, so he fiddled with that Monkey King by himself in the dark, and after playing for a while, he fell asleep in a daze, feeling that he had just fallen asleep when he was slapped up by a whip. Xia Mengyao lowered her hand, covered her chest, and looked at each other with me as we slowly walked towards the black coffin. In the deep darkness of the sea it had become difficult to see the light coming down from the surface, but it was in these dark waters that the figure of a German submarine appeared. Ha ha ha, wherever, Big Brother Qiuxing is overstated. I'll be a girl for a while and a big brother for a while. What kind of name is this? Shen Hongsheng suddenly cried out incredulously, looking at the chest of the two-pierced chest, directly froze in the middle of half a day, shouted 2 sentences, and then fell to the ground. Eyes gradually lost in the middle of the life, fell to the ground, no longer move up. Hearing the voice transmission, without the slightest hesitation, Yunyu's figure flashed and left the hidden resting ice cave. approaching the tall ice mountain dozens of miles away in front of him. Chapter 127, The Rites of Passage and the Three Troops. That was just an alter ego of Sister Liangyu, so even if something happened, it wouldn't have any effect on the main body. In her heart, Xiong Jiaojiao couldn't say that on her lips. Kindly remind you that there is also Jinling who disappeared together with Liangyu's sister. It's getting late. If you move faster you might still be able to retrieve Sister Liangyu before he does. Associated with the day he chased past Jinling, his heart also had some guesses. I'm afraid that the two people were at that time something happened. As long as you can run with it, get it wrong, and again, it is set by the system to one of the functions, and it is also likely to be the opening of the system's inner work-mind interface. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've seen those who are cheap. I've never seen you so cheap. Sun Dong threw a look of contempt to Wen-su, then clenched his hands into fists and slowly raised his middle finger towards Wen-su. Brother Sun, what exactly happened? Where exactly did fifth brother go? Han Guanxin asked in a hurry. God servantly held onto the car door and laughed carelessly. I didn't do anything. I just went around blindly every day. This carelessness of his was really carelessness, not the kind that Hua Rinxue put on. He had been asked this kind of question countless times, and every time he answered casually and perfunctorily. Xianer? Hao Feng thoughtfully glanced at Xia Kuhong. He had heard that Xia Kuhong had a good feeling about Morong Xian and always tried to find a way to get close to her. This test was true. He patted her a few times, waiting for her breathing to settle, and looked to the meal. Eat some more. How was only half a bowl enough? Good. Feng Tang, let's just accompany our schoolmate for a few drinks. Even if the school gate is closed, we'll just roll in, Li Guang said while rolling over and getting out of bed, looking like he hadn't really gone drinking. The movie has no real actors, and even though there are many big names, there is nothing to talk about, and the reporters are all gathered around them for interviews. Wan Xing recalled a few years ago, when she first attended a banquet with Mu Tianyang, she was too timid to look at people, but now, she was able to stand beside him and talk and laugh. The dandelion flower-like spheres seemed to be assembling a whole group. Hundreds of millions of spheres gradually integrated into a long dragon, all in one, swimming and traveling, the direction of movement, pointing to the location of the Pearl people. Wen-su, you don't sing, then you give us a review for you. Guolulu opened her mouth and said to Wen-su. Hai Rui also did so. In doing Yingtian governor, all of his ideas realized, at the same time with the High Arch and Yingtian began to clear the land. The rain was still falling sparsely, and there was silence everywhere, and no other life but the sound of the rain. It was just that Su Qiong didn't know why she was here. As Hua Ling's secret pawn, had she been sent to Jinyang City by Hua Ling first? A one-bedroom, one-bathroom. This is a very simple request, but for the average typer it's a luxury. At this point in time, it can only be a dead horse. Thinking of this, I no longer hesitated. I directly spat a mouthful of tongue blood on that gong hammer. The full power output of the nuclear reactor brought Godzilla far more majestic energy than ever before. Godzilla's entire body was entwined with blue-white electricity, and spiraling air currents converged around Godzilla's wide-open mouth. The territory burned in the middle of the night, and the dancing firelight fell on Green Pheasant's face, illuminating her evil visage perfectly. And on the other side, where the light couldn't reach, her demonic shadow stretched out on the walls of the cave. Lu Feishue continued to say, about the Bright Sword TV series of the independent group can become. The reference of the sales and publicity department of Wanma Bangtang can also become the example of Wanma Bangtang as well as the leadership and staff of its app. Arajan had always respected Green Pheasant, and since she had stepped in and pleaded with her to stop, it was no good to fight any longer, and the goat company was probably going to be scrapped as well. Chapter 128 Visiting the old man left behind in his island. After upgrading, Feng Qiu's strength was not at all at the same level as before. The power of the Phoenix True Fire had risen greatly, not to mention that it had also given birth to a fire spirit. You have to know that this thing usually only exists in the legend. Take the creation of heaven and earth and become. Most of them have a spirit, can be cultivated by themselves to improve their strength. It was like the guardian spirit in the overgrown forest outside the Shiho tribe. With self-awareness, Feng Qiu was able to get such a great opportunity from it. It could also be said to be a great fortune. Of course, Professor Li agreed flatly. What couldn't he agree to if he was so good at learning? Many of them gave Luo Yi inspiration, refining a concept of a spell formation she had wanted earlier by a lot. Gu Yan's monthly letter wasn't too accurate at first, but then it slowly adjusted, and now it comes around the 15th of every month. After Zhong Hope saw the words on the plaque, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch as she thought of the time when the head of the army had also awarded her a medal for bravery. Zhong Lichun felt self-conscious that she was just following Zhong Hope over to look at the car and didn't dare to take credit for it. Only after Zhong Hope accepted the plaque did the two families leave with peace of mind. Yungu also researched this issue with Shang Knight, asking if Shang Knight could have any solution to the scythe. Just every time the full moon day, her mother stood alone in the courtyard, looking at the full moon in the treetops. The thick thoughts could not be blocked. Whenever this time, her father would silently accompany her to stand in the courtyard to see the moon. When she left before, Suyun didn't think that Miyata-yu had changed much, but this time when she saw him again, she realized that he was a lot more composed. In that case, doesn't it mean that as long as we find all 7 people with different strengths and lay down the 7-star mango formation at the eye of the formation that seals the Divine Demon Continent, we can break the seal of the Divine Demon Continent? Zhang Yunshu asked. The lotus blossoms in the lotus pond below are half bloomed, the breeze is gentle, and the fragrance of the lotus with the coolness of ice refreshes the nose. That appearance seems to be more than before a few points of fortitude, showing a few points of mature man's temperament, and that eyebrow and eye is more and more deep, like an ancient well, deep, bottomless, and with a little bit of refreshing coolness. Chengye pursed his lips and said nothing. Taruan is a place where living people can be abused as sacrifices, and this present suffering in front of him must be everywhere in Dachan, so how could he not bear to see it? Although Agnes was the only listener in front of her, Eglon said all those words deep in his heart in one breath. Despite having the surname Davu, Andre was the nephew of Marshal Davu, not the marshal's heir, and so did not have any title of knighthood on him, being merely a follower. So if you look into it, Edmond Dantes, who had been made an earl, he was indeed in a higher position than Andre, whether it was in her previous life or in this life. The old madam had been unusually fond of her. Could it be that she knew the truth? The divine artifacts of deities were roughly divided into 4 major categories, which were semi-divine artifacts, sub-divine artifacts, true divine artifacts, and innate divine artifacts. Eglon's warm words of encouragement, more effective than any panacea. Andre's originally tired body like a chicken blood suddenly straightened up, and then he meticulously bowed to Eglon before retiring, and then went back to rest, looking at a word of Mr. Wang Xianyuan said, now regret still in end. I have not moved out to marry and have children well. You can compensate me well, plus sister that one. I do not mind too much will not be proud of. Watching Xiao Jinshan leave his seat, waiting in the folded back in the hands of 2 more bottles of red wine and a bottle of so-and-so brand of cocktails, but with Lu Fushan's current knowledge of the 8th peak, Lu Chen did have some doubts. He himself had inadvertently discovered so many strange places, and this Lu Fushan would be unaware of them? Was it possible that he had been lying to himself all along? Or did he have some other agenda? But looking at him these few times, he didn't seem to have any malicious intentions. Only this story takes place in the distant future, after humanity has traversed all the habitable planets in a certain star zone. The earthy mortal had already walked into the great hall. He was tall, with a face like a pot, and his eyes were shining. With the 4 generals and the 2 warriors in tow, he walked towards the throne in a dignified manner and was about to ascend. Jinger didn't want to read on with all this boring gossip, closed her eyes and gently leaned back in the back chair, gently massaging the acupoints on both sides of her head with both hands. We're here. It was Su Tianyuan who spoke. At this time, a house in the Shangfu house did have quite a bit of demonic chi emerging from it, and the 3 of them searched for the direction and slowly approached. Not far from the house the 3 decisively flew back to the ground. The top combatants of both sides were out in full force, and even the supreme beings of the immortal realm and the demon race who had been hidden for 10,000 years joined in the battle, which was incomparably tragic. He had always grown up in the capital and was more than familiar with the situation in the capital. With the talent and ability that the other party had displayed, I'm afraid there weren't many people in the capital who could compare to him. This fist to the flesh, without the slightest fancy, completely pure power competition, the so-called 1 power down 10 will, in the case of pure power dominance, and even show a crushing, advantageous situation, the simplest moves but can play out the greatest power, so that all the moves are no power to show. Li Dinger's heart suddenly thumped, perhaps because she had done something bad and was a bit weak. This can be considered an unexpected blessing. With this carriage, they can not only save a lot of time and labor, but also can sell the carriage when they arrive. She didn't want to let her master down, and she really envied the strongest person in the cold palace, Bamboo Qingxuan, who could fight alongside her master. Duo Lan said. His Excellency said, you guard here. I will go and take a look. I have the green dragon sword. Ordinary monstrous treachery can't do anything to me, said, checking the defense of the big tent, and exchanged a few words with Wang Deju, walked out. At the end of his speech, Zhou Yixian's complexion suddenly became unusually serious, his face sincerely looking at the distant sky, and his body unexpectedly exuded a trace of the aura of the Tao, only to see that wordsmith suddenly rushed out towards the king's side. In his hand, a silver-colored pike instantly struck out, becoming the future pillar of the Tian Yuan sect, and possibly even ruling the Tian Yuan sect in the future, was something that Li Jin could not even dream of, but he was thrilled for his big brother. By this time everyone had already lost their minds, with only top-level weapons in their eyes, They didn't pay any attention to the shouts of the Linging Temple monks. Dynasty bosses have very hard connections. Both black and white give face. Rarely happen to mess things, so it also attracts some white collar gold collar. Good. How to contact that side? Leisha said after thinking for a while. At this time, such a little privilege will not be a big problem. Now everything in this post-apocalyptic world has been controlled by the military, and his family's old man is one of the several core members. It is very simple to say something. At this time, who would give a criticism? Now inside the city, the road our convergence cannot be convergence. Even the fights are very few things. Caught his bad luck to home. Chapter 129. Please say our slogans out loud. The beast god also didn't expect her to have this kind of operation, so naturally it was impossible to give two by any correct answers. The hammer dissolved into a large question mark, as if pondering whether she was right. After a long moment, a tick was given, meaning she had a point. Chu Liangyu nodded in satisfaction. Then why don't you open it and let me in? A huge palm materialized. He shook his index finger, and then a line appeared in midair. Good, good, good. At this time very few people's voices came out from Tianhua Daofather's lineage, and the world has entered the era of intelligent robots. The Chinese government, in order to deal with the high unemployment rate, and all kinds of unemployment caused by a variety of problems, has been exhausted, which still have the heart to vigorously help to relieve these African refugees, can only be to provide humanitarian support. Looking around, there were 2 or 3 more tiger shark airships anchored on the sea, and in addition to the dozen or so deer hunters flying in the air, there were also 4 or 5 deer hunters floating on the water. The destiny's intent unfolded, seemingly cutting off the trio's connection to the entire world in an instant. Alone in the void, for strong men covered Saisha's head with a black cloth, then tied her up with a rope and put her inside a sack. Suemo saw that Taki's face was full of smiles, but he was even more furious, and without thinking, he used his right hand to make a fist to hit Taki's face, but his fist stayed in front of Taki's face 1 inch in front of him and could not advance at all. Old ancestor, can you pass the art of dual cultivation? Yu Linglong leaned on top of the tea table, her hands clasping her chest, the snow-white fullness vaguely visible under the black veil, calling out. When Tea Tree went out to buy food, Tea Whisper wanted to go digging for ice again, but was stopped by me. I'll go. You rest, said I. Have grabbed down the basket out the door. Tea Language watched me go out. A different kind of emotion rose in my heart. Why didn't you stop just now? Xiao Feng attacked frantically, his fists coming at Qin Muyu as intensely as rain. Black Chai and the others actually tried to make a move. A burst of white light caused the vegetable head to subconsciously let out a scream and close his eyes. Where is this a battle? This is simply a massacre. In the strange cry of horror to the extreme, the black-clothed men who are a little far away, where still dare to stay, have scattered and fled. Xiaomo directly opened his mouth and was about to take the spirit-searching talisman and the spirit-purifying talisman from Ai's hands, but he was stopped by Lin Huan. The eyes of that confessor snapped open, and with the snowy warblade in front of him, he roared angrily and swung his sword to block it in his busy schedule. First year, there's more than one Wang Su. Prince Yu coldly snorted, and after saying that, he patted his pants leg and disappeared in front of them, directly running over to the advanced mission area. Ren Shuang's body emitted a strong and extreme aura around her, and the 8th order pressure swept out, decapitating the 2 blocking devotees as if it were a crack, and eventually joining her sister in rushing towards the large number of devotees that were chasing after her. It's okay, this kind of thing happens all the time. Lin Huan waved his hand, signaling that he wouldn't talk about Xia Mo anymore, and at that moment the bell for the large classroom rang, so the 2 of them returned to the classroom together. From Jade Maiden's mouth, Luo Qingqing realized that the reason why Jade Maiden was able to become a martial artist was also attributed to Jade Maiden's father. Because of Zhang Ruochen's operation again, the power of the heavens and earth in this place was no longer as disorganized and chaotic as it had been between them, and sound could already be transmitted normally. In the elegant room, after Wei Shuyu and Cheng Tusi left, Wen Chong went out to look for a candidate for the head of the merchant building, and Di Jishuan also excused himself to continue to busy himself with the mansion for Du Jiu. Only Yun Lan and the Wu sisters remained in the elegant room. Now, Lin Hao is dead. Do not trust the old man's bull. ********. What the hell to take a mission only a few $100? Before Lin Hao received those missions, there is no mission is less than 10 million, and even many are broken billion. That old Phoenix is an oddball. In the future will be the Phoenix family financial management to death, who will never want to take advantage of the Phoenix family. Chapter 130. The key to getting out. The old man was going to do his business. Chu Liangyu was a little hesitant to follow him. Everyone in that place was a guardian, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to go over there. Tu Bai, what do you want with him? Tu Bai's inquiry was extraordinarily natural, like asking a child looking for a parent. It was also for this reason that the concerns in Chu Liangyu's mind were dispelled. Yes, I asked him for one thing. Large, invisible hands held her. The unicorn's feather fan danced beautifully. Where the feather fan passed, their bodies felt like they were being scorched by flames. Either they were injured or they died. Heelan Sun was satisfied with retrieving his long sword and looked at Chanya, who left angrily, still as arrogant and unreasonable as ever. It seems that his sister still can't handle him. Lord Ghost Demon Saint has ordered to intercept him despite everything. Let's clean up this broken umbrella first. Otherwise the treasure will be none other than this broken umbrella. I don't know which ghost demon shouted. Looking in the mirror, he saw his Yu begging face, red in the face, red in the ears and neck, and his body was frighteningly hot. When he looked at Gu Zhang's figure that made men look a little heartbroken, he very indignantly swayed his head twice, and after deliberately making the bones of his spine click, he struck a very dashing pose and pointed at the camera's lens, pointing in the direction of Gu Zhang in the distance. Lu Irma, you let those two girls of yours find out a token out. Lu, yeah. The second prince leveled his gaze and looked at Lu Yunyun and said, but realizing that she still had her head down, as if she hadn't heard herself speak, that anger rushed to his head and roared at her. Zhang Feilong's mind was deep enough and his calculations were quite precise. However, the only thing he missed was the golden flower python. He was half lying in the tallest room on the Belagar other than the watchtower, which was slightly low and appeared to be lacking in length, but had been the only bed in the entire goblin battleship where a man could sleep. After finishing, Bejeweled stared at the males that were getting closer and closer, her willow eyebrows twisting more and more. After a few more months, in the early morning of one day, Xiao Lin, who had just finished his cultivation, received a call from Tony. House Lo also reacted to the person who framed Shui Bin. Xu Yong secretly must seize this opportunity, may be able to take advantage of the opportunity to kill. That wild horse king was purple-red in color, tall and robust, with slightly bulging muscles on its body, and it stood there, towering like a lone monarch, with a feeling of power coming out of it. Why do you want to find me to cooperate? This commercial building seems to be quite lucrative, but the key, how do I have the ability to help you accomplish this? I have no funds, no experience, and merely have some contacts. Is this of any use? I was a bit puzzled as to why Chen Jiaolu must find me. I tried to ignore the little bit of lost feeling in my heart, and came to Tao Xiaoxiao's office, carefully discussing the flow of today's program with her one more time, and after repeatedly making sure that there wouldn't be any problems, the two of us finally walked towards the studio. I nodded my head and let Li busy himself to bring me to his house. If it was the old me, I would have insisted not to make such a big fuss to trouble others, thinking that there was nothing like living in your own home, but now I was really scared. Sister Shiyu, I plan to go out with Lung Yu to do some searching. After all, we have made very few appearances in the heavenly realm, and the rest of the forces will definitely not notice. Lu Yushi requested. Maybe it's because you can't hold your liquor. Killjoy Chon looked at Chui Bin's fainting state with a smile. Wait, Heroic Sword Master Chui Bin's cultivation is 3 points better than mine. You are here today, but it's just a pact with the 5 elders of my engineering city. I can just concede defeat here. The current me, I can't beat you at all. Devil Pupil sincerely said. Chapter 131, I really underestimated you. Hiyushu must have something on his body that made the thunder and lightning scrupulous, otherwise it wouldn't be so. As for what it was, Xu Liangyu had a vague guess that the origin of thunder should be in his body. If that was the case, it would make sense. Hiyushu should have gotten the origin of thunder by mistake, causing the thunder and lightning of this heaven and earth to want to take it back but not be able to do anything with him. There was no choice but to transfer the anger to the outsiders. Chu Liangyu, 1944, Chinese writer. At the famous Battle of Deer in Kyushu, the boundary of Kyushu was loosened, and the enemy killed with red eyes, and one after another, they lunged at the boundary, trying to make all the people of Kyushu to accompany the country they destroyed. America? I can't. What if it's so far away and you're in danger? Don't you know that there are many people who want to harm you now? Lu Xiangjuan immediately expressed her disapproval when she heard Wang Shen's narration. Tall and thin man at first sight, heart shocked. In front of this person even casually waved down his claws and teeth. Poisonous wind. No is not a good to deal with the role. Whistling to signal the two behind them to also come to help the battle. The memorized scene continued to go on, and the strikers couldn't help but be quiet when they saw Dumbledore move like that. Han Shuijun's martial arts attainments were unquestionable, and the secret books he personally copied naturally carried his insights into martial arts. Seeing this, the Great Diffusion Sect's Patriarch and the Easy Sect's Patriarch, who were watching the show from the side, a thought flashed through their minds. At the same time he was loaded to the hilt again. The military power that fell into the hands of the Changhe Heavenly Master's office, as well as the other forces that were temporarily dominant, was something that could be easily taken back. But Fei Jinghua only saw Song Shangshang, who was enveloped by the setting sun, and looking at Song Shangshang's gentle expression, Fei Jinghua was frozen for a moment. Some time ago he had almost been pitched by a few old inner sect disciples. and after that the first person to consider when there was a fish was Lai Yuan. Its mind thought rapidly, only in the blink of an eye, flashed through many ideas, so as to realize the passages, immediately bowed down and worshipped, and before it had time to open its mouth, it heard the voice of the old master come. Who's worried about you? I just wanted to know myself. Seeing her mind being read by Li Yunfei, Chang Sunshir could not help but have a touch of pink on her face and fiercely blank Li Yunfei, but the worry in her eyes could not be deceived. After Xiao Ao and the others installed the music equipment, Chen Yidao sat on a stool with a guqin set up in front of him. When he saw Xiao Ao giving him an okay gesture, Chen Yidao placed his hands on the guqin and with a movement of his hands, the beautiful sound of the qin suddenly rang out. This time the game update. The official increase in new equipment fashion. Players can choose according to their own preferences a variety of fashion, but even the cheapest fashion are thousands of gold coins. Lingyun naturally did not know that after the previous few rounds of exchanges, Qi Lingyun was under the mistaken impression that Lingyun was good at using ice techniques, which was why he wanted to use thunder and fire to break it. See Tang Yin on the set. Lingyun also no longer talk. After a moment of silence, then opened his mouth to ask, as far as I know, you are the long eyebrow of the division brother, and then rebelled from the orthodox religion, to devote themselves to the devil's way, but was captured by the long eyebrow, imprisoned in the East Kunlun, but I do not know how you actually get out, said, faintly looked at Tang Yin. Although it is said that not all of them are thousands of years old, but all of them are practiced into Qi practicing Dan that quantity is also absolutely scary. Of course, am I still lying to you? Later on, you will go around and tell others that my trial stone has been taken away by you. I will confirm it myself, and later on, I will ask my master to ask for my trial stone before sending it to you. Lin Yu's face was still blooming with a slight smile. Therefore, in seeing the Wudong Sacred Mother's sudden attack, Jin Yuanzi did not have the slightest panic, raised his hand and waved. A piece of golden light sprinkled down, crossing in front of his body, slowly advancing forward, forcing towards the Wudong Sacred Mother. What exactly is the status of this phantom lady? To actually be able to have such a status with Regulus Divine Kuei? Feng Le secretly pondered as he listened to the sound exchange of conversation between the two. Chapter 132, Brother, you're a bit pathetic. I don't know. I've been chasing you guys for half a day. It's hard to find you. Why are you leaving again? In midair landed a danding crane that was not too different in size from a Yushu, and after landing, it resumed its human form, and he surveyed Chu Liangyu with a curious look in his eyes. Chu Liangyu sighed and said, then you'd better think about it before you go out. Don't worry, you won't be struck by lightning then. I've got things to do, so I'll just. The entire Luo City, and even the neighboring cities were discussing Luo City's annual meeting, taking those exposed prizes, each wailing that they weren't Imperials and didn't even have the chance to eyeball them. Each other's breathing was clearly audible in the silent space, clearly a scene that would have been there for 2 years as long as they slept in each other's arms at night. Gu Beichen, however, because of the 3 text messages in 2 places in one day, felt as if this moment had all the significance up. After locking onto the hotel, Tifa finally smiled as he immediately contacted the barman at that hotel, using the same method he had used to convince the U.S. State Department in the first place to quickly get the other party to trust him, believing that Tifa was a police officer who needed to investigate the hotel's matters, and even threatening the waiter by telling him some of the other party's dark history. Thus, Wolf Lord Jet hurriedly got up and packed up his things, hurriedly taking a few attendants towards the Wolf King's mansion he belonged to. Quicksilver Frost had long since rebund her hair, and when she heard White Flame's words, she was silent and didn't say anything. There were quite a few replies below. Some people said they did hear rumors, others said the owner SB. I've lived in the neighborhood for a long time and I've never had anything like this. It's just nonsense. Just as Reese was in a bit of a mood to lighten up again, the door closed before he could do so. Reese had thought it was the wind blowing and was still unimpressed. The man in black, Poncho, put a hand on the back of his neck and pinned him to the ground. The injured Du Feng has already given up the fight, and Bao Fei, who owns the Shadow Warrior mecha and the rogue tactics of the Shadow Nightmare, has not suffered a bit from the beginning to the end. Hey, what's up with this self-echoing style of speaking anyway? Is it some sort of self-invented emphasized sentence? The nurses looked stunned one by one, and when they reacted, they wanted to go forward and pull, but Fang Shiran stopped them. Within a few breaths, the mountain protection formation that stretched for hundreds of miles rolled back with a loud bang, and the black mist rolled away, revealing the full extent of the mountaintop, a portal of a cave that appeared in front of Li Jiao, 3 silhouettes whistling in the air to and fro. A kind of demon spirit land has never shown a powerful divine ability, constantly in the high altitude trembling buzzing, as if this void will be broken generally. The sky are not able to quake. Did not go for long? Enelu stopped in front of a staircase. This belongs to the Fire Dragon pirate group of the building area is not big, At the very least, as a 7 martial arts C level of the power of the base camp is to look very shabby. The youth at this time for the arrival of Yi Shang, although slightly surprised, but did not panic. He believed that Yi Shang had most just stepped into the 4th level, and his own strength of the peak of the 3rd level plus the back of the 9 companions may be able to Yi Shang captured alive at that time, and be able to exchange for a lot of source beads it. Angel, who was able to manipulate the ribbon by relying on his imagination, was simply terrifying in his mental concentration for a moment just now, and in this regard, she asked herself that she definitely didn't have this kind of talent. Hearing this, Ziyan was startled, and her hands became swords pointing above her eyebrows, and at that moment, the mind's eye opened again, transmitting a ray of light into the thunderbolt, and at that moment, all the scenes within the thunderbolt were completely displayed in front of Ziyan's eyes. Dragon head, tiger claws, tortoise body, phoenix wings, such a form of creatures they still saw for the first time. Heaven and earth really have this strange species? Emperor Qin, the divine armor. The battle between the two parties had stopped at this moment, and turned to look at the blood spirit beast, whose bloody aura was just too strong, so much so, that, as soon as he arrived, he instantly became the center of attention of the entire arena. Chapter 133, Someone is bullying the old man. If eating something else makes you feel sick, what should you change? Xu Jing's face showed concern, and were somewhat tempted to talk him out of it. Truly, the good brother's experience was so damn tragic that he couldn't bear it a bit. I can't stay here forever, and besides, I don't want to be bothered by what happened before. Not to mention, it's time to let go. His eyes looked off into the distance, mixed emotions in his eyes. Lin, wait for me. A voice appeared, not too loud, not too high-pitched, very soft and comforting sounding. What's going on here? Zhou Jing looked at this with surprise. These arrows were so powerful. With such powerful arrows, then there was still a need to fight? Lu Qiming frowned. There was no denying that the question Han Bingquan had raised was also something he had been very unable to figure out. The breeze, the singing and the painting of the boat, and the sunlight and the fishing fires all over the river. Since the willingness to come to watch the scenery, there is no need to worry about their own will also be on the other side of the scene as a view. Su Lin thought of the Death Star, where robots, captive human beings, were used to stimulate robot evolution. It seemed that the means of judgment had been learned from the transporter ones here. Don't let us. Wu Feishuan stopped the excited Wu Feng, and with a wave of his hand, the royals once again took out their formation-breaking artifact, a black iron needle. The Snow Wolf Valley troops were assembled and ready to go. On the contrary, the fallen samurai side that attacked over was much more chilly. Compared to the Snow Wolf Valley's army, the fallen samurai side could not be called an army, but could only be called a gang. Golden bright glazed gold, in Zhao Jiuge body around the cohesion. Then as a torrent, spread all over Zhao Jiuge's body. Brahma sacred body, golden body directly released by Zhao Jiuge. Perhaps in the face of this innate in the physical body has the advantage of demonic beasts. Zhao Jiuge heart some scruples hard contact. The Zijing mountain range was filled with rare treasures. The Tree of Eternity might not be of much significance to demonic beasts, but it might be a rare and heavy treasure for humans. Although the humans have the numerical advantage, but their chi is running out. It won't be long before the humans lose big. Xiao Tian'ao knew that Wu Feng's brothers were among them, so he warned to avoid regretting it when the time came. The DNA fragments show that Lu Zhongfeng and Ji Liangxing are related, but not paternally, and are close enough to be consanguineous. As for those cooking videos she posted, but they were pulled up close and compared. Thick and black and full of scars, they looked like the hands of an old cook. That body, that silhouette, and the mole on her finger were identical, along with the familiar black Buddha beads. Wu Xiuli should have been a general, but in order to carry the witch race and the desert rose, in order to protect you, she endured a secret hibernation, weighing the pros and cons of many maneuvers. Don't kowtow. I'm not taking you to the water dungeon. Ji Wanrong stared at him and whispered in his ear. She stood alone in the midst of all the people, following the blackened people who were saluting before her, and she was still in a state of ignorance. The envoys of the Son of Heaven led the Phoenix carriage to welcome the Empress out of the palace gate with great vigor, and the Phoenix carriage was followed by the neat and orderly officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies and the band. The forbidden guards opened the way along the road, and the people of the capital crowded around. Su Miaomiao instantly reacted to why Wan Sui had repeatedly emphasized when he called her, asking Xie Yuan to sleep here with her for the night. Several giant vehicles, 4 or 5 meters high, were working in the field, aided by helicopters in the air, and outrageously surrounded by drones in general control of the whole situation. That side was searching for her everywhere, and with no other choice, she broke into this forbidden land, the Xia family manor. The shadow of the diadem subconsciously caught the silk sack in one hand before she was alerted from her great fear with a sharp jolt. The powerful agility attribute granted by her body allowed her to catch the tears of the moon god, without much thought at all. Chapter 134, Don't look at the old man's age. The old man is also afraid of pain. How are we bullying you? Don't lean on the old man here. This isn't a food market. Watch yourself. Little boy, don't look small. Speak, that called us sharp. Not because of the old man's words, cowardly a bit. You guys deliberately put otherworldly souls into the world I guard. What is this, not bullying? That's not even enough. But you're still saying that I'm relying on my old age. You must be mistaken. Old man, who has nothing better to do than to go to Ning Bao. Send him into the soul-locking charm. He should be tortured to the highest degree to let him enjoy himself. This kind of person is not worth letting one's heart ache even if he becomes a ghost. Shen Bin was the first to catch the change in the environment, instantly sinking his eyebrows and slamming down on his chair, squinting his eyes in the direction where the white mist was drifting from. After all, People's Brain Machine chip are intended to January next year to promote the market. Penguin only now began to additional funds for research and development. Eat cannot catch up with the hot call. Lin Jixia took the paper and slightly sidestepped. She didn't want Li Ji to see her like this. I thought you had left. So I thought I didn't call you. Li Shui's weakly looking at Wang Yu has lowered his head and said. She really did not think that Wang Yu actually did not leave, but also really waiting for himself. Seeing the person who came, Li Si Chen on the hospital bed woke up as if in a dream, directly pulled out the needle in his hand and jumped out of bed with a carp. Shen Bin nevertheless raised his hand and grabbed it, pinching Han's hand that was grabbing his clothes, and then his fingers gently exerted a force, and Hans immediately screamed miserably. Walking to the entrance of the manor, Shen Junshan, who came out of the manor, took the barrel in Zhou Mingqing's hand and carried it in. The eye of the storm within the robbing cloud instantly shone down a beam of golden light, enveloping Du Jie within the golden light, waiting for the destination. Looking at the streets paved with green stone boards as well as the low wooden buildings on both sides, it made Yang Ruoan's inexplicably somewhat depressing emotions during this period of time seem to be relieved at once. Are you saying that this sheep was with you when you were reading the letter just now? Shui Li pondered. If that was the case, she probably knew where the letter had gone. The crowd burst into laughter. Chua Bufan's straightforwardness and the boy's arrogance made them, the people leading the troops, feel very close. Tang Hao let out a bitter smile, and instead of letting go, he wrapped his arms tighter. While dissuading him, the slightest bit of dissimilarity arose in his heart. Even though there was a layer of skirt separating them, he could feel the delicate, tender skin on Shu Lingyu's waist, which was even more prevalent compared to 100 Herb Sex Sun Xiaoying. And right at this time, in its blood-red eyeballs, it suddenly shot out a light of astonishment, and its entire complexion turned wrong, because at this time, it actually discovered that the energy of the other party's body had begun to rekindle. Since Elder Fu could even get his hands on Xie Yifan's unknown past experiences, what kind of secret was this? In Changshan's view, in the absence of extinction catastrophe, history is always moving forward, and many things that no one has done in history are possible for future generations, and the progress of history is made up of many things that were thought to be impossible in the past, but are now being done. Newt. At that moment, there was another long, sharp whistle, and the crowd could only feel their eardrums hurting, and they couldn't help but cover their ears. After contemplating for a while, Changshan then thought by the circumstance that he would subconsciously react to genuine killing chi, that controlling one's reaction with grievances might really need the help of soul poison condensed with grievances, while controlling one's reaction with killing chi did not. Yu Lianrong felt the arcane nature of the star Luo diffracting heavenly formation, and was feeling the 5 elemental formation Dao contained within the star Luo diffracting heavenly formation. Zhao Yinbao cried and mourned in front of the barracks to see off the army, and this time there was nothing for them to do with the artillery battalion. The cannons were disguised as hay wagons, and the soldiers of the artillery battalion were turned into garrison soldiers who stayed behind. Under the countless gazes outside the door of the white building, it was as if an arrow had left the string and appeared right in front of Yan Bailu. Chapter 135, Finish the man and be done with it. The old man sighed quietly again and took the bronze short sword in Chu Liangyu's hand. He had been gesticulating with his short sword for a long time and had not seen any action. Chu Liangyu was getting a little impatient waiting. Can't help but open his mouth and urge him. TSK. Old man, you hurry up, okay? Oops. Got it. Young people shouldn't always be so pushy. When Chu Liangyu saw the tiny cuts he made in his fingertips, and the beads of blood that were not yet as big as soybeans, his eyelids did not. Good. Sun Yan lightly smiled and nodded, directly ignoring the white wolf gnashing his teeth beside the other party. The few people followed Blade into the electromagnetic door. Xian Nantian originally didn't have much hope for his life either. He knew that since he was tied up by the people of the Holy Temple, he wasn't far from death. However, it was also impossible to think that he, a hallowed Tiantai sect's patriarch, would just give his life away for nothing. In the next moment, the white bone monsters that covered the sky were already frantically bombarding towards Yun Tianyang's location without any regard. After understanding this point, Xiao Tai instead relaxed. Although he did not want to be noticeable, he also knew that if he wanted to pass the examination, then it was inevitable that he would not be able to be implied to succeed. So naturally, how to choose was clear at a glance. It's about tracking down the matter of you being parasitized, and then encountering a Japanese and having a vicious battle with them, Chen Ling said indifferently. Everyone felt that their vision was starting to blur. The sky was spinning, and they no longer had the ability to think, staring blankly at the thin figure in the void. Shocked, puzzled, fearful, regretful, all sorts of emotions flooded into their minds. It was extremely difficult to bear. Sir, these are my collection. I carry these zither with me wherever I go, but of course I usually rarely go out. I wonder if there's no honor in asking Mr. Suyang to play a song? Yun Fanfei actually really admired Suyang. 5 or 6 years ago, at that time she was not even 30 years old, and she was a leader in her family. Without much effort, a rough framework had gradually taken shape. Even the foundation parts under 10,000 Yen were all thought of by him one after another, and all that was left to do was to verify them. Then she said it was too stuffy in the house, so why don't we go outside for a walk? So we went out. I don't know why I listened to her without even thinking about it. Her words seemed to have a magical power that I couldn't resist. Elder Sang's face stiffened violently, feeling that his heart had suffered countless bludgeon injuries, and wowed and shattered all over the place. They have to give help to the school in addition to being busy with the kitchen. Chen Ling, however, continued. The former owner of this body was once a young master of a great family. It was only a pity that he was framed and caught in a trap, which led to him being sent to this remote place in Hongyun City, and that trap had brought shame to the entire Yun family. Therefore, when the people of the family saw Yun Tianyang, none of them were disgusted to the extreme. There was no doubt that Xiao Tai had slapped everyone in the face. Even the Amo family's own people were not optimistic about Xiao Tai, but it turned out to be the opposite, and this kind of reversal was unimaginable to them. It was really hard for them to imagine just how arrogant this Yu was to say such arrogant words. However, just as the words fell, the battle heavenly god emperor was seen landing heavily on the ground, his feet deeply rooted into the ground. At this moment, his face was even more gloomy to the extreme. With his body as the center, the ground around him burst open crazily in this instant. After Soul One had completely disappeared, he had accepted all of Soul One's memories, including some from Soul Fighter. The punch just now, he had only used 30% of his strength, originally testing Lu Tianyu's strength, thinking that he should be able to easily avoid it or block it. How could he have known that he would take his punch so easily? Completely like a person without any real combat experience. Could it be that he let him hit on purpose? Chapter 136, I'm not ugly. Sister, consider it? Chu Liangyu's mood could be described as good until he entered the Sumeru space. It's just that these things, one after the other, make her laugh no matter what. No egg is left intact when the nest is overturned, as any 3-year-old child knows. Now that Chu Liangyu knew about the Beast World situation, it was categorically impossible to let it go. Other than that, of course, she's going to have to get that position as soon as possible. This outing has advanced her strength in her. Mommy, it's okay if we get lost. We all have our cell phones with us. Yi Zijin heatedly laughed, due to not looking at the road. Oh Yuan almost bumped into her. She dodged her, and Oh Yuan also noticed her presence and looked up at her with an even more embarrassed expression. So the evidence in his hands, naturally, also seems to be important. This time does not negotiate conditions, waiting for when to talk? Xian Dongyu could not understand what this Japanese ghost was shouting, but looking at the hideous expression and furious movements, it was obvious that he wanted to stop the Chinese soldiers and civilians from advancing. About Shin Zhaozhao outside the adulterer thing, has long been rumored for a long time, but unfortunately there is no solid evidence, so it has been just rumors. But now, this is not the door to the solid evidence. Ho Yuexia in the restaurant from 5 o'clock sat to 8 o'clock. Looking across the restaurant business is very hot, the heart that is a gas. This murderer her son said. I know, so don't you see that I rarely take pictures of you anymore? These are all the ones I grabbed while you weren't paying attention. Well, I know I won't take any next time. Wang Jing said with a big smile and grabbed the camera in a hurry while his own sister wasn't paying attention, and then took it from there. The body and the look have changed. It's not even a question of surgery or not anymore. It's immortal magic. When she left, she was worried that Sister AI would wait there until dawn. Seeing that it was getting darker and darker, she couldn't stay after she finished her work, so she wanted to go out and pull people back. But she didn't expect Sister AI herself to come back first. The fact that the old master would be so targeted by the crown prince was most likely related to that conflict at the bottom of the final mountain 10 days ago. This time it was to bring Wu Wanyue to relax. In fact, he also needed to relax. He felt that everything right now, it was quite good. The reporters went crazy, asking questions in all sorts of ways, and some of them even climbed directly onto the table, itching to hug Lin Fan's thighs. The reason for this distribution was because Shoko and Kitajima didn't quite understand the rules of basketball, and besides the two of them, there was also Rina, Arai, and Kawabara who didn't quite understand either. After all, after years of focusing on tennis, who had time to worry about basketball? In the matter of recruiting and practicing troops, Mingyu does not know military, basically a black eye. Good in this time with him to come to the 4 black-clothed guards Gong Zhongyin, Dong Feng, Post Wuxin, Fat Ping have stayed in the army, with Zhaokuo with practiced soldiers. Although the 4 do not have the talent of the general, will be 100 people of talent is there. After pondering for a moment, Qingyu reacted that the mother in Yunli's mouth was her grandmother. The time snow sword chirped sharply, the lavender streams of light from the sword pouring down continuously, trying to trace its owner, and was intercepted by Nagasawa's brush of his sleeve. Take your clothes back, we don't need them. Ryu spoke coldly. She liked Caesar and wanted to follow her, but that didn't mean she had to put up with the anger of those around her. She was poor, but she wasn't poor in ambition. She's married, and married to her own brother, and has been in great favor lately. Since you're back, why don't you go in? Right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind Han Lai, and that voice sounded tired, as if it hadn't rested for a long time. He had learned the theory of first aid, but in an emergency like this, it was still important to let the medical professionals do the saving. Chapter 137, I'm not afraid of my sister's protection. In just a blink of an eye, that ugly face had disappeared, and even the figure had changed a bit. Perhaps it was related to his race. Hua Yuyao had 3 petals imprinted on his brow, and his pair of almond eyes were watery and glistening, looking very spiritual. Skin as white as ceramic, actually more delicate than Chu Liangyu on a few points. A dull face full of childishness, with just adult male beastman similar. The long, shiny, satin black hair was blowing in the breeze. As for Lin Ruoxue, she was already having a hard time, and Lin Jinan started his performance again at this time, which really put her in a particularly bad mood. Not this big, it's too much, go back a little, Xin directly shouted in a more unreasonable tone. On the other hand, the Life Snatchers detachment was continuously rushing towards the Heavenly Mountain General Altar of the Worldly Society. Although it was said that there was no great worry for the World Society to have these 2 Martial Dao Golden Dans watching over the gate. In this way, in the future, he will take such a step. There should be an urgent need for him to pursue such a Dao Dao. Children take these all Dao Dao. There is also another way, is all the long and short of the way to fill in the gaps, all of them to take a trip, but also be able to ultimately go to belong to is that Dao Dao. How the hell did this come out? The one by the owner also finally went for a taste. So for him, at this moment he really didn't know whether he should enter into that kind of world again. A few minutes later, the two have been in the restaurant, and then did not order too many things. Are Yi Feng running around? And Lin Ruoxue, just quietly sitting there, and then wait to eat can be. Although this county princess of theirs seems to have set aside her relationship with the Yi family nowadays, but after all, the blood relationship is there. How can it be clear in 1 or 2 sentences? Because of the inappropriate frown in the emperor's mouth, Feng Qingzhan's thin lips slightly moved, the bottom of his eyes struggled again and again, and finally returned to calm. Blast shook his head with a heart full of helplessness. Having a master who obviously had a home and did not go home, capricious and unreasonable, as a subordinate, he really spit on his heart. This step is really tight. What to do now? Miao Runfeng asked in a low voice. As a matter of fact, this was still the result of Feng reverses mercy. Lan Yi looked miserable at this moment, but actually did not suffer any fatal or destructive injuries. Otherwise, with his strength, if he really moved to kill and went all out, how could Lang Knight have a life? Chen Wei began to search in his own mind for the role of the plant in front of him. The fact that Chen Wei was able to know the information about this plant depended on the non-stop accumulation of Chen Wei's learning over the years. Everyone then reacted. All of this was simply a miracle that happened in a split second. The Chinese robed man actually couldn't even resist and keep a single move, and was caught in Suju's hands. That's right, we're going to face each other anyway, so there's no harm in being a little early. So let me see Brother Lang's masterstroke, please. As he spoke, Bai Qiuyu waved his right hand, showing his landlord's friendship style. Looking at all the things around him, for a while, not only Zhao Jiugu, but also the hearts of the people who went up the mountain together were drunk. Wood realized he couldn't even say the words of gratitude. How had a commoner like him ever seen a strong man come to his defense? Say, where did you run off to at night? And dressed so beautifully, did you go fishing for handsome men? Guaning also got a piece, but did not rush to put it in his mouth, looking at Jin Yanling with eyes full of deep meaning and said, wherever, Minister Tao is so caring about our company's business, it's only right to call you Gongzi. Mr. Wang sidled up to let the 3 of them into the room and smoothly closed the door. Any stance, once it slowed down, it was bound to be easily seen to be broken. Just at the moment when the turtle spirit tumbled forward, Lin Feng had already made plans. Even if he couldn't injure the turtle spirit with that slash, he likewise wouldn't be injured by the other party. Chapter 138 Pole Dancing for Li. The doppelganger and Jinling were closer to the tribe than Chu Liangyu, so it would be the doppelganger who would return to the tribe first if there were no surprises. At this moment, Chu Liangyu still had 2 more days of traveling before she could make it back, and when that time came she would then decide when she wanted to use the split. Now that she had been traveling for 3 days and nights in a row, some fatigue showed uncontrollably on her face and she rubbed her brow, which made her feel slightly better. Looking at the distant landscape, she actually felt a little strange. These targets, Ling Xiao intended to take care of all of them before he went to meet Ultra Dream, and there was still a month to go before Ultra Dream awakened. The heart is puzzled. The more they look at the teenager, the more they feel that he is not simple, although only the strength of the central Skywalker, but the outbreak of the ability to make people tremble 3 times, even if the strength of the Sky Generals of the Tiger Hu Xiao are not able to deter this teenager. Ergo smiled and didn't say anything. He knew it wasn't good for him to keep quiet right now, but he really didn't know what he was supposed to say. But this guy just can't get along with me. Just won't go down. I really want to pull out and slap him twice. Old Long Kuan suspected that Meng Koer was the reincarnation of the goddess Ji with whom she had a son's murderous revenge, and abducted her, but did not find out the truth. Sinan knew that Meng Kier pregnant, looking for Koan Day, Meng Kier back, shut in the inner heaven and earth. What communicator? What exactly are your intentions? Wu Shui yelled at this moment. She recognized the square object. It was actually a contact device with a different look. She never thought they could actually recreate one. What exactly are their intentions? Could it be to talk to the captain and the others? The underworld emperor grunted, turned around and went in the direction of the temple, befuddled jade mouth with a smile looking at the back of the underworld emperor, but the corner of the eyes of the eye is seeping out of the tears. Only after going out did she realize that innocent sister had also followed her out, and also said without any education, pissing without calling me. Innocent sister seemed to be really drunk and didn't pay attention to her words, but her face was flushed and put on her innocent appearance. It looked even more seductive. Flower period. This is not the most important thing right now. Luo Tianya was wearing a pair of dark circles under her eyes. Obviously she didn't sleep well last night. Gao Fatty simply pulled Sister Xiang into his arms, one hand holding the heaven-shaking hammer sitting on the chair with a big horse. The Meat Mountain General dead guard Sister Xiang. I just saw you asleep, sorry to wake you up. I'm going to the hospital first. And, the first bowl of soup that you asked to drink was put aside for you. Although this request seemed a bit childish in Ouyang Sakuraki's eyes, she still did as she was told. I'll follow and take a look. I'll leave a secret signal. He shouted to a few other dragon soul guards, and ignoring the short brown men who were stopped, he rushed into the darkness like an arrow. Andy continued to collect while revealing an expression of indifference towards success or failure. It was completely impossible for ghost weapon equipment to appear now. Even if he got the divine weapon materials, it was still of little use. Obtaining ghost weapon equipment wasn't as good as fighting ghost-level bosses. Ouyang Shui agreed somewhat reluctantly, and when she saw the yellow-haired, blue-eyed waitress bring a bill close to 5 figures to her, she was even more shocked when her face changed color. As if driving away flies, Shimin Yuelu blasted those 18 people who rushed towards him away with one punch after another. 320,000 hits, which is rather small to say the least, but I'm still very happy and thank you for your support. But things have to be resolved, right? Lu Fengming felt that he was always the bad guy in front of Chen Yu, even though he didn't mean any harm every time. Zhao Xin commanded the sorcerer to pull back the canvas covering the fire dragon carts and push the 2 dozen or so fire dragon carts to the front of the formation, stretched out his thumb to aim for a bearing once more, moved the lever at the rear of the carts, and the 20 or so fire dragon carts, in no particular order, rushed toward the pass in a windy manner. However, while Yichuan was preparing to look for a job, someone called and said that it was from a certain hotel, hoping that Yichuan could come over earlier to take the person away or to pay the rent. While Yichuan was still thinking about what was going on, the other end of the phone said that it was Liang Zi's intention. The supreme power of the ancient undying body was not something that Shuehao's cultivation could catalyze, so naturally, he could only rely on the powerful inheritance of the supreme star god. It feels the same as the same. This thing, what's the difference between it and the golden fingers those male protagonists in there got? Among the other branches, a younger backbone disciple rubbed his nose, his face full of eccentricity. But the only thing that made him a little worried was that if that Tunwa was really in the middle of the abyss, why was there a delay in seeing its traces? The bronze giant pillar was covered with bronze patterns, as if it was a divine pattern, and the energy fluctuating out of it penetrated the earth. Ling Ying poked her head out of the water and gazed straight at Luo Yu and Erhua, still not holding back from speaking towards her. Hearing Yu Bushuang's question, Ouyang Tian and several others were a bit nervous, fearing that Zhang Ma could not cope with the situation, and wanted to come out to meet the battle together. But Zhang Ma was not nervous, and simply answered the question. Practicing Qi mainly absorbed the aura in the space, and then inhaled it into the Haiden to refine it, and eventually transformed it into one's strength. Immediately, the Wanxiang star formation shook violently, the star patterns began to crumble, the endless divine laws shattered, and the barriers appeared to be shattered, receiving a powerful shock. Waiting until Zhou Yingying noticed this problem, only to find that the original front there are open stores. This moment has also been all closed for rest. The whole street looks, that is, the hospital is still normal a little bit, the other places are a little eerie. Hearing Ivy's taunt, Murphy froze for a moment, the fat on his face trembling slightly, his eyes full of doubt. Why did that tone seem like he'd heard it somewhere before? On the other hand, the human powerhouses, who were at a numerical disadvantage, relied on the battle formation as a stronghold to make counterattacks against the attacking demonic beasts, and for a while, they persisted. Just that one glimpse just now had been enough for Muse to probably determine exactly what things were inside the box. Luo Feng's heart is quite upset, saying that you can't accept the means of thunderous killing, and you think it's too slow to change the gentle approach. How come it's so hard to serve? In the spell formation, the green demonic python's entire body was wrapped in dense spiritual energy, like a hedgehog covered in blades. This feeling came again, as if invincible. Everyone was like a companion to the Thunder Elf. No matter how much they struggled, they were not opponents. The Thunder Beast King was not satisfied at all when he heard Yi Hao's answer, and what nonsense he was talking about. Chapter 139, A Fluttering Moth. Of the two elk, Zhu Liangyu ate one by herself, and only when she had eaten almost all of it did Xiang Qianqing begin to eat the rest. At this moment Zhu Liangyu was not so sleepy, and Xiang Qianqing's eating style was also considered to be a gentleman, which looked quite pleasing to the eye. After looking at it like that for a while, he felt a bit bored and turned his attention to the side of the doppelganger. Female lord, I don't think something is quite right here. At this time, it was already dark, and Jinling only, so don't take anyone's silver things unless the third master promises it or it's needed for an errand outside. Then what was going on now that the beast of gravity's ability had suddenly become so powerful? Fang Lauer opened his mouth and shouted, brothers on the other side, we are from the village of Pear Blossom Pass, which is more than 10 miles away, and our family name is Fong. Human entertainers get a paycheck for their work, while magical entertainers not only get some paychecks, but more importantly, they avoid becoming food for other powerful magical creatures. If they work badly, they will be kicked out of this store, and then all those scary guys outside are waiting for them, so they work very hard. There will be more watermelons ripening in 2 days, and then we will sell them in large quantities for you to ship out of town. Lan Qin stomped her foot very anxiously. She had never seen this indecisive appearance of her eldest senior brother. She really wanted to scare anyone to death. The unicorn released a wisp of aura, and the ice-purple aura fluttered and flew to the tip of the unicorn's nose, which lifted its nose and sniffed, hurriedly sucking the aura into its body. Xian came to Li Song. He was about to go between the luggage. Li Song had already stepped forward. In a light smile, Kong Xian was already on his arm. He walked into the Xianmu mansion together with the 3 Yin Xiao people. The destiny of the wind and clouds is not set in stone, or else how could the great 1,000 years tribulation have been postponed? Si Huijin was helpless. According to the agreement, they didn't have to be so close behind the person. But what kind of person was Si Huijin? He was the one who paid the money, so naturally, he wouldn't let Shen Muning off the hook. However, Pangban is not as extreme as the Eagle's Edge, but to find a rival at the same level, overwhelming rainsword wave-turning cloud duel. In the collision of martial arts and martial arts, both surveyed the Tao of Heaven, broke in and go. The old housekeeper Li Wei hurriedly ran in, but looked at the grim-faced Li Quan with a bit of fright. Meanwhile, Ming Early has started to pick up and write those unfinished scripts from last year again. When I used to go to middle school and high school, every Monday, my classmates would talk about the haunted house at the playground. The 3 corpses fell slowly to the ground with bewilderment, but instead of blood flowing, it was absorbed by the rocks below. Yi Xingchen heard Si Huijin say this just now and gave a cold snort in his heart. If he would then Shen Muning wouldn't have gone abroad. Zhang Sangui even looked at the serious Mutong with a look of having seen a ghost, and inwardly broke down thinking. Although Huaku Mirror was a bit thick-skinned, it had to take into account the alien AI's examination of itself. Xi's father also discreetly nodded his head and added, yes, Junjin, we're glad that you're informing us out of trust, but that's as far as it goes. Don't let anyone else know about it. Ah Xiao and Ah Di, you guys too, don't let it leak out, okay? Shi Xiao and Shi Di nodded their heads solemnly in promise at the words. The front assault soldiers fell, the back of the automatic top up. Huang Youfu unknowingly has topped the front of the position. Huang Youfu stepped on the bodies of Japanese soldiers desperately pulling the trigger. Fluttering and jumping cartridges fell in the blood of the sound of the snorting. With a loud explosion, the golden dragon actually exploded, and an incomparably powerful stream of furious flames directly approached Long Yunfeng's body, accompanied by a huge body of strong force, ruthlessly slammed into Long Yunfeng's body. This year's winter vacation was, of course, located in Yuan Yizhuang. The manor has been filled with the atmosphere of the new year since the 25th day of the lunar month. Chapter 140, Little Sisters Cricketers. Chu Liangyu didn't rush to ask the next question, but turned back to Jinling and said, "You're also tired. You don't need to stay here with me, go back to rest earlier." Jinling was also really tired, didn't care at all if she intended to support him, directly nodded and answered, "Good, then I'll go back. Female master can call me again if there's anything." When the people had gone, the only ones left in the square were the cubs who were absent-mindedly practicing their moves. Chu Liangyu knows him, throwing the shackles in front of the crowd. The porters then began to continue their flight around, waiting for the crowd to make their move. Leslie had such a doubt in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask Jean An directly. He could only hold it in his heart to fulfill Jean An's request. Li Bai opened his mouth and said, there was no way for the Grand Elder at this time to keep things to himself. After all, Li Bai had already opened his mouth to remind him. When he first came to this world, Xin Changqing was a bit uncomfortable, but he got used to it over time. In all honesty, if the girl wasn't a bit ugly, all other performances could be considered high marks. Seeing Ursun's unhappy expression and hearing the desperate words, Sangako first did not mention himself, but moved Chen Xiao out in front of himself as a shield. Then later, with the deepening of reform and opening up, some factories and enterprises not adapted to the needs of modern enterprise development gradually began to dismantle. Just as the pandemonium was going on, Jiang Fan arrived at that gluttony Heavenly Devils Du clan, and he was curious as to how this gluttony Heavenly Devil of the Heavenly Devils 9th region was different from the gluttony Heavenly Devil of the Heavenly Devils 8th region. I heard that the queen of the imperial city, because of her beauty and kindness, is known as the symbol of the country of Tyria, and also possesses the beautiful name of the Saria flower. Yun Chen nodded, somewhat helpless. Why was this old man so suspicious? He was really just trying to check some information. How did he know? The two of them, Zi Suifeng and Zichini, glanced at each other, the thought rising in their hearts at the same time. The top of Mount Bangshan, the landscape alone, the end of the road towers a world outside the square hole. The mouth of the hole is full of spiritual energy, 5 colors and 10 lights. The depths of the square hole, but also began to know where to go. The sky that is similar to the god's light is from here hanging up into the sky, towered into the sky, presenting a vision. Shaking his head, Zettel dismissed the idea himself. If that sort of thing were true, Hajumi would have been in danger long ago, wouldn't he? Guyuan didn't reply, only signaling the crowd to look at Zhuan Wangdong's appearance. After about 6 breaths of time, Zhuan Wangdong's body stopped trembling and gradually floated up. The evil energy had been incorporated into his skin, and when he opened his eyes, his aura changed drastically. Hui Jin immediately rose, said, yes, young warrior. Hui Jin finished. The figure on the ground of virtual has disappeared. The original stood, and is the emergence of a huge flow of light green rock. On this day, Yuan Shu told Chen Lin that the equity transfer agreement had been prepared and asked him to sign it at Yuan Xing Security. Putting that aside, Zhou Shudian had sort of found out where the gods of the tribe were, and it turned out to be these cobalt square stones. The cobalt square stones had a characteristic that when the chunks of cobalt square stones encountered the powdered cobalt square stones, they would produce some mysterious changes, just like the necklace of this cobalt square stone held in the chief's hand. In Fang Tianmu's eyes, he saw the foreign energy in the stone platform flow through the mouths of the 4 golden toads to the stone block. He immediately threw out his black blade, smashing the stone block to pieces and sending all the broken pieces flying with a palm. Since he didn't have a clue, let's just put it down for now. Jiang Bo secretly touched the white jade box. What exactly could it be? Although he was curious, he wouldn't peek at it if he was entrusted with it. The other person, Lin Luo'er, had already paid him accordingly, and listened to the river movement. Tourists feel quite good. Traveling. Figure is a mood. Understood. Prince Bernard had to comfort Tim a few times with his mouth even though his heart was not willing to do so. After all, he would have to rely on Tim's help in the future as well. Chapter 141, You're the real fox, aren't you? Inside the study, Xiong Jiajia placed all the things Chu Liangyu needed on the table, and then said, Sister Liangyu, it's all ready, you can start painting. Chu Liangyu nodded and walked over to the desk, lifting the quill in his hand but not dipping it in ink. Instead, he began to recall all the people who had entered and exited that compartment of the will away during that month when he was in the black market. Will be away from every conversation, set up a boundary to prevent her, since they do not know what they are thinking, but does not delay Chu Liangyu to remember they. Inside the study, Xiong Jiajia placed all the things Chu Liangyu needed on the table, and then said, Sister Liangyu, it's all ready, You can start painting. Chu Liangyu nodded and walked over to the desk, lifting the quill in his hand but not dipping it in ink. Instead he began to recall all the people who had entered and exited that compartment of the will away during that month when he was in the black market. Will be away from every conversation, set up a boundary to prevent her, since they do not know what they are thinking, but does not delay Chu Liangyu to remember they. Gentlemen, in return for your help, and in order to show you something even more exotic, I have decided to make a wager. I suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of another great way to make money. The people of the Central Plains, self-improvement and self-confidence. Not a later generation of a dynasty that the moon is for and round. The North Club Liao country is just barbarians. How can I also be with the Hall of the Divine State to brotherhood? Therefore, the people are deeply insulted. What? Are you not used to it? Is it because you find this hard and can't accept love between men anymore? Yi Kaicheng then inquired. The body follows the words. Xiao Feng's swaying body has been bullied to the side of the wind evil. Left hand probing hand to his face to grab. Wind evil to the right to flash. Unexpectedly Xiao Feng's right hand down the trend. Has already grabbed him by the wrist. Clamped his hand will be his single knife down. Chinese people are not much surprise. After all, Yamanosaki people in Fusan server can get today's position. Without some means of buying people's hearts, how can? However, Zia even pretended to be noble, a chance to not be scattered. Yishun brought back. This time Ji Cheng is quite to give him face. Personally out of the city to meet. Finally let Zia heart balance some. However, the berserkers of the Orkan clan had always been scarce and inconvenient to use, so they had never appeared in a battle formation situation. Shaohan, here are naturally good coffee. Shu Fang has not been served over it, just from the coffee pot to the cup when poured. It has been fragrant. Xiao Xiao made a face at his brother. Girl boss is not willing to it. After a few seconds of stagnation, Avri swooped down next to the two black-clad men, grabbing off both of their masks in one swift motion, and once again letting out a scream that Invincible felt should have been a noise. Originally, Wang Yuyan was more or less nervous. After all, don't look at the fact that he had seen a lot of battles, but it was the first time that he had actually done it in person. Chen Chen had been overjoyed. Sure enough, his guess was not wrong. It was true that one had to be in a place of vigorous vitality to possess a dense heaven and earth essence, and now with such a concentration, it was estimated that it was no less than those famous mountains and rivers on earth, and even surpassed those places. As an old leader of Maplewood City, a hallowed cadre of the main hall level, sitting in whose chair, so to speak, is to give face to whom, it is their ancestors have burned high incense, the ancestral tomb of the smoke, to be able to have this honor, right? In response, Chen Yufan smiled a little. Just a simple explanation of the reason for his strength progress, but for the cultivation of nicotine really do not understand at all. But Chen Yufan's strength to improve. He is happy, is it? A few servants outside the door of several cars pulled open, so that have not received such treatment. Hu Biao Huwei heart call overjoyed. How our certain comrade is also seen the big world, mixed with the international events of the people. Face calmly greeted a few people, then stepped on the ground on the red carpet. After a few taps on the doorway, a lowly with an apron holding a clothes basket and blonde hair opened the door. Here, it had been set up as a meeting place, and although the various furnishings were not considered elegant, the conference table, the mercenaries in charge of security, the equipment room, the synchronized translation device, there were no shortage of one thing. However, Du Xiping could not refrain from naming names. Bao Feiyang's voice had already spread throughout the venue through the microphone, and for him to suggest that Bao Feiyang refrain from naming names at this time would only lead to a bigger joke. Young Lu Yangyun is the strength of a soldier king, even he is no match for him. It seems that only you personally can subdue that guy. Deng Dingkai glared fiercely at Yu Chenghua and hurriedly said resentfully to Lu Yensong. Seeing that he was unable to persuade Chen Lingjun, Chen Shi could not help but turn his gaze to Zhuo Qiushui on one side, trying to get her to speak out. Cultivators who had reached the transition stage were known as emperors on earth, and would represent the symbol of the highest strength. Yes, if you have something to say, come inside and talk. Chu Tianxiong padlocked the door and walked towards the door of the room on his own. Li Xiang's face changed a few times, although Yulong Tian spoke politely, but she was not a fool. She could still hear that Yulong Tian mainly had something to find himself to help. As for dinner or a movie are piggybacks. I have promised you to my grandson. In a few days I will organize a wedding for the two of you. After this catastrophe in Dragon Valley, it is time to flush the joy. Gu Tsong's demeanor appeared to be affable, but the tone was firm and unparalleled. There was not the slightest room for discussion. Baby D in his arms looked at him dumbfounded, thinking that he couldn't be trying to cut 2 slashes on his face to force that bamboo Qing Yun to withdraw from the marriage, right? But after hearing the words of the 2 Gong family siblings, her eyes lit up. Chu Tianxiong glanced back at Sun Mantang, the doubt in his heart slightly reduced as he nodded at him as a greeting. Shiner, don't listen to your father. The family has already sent people out to look for the baby. There's always a need to listen to the other party's explanation before saying anything. Guru Oyu looked at her son who had been silent with heartache. But, jumping from such a high cliff, would the baby still be alive? Her ground thought. So many people can't understand. Yulong Tian is in his prime. And the first movie was so successful. It was the peak moment of his career. At this moment, he is riding the hot iron. Want to enter Hollywood is no problem at all. But he chose to quit the movie industry at this time. Of course, the guy with the burnt ears has been living it up for 10 days or so, having a lot of sex and meeting new people. After the boss brought back the ore from the sky from Rocket, Phantom Leopard entered a period of full-scale leaps and bounds. But that was just a generalization, and the top brass hadn't yet made a final decision on specific matters of action. This experiment of Minuez was done in full view of the public, and although the fact that it didn't really come to a rainfall made people a bit regretful, this kind of easy-to-understand simulation and narration had convinced quite a lot of people, and even the Mo clan was a bit relieved. Only Tang Moore and his disciples stubbornly resisted to the end, and refused to admit that what Chang and Jun had simulated was a rainfall process. Chapter 142 Unlocking Another Use for Split Body. The sky had just dawned, and training had not yet begun, so Chu Liangyu returned to the courtyard when his doppelganger was still in bed. Taking out the black stone from her body, Chu Liangyu carefully examined it, while at the same time gathering energy in his palm and then tightening it. But, strangely enough, the stone remained intact and unchanged. This is a little more powerful than the rune Knight Ham drew when he put his heart in the stone. Chu Liangyu. It was only that Xiaoifeng had just walked into the kitchen not long before he heard Yi Yasi shout and hurriedly walked out. He was still hugging the ancient sister as he continued, when he felt the earthly elements with an evil aura from below frantically surging into his body. But no one knew they were dreaming, and even if they did, they would have preferred to stay awake and dream forever. As the Chaos Tower blasted out, it directly erupted a terrifying as hell chaos might, shining a blinding light that directly blasted onto these two people. In fact, Xian Yongqiu has already rented an office, just waiting for the afternoon after the settlement to move directly to their new office. As for the matter of digging sales from here, really have some hope. Of course, cannot completely count on this place, so it is also outside the simultaneous recruitment. Also, with so many Black Cloud employees dead at the hands of Jun Yao, Eugene would have taken his life to appease the others. Actually, he was going to say, if he wasn't afraid of his mom's favorite baby being tortured to death, he was indifferent to that. Thinking about when Neil inquired from himself about the reason why his brother broke up with Yi Zitong, he said it himself in general, because they inherited the power of the flesh and blood of the gods and devils that were decapitated by the great god Pangu before the beginning of chaos, and possessed powerful fleshly bodies. It's fine, I just feel that the way you eat ice cream is really beautiful, pure and beautiful, Zhao Yang said with a smile. Leng Jun how crazy in the rain crazy looking for a day and a night. Back to the villa. It is the next day at noon. The rain is still falling. Leng Jun how sitting in the car hot skin will be clothes steamed dry. In the rain rushed into the search for that figure, but again and again was wet. You guys go away. You made me feel true love. I've decided to let you guys go. Lu Feng raised his hand in a very dashing manner and walked away without looking back. The Emperor of the Heavens suddenly saw the corpse of this old crone, and in an instant, he remembered countless past events. So how could his heart not be shaken? Yang Jing curiously said. As he spoke, he picked up a stone from his side and threw it directly towards the pit. As it was devouring this blood auger, its eyes were filled with hatred, and its eyes were dead set on the passageway where Lu Feng and the others had left. It couldn't wait to rush out immediately. He had just been suppressed by Su Ying's palm. His cultivation was higher or lower, and Su Ying hadn't fought him directly yet. If he were to meet him face to face, I am afraid that he would not be an opponent even if he utilized all his life's learning. The responsiveness of the Dark Knight certainly isn't a blowout, and the car's performance is good after all. It still knew everything functions brilliantly. Yang Zhe understood them their thoughts, knowing that the whole ship numbered around 3,000 people. What is the concept of 3,000 people? If you carry out one by one screening, so big project, I'm afraid that do not eat or drink 10 days cannot do it. Like a human-sized cannonball flew backwards with a bang. The damage he received was high. This kind of limb attack only counted for some basic damage unless it was a player wearing special equipment. Of course I'm only here to protect you, Sasuke. Shigeo didn't have a problem with that, but the passionate words irked Keed. Pan Xingye gave Summer a somewhat skeptical look, but denied the thought in his mind. It occurred to him that perhaps it was his friend or something that happened to call him at this time. He Yu's second grandfather was also a soldier, and now has become a commander, is also the motherland's meritorious minister. He Yu thought his second grandfather will be reasonable. Chapter 143, Too many pups is a kind of affliction. Xiang Qianqing didn't stay here for a long time. After he left the square gradually became more crowded, but in a few moments, the people had almost arrived. Good morning, Mother of Beasts. Before the little girl arrived, her sweet voice came over, and she was followed by her siblings, all looking at Chu Liangyu with an expectant look. Good morning. Chu Liangyu's purpose of attaching so much importance to this activity this time is threefold. One is to make the rabbit cub this. Suddenly, that white and moving carcass surfaced in Long Qing's mind again, and he hurriedly shook his head to shake this distraction away. Wu Hua froze for a moment, did not think that Zhang Huimei was in such a hurry, only talked about it last night, but today he even flew directly to Guangzhou. You can see that it really was rushed all night. Hong Jun suddenly remembered that Qing Xiong had always been away from Yaojin Palace before, and would only briefly come up to see him a few times a year. And those times, where was he? The car traveled for about 20 minutes and came to a golf club called Citic Chongping Golf Club. Qi Yuan was caught by Bird's move without paying attention, and was injured by the magic breath as he retreated a few steps. He stabilized his pace and raised his eyes to look fiercely at Bird's eyes. He didn't bother entangling with Bird's eyes. He directly laid a protective boundary for himself and then continued to start casting spells to break the boundary laid by Bird's eyes earlier. Bai Ningxi and Nao Xieying and even the other demon shadows were all fine and had not been injured too badly. And as Bai Ningxi watched cold smoke dust fall to the ground, she immediately rushed in front of him without thinking about anything else and lifted him up. Thinking of this, Chen Chumo was relieved. Easily on the line, another swing, a sharp wrist pull. Ding! The ball rose in response to the sound. A low ball traced a wonderful arc, facing the sea breeze toward the ball hole. Qin Mainyang at this time but do not dare to have the slightest carelessness and slack, only to be able to find ways to deal with in the great upside-down country of the battle plan. That burst of thunder woke up Li Jinglong. Just listen to the thunder. Do not see the rain. He opened his eyes, slightly feel some headache, so he took off his robe, covered the two, embracing Hong Jun to sleep. Qin Mainyang also simply ignored the words of the boss of these brothers, but instead knew the fact that she knew martial arts, and that her martial arts seemed to be not low. The key to all this is not the point. The point is, isn't this queen dressed as a cook a little bit young for no reason? Otherwise, why would she come up and call her sister just now? If she hadn't pointed her finger at the emperor and made a scene at Ci Ning Palace, could she have gotten a captivity? Fei Hu glanced at the two men in front of him. The captain also want to listen to this scarred face. In the end they are what kind of a relationship? He is a little bit guessing not allowed. Tube him miles. No matter who it is. Want to extort people no door? As usual. Chang Xia clicked on the space and replied, I'm not sick. That Thai place in the hospital. It's no different from hell. Ling Feng, that man. What kind of family is that? The only family she has left is her mom. Just her mom. As the distance was still far, he thought he had misread the situation. And one I continued to search ahead of the approaching hordes. Sister used to like Long Wuchen so much. My sister thought that withdrawing from the marriage wasn't the result that sister truly wanted. My sister really just wanted her to be happy. Ling Yufei repeatedly emphasized that everything she did was for Ling Yue's happiness. The purple sword in his hand, purple electricity green frost, was dazzling with light, and a python with a purple head and green body appeared inside. Purple electricity green frost python. This was a beast that was inferior to the dragon race, but possessed abilities that surpassed those of the normal dragon race. Fei, just how much do you know about Ling Yue? Nangong Knight did not answer Ling Yufei's question, but instead brought up a question that had nothing to do with it. A layer of white mist floated up from the spiritual power shield, and it instantly turned into cold ice. No longer afraid of the strange snowflakes. Chapter 144, You Don't Come to Face. Peeping at me taking a bath. Over there, Xiong Jiajiao left with the people, so Chu Liangyu also planned to go back to the courtyard. Who knew that Hua Yuyao had actually followed? The light that flashed out of his eyes almost made Chu Liangyu unable to see the path ahead. Well, falls into the category of being the one with the high beams on. Do you have anything else? Hua Yuyu coughed and suddenly got a little squirmy, asking her, Sister, are you really not considering taking in another beast husband? Chu Liangyu is known for. Others may not know, but Mu Yuni is aware of. Yiji cooking cannot, but brewing is indeed a masterpiece. Spring peaches and summer lotus, autumn chrysanthemums and winter plums, in Yiji's eyes, these are excellent materials. A year later, lifting the ceiling mud, the wine aroma overflowing when people have been slightly drunk. The conference was scheduled for 10 a.m. The East China Sea International Art Center. The spacious hall has been crowded, filled with all kinds of entertainment and network media. The Oriental TV also made a live broadcast. At the two ends of the River of Stars, the Chaos Mother from the Void, and the two legendary powerhouses from the other side of the multiverse shook their eyes at each other. Sighing, Grand Elder Madara could certainly see how serious Isla was, so after thinking for a moment, he began to speak slowly. But this normalcy, instead, was the greatest abnormality of all. Suddenly awakening from the effects of an alchemical potion, then collapsing again after a bout of frenzy, and regaining mental stability. How could such a thing happen? And what about us, my brothers? Do you want to compromise? Do you want to follow in the footsteps of the translators? Are we going to wait until our country, all our resources, have changed hands and become someone else's before we wake up? At this moment, in a luxury suite facing the sea on the east side of the Dongshan Hotel in Smoky Sea City, Wang Hao was staring at the rippling sea in front of him tiredly for a night. Behind him was a temporarily placed interrogation zwa. Beside the table sat two serious-faced disciplinary reviewers. At this time Isha was in front of that ancient zither, slowly hooking the strings. Yi Ji did not understand the music, and did not hear too clearly what tune he was playing. The words here, only to see that the steward came to Morong Jie's side, whispered for a while. Morong Jie's face stunned color flashed, then twisted around and glanced at Yin Su. Several people gave the highest praise to Wang Hao, and at this time, those few thugs were also making movements. Zhang Yiz glanced at me and sighed. Reaching out, he went to unbutton the coat on his body. I looked at him strangely, and when he finished unbuttoning all 3 buttons, he walked over to me and draped the coat over my body. Jia Youngjin was in a good mood, sipping the Wing special juice while enjoying the songs and dances with Narak and the rest of the management. Xian Qing, why are you so stubborn? The old Taoist priest let out a long sigh as another old Taoist priest slowly walked out of the purple heavenly palace. Jia Zhangjin almost didn't faint. No wonder the Dragon of Darkness was suddenly talking about drawing out his soul now, becoming completely different from before. It wasn't that he was annoyed because his plans had been ruined, but he had actually been affected by the seal of vengeance, and his favorability towards himself had dropped to a negative number. Right? My gaze turned to Xiaohaoyu, but I saw him holding the white champagne in his hand and gently taking a sip, not caring about the golden chain's words, which suddenly made the atmosphere very awkward. Since that time and the Third Reich were in a honeymoon period, the Third Reich needed China's precious mineral resources and China needed heavy artillery. Both sides naturally hit it off. So the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and whoever dared to collect first would surely be the target of the crowd's attack. Blacksmiths, in the eyes of the powers that be, but a simple worker, they follow the orders from above. Work, produce qualified iron. If you want to say what to think, it is a potpourri, dry more or less of the same. Anyway, everyone average, as long as the task is completed. Chapter 145, The Little Heart of the Frightened. Lu Sang, you have 2 seconds to think about it. Lu Sang heard the eeriness in her tone and couldn't help but gulp. Not waiting for 2 seconds, he flew off the handle and said, okay, I'll say it isn't okay. He had reason to suspect that, but if he had just said a single word of no, Chu Liangyu would be able to reach his hand over here from across the room and give him a big earful. Count on you. So answer my first question. Where are you now? If it's in the void. This might have something to do with the suppression of the empire in the industry. There have been mercenary groups that have robbed their clients of their wealth to the point where they were hunted down by the mighty imperial army and their peers, and in the end, it was a no-good situation. In their haste, the 5 generals then disconnected from the shield and helplessly watched as the shield swallowed it cleanly bit by bit. However, he had also left a few points of leeway with this sword. Of course it wasn't to show mercy to Nan Wuxiang, but rather the memory of the power that Nan Wuxiang had used to make the 2 swords together was still fresh in his mind. Returning to her residence at night, Li Yuyan took out the beast skin map in her spatial ring. She flipped through it and found that there was nothing special about it. Finally, in a house that had fallen down to only half, Li Yuyan found Li Jiayu, only to see a teenager with shredded clothes and a bloodstained face appear in front of her. Irie retorted with a blush, sheepishly shaking the dazzling twin ponytails at the back of her head. How could she say that she had never passed English? Sun Xing thought hard for a long time, still seemed to have no clue, and was so anxious that he patted his own thigh. Hu Wei even claimed misunderstanding. He was even older than Twilight by an armor. If this pot of dirty water was poured on him, his reputation would be ruined. However, he turned his mind one after another, but realized that what Lai Mingxue said wasn't bad, and he couldn't think of any words to refute it for a while. Xia Liang let out a long laugh, removed the lance behind his back, walked to the center of the field, and took up a tight defensive stance. Even if this item is not plucked from a true dragon, it must be the closest thing to a true dragon in this realm. So how can I let it go? 6 million, Long Tian said back. I've heard of it, but one thing that's strange is that although the crime rate here is low, the disappearance rate has always been high, and many of our co-workers have come here to investigate, but we've never been able to find a reason for it. It's very strange, Madonna said with a frown. Seeing this scene, Elder Wu's right hand that was gripping Elder Lu also tightened. Just as Tianqi was about to launch his attack, the hairs of sweat on his body unexpectedly stood up. Facing a strong human opponent, He Hao, who was not completely sure, did not dare to rashly attack straight on, so he didn't unleash his might to destroy the ground that served as the only barrier. Zhang Xiaofeng said with a look of anger on his face immediately after hearing the report from those 3 wolf kings. Su Yang quietly pondered. He wanted to play a song for Hua Qingyue, because Hua Qingyue knew that he was live streaming, and asked what his live streaming room was when he finished eating. The Fallen Tavern was the same tavern that Lin Yan had gone to smash earlier, and it was also a stronghold for the Limitless sect to solicit business from the outside. People who eat blood compulsion pills, they think they are becoming physically stronger, but in fact they are consuming their future lives. What started out as a very serious head-to-head showdown ended up being a concert-like format with capitalization. The heavily diffusion godly monarch's efforts to cultivate while he was on the outlaw side actually allowed him to rise all the way up, and in the end, even in the god realm, it was a top 1 or 2 character. Just now is still a scene of great victory. How to turn into this in the blink of an eye. Tian Yangzi was a true cultivator of serenity and calmness, practicing tranquility and talking about following one's heart. In order to prevent Fu Wunho from escaping, Fu Hao guards the entrance to the alley and points inside, signaling Fu Wunho to go in. And then your mom said yesterday that you earned a lot of money. That's really a lot. More than me. In that case, I'm not going to give you any more money. And I don't want any of your money. And you'll take care of this part of your life on your own. Chapter 146. Her original body is actually. Several people were immersed in the herbs they had obtained, so they hadn't noticed his good intentions. It was only after the emotions calmed down that they gradually realized something. One with tears in his eyes and a desire to speak. That look. Looking at the elder couldn't help but touch his beard and spoke. What kind of expression is this? I'm still alive and well. It's too early if I want to cry. A sentence that caused a few people to cry and laugh. Hurt feelings. To be honest, it was the first time Li Jiang felt this way, and the 10,000 people singing brought him and Velodia into that atmosphere instantly. The giant dragon tilted his head. The entire divine dragon continent could feel the vibration. Once that ice crystal flew out, it directly landed on the top of the giant dragon's head, only to hear the giant dragon let out a wild roar and directly fell downward. The giant dragon transformed into a humanoid form and landed on the ground. All of this was just too great a blow to him. The brocade guards who carried the man in refused, and just as they were about to argue, they were chided by Gongjun to go out with their heads down. Originally I only wanted to find this trouble. Since you are looking for death yourself, then don't blame me. As if Kongbin did not realize that he was not Qin Chen's opponent at all, he even shouted in such an arrogant manner. Xiao Tongkong said, "There is you, the God Emperor sitting in the town, who still dares to make a fuss." Indeed, Xiao Tongkong obviously see Lu Qiuyan realm higher than her. At this time she finally know why Go Ling will carry congratulatory gifts. This Mr. Sun, who was cold to the end, as if he had come back to his senses, slowly stretched out his hand, took the banana in his hands, and ate it one bite at a time. Cold Moon, sniffing angry white eyes, rolled over, said to Cold Night. Its mouth said go, but its figure is not at all half a step to go the meaning, but instead a face of vigilance to look at the wild dog. 3 people. If not for the fact that Yang Yunhan had learned the world-renowned dragon armor divine skill and practiced the world-renowned martial art Marrow Cleansing Sutra, it would have been difficult to block the combined attack of Xiao Enemy Lai, the best of the best Heidongking and the king of 10,000 eagles. Flower Key jabbed his cane towards the ground and said indignantly, so the matriarch was taken captive by him, really belittling this dragon emperor. Seeing Chen Yuan finally come out, the crowd cheered and applauded, simply itching to hurry up and push the former up. At that end, Zhou Lin two family members heard Lin Xiaomondi this word. One Two-Face also hooked up a smile, that smile to see Zhou Ning both tired and back cold, the eldest uncle and their dusty appearance. At a glance, one could tell that they had just arrived in Yeqing not long ago, and in this regard, the eldest uncle had done quite a considerate job. Alright then, I'll put it away for you first. This jade pendant may be useful to you. I'll give it to you when you use it, he said, and put the jade pendant away. A few people who were looking at the officer with chills tightened their hearts and decided that they would never tell anyone about this to death. Do Qingyu and Liang's mother and 3 waited at home for a day, until the night was dark. Do Chuanjia and Do Sanlang rushed home covered in dew. At this time a country is still relatively hot, coupled with the local clothes are thicker and more complicated. Ding Yong, they are stripped to just t-shirt and pants. Fork. Zhang Tian was very much enjoying this situation while they were striking the corners of his mouth curved up in a weird arc. His heart was very excited. Yen Shi opened her eyes with a headache, her whole body aching as she slowly sat up and waited for the numbness and pain in her arms to gradually subside. Your tongue, does it still hurt? Mu Xiaoyan remembered again her original reason for bringing the water over, because her cup of hot milk tea had scalded Huanfu Shijue's tongue, together with the sci-fi filled part of the shape of the surrounding steel abandoned equipment. Sui guessed that this place should be on an alien planet, but, when really faced with these 500,000 naval elites, Merc still felt a bit flustered. Zhang Fat was still a hot-blooded young man, the road to see the nature of a roar, so without saying a word rushed out to get into trouble with all the people arrested. Arrested only to know that they are in the fight Tan Ying and his parents, that the noodle shop is Tan Ying's parents opened up. do decades of neighborhood business, and now it is the neighborhood to smash. Chapter 147, Empty Nest Animal Husband is popular these days. After Chu Liangyu watched Xiong Jiaojiu leave with his main body, he closed the door again and continued his morning cultivation. It's just that the process diverts some of the attention to the control of the doppelganger. A bit of a drain on the mind, but the impact was minimal, almost negligible for her. A few of the earliest weapons that she had gotten and was already familiar with using were put away, and she just took out the 13 soul-chasing needles Chu Liangyu had used during the battle. Dark Shadow finally reached the spot after avoiding various inspections by Crossbear based on her previous route. She gently tumbled in, just as someone inside was waiting for her. When Emperor Chongjin is about to hang himself, the scene switches over to the face of host Li Meng crying in pain. After the Emperor EU bronze mirror and the white tiger skin, the auction items that appeared in the auction were some unusual things, but every piece placed outside is also a rare treasure. He was carrying enough, adding a little more might be the last straw. There was a moment, outside the thunder, a sudden demon wind, outside the tree was blown clattering sound, and a moment, suddenly pouring rain fell, the whole roof splitting like countless beads fell. Shen Yu did not say anything. Shen Yu was his closest person, but there were many things he could not tell her. Just suddenly his mood was inexplicably irritable. The true chi in his body began to be disorganized. No matter how much he suppressed it, he could not suppress the riotous true chi. Spare me the words, Wang Yener, since you're no longer Jingyan, and I only know a terrain after my awakening. The two of us don't have that 10,000-year-old bond and scruples. I only heard him shouting at a group of soldiers and generals under the stage. Li Hong imprisoned the crown prince, disobeyed the edict of the late king, and occupied the throne for 8 years, which has long been the wrath of heaven and the people, and the gods and the people are all furious. Shen Yu left the hospital room and went back to Wang's house. He skillfully used if to open the door, but a kind of sadness was born in his heart. It was only recently that Ning Sanjiu realized that the second class was not only law students, there were also long-range similar to archers. As for such a division of the class because the law department as well as the healing department had fewer people, and then it was standardized to put the long-range department into the second class, and all the auxiliaries were put into the third class. Sure enough, the moment she measured her pounce, the peach fur beast king who didn't care about the pain at all backhanded it. In the end, in order to protect himself, several guards were seriously injured by him. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more critical, Yi Hong was forced to only unfold the Zhu family grappling hand. Seeing this, Lu Tsong grabbed his wrist and said, "My lord must not take any risks. Your injuries have just healed. You can't suffer any more impacts." The outbursts of this soul nature were as random as if it were no money, and the most crucial thing was that it could be suppressed in the end. This led to the fact that he could not choose to take the initiative and could only choose passive defense, and this Yu Miao was the key that he used to break the game. The green aura chopped on the cage, although it did not cut through, but the greenish aura on the sword aura actually corroded the cage by a layer. To know that his cage was built from spatial elements, and even this can be corroded. The pharmacist's poison is really famous. Shi Xing didn't hesitate even more as he rushed out from his hiding place, the shoal worm carrying him towards White Blizzard's position as he quickly drew closer. Of course, he also did not know that at this moment in front of him very filial Hu Hei just has not yet unveiled the mask of disguise. Whether it was the statue of the dragon head deity or the statue of the holy angel, they all looked lifelike, giving people the feeling as if the real god had descended. Storm also thought of the monster's possible response, and had already drawn his bow and prepared to shoot a second arrow. He wanted to continue harassing with his best streak of arrows, so that the male fire dragon would not be able to land properly. In order to fight the battle in style, the entire army, including logistics, turned out in full force to lay a trap for the enemy. Chapter 148. What black history? That's the way this pup came. As for which beastmen were to stay behind, Chu Liangyu's heart already had an idea, and would only wait until the end of the afternoon's training to gather them in the hall to discuss this matter, as well as the matter of helping her find someone. Chu Liangyu had hung the storage bag on the body of her doppelganger, so that the map she drew was also placed inside. All that was missing was the formal implementation. "Good afternoon, mother of beasts." It was the fox cub, Hu Qiuliang's voice. Chu Liangyu had recognized her even before she looked up. Xiong Suo can see from the figure outside the Tuatere. It seems to be that the Blood Eagle is taking the opportunity to lightly jade Xiong Fairy, but was met with her full resistance. Generally speaking, one of the responses of a professional team is very strong, and you have to be ready to defend against one of the possible problems of the three paths. Fooled, Li Hai couldn't help but burst out. The old demon's words pulled away a little bit of the confidence he had just felt, but there was still some comfort in Li Hai's heart. Quasi-martial god, that should be enough. The Beast King Bakura's eyes lit up. This was the effect he wanted, and the moment Night Maple rose up, Bakura's heavy fist arrived in front of him. As expected, the 6 killers, including the murderous Abacus, saw Hujyome's long blades and weird moves, so they spread out and found another way to kill the enemy. With Terra Nova completed, at least the fleet's journey from Terra Nova to the New World was shortened by a few thousand miles. There was a little more certainty, but the two just didn't care, stuck a blind spot in their vision and just headed up the road. Could it be that he is seriously injured? Night Maple Heart rose a trace of bad premonition. See this lying on the ground of the teenager at this time but did not have the slightest reaction. Will be in the hands of the dagger to the side. Hands Force want to turn over this teenager to check under. Obviously, in other people's eyes, they are able to score 8 points, but in Suyi's eyes it is lean, at best, to give you a 7-point rating. The king is wise. I heard that Li Yuan called himself Marquis Shenwu. He is really out of his depth. Chu General Ding Gong came forward to make a reply. Ding Gong has been fighting in the area of Dang County, and has a close relationship with Han King Liu Bang. At this time, when he heard that Liu Bang had a request, he hastened to come forward. Xine looked at him with some embarrassment and compensated with a few smiles. Yang Gongzi, in fact, I still have something to do, she said here. In fact, there is no bottom. His body, on the other hand, was as slow as the leaves of a lost tree in that instant, falling from the Phoenix Cliff. In front of this pile of green plants was coiled a very long body length all green. Only the head was black, a big snake. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake, not to mention it's a remote area. Even if he did something to us, as long as he cleans it up in secret, he'll be able to do it without God realizing it. At that time, we will have no place to redress our grievances even if we are ghosts. San Li frowned and said, getting up, out of the room. Not 5 minutes, Lu Rumei which arrived at the hall, and the first thing he saw was the back of the Royal Sword Villa's owner. His body looks a little bit of gold division. Wait, I'll go look for a fruit knife. As soon as Falling placed the cantaloupe on the table, then ran out of the dormitory, saying that she was going to look for a fruit knife. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I've caused you trouble. Hayachiro Otaki shook Li Tianhao's hand and said, Wan-e baby. Gu Jiangzhou's throat immediately flooded with countless warm currents. He had so many words he wanted to say to Qin Wan-e, although today is already very tired. But Xine lying in bed. A few want to sleep when, but suddenly flashed in his mind the last words of his party too. Shouts came from outside the room. Ji Huan walks over and opens the door to the room, and as expected, sees Floating Nightmare, who is again looking for his missing pet. More and more tentacles surrounded Yun Piaoying, but none of them went to wrap around her. Not even a single drop of the slime from their bodies fell on her. We drove out of there after that stand left yesterday, and we didn't meet anyone like the killer after that. Tang Jiham also did not have the heart to continue to work. The two returned home to rest down. Chapter 149, Oh, fiercely fired by the female master, Nightwatch took the things over, and although it was only for a moment, Chu Liangyu could hear some choking up in his voice as he spoke. Many thanks to the beast mother. Situations like this were sometimes unavoidable. All Chu Liangyu could do was to do her best to give them more attention. The rest, she probably couldn't do much. After all, she still had her own business to attend to, and as to whether she could figure all this out and set her mind right, it was more a matter of relying on Young. Without the A-ranked, blue Jedi spirit clothes, Fei Fei's slash could have literally pierced through the chests of Blowing Snow and Lynch. Jojo could never figure out who gave him the courage to make a fool of himself over and over again, and still had the cheek to call himself for help. Next, Lynch would wear a spatial ring on each of his left and right hands for regular combat, and the advantage of 2 rings was that the other hand could wait for an opportunity to counterattack the moment he was cut off by the enemy. Everyone gathered around this pair of shoes, touching the left and looking at the right. The message behind this pair of shoes was not obvious to anyone. Li said, Teacher, although my major has nothing to do with television and media, I made a lot of efforts to enter the television industry during my school years. Hometowns have developed though, and everyone is doing well, but the air isn't as fresh and the water isn't as clear. Lily was warmly received into the school by the school leaders, who also kindly asked Lily to give a speech later. The main screen was broadcasting Lynch's examination process live, and the picture quality was so clear that Lynch's dorky hair could be seen. Clearly if Lynch had dorky hair, yet Landon refused, and even more so made an offer that was nothing less than pie in the sky to her, and that's what made her extremely angry. The transaction is to be based on the strength of both sides, even if there is a gap. It can't be too much difference, and before this, Landon has always been in a state of obscurity. Even if he sends people to the various forces to make a request for a transaction, others won't agree to it. After all, they don't even know whether or not he has the ability to protect the goods. He was also fortunate enough to see it once when he was out on a mission, and judging from the state of precipitation of that big bag and the sound that came out of it, it was no less than 300 taels, and Mr. Who did not hesitate for half a second. Let go of me. Let go. You monster. Ilona tried to kick the bat away with her legs, but it was all in vain. Without being able to use her dagger, Ilona would never be a match for this bat. Hajumi. Zet didn't remember much about this guy, except that he used petrify to petrify a flying dragon back in the Bane Kingdom. The man who was originally theorizing with Chi-Hao rushed over and hugged his wife, almost shedding tears. Senior sister, let's go, the black-clothed teenager said, and in the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared above the avenue with his senior sister. Amitabha Buddha, infinite heavenly father, be patient, must endure. Looking at the smile on Shinseyu's face, Yunshin desperately held back the urge in his heart to beat this girl's ass up and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. The two of them turned their heads, but they saw Long Aoyu also carrying a wineglass over. His face contained a smile, but a hint of shade flashed in his eyes. Obviously, after seeing Yun Chen and Long Aoyan talking so intimately, he could not sit still. On this sight, dots of something similar to starlight constantly twinkled, emitting a romantic aura, and all around was a stone that emitted a hint of aura. Thinking of this, Zhou Ruixian cannot help but feel some scalp numbness, even feel as if the underworld has a pair of eyes are staring at their own, and arranged their every move. All this is just a chess game, and he is just a chess piece on the chessboard. In February and March, when Fashion Week was held, Lin Xiaoxiao naturally had to attend HD's new product release runway show during the period. Chapter 150, here comes another one with wings. When the two of Chu Liangyu crossed into the hall, the people inside had already arrived. Seeing the figure of Chu Liangyu at the door, all of them stood up unanimously. Perhaps they hadn't seen each other for some days, and their faces brought the surprise after seeing her. Chu Liangyu, however, was not in much of a mood for small talk, and after sitting down at the top of the hall, she went straight to the point. This time, there are two very important things to explain to you. The first thing I want you to do is to help follow the. Now, it's impossible for us to take that mountain path. The only way is to take the cave path. Black Cloud replied. One loses three. Xu Changjue from the cash silver to silver bills, lost more than 3,000 taels of silver. He was angry and frustrated, but didn't dare to get angry. This person, he is Bo Han Chang, but also the bodyguard lord he had in his previous life, to give himself a grace, so that after she was reborn, the heart of the mind to think of repaying the favor. The destiny of the snacks from the imperial kitchen sent to Qilua Yuan and Zhanghan Palace was very different, although Zhanghan Palace received the snacks, but as soon as the chamberlain left, it was dumped by the order of Imperial Princess Jingjia. Qilua Yuan not only received the snacks, but Caitlin also made a plate of snacks for the chamberlain to bring back after a while of detailed study. This sleep is a whole day. Woke up again, perceived that there is someone around, burning staring at himself, even in sleep, can clearly feel. Tiger is also mixing buns for the two cats with meat and vegetable broth, and Tiger's words are that they have to celebrate the new year too. Xian Xiaoning was about to lift his foot to leave, but he realized that the drawbridge was covered with a thick layer of snow, white and intact. Obviously no one had ever stepped on it. Suddenly a thought flashed by. Why don't I try it? Years of experience allowed Han Jiang to immediately distinguish that this thing was harder than the surrounding compacted dirt. I've touched it, Han Jiang shouted excitedly. And the final place where the serpent monster is held needs to be opened by praising the Slytherin in serpent language and saying something meaty. Take the scapegoat out and check the scapegoat's passive skill, which is still active, indicating that the scapegoat will work here. It sounded like it made people feel uncomfortable, thinking that she was arrogant, but Long Qingduan knew that it wasn't arrogance, it was just being honest. She is now in the back hall. Let the bridesmaid comb makeup to be married it. This news to Liang Shanbua, really a bolt from the blue. He momentarily cannot accept this cruel reality, lost his soul and ran out. Suddenly, an eerie cool breeze appeared in the ink bamboo forest, and black bamboo leaves fell in a colorful manner. Yanxi was silently watching the show from the side. It seemed that this Lin Yu was quite something. At this time, the surrounding Tianxian sect disciples were also discussing about Lin Yu's deeds. Yanxi couldn't help but perk up her ears. Brother, I messed up my hair again. My hair is fine and dense. It's not easy to straighten it if I mess up. Yumu grasped her shoulder-length hair with one hand, and then fished out a rubber band from her koan bag to tie it up into a fluffy ponytail. Oh no! Squirrel-tailed braid. Lin Yu clutched a jade talisman in his hand, looked at the signboard of Cloud Room in front of him, and shook his head as he stepped into the inn. The two of you, a real mother and a real sister, talking openly in the living room like this about how to increase the quality of hardware for Gu Chen. Doesn't your conscience hurt? A mouthful of dry cup of wine of the wind hidden. Beautiful is wanting to pour another cup. Only feel behind a slight movement, as if a wisp of breeze gently blowing over. Only at this moment, the wind-hidden whole body of the cold hairs have brushed a sound of all stood up, came to the house. Zhang Han opened the closet in the outer room and carefully rummaged around, finally found a piece of clothing with a button missing on it, and compared it with the one he had in his hand. It was exactly the same. Even, Just at the moment of the power surge, the remaining compotes in his body were refined together, and the compote's spiritual essence was directly drawn, absorbed, and turned into his own use. Chapter 151, Yuck, playing the cup veteran. Female master, how about adding me as a candidate for the second squad? Hiyushu's voice is still the same as before, elegant with some gentleman. Just listen and seem to be different from before. The faintly yellow light shone, softening his entire face, somewhat making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. But the only pair of eyes that shone with a light like a star, just looked straight to the upper head of the hall, Chu Liangyu's position. As soon as his voice was pressed extremely low, as if it was bursting out of his chest, and in this unobtrusive, celebrity-passing corridor, Rong Shallow actually heard a hint of gentleness. I have a feeling that entrusting it to a career hall might be a bit more rigorous. After all, we're all human beings, and it's inevitable that we'll humanize things. Huisin returned a message in a serious manner. Cabbage stood in front of Ling Xing, bending slightly to straighten up at the idiot, slowly hooking her lips. Facing Li Hua's mockery, a group of demon kings also exploded. Although their approach nowadays did have such a hint of meaning in it, it was because of this that they were more sensitive to such comments. I feel so angry too. Why don't we go out and eat something more? Like a cake or something like that. Zheng Bona decided to turn her grief and anger into strength by going out and eating something sweet, and her mood would follow. Holy, what the hell are these things? They actually bleed like people? And it's still red blood. Han Xuanzi moved over to take a look. Huisin thought about it and decided to be more pragmatic and go with the China-Hua team debut. After Chen Leishan was called out by Shen Tingchuan, the two found a relatively quiet place to look at each other. But little did they realize that they were facing steel swords and artillery, and the Madres suffered heavy losses, even being rounded up by government forces and almost exterminated. Only 2 8-year-old widows of the Madres were taken out of the forest as if they had been kidnapped by cannibals, but with an average age of just under 20 weeks. The potential of the 5 is huge, and this World Cup in Germany is at best a chance to practice and familiarize themselves with the world, and their future should be the World Cup in South Africa in 4 years, or beyond. The pedestrians around him gradually disappeared, but Zhang Xiang did not pay attention to it, and continued to walk forward aimlessly until he heard a burst of children's laughter in the stop, as if there is a force in the underworld guiding him to the left. The moment Dong Xin was sent off, Yang Chen knew he would play, but when he heard Bielsa's call in person, his body still sent out a slight tremor. Giggling, Yangwu led Yun Paoying to withdraw in the intended direction. There was surprisingly no resistance along the way. He wondered in his heart. He didn't know where all the soldiers of Yin Fansheng had gone. He simply didn't bother about that much and groped for a retreat. In a nutshell, without knowing the system information, you can't guess for 100 years and come up with the corresponding code. Not to mention the other, even if you resurrected a god, maybe this side of the net resurrected that resurrected god is a slap in the face. The satellite positioning system was not introduced much. Using the Beidou 3 system, adjusting the positioning accuracy down to the civilian level, but Wang Ping realized how he couldn't contact the satellites when he called it up. Perhaps it was too long ago. Those satellites might have been destroyed long ago. I heard from Shan Lin that you guys encountered a blizzard. Is everything alright? Boss Gong's voice was a little muffled, perhaps because the blizzard moving south still had an effect on communications, and it was only after the system automatically reduced the noise that it was possible to discern what he was saying. The news of the death of the 3 people brought a thick haze to the people in the southwest base. The mood was low, but absolutely no one cried. For these human beings after the war, tears were not the best way to remember the dead. Living well was. Wang Ping personally engraved their names on nameplates and left them in the memorial room. Chapter 152, You're thinking about farts. Perhaps they are too involved in the discussion, and so almost the end of the time, outside the hall has been vaguely visible light, actually directly to the second day. Well, that's enough for tonight's discussion, and if there's anything else to be added later, the 4 of you can decide for yourselves. By coincidence, their side had just talked, and the 6 people in the cubicle came out at this time. From that scratch on Feng Qiu's face, you can tell that they business. In the kitchen, Ling Linglong's hands were busy picking up the ingredients that had fallen on the floor. She had only just finished picking them up when Ah Ing walked in. This matter has been in the past month. Did not hear how Yang Su anger. I cannot imagine that now pursued, but in his heart, he held a bottom line because he had already promised him, so he had to do what he said, didn't he? Shuafeng County further north is the territory of the Turkic. The former Turkic is outside the Wuyuan County, but after the civil unrest in the Sui dynasty, Shibi Khan led his troops southward, occupying part of the territory of the Wuyuan County, Lingwu County, and Yulin County, where there are deserts and grasslands, belonging to the land of the loop, and the Turkic people are also very fond of it. Nowadays, Xia Liang is doing quite well in her new job, and can be said to be like a fish out of water. Watching her work very well, Fu Ziren's mood is also very good. And what was even more difficult for me to understand was how I could see him when it was clearly nighttime and dark inside the dormitory. However, that forbidden jade, which was clearly under Ning Hao Feng's control, exploded as it approached Xiaoyu. There was a breeze blowing in through the window, and with it, it lifted the sash and swung it gently with the wind, and sent the scent of wet grass and earth outside. Is it robbing money and sex? No way. I used to hear my cousin say that robbing money and sex should be a big shot now. How can a big shot go out and rob money and sex? I suspected that she was a bit of a nutcase, or why else would she ask? The problem was that I had given my name at the beginning, and now she was surprised as if she had suddenly realized that I was none other than myself. Of course, I don't even know if I am myself. After breakfast, Lin Tao called Li Yifan and asked him to send someone from the security company to the villa to pick up Chao Lan, while he drove to the office of Yi Xiangtian, the director of the Chinese hospital, to look for medicinal herbs. Yao Yue had already understood his intentions long ago, and had already cursed him repeatedly in her heart, wanting to come and pick up the ready-made. There was no door. Even though he had guessed it long ago, when she told him what happened back then in such a light tone, he still received a heavy blow, and his face, which had always been calm and unruffled, turned frighteningly white. Moments later, all the dragon beasts were all gathered into the huge formation in the sky. Each one of them had its own position, and according to a specific orientation. The huge formation that covered an area of 10,000 square miles was completely occupied. The Maxim-equipped French Foreign Legion began to close in on the downstream inlet, where decades of Portuguese reclamation had sprung up, recruiting a large number of men to serve as the colony's army. The humanoid creature was dumbfounded. Its body trembled uncontrollably, and its eyes were filled with terror, as if it had seen a ghost. Following the crowd, Xiaoyu entered the foreign domain's camp for the first time. His eyes flickered, and he cautiously observed in his heart, and as he looked, he could not help but be secretly shocked in his heart. A knock on the door interrupted Larcy's fantasies as Larcy's best friend, Baron Gelia, walked in with a note in his hand. He was the intermediary contact for the royalist MPs, as well as the assistant to the presiding officer of tonight's meeting after the successful coup d'etat. The burning strength of the bloodlight was greatly enhanced, and the Jintian seal gradually stabilized, stopping its tendency to collapse. However, before the blood diamond saint had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Yingyu similarly increased his strangulation. This girl, what are you looking for Qinfan for? We still have some urgent matters, so I'm afraid we don't have time to stay here for a long time. Saying that, Lin Qingqing even took the initiative to take Qinfan's arm as if she was declaring her sovereignty, causing Qinfan to be filled with bitter smiles and feel quite helpless. What? Are you trying to say that this marquis is colluding with the White River Army? Do you have any evidence? Wu Suquan immediately asked back. In one summer vacation, he had spent several $100 million and purchased many properties in Xiantang, Zhanghai, Yanjing and his hometown Wuhuan. The fact that LV Ruorong didn't follow again was even more surprising to the girls, especially Susanna Lee, who was a bit ecstatic. Performing too much is not a good thing. After saying such a sentence, Chen Zihan was ready to hang up the phone. Wu Fan controlled the capillary blood holes on his palms and began to shrink after pressing against the walls of the ship, and a suction force was created. Thanks. My mom just messaged that she's out of danger. The other party finished and turned off the phone and pocketed it. So, is the next thing to do, is to go to war with both sides? Estes looked a little eager. For a warmonger like her, having such a grand war before this hobby was about to be taken away from her would be a good choice for the end of the day. What do you mean by useless experience? I'll tell you what, a lot of people who buy on my advice can win the lottery. It's science, it's math, it's probability. The old man was not happy and finally left him and walked over to the counter to argue with the owner. He couldn't stand by and watch his generals freeze and starve to death alive, so he had to subsidize it with his own silver. More than long-range weapons, we need some blunt weapons on our side. Blunt weapons capable of medium and long-range attacks, and just a few shovels and trowels scavenged from the hardware store won't be enough. Poison Island Seiko said. Chapter 153 Heaven and Earth Soul Plaque. Teacher's Best Assistant. Heaven and Earth Soul License. These words Chu Liangyu felt filled with vast righteousness just by pronouncing them. Other things aside, Chu Liangyu's favorite thing was its name. Domineering. Simply the same as her temperament. It is, isn't it? What's with the weird way of using this thing? She thought it was one of those things that just pulls the soul out of a person and then she gets to witness the image of the soul going into the cards. Who would have thought that? So common. Just as long as she was in the required soul harvesting. The brain is the most complex and fragile place of human beings. If it is not Zhang Suishan soul-searching Zhonyan medical skill is experienced and incomparable. He himself unless the peak cultivation in order to save him. Spare a thought. Zhang Suishan is also a great sense of overwhelm. Spiritual energy is like flowing water from the body flowed out. There were extremely many secret caches all over the world, all of which were places that they, the great demons, cared about. And this kind of life and death battle wouldn't happen on weekdays because there was no need for it at all. I want you, can I? I want you to marry me. It's that simple. Ling Zixin always, heart or mu wei. He will not be engaged this time, directly into the process of marriage. He cannot hold a wedding for the time being, but the license is a must. Rock headbutt. The earthy-colored doujinshi focused in Harry's head all at once and delivered a headbutt to Gotha, who was not far from his side. Wang Yuan slightly tilted his head, and the dagger flew past his ear before nailing it hard to the tree, revealing only a dagger handle. Shengxian Yuan was located in the suburbs, not very populated. Qin Yuan found a piece of unoccupied land, bent his bow and strung an arrow, and the huge black longbow was drawn to a full moon shape. Lu Xian could no longer see anything and felt an overwhelming force directly throw him out of the blood demon realm. The Achen behind him was thrown into a daze. What did Liner see? Even I don't care. Blast wind arrow. When he found the enemy would wanted to use the wind attribute archer's skill. Helplessly the skill is still not skillful, just shoot a normal bow and arrow. The second piece finally succeeded in making two. The power of the martial skill with the same name as the magic skill was certainly not much worse. The bow and arrow flew towards Chad with a green ethereal light at breakneck speed. That old man also looked very experienced. It was obviously not the first time he had received someone like Wang Yuan, and he was even willing to provide many kinds of services. The wooden door of the dojo was pushed open, and the navy in formation walked in. An aura filled with discipline and killing spread in the dojo. It was a kind of power that was very different from and even opposed to the individual's free spirituality. It was filled with a stern and heavy oppression. This annoyed Zhang Shui, but in the face of her displeasure, Lin was finding a whole lot of excuses. With the victory, Longsang Internet Cafe got the match point of this final, and the championship belongs to them as long as they win the next match. But I didn't expect that in this life he actually met his best friend from his student days again. So it seems that Chen Yangyu's family should have moved to Ninghai City in the first place, and that's why they appeared in Ninghai New City. Enelu slowly raised his scepter, and the thunder drum behind him floated with raging arcs of electricity, which covered the dark sky as if it were frozen, and a dark color enveloped it. After waking up, Yuna realized that the place where she slept was the mid-mountain villa of Blackwater Walled City, the single-door villa. Looking out from the window, the mid-level mountainside was surrounded by clouds and mist, which was spectacular. She hadn't been overworked either, so it was good to see how she could feel this way, but the pain was gone in a flash. Conscience? Mom, aren't you saying that too much? Nishino Taisheng's heart was aggrieved and depressed. Let's not even mention it. His sister grew up and fell in love with another man. Isn't that human nature? And inside a group of people know Qingyu actually and Qingbei's brother and sister. Along with the attitude of Qingbei also came to a 180-degree turn. Polite not to say? There are a lot of fawning on weekdays to send to the door to flatter the people. Stigma in the minds of chapter 154 people is a big mountain. Today is over after the last hardening, and the reason for going out has been found. To the outside world, it was said that they were sent out to spread physical arts and recruit talent for the tribe. After Xiong Jiaojiao finished speaking in one breath, she stared at Chu Liangyu with a pair of big eyes and asked the most crucial question. So, when will they be allowed to leave? Tomorrow. Chu Liangyu thought for a moment, realizing that several of her beast husbands were likewise leaving tomorrow. So that, as for senior uncle Xiao Ning, after all, the two sides first met not long ago. Cannot invite him to play? Do not invite him to play. Her eyes suddenly floated with water and she huffed. Your Majesty, you won't let me leave just like that, will you? A look of being bullied and humiliated. A look of pity. It was hard to get here, so they should cherish the opportunity in front of them to find the spirit fruit. There was no telling how long they would stay here, so they had to hurry. He composed himself for a while and said sadly, it is lamentable that now that the royal family is withering away, Wei's closest relatives are still of such virtue. The empty loneliness within his heart at this time could not be expressed. After the subordinates sent up almost, Song Cheung-bing only left his own people to guard the side. The rest of the idle people were all sent out. Flying fish chasing cloud two maids look good and lovely. Yang Zheng is even more honest. If one of them is a mole, then it is not too good to disguise it? What? You had quite a lot of ghost ideas before, but you're backing out when it comes to the critical time? Suho was not happy. Seeing the doctor trembling look, must not dare to lie to himself. Bai Chu said, tonight's matter, not allowed to tell anyone, otherwise you know the consequences of. Finished will be vertical departure. No longer pay attention to the doctor behind. Steeply, the white fox's head felt like it had been electrocuted, and she hurriedly shook herself off before the familiar pain came, making sure to keep herself awake. At that moment, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Hannah coming down the stairs, and lately, whenever I saw her, I never gave her a look. Sight unseen. Li Jiang couldn't determine just how strong these giant eggs would be after they broke, but there was one thing he could be completely sure of, And that was that once the creatures inside these giant eggs broke out of their shells, their cultivation would at least start at the first step. It's my senior year, and I was going to graduate already soon. Yu Xia had just finished speaking when his cell phone suddenly rang. I couldn't help but remember what Pell had said to me before she died, and my heart fluttered. No, absolutely not. A simple wooden house, surrounded by either flat land, grass. I did not see anything else. Only a little farther away from the forest from time to swing the air came from a sound of crisp, bright birds and birds, but also a clean place to cultivate themselves. Early in the morning, the breeder sat down on the stone bench, fiddling with several neat rows of empty ice cream boxes on the stone table, and from time to time took his foot and skillfully pushed the hammock. I think, in the past, Kiri used to lie on the hammock in this way, right? I will go to the city in a while to do this thing of your son. I don't know if the road is slippery? Wan Yukai changed the topic and said, the purple electricity sword? Despite being an immortal weapon that could be used at will, Lu Xian hadn't yet reached the refined spirit and returned Void Realm, so he couldn't collect the immortal sword into his body. Lei Lei smiled bitterly and said, I know you won't suspect me, but it's hard to say about the rest of our group. But you may not know, our group has a big reshuffle this time, and the top management has all been replaced with my people. This, Brother Zhou, you see, said Sherdakue as he looked at Zhou Hai, meaning to seek his opinion. He and the others were guests after all. Xia Jian's wound recovery is very good, even the doctor is surprised. Of course, the mystery here is only clear in Xia Jian's heart. Some things, indeed, with the scientific point of view cannot be explained clearly. At that time, I thought, this world is how this chicken with me holes so open it, paralyzed, hungry K hard to endure, or how long have you been out of business? Chapter 155, bye-bye. You're good. 3 days. 3 days isn't too long, and it's not too short. Chu Liangyu pondered for a moment, but decided to reduce the number. How long would it take to draw just 2 hours at the earliest? Chu Liangyu frowned and said in his heart, this efficiency of his is too slow. He might as well use the trading system to find that cultivator Li Jingxian. With this in mind, Chu Liangyu gave up his decision to get the rune from him. If it wasn't for someone from the company coming over with a reminder, these people really didn't intend to just let Chu Ping off the hook. The mysterious symbols from the last news report on TV and the purchase of the $200 million villa are all in here. By 12 o'clock in the morning, both of their mouths were numb, and they lay sparsely on the table in a fitful sleep. Shen Nan Nan instinctively caught the pan as soon as he could, then looked at it and realized that the anorexic fire was right on the canvas. Immediately dumping the pan to Jiang Shuedrink. Jiang Shuedrink played with pointing out the soldiers and generals, and the ball heavenly god was happy to hear it, now and then idly yearning for some beautiful picture. The first time, he was directly hung up. The second time, he was still hung up, and beads of sweat continued to emerge from Dong Tianqing's forehead. Dragon City Hotel. The distance from the Su family mansion was not too far. It was only about 10 minutes if you drove. Shi Yan squatted down and dotingly touched a Yuan's head. Only, for the matter that a Yuan had changed his clothes, Shi Yan was very curious. Shirahara didn't have any intention of mocking Isabel. He was really very curious, and it wasn't a short period of time for Isabel anyway, but he hadn't realized that he actually had this kind of ability to compel people's hearts. However, the sky drifted 10 purple dragon true chi toward Shen Yuan shot. Far away Guanchengzi saw exclaimed purple dragon true chi. The rest of the human race are happy to look at the injured Shen Yuan. Purple dragon true chi of the legend they all know. The Jiuli tribe saw the purple dragon true chi, recognized the heart of the belief has a hint of shaking. Yu Yan slightly shook his head and looked back at him. Waya understood that the firmness therein could not be shaken, and then thinking about the news he had received earlier, he held back from further persuasion. After Lu Fei observed for a few moments, his entire body's immortal energy was withdrawn, and he instantly appeared at the mouth of this valley and slowly walked in. Before this game even started, 2 of the 5 teams had forfeited, and at this point, a 3-legged situation of earth, water, and fire had been formed. The fire Qilin roared once again, its voice shaking the sky, its huge head shaking violently, its eyes full of killing intent, looking toward Lu Fei as if they were 2 sharp swords. Took his life? His hands clenched the reins. Taking away his life? Taking away what was rightfully his? Luckily that girl will return to Canada. Otherwise, there is no telling what tricks she will use again. Oyano could not be sure that the car accident was not a sign of Kang Xiuxing's heartlessness, but at least the occasional appearance at the banquet did not give her a good face color. Gu 18th Niang hissed cool air out of her mouth to combat the intense pain, and her entire arm kept shaking. Our post has been cast to Mr. Li's place for a long time, but there is a delay in reply. Why not go and see how today? Gu Hai laughed. Zhang Dragonfly has a C very accurate. Since last night the cheap father of her just killed his first wife Emile, and his own escape to tamper with that. I think Mrs. Lin must be embarrassed to pull down the face to settle old scores with her. At least, on the surface cannot. However, Yifeng was ultimately a step too slow and didn't completely intercept those ghost-masked dead soldiers. There were still 2 ghost-masked dead soldiers who threw out the thunder fire bombs that they were talking about before they died. Although Wei Zi and Lu Haojing do not deal with each other. But the main reason is still due to the former Wei Zi mischievous. Do not study well, always fight and cause trouble. So Lu Haojing preconceived that Wei Zi has been hopeless. Belong to the kind of students can give up. Look, I've let you go on vacation for so long. Although you don't come to the newspaper anymore. But, in our hearts you've always been with us. We are not forgetting you at all times. Especially me. The editor-in-chief saw that Su Zuoyan's tone was much better, so he also joked along. Chapter 156, The Trouble with Habitual Offenders Who Talk Too Much. He also did not know if it was not the right time for Chu Liangyu to open the trading panel, but Li Jingxuan's face did not look quite right, as if he was facing some kind of problem of the century, and on his side lay the woman who looked exactly like Chu Liangyu before, only her state didn't look very good. Looks like I came at a bad time, but it can't be helped. I've got important things on my mind. Chu Liangyu saw that he did not say anything for half a day, and finally the main. We eat and talk. The atmosphere is very good. The table Wan Haitao they took turns to Wang Weiquan toast, wine and rice. The accompaniment removed dishes, and sent tea. Then Wang Haitao asked about the intention of Wang Weiquan. Fire Ling didn't get up too early. To say the least, it was considered to be a lazy sleep, while Shi Guangtian said that it was a normal phenomenon after the development of supernormal abilities. The structure of the physique had been renovated, so it naturally needed sleep time to replenish. Hearing this, Lin Jianzhong realized that he was wrong, a bit wrong, and sighed in dismay. Leaning back on the sofa, she kind of saw through it. For people like Wan Yanshou who were not in his right mind, if she showed more fear the more pleased he would be. No, Bin Chi will follow this marquis to go together. You only need to take care of matters within the house will be enough. Wei Yin thought of the time 2 months cannot see Bin Chi. It suddenly feel bored, or bring it to rest assured. You promise to answer me honestly a few questions. I will let you go home. Okay, the middle-aged man followed the guidance, where there is still the usual majesty. Finally, a howl like a broken gong pierced Duan Chang's ears, where there was still half a bit of sleep. Then his entire body felt pulled by a strong force, and it hurt. The originally gray world turned bright in an instant. Behind the base of the Chamber of Commerce, there were already a dozen or so convoys loaded with goods or people. Some of those carriages appeared to be a house, and the one pulling it was a kind of spirit beast that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but had 2 horns on top of its head and only 2 hind limbs that landed on the ground. After all, no matter whether it was fighting season certain or strength, Wu Yulin had to admit that he was not his grandfather's opponent. But where could he stop when he was in the throes of his passion? Besides, it was already in the works. The membrane had been pierced, and it was just as much of a felony to continue or not. So he proceeded to wreak havoc on her regardless of her pleas until she fainted and died. These zombies are the ancient period of the dead body of the strong, was buried in this place, and later do not know what reason the mutation into this hairy monster, black zombies of which the strongest, and even has the strength of the heavenly level of the 9th order. No wonder the Azura at first just in the air of its under the, was scared to run away. Oh, I think it's potential. I can't figure it out either. Qin Gu giggled. He couldn't figure out what the consequences would be after his secret was exposed. It was also natural to hide it. Thank you, Sister Fei Meng. Thank all sisters. Sun Tingna smiled so happily. The left and right hands are red and a white, 2 extremely high-quality flying swords. Really, the more you look at it, the more you like it. What does that wife running out have to do with drinking? Xu Houzhao on the side asked with a bewildered look on his face, his eyes blinking. Ling Tian immediately absorbed it, and in the next moment, the blue blood in his body was instantly covered with his entire body, reaching a full 90% or so, with only the last 10% missing to reach perfection, and then he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the divine demon ruins. Today was the day that the Rui Chamber of Commerce auction opened, and at this moment, Watson was heading to the Rui Chamber of Commerce's auction house with Yuan Lai and Gongsun Qingran. I don't know. I heard the old man gave the order, probably to let us see the world. Red Xiao shook his head. He didn't take this matter to heart. They don't need to understand what the purpose of the war is, because they firmly believe that the hope of mankind is in the midst of the Umbrella Corporation, and ever since they joined the Umbrella, and saw the powerful strength of the Umbrella, as well as those disease-resistant and disease-removing medicines, they've come to the realization that this is the Noah's Ark of mankind. Chapter 157, Cheng Cold Immortal Dignitary is an old rascal. A thin layer of snow covered the top of the shed made of vines, and a surfeit of green light surged from Xiong Jiajiao's hands before attaching itself to the top of the shed. In a few moments, though, a small door the width of one person's entry appeared before them. Almost the moment he went in, Chu Liangyu felt the warmth. Inside the shed there were also some silver light grasses planted to use as lighting. So, after coming in, he didn't feel dark. The tip of his nose is familiar to Chu Liangyu. Stick Treasure looked at Shou Jing and shook his head, wanting to say the word no but not daring to say it. When this night, the four gray, several people only see the surrounding mountains and trees in the dark, do not know where this tender voice is coming from. That firehead army didn't say anything. Seeing Xian Yuan walk to the table to eat, he himself stood aside with a smile. Listen carefully. It's only useful for soul saints below, and it's very difficult. The Aurora Star Soul said seriously. Boat line more than half a month. To Yangzhou, Guochang and Xuandu hire another passenger boat. Repeat a few days. To the Jingjiang house dock. Xuandu temporary resignation. Said, this is close to my humble abode. I went ashore to find people. Soon that is. Please wait for the adults here. Words. Negative pouch. Holding a Zen staff. Flying ashore. Long to go. Prison soldiers weren't on the same level as Joe. These people were the real enforcers of the prison. If you are stubborn with these people, you will only die. I, Long Yunu, swear that from this day forward, I wish to be the guardian of the third star of the Big Dipper. Tian Gue. Forever follow the North Stars left and right, and never leave it until I grow old. Facing the North Star, Yunu knelt down and swore. What? Xiang Bodhi's senior brother is a heavenly genius. How could he also fall? Is it because you have misread it? When someone heard this, he asked with disbelief. He didn't believe that Xiang Bodhi would fall. A group of 8 people took the elevator down to the lobby of the hotel, and after leaving the door, the sky was already pitch black. Manhwa was located at a high latitude, and darkness naturally fell much earlier in winter than in Jiangnan. Standing at the door facing the neon flashing street, the 7 people asked Wu Yun where he wanted to go for dinner. Then the commanders decide that the opponent is going to press forward to a certain point. The trap will be prepared before the opponent arrives, and once in the trap, the opponent will not be able to have the slightest room for struggle. If the water temperature is too high, the nutritional and beauty benefits of honey grapefruit tea will be greatly reduced. Jiang Wei was as angry as a large rooster that had been stripped of its feathers, and her cries could be heard through the wall back in her own room. Mr. Lu, senior sister girl, if we don't go over there, they should be waiting impatiently. Drunken Luo Han urged frequently. The giant demon king and the swordsman instantly shot out from their original position. A red and a gold beam of light flashed and connected. She glanced at He Shang, only to see that He Shang's face was as calm as water, as if the person who had collapsed with the onset of the disease was not his master, but a bystander. Lu Chuan looked at Wang Yi standing in the courtyard. His expression changed slightly. For Wang Yi to be able to sense his arrival, Lu Chuan was not surprised. After all, he did not have the slightest concealment, but the problem was that he had not felt Wang Yi's presence at all before. This discovery made Lu Chuan's heart could not help but feel a trace of scorn towards Wang Yi. Hearing Master Xiang's words, those people also revealed a surprised expression. Absolute, as the name suggests, is a pair that no one can match. Doomsday Evil suddenly turned around. Sharp claws slashed violently, claw shadow like a knife. But listen to the sound of miso. The evil soul youth is not as good as Dodge. Was hit head-on, by the left shoulder diagonally down to be scratched a few blue streaming luminescent mouth. It is the soul body in the slowly dispersed. Chapter 158 Peeping Tom. Drink me. Surprised by Qi Yishan's intelligence, Chu Liangyu nodded and said, that's right, and that's why I didn't let you join the program. After Chu Liangyu's explanation, Qi Yishan's initial aggression dissipated without a trace and turned into a strong sense of guilt and uneasiness. However, you don't have to worry. This talisman I put on you can temporarily avoid his prying eyes. Chu Liangyu saw that he was really a bit pitiful, so she directly, surprised by Qi Irui's intelligence, Chu Liangyu nodded and said, that's right, and that's why I didn't let you join the program. After Chu Liangyu's explanation, Qi Irui's initial aggression dissipated without a trace and turned into a strong sense of guilt and uneasiness. However, you don't have to worry. This talisman I put on you can temporarily avoid his prying eyes. Chu Liangyu saw that he was really a bit pitiful, so she directly, surprised by Qi Chongrui's intelligence, Chu Liangyu nodded and said, that's right, and that's why I didn't let you join the program. After Chu Liangyu's explanation, Qi Chongrui's initial kind of aggression dissipated without a trace and turned into a strong sense of guilt and uneasiness. However, you don't have to worry. This talisman I put on you can temporarily avoid his prying eyes. Chu Liangyu saw that he was really a bit pitiful, so she directly, this unspeakable fear, as if it could corrode the fighting spirit of the bird demons, pierced through their hard and unparalleled skin, penetrated into their bodies, and fused into their blood. You shut up. Stop talking and get to the point. Who are you talking about? Shenfeng directly was interrupting, and if they really agreed to let Shenfeng do this, then by then all these geniuses would have become cultivators of Shenfeng's Thunder Hall, and there would be no use for them even if they found out again at that time. On the battlefield, the sound of shouting and killing did not drift away with the wind and sand, but instead, the sound of yao yao was loud, flying arrows like locusts, and scimitar flashes, the Jihu cavalry that had no worries, and the heavily armored camel troop that attacked the bases attacked from front to back and turned the defense into an attack. And in the sound of the heavy and urgent horns, they quickly surrounded the Xuanjia army. Now, having a common essence with Luo Hao, the source crystal had already completed the reconstruction of its roots, and all that was missing was an entity that could grow at a high speed and could be freely disposed of. The members of the expedition are well matched and well mixed, not only an expeditionary team, but also a competent commando unit. Brother Chi Yu, do you need help? Song Jianli smiled as he sat in midair and asked Chi Yu, if they do this, then Shinfeng is really bound to die. As long as they are 8 demonic power cultivators casually help any one of the stopped forces to get out of the trap, then followed by the rest of the several forces will all be in a very short period of time by them to help out. After all, most of the feats that Chu Ming had obtained in recent years were like the Royal Wind Technique, or the Immortal Demon Body, which strengthened Chu Ming's speed and defense, but there were a lot fewer feats about offense. As a superior sect, the Art Alliance naturally had the pride of a superior sect, and how could the people of the Art Alliance sit back and do nothing when they were bullied? Not to mention the fact that it was the next successor to the Alliance Lord who was desired by the Vice Alliance Lord. She wasn't too fond of flaunting it, especially going around yelling that the hospital was owned by her family and that her grandfather was the director or something. It was too cheesy. However, White shocked at the same time and the surrounding left and right carefully looked, confirming that no one in all directions, only Xiao Lan one person, and then let that one of curdled fat gas like orchids, delicate and boneless into the colorful 3 points, but it is just a matter of each of them. Now it is the time when Pei Jie's voice is very high. Naturally, he does not want to behave badly in front of his grandparents, but Lin Qian looked unhappy, back to the house, but also sleepy. Cousin hooked the corners of his mouth very elegantly and turned around, not giving Lin Shallow a chance to say anything further. Watching Lin Yilu praising summer practically to the sky, Zhou Xianzhong skimmed his lips, thinking that Lin Yilu was a lover's eye. Looking at Summer well, she was good everywhere, even her hair strands were charming. Wang Eru, who was in a gentle place, did not know that due to his negligence, he let go of an evil person, which led to a series of subsequent troubles, and even drove him into a desperate situation at one time. The man from the Heavenly Spider Academy listened to Du's words and said nothing as he directly sat down, apparently giving up. Miners covered in mine dust sat at long tables, gorging themselves on meat and wine over bread. Seeing this, the other people who had originally stopped by the ring to watch the discussion, clamored and made a path, then greeted one another. Bang sound. Su Xian and Lu Aoxue, 2 people fell heavily on the ground. Yes is on the ground. The palace is silent in the bottom of the lake, but inside the surprisingly not a trace of water. At the moment the 2 people are already in the palace. Chapter 159 is going to be advanced. As a result, the news given to her by the people sent there was that the squads led by Feng Chouwu had left early, originally discussed to leave at the same time. Did not expect to be backstabbed. Yushu squad hated those people with a passion, but the people had already left. There was nothing they could do. By the time they reacted, they were also immediately on their way, but it was almost light when they left. After hearing this, Chu Liangyu only felt a burst of amusement. Surname Feng. However, those soldiers and police, at this time is estimated to be scared silly it, completely forget to escape, but reflexively pick up the gun. To pounce on the zombies is bang bang bang, hit up, no trouble, this is what should happen. By the way, I say you just don't take a bite out of a director. Just call me a big brother if you can afford me. I'm also very happy to know you as a brother. Hanisong was very generous. When the tip of the knife pierced the air, it made a sizzling sound. If a viper spat blood, it was incomparably powerful. Chen Fan was now going to absorb the water spirit stones, which were transparent and blossomed with luster, as if they were water currents, and felt heavy in his hand, but the water spirit chi contained in them was very rich. As soon as he saw that the 2 were arguing again, Li Yujun immediately called a halt to the 2 and slapped the information on the table with force. They weren't familiar with the surrounding sea at all, and the facilities of the fishing boat were extremely simple, so if they hit a reef or something, they would lose all their efforts. So they forced Lin Hao to stop and rest for the night, and then continue to set off again at dawn tomorrow. That evening, Li Yujun and others identified 3 more favorable chefs, dialed with anticipation, notified the interview, the test dishes. Just as Chen Fan was flying, suddenly, his gaze flickered and he saw strangers appearing in the void ahead of him. Seeing this, I screamed in my heart that it was not good. This time we had actually encountered an evil spirit. The hearts of the people were chilled, not daring to meet Chen Fan's gaze. These people were basically all those who had joined the Huaxia regiment when Chen Fan killed the Son of Heaven. At this moment, When they heard Chen Fan's order, the first ones to come out were the Chen family members. He woke up to find himself back at the Cloud Hotel, with Professor Gould and Mr. N and the others looking at him with smiles, and Guo De Lu sitting across from him, smiling at the words. Only in the face of his old chief's excited expression at this moment, the young officer's expression was slightly embarrassed. No, guess. Zhang Jingjing smiled. She knew that boy too well. His own departure left him with no choice. When it came to feelings, that boy was never very willing to look out for the other party, and did not take the initiative to be forceful. One is to run through it and organize the huge amount of information just now in your mind, while the second, let us each heal. And her uncharacteristic behavior startled Hinata and Juhi, who came at the sound of her voice. Especially the former thought that her sister was sick again. Suddenly a heartbreaking scream came from Huan Lao's mouth. The crowd looked at the sound, only to see that just now the unbeatable Huan Lao was covered with black flames, and was constantly tossing and rolling on the ground. And that flame is how cannot be extinguished. The opposite side of the burning more and more exuberant. Two loud bangs rang out, and a cloud of smoke rose from the ring, while Richard was also hit by the airwaves brought up by the explosions, losing more than 100 chi blood. Not bad. Facing the sword net that came towards his vastness, Green Bamboo Wang's face finally had a slight change. Softly praising a sound, he pounded out a fist to meet the sword net, allowing the sword net of Sword 18 to wrap itself within. The crowd of cultivators on the shore of the Xian Lake witnessed this astonishing battle. Each and every one of them were infatuated with what they saw, and for many of them, for the rest of their lives, they would no longer be able to forget that powerful back. Feng Yiming put the last plate of food on the table. Outside there have been impatient children pointing firecrackers. Crackling sound is also mixed with the children's cheers. Noisy noise. Dad took the initiative to get a bottle of wine under the bed. Mom also opened a bottle of Guinness to sit at the table. Chapter 160. Don't worry, I'm used to being chopped. 5 people advanced at the same time, and only 3 of them looked loud and powerful, while the other 2 were like babbling water in a stream, without a ripple. Within the time of quiet waiting, the sunlight that was just bright above the heads of several people suddenly began to cloud up, and there were muffled thunders faintly ringing in their ears. Chu Liangyu frowned. There was a bad premonition in his heart. This rhythm, properly to be struck by lightning. Obviously the advancement of a few people was so counterintuitive that heaven wanted to. After waking up, it was traditional to lazily lounge under the covers and wait until 8 o'clock to be woken up by Gu's mother, in the room next to theirs. Fanrun originally thought that this white-robed man was one of his residual soul doppelgangers just like before, but upon closer inspection, he realized that he had the feeling of gazing into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms, making a person like Fanrun, who was accustomed to seeing great scenes, feel like he was gazing into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms. All of them shuddered for a moment. After some deliberation, Hu Biao decided that he would first take a group of people into the city to see how the situation in the city was first, and then according to the situation, then let the subsequent troops into the city. This time back to Shanghai, Hu Biao naturally did not come back to visit his family. Fortunately, this Qingcheng mountain is not a place infested with wild beasts, and the lights of the village are still bright at night, so there is nothing to worry about. Holy, snake harnessing technique. This girl actually knows beast harnessing technique. It seems that these 2 grandchildren are not as friendly as they look. Bu Tian thought darkly. Quite the contrary, now dressed like this. On the contrary, the Japanese army was more convinced that this was the guerrillas of the 8th Route Army. Learning that the earlier explosion was also caused by the attacking 8th Route Army, the Bungbu garrison officer was naturally extremely angry. By the time the old professor appeared and the whole classroom quieted down, the one in his hand was a fifth of the way through. Looking at the cookies and canned food that were brought into the camp one after another, the prisoners of war squatted in the camp and ate honestly. Even though the camp smelled bad, no one dared to make a fuss. Even if there were people who were dissatisfied, they were suppressed by the majority of the people. Uncle, happen to be here again? She was familiar with the routine and simply answered for uncle. The 4 human skin on the ground because the master was injured, power greatly reduced, but as if there is God's wisdom, abandoned the 3 people on the ground floating toward the cliff below. Dang Pai, you were once the governor of Changsha. We are not the same level. Fang Mo hastened to hold him up. Absolute double pepper after hearing touched to cry, and repeatedly said that must serve the Lord well to serve the future misses, to the Lord to manage the production of perfume and high-grade soap thing. In return for the grace of the Lord, Chanyan lifted up Wang Xingxin and walked into the tent with great strides, and after throwing Wang Xingxin to the ground he gave Chang Diaojin a salute and then stood on the side with his head hanging down. The sudden violent tremor immediately startled all the disciples of the Fox-Face sect. One by one, they flew out from their respective caves, and the cranes that traveled to and fro in the sky, one by one, circled back. Mingzhu seems to know that Jingyu is the first eldest son, is born of the empress, in the palace in addition to the emperor. the identity is the most honorable. For Jingyu words also do not refute. Resentful nodding after no longer make a sound. She had gotten used to him being hot and cold and temperamental, though no one but her would say that about Gu Xinglong. In the eyes of everyone in Qi Palace, the ruler's nature was extremely stable, calm and certain, refined, gentle, and forgiving. The entire Fox Face sect, as if suffering a catastrophe of extermination, no one was spared. Even their master, also fled without knowing the whereabouts. The arrow of magic gas penetrated the huge beast's head. Hu Shimei immediately stabilized her body. 7 fox tails flying across the board. Will be as if the beast is branched out like a crazy churning. The sky blood and flesh flying. A foul-smelling juice splash. The slender silhouette of a leap back, playful and yet standing. After joking for a while, Sheen saw that it was almost time and ordered her subordinates to bring all the things with them, calling Shang Sihao and the others to get on the carriage and head to the Qin mansion. Chapter 161, For the sake of food. You don't even care about your life. Jiajiao. The thickness of the thunderbolt was simply not something that Xiong Jiajiao could withstand. With the ability of the thunder spirit to actually be able to block this time, to be honest, Xu Liangyu didn't have much of a bottom in his heart. I'm fine. In the loud thunder, Xiong Jiajiao's voice was almost negligible, but Xu Liangyu was Xiong Jiajiao's response that he heard from it. Seeing this, Xu Liangyu's emotions calmed down, and looking at the thunderbolts that kept splitting down towards Xiong Jiajiao, with a cold chill in his heart, Janshan rushes forward without hesitation. Saviola swings his left leg and Janshan falls to the ground in a sleeper hold. Moving forward at a speed of 20 mph, Lei Hao touched a cigarette from inside his pocket and took a hard puff. Only then did his tensed nerves slowly relax. This time, it was a real escape from death. However, it was even less good news for those clans that had been named by the elves before. The 2 layers of Yin fire inside and outside the circumference of the body were again exchanged with each other as the Yin rose and the Yang descended in the flow of true breath, slowly quenching and purifying. Humph, just with you want to stop me? Yi Feng hung a mocking piercing smile between the corners of his mouth. His right leg quickly lifted up in preparation for a shot, and Schwarzer immediately responded by pouncing on his side. Digging Yin in his arms murmured whispering, just the gas is not good. The words are also fuzzy, if not listen ear sharp, but also do not really hear. Wang Ping briefly glanced at the environment and was just about to touch the dead end of the hill that could not be seen by the searchlight when he realized that a group of people turned from the side. 6 in total, both tall and short, with torches, scanning the area as they walked, obviously a patrol. Thinking that the power behind Tang Chen was most likely one of the top 10 guilds, the young and the restless couldn't help but shiver. Hara's head was still a little stiff, but he finally made an effort to nod and answer Sonia's question. Li Ling would like to caution Tong Pak Fu, do not be too arrogant. Ijin Wei specializing in the world of all kinds of disobedience for 30 years. Only after Yan Wei Zhang had completed the overall simulation, he would inadvertently or playfully remind them to try the response of the brake system when the temperature parameters were drastically changed, and then suddenly realized as if they had discovered the problem. After Iron Egg saved Watson, poured some water into Watson's mouth. After all, Watson was dying of severe starvation and dehydration. Iron Egg, who walks in the desert all the time, could still tell, and after drinking the water, Watson's heartbeat gradually became stronger, although he didn't wake up, and I believe that it's only a matter of time. But if he wants this evidence to the police, Zhang Haiqing father and son will certainly be imprisoned. Jiang Yuansher will also have to lose his post, must go to prison for a period of time. She used out the divine immortal seal, white light shone and enveloped the snake charmer, and in just half a minute, the snake charmer sat down on his knees, opened his eyes, and his strength had returned to its peak. After casting the oldest blood contract, Chu Linger and the Yin Ice Pale Bear established a master-servant contract, and even at this moment, Chu Linger felt that her cultivation level had jumped a little. The clash of magic treasures, the sparring of true essence. The battle was so loud that Huasheng and Yin Zhang exchanged blows, causing the onlookers to avoid the cultivators from afar for fear of being caught in the waves. Sitting at home looking at Sun Mao, Li Ling is speechless. Suddenly the housekeeper came to report that Li Dongyang came. Li Ling froze, looked at Sun Mao in the midst of dancing, a happy look, and hurriedly called for Li Dongyang to be welcomed in. This is the Earth-ranked martial skill Devouring Flame. It's very powerful, plus the Zhongzhan's strength is a Samurai Realm 8th heavenly strength. It's definitely capable of killing Tan Yuanfeng in seconds. The Tartar scimitar was light and very suitable for close combat, and under the left and right resistance, the Xiaochun sword in Li Ling's hand was actually hardened and cut out a few openings. The two didn't have time to greet each other before running towards Lily, who by this time had noticed the two walkers that had just gotten almost close to her back and panicked as she turned around and kept backing away. Dr. Lin, you give Mr. Tang a word. This time, our capital hospital has simply reached the tip of the wave of the wind. Zheng Fan hurriedly rolled down the window and instructed the driver to drive. Chapter 162, Phoenix Nirvana, Reborn in Fire. Lei Ling was a small one, looking exactly like Chu Liangyu, lying in her hand covering her stomach and rolling around constantly. She could tell that it was very hard to be supported by the huge energy. Chu Liangyu was speechless, but in the end, he still placed his hand on its body to help comb through the excess energy. Little sister. I don't know if the commotion they made earlier was too much, but at this moment there were quite a few people around who came over to see what was going on, and among them there was Feng Qingqing's elder brother, Feng Su among them. Regard as, the oncoming qi was extremely fierce, and the tables and chairs on both sides of the table were completely lifted out, and in an instant, the entire inn was in a mess. The ward was silent again. The deathly white color was spread everywhere in the room, and that white color made Wang Xianlong feel a burst of panic after a burst of panic. You roll! The sudden voice of Gung Jiqiang startled Shuri, not realizing that Gung Jiqiang wasn't asleep. Wei Guo, you give this telegram to the king. He is still the Navy Minister and Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Court. In addition, telegram the Quartermaster of the cruiser fleet to immediately stop all supplies for the cruiser fleet. I don't believe that he can't be cured. Chen Ning instructed. Tingjia, I am very satisfied with your work in these 2 years. Tomorrow you will go with me to Guangxi to set up the General Staff Department. I am short of manpower on my side. Chen Ning instructed as he parted. Following the directions in his memory, Cui Feng led Li Mu in scouting the way ahead, while he himself walked slowly, saving his physical and spiritual energy. In other words, the sum of the value of each diner's fortune, endowment and memory is collectively known as the latent world. The Black Wind Mountain vein was not close to this city, and the group had no horses, so they could only walk, and along the way Chen Ming still maintained his condescending demeanor, treating everyone with disdain, while Du Yi in turn showed a side of him that was completely different from his rugged appearance, and looked after the entire group in an orderly fashion. Hearing this, both of them froze there. Neither of them had thought that he would let Xueling follow Shuriyen out. Shuriyen collected the scripture scrolls, extinguished the bright lights, closed the door of the room, and walked towards the place where he lived. Lan Binger was also a bit tired from walking, so she turned around and walked towards the way she came. I didn't realize that Miss Han had such a resourceful cousin like you. Brother, I should thank you for this one as well. Xinzhong looked at Yu Qi and said appreciatively, how can this be? Although there is no work and Wei Chen is happy to be at ease. Only, he doesn't want to let An's father and Du Zitsong to fulfill their wishes. Moreover, he had already decided that the culprit must be An's father, because no matter what Du Zitsong did, he must have An's father behind him. After a little deliberation, Wan Yu pretended to be reluctant to take out a peach and plum bread from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, and casually tore it into 2 halves from the center, and threw 1 half of it out. Of course, she has no need to forget the memory of anything in particular, whether in the past life or in the present. Everything she can do to accept openly, can fight for it to work hard to fight for, 2 ethereal things as well as recognize the reality of the early to forget, so has been until now since she actually live are quite happy. Zheng Chengnan knew that the next thing he did as a governor was to move up the ladder. This is a good thing. Obviously, Schwanner couldn't afford to give Li Yi the only remaining hibiscus cream. After all, there was less to eat, and he himself reckoned that he hadn't eaten enough. It was already a small amount, and after sharing out a few more spoons, he only had a few bites. The killing last night was over. Most of the people didn't know what was going on, but knew that it was best not to get involved in such a situation and hid in their tents, not daring to come out, so there weren't many accidental killings. Hearing Lu Qing finally shift his anger to Zhongshan, Yang Chunlin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and although Ma Weiming took it all in stride, he didn't express anything as he was thinking of more far-reaching issues. Why are you crying? Crying all day long? I'm not dead yet. Why are you howling for mourning? Han Ren was a bit annoyed by Yuli's crying and shouted. Chapter 163, he, too, is cared for by some people, still not healed from the previous injury? Chu Liangyu was aware that Hu Qiumu was injured, but seeing that he intended to conceal it he didn't ask much. It hadn't even healed in a month's time, but instead had a tendency to get worse, so that meant that the injuries he had sustained were serious. Chu Liangyu took Hu Qiuliang's hand and walked outside while asking him, do you know to what your beast father was injured because of? Yes. Hu Qiuliang did not dare to look at her, hesitated for a long time and did not. In this way, Li Yanwen masters and masters will carry the grave digging equipment, while the moon dark and windy run to dig the grave. After the surrounding people dispersed, Shi Ziyan looked at Chu Shuyo in silence, and Chu Shuyo didn't say anything, just looked at Shi Ziyan favorably. The third golden armored war god also gradually appeared, which was a golden armored war god holding dual hammers. As the double hammer war god gradually took shape, it also adopted the same attacking means as the previous 2 war gods. So, let's all introduce ourselves. Seeing that the players were all formal and honest, Wen Xiang, who was inexplicably pleased in his heart, coughed lightly and sat down on the sofa with a stern face and said, originally was 2-1 serious expression and some weird atmosphere. Make the breath hold and dare not say anything to touch the shrimp emperor. They see 2-1 out of the sound. Finally cannot help but curious open mouth to ask. I'll go. Li Yifeng, this vice president of ours is too powerful. Just trying to buy these top-notch goodies. As for danger? Now that Yuan Qingzi was there, how could there be danger? It wasn't that Yuan Qingzi could still fight, but with his powerful divine sense, what other poisonous beasts couldn't hide in this swamp? Even if the field is taken back after a week, they can still have a week of fun first, right? Their movies are still in the awkward dancing stage. Dancing when they're happy, dancing when they're sad, dancing when they're surprised, dancing when they're calm, all the time anyway, but the plot is just completely gone, and often you don't know what the movie is saying from start to finish. Yun Yulu cried for a long time. In the end it was Molan who couldn't stand to watch and even threatened and coaxed her to not cry. On one side, he had to worry if Su Mu was digging a hole for Zhang Yuanhe, and on the other side, he had to worry about what kind of underhanded moves Gong Yuqiu would make. The old Hua family was now once again the laughingstock of Hua Qingyan's family, and every time Hu Qing and Yu Jiaming talked about the expressions on those people's faces when they heard that Hua Qingyan had paid the consultation fee, it could make a few people laugh for a while. Since this is the case, the divine principle of the way is also theft. As the saying goes, there is a way to steal, and if you look at it from the reverse thinking, the way of man, the way of earth, the way of heaven, why can't it be understood as the theft of man, the theft of earth, and the theft of heaven? As a matter of fact, Hua Ziming has long wanted to leave, but Lei Yuan is not far away. Where he dares to escape? Lei Yuan was cooperating with Xiao Tao to monitor him and Zhang Yichen. If he dared to move a little, I'm afraid Lei Yuan would be dead. He and Lei Yuan's realm difference is too far. I'm afraid that Lei Yuan could not catch a move. Not your hometown? Ruohua asked. Normally unless they encountered a natural disaster or a catastrophe of last resort, no one would leave their hometown to settle in another place. The second time was at the Jin family's old mansion, when this man and his own big brother went toe-to-toe with each other and contradicted the Jin family's old lady. Cultivation less than the easy realm disciples all retired. Jin Mei directly spoke, and waved his arm, blocking out the fluctuations that erupted. She used to be afraid of Li Mingjail's tough attack, afraid of that kind of passion, but now she understands that the giving side is very bitter. She won't laugh at Li Mingjail's softness under his strength anymore, but she also won't give him hope that he shouldn't have. But on the other hand, Wu Higuei family is not good with each other, especially after forcing the adoptive son of a net family. Did not say a little bit of humane? Do not share the family's property does not give silver. So how to live with the family? The burning debris incidentally penetrated a nearby Sky T, and another Sky T lost power and spun up in the air. Chapter 164, A Moment's Worth of Spring Dawn. Warm breath sprayed on her ears, tingling, and involuntarily, a blush spread across her face. She didn't speak with the same calmness that she had when she entered the room, but became a little softer, even with a little shyness. Is it on? Not yet. Despite his words, Hu Qiumu's hand on her neck had already dropped, and he began to tighten his embrace around her, his head resting on one of her shoulders. I don't know if it's Chu Liangyu's illusion. With a movement of her figure, she had already landed in front of Tong Tong, and with a twisted source of havoc on her slender hand, she was about to press down towards Tong Tong's brow. Zhao Zhennan hurriedly pulled Zhao Chuchu to take a seat at the dining table, and he pointed at the sumptuous and delicious dishes on this table and said, "No more." I don't know why. Looking at Fu Hui, Su Jianyi always felt that his own baby was not protected. She could ask for the Gu family's money back, let alone a Mirshaw family, and smash the pot to make them pay themselves back. Since it was Saturday night, the school building was especially quiet. Many classrooms were empty. Li Wan randomly pushed open the door of a classroom. The lights inside were on, and instantly froze. But when Su Xing asked her to go practice her lines and acting skills, she did a token job and then went to play a game before coming over to see Su Xing. This hoed down, about several inches of land, lost the grit and seemed to return to normal dirt. Hua Kersen asked her driver, Lao Chun, to send them to the Central Plaza, which was surrounded by several of the most luxurious shopping malls in the capital city of Country D. Dining, shopping, fun, and movie cities were all available. Xin Changqing's predecessor was a trainee demon removal envoy in the Department of Demon Suppression, which was also the lowest level kind of demon removal envoy. In this way, anyone who purchased items from the stalls basically don't want a ticket. Plus the numerous cameras in the Black Dragon Night Market Bloom made it impossible for them to hide their turnover. Guyu coldly looked at this girl who was pretending to be a poor girl as always, and he couldn't help but hook a cynical smile at the corner of his lips. The music sounded again, and the hall was once again bustling with activity, but at that moment, a rush of footsteps came from outside the hall. Everything is too late. Even if he gives up the chopper in his hand to dodge at this time is too late. The only thing to do is to close his eyes and wait for death to come. In just a moment, the projected past 173 instantly disappeared from the stone slab and came behind a warrior. Concrete made hands grabbing its head and twisting it violently. Unfortunately, no matter if it was the Bai family, the Tang family, or the Jiang family, they were all restrained by a Long family, preventing them from utilizing their strengths at all. Officer Zhang, what makes you guarantee that we have a good chance of surviving? Jiang Liwen suddenly asked, but this not no one directly declared to the mouth. Zhou Guangzong can still deceive themselves and others. Now by a nephew with that contemptuous tone set out, equal to directly uncovered Zhou Guangzong's wounds, but also in the wounds of the hand on the salt, which let Zhou Guangzong how can endure. As much as he despised a big man picking vegetables with a plate, he had to say that in this situation he hated that he could not replace Mo Ling because that was the only way he could fit into Mugen's world without being excluded like he was now. Rumors attached are all the words of others. They are not true after all. Xia subconsciously replied back. Gu Yu locked her brows. Not bad. You're right about everything you said. And I've long since made preparations on how to explain it to my grandmother. After saying that, she held up another object that Xie Qilong had stuffed in her hand just now on the mountaintop, which was a scented pouch. When Qin Han sniffed, he felt his head buzzing. This Ji Chu Fei witch pot, not to mention witch pot. Sneaking a glance at the two men, he found that both of them were staring at each other with glaring eyes, and between their gazes, they could even feel the fire splashing around. Beauty, Big Brother has agreed. Go, I'll take you to see Big Brother. He rudely pulled Scorched Luo's wrist and yanked away, clearly unable to wait. Yi Yu had a displeased face, but he didn't dare to argue much about Tu Meng's words, leaving behind a ferocious look to leave with you Frost. Eat it while it's hot. Take a bite. The meat is fluffy and melts in your mouth. A layer of fat is tightly packed with a layer of lean meat, fat but not greasy, and your mouth is full of flavor. Ing Woyo was old and calm. The remarks between a few people did not make waves in his heart in the slightest, even if the menace of being lost was right in front of him, since she hadn't yet adjusted to the time difference. Yi Xinhua woke up early and started her morning walk on the road near her home. Sun Yang collected her sobs under the gaze of the crowd and turned her head to look at Sima Xiao, with a few crystallized teardrops still hanging on her face. As for the money left over from the collection, she put it away. She had to have some personal money anyhow. She went to the bazaar again, looked at the useful can be used, and her space does not have, all loaded on the car. She looked around the room. A few of the koi had clueless looks on their faces, and everyone else had worried looks on their faces. The content of the class is actually their own former time in the UK to learn design when those contents are almost the same, but these are relatively simple. Yesini used less than 10 minutes to complete the computer homework assigned by the teacher, and then naughty her, actually want to unlock the isolation mode, and then chat on the internet. Mo Shui Rue frowned, still not understanding what exactly she meant by suddenly saying that. What blushing? Blushing makes you hot. What does it mean? If anything happened to Julin, he wouldn't be able to hide from his father alone, who would surely investigate at all costs. He wasn't sure he could avoid his father's thorough investigation. Put him down. Zufeng, you have to watch your master when you beat a dog. Don't make his master angry. We won't have anything good to eat. Yun Xian finally spoke out to stop Kai Zifeng's actions, and Kai Zifeng reluctantly threw Zhang Siren to the ground. This is difficult to do. The affinity has been set. Even if Qiu Ju is not satisfied is no way to withdraw from the marriage, then it is impossible. Unless there is something out of the big event, or Qiu Ju is married. In order to survive as well as find the place of summoning in his heart, Yan Ming enters a high-rise building and finds unexpected people inside. Then, Yan Ming led the people all the way to the 99th floor, and after passing the inspection, he entered the all-metal built floor, which Yan Ming found to be an airship in disguise. Lin Yan into the doorway to look around. The surrounding decoration has not changed at all, still gives a feeling of noble and elegant, only now it is daytime. People are not a lot of people, but there are also a lot. For a moment, only the faces of the crowd, one by one, suddenly all coincidentally had a shocked look on their faces. Nandong Jun also had quite a few competent generals under his command, and at this time, they quickly reacted, running back and forth and organizing counterattacks. Chen Ao was not sure which side could win this encounter, so he did not dare to show himself and hid behind a rock with Xian Ning, quietly observing the situation. Chapter 165, Trigger Conditions for the Power of Faith. Her physical skills have reached the point of pure perfection, and most of the moves in here come with disorientation, and if they are coupled with soul-chasing needles in melee combat, of course, just guessed certainly not. Chu Liangyu these days carried out no less than 100 times the actual operation, although some difficulty, but the killing power is great. These things were mastered more and more skillfully over time, and the power of creation that had been consumed in the body in the first place was growing at an accelerated pace. In order to find the trouble of Bai Ao Tian, Yua can be said to have thought of every possible way. In the cooperation with Hua Group, Yuo opposes strongly, and lists out to the board of directors a lot of problems that may arise in the future on the cooperation. You understand it yourself, Jean Fan said and walked straight ahead. As we walked, we unknowingly came to a large court with a middle schooler playing basketball. My heart was pounding. I had a very strong and wonderful premonition that something was about to change in my life. Farewell, my friend. And Gafia walked inside, the door then closing and disappearing as if it had never been there at all. Xiaoming had always felt that the way of divination was very powerful, and if he could become adept at it, then he would definitely be able to gain a lot of benefits in the future, as well as be able to avoid good fortune and misfortune. The car returned to his villa. Shin Qingshui did not pay attention, waited until he reached the door to realize how the house is lit. Patch nodded slightly and answered for Nick Fury. None of his questions involved any real hidden secrets. Even if revealed to him there would be no repercussions, and the Karmatage was going to be in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, and Nick Fury was going to know about it by then as well. When Tang Yen saw the people leaving, she directly glanced at Tianqi, and the two of them smiled heartily as they continued their rush. Coulson looked with a puzzled face at the chart on the computer screen of the Stark Industries stock that Patch had bought over the past few days, and couldn't help but have some unimaginable speculations in his mind. Tang Yen didn't speak but walked over to Yuer's side and caught his palm with one hand so that he could smoothly hand down. A black-robed man with a bronze mask at the head, with only a pair of ice-cold eyes exposed, saw Li Jing leading people to block the way. He coldly rebuked nonchalantly. When Ghost Valley Z was captured by the Tianji sect, Tang Ming had been attached to his heart and had vowed to save his master. Mazzy had to wave his hand while saying thank you everyone. Somewhat embarrassed, he turned back while walking. Seeing this, Elder Zhou's face immediately became grave. He could feel the terrifying power contained on the subterranean Dragon Jade Peninsula. Even if he wanted to take it, he would have to weigh a few points. It is the essence of the whole body is condensed. From the moment of birth, will exist in the body, a total of only 10 drops. In order to accomplish this, he approached Tai Bai Jinxing, Lunar Elder and others, but they were unable to do anything. As soon as the words left his mouth, a huge adamantine bracelet emanating golden light flew into the sky all at once, and dazzling light scattered down from the sky, shining on the bodies of each of the gods and goddesses present. In her knowledge, the chaotic Pure Land was already representing this universe, the most powerful star realm with the oldest Dao lineage. Inuyasha gained momentum. 3 heads with vicious expressions, brandishing 3 weapons rushed up with another burst of swift attacks like a blizzard. As for Bu Su's side, Yang Fangzheng wants to get in touch again. We haven't torn our faces yet. There is still room for dialogue. Therefore, if one didn't make a move, it had to be a high-intensity meridian dredging. This would inevitably consume more divine soul and physical strength. Bu Su stopped the work in his hand, and under the leadership of Yuan Hao, he did all the work on the stall from the beginning to the end, and even the procedures and details of setting up and closing the stall were discussed in detail with Yuan Hao. Chapter 166, Kiss, Control Your Mouth. He Yushu didn't keep holding on to this matter. Chu Liangyu felt a lot of relief, and was about to take back her comforting little hand, but was unintentionally grabbed by He Yushu. Chu Liangyu raised her eyebrows and looked at him without saying anything, but the expression on her face said it all. He Yushu was looked at by her puzzled expression, self-conscious that it was a bit inappropriate, and let go of her hand again, his eyes looking elsewhere, saying, they are almost outside the weed forest at this moment, and the female master is beating the... Why is it that sometimes a battle drags on to a draw after 10 or even 15 minutes? And sometimes why is it that a battle is ravaged in less than 5 minutes of the opening round? The drop demon's body erupted with clanking fire. It should be Blue Jingjing attacking. However, this drop demon was like gold and iron, doing no harm. My son pays his respects to father. I followed Jizei's lead in confusion and kneeled down to salute. In my heart, I was still muttering secretly, could this bad old man really be the emperor? Didn't I say that the emperor was only in his early 50s this year? How could he be so old? With a haggard look on his face, as if he could be wiped down with just a gust of wind. Dream Xing Chen heard, also sigh. The original origin of this is all a misunderstanding. But Dreamstar also hated Chi Righteousness. If Chi Righteousness did not go to Sao Discord, how would it cause such a situation? Who is Xiao Tua? He just wanted to stir up this matter in a messy way, so that it looks good to watch the drama. He pretended not to know why and continued to ask, even though he knew that he was filming a movie. Hua Chen still couldn't stand it. Making a strong effort to close the car door, he hurriedly walked towards the center of the set. Her plan had failed, but this seemed to have a happy ending. Chu Shiyu had a miscarriage, which was an unexpected bonus. Since you're so loyal to Great King Tung Feng, this king will fulfill you as his companion first. A bland and calm voice, but with magical like magic, fixed Yu Xinyuo and the crowd in place. Ji Qingyu sat on the sidelines and watched the two of them. She couldn't help but laugh. These two people are really funny. They are really a pair of joyful enemies. They don't let anyone get away with anything. I've been looking for you for half an hour as well. I didn't expect you to be alive either. Meng Xingchen secretly said that he had been in the 8 domain diagram for 3 days. At the same time, he was wary of this Chen Yunfeng's strength, which was too terrifying. Schwetzen thought he was mostly thinking of the year that he had just left the country. On the friend said Suberi re-examination failed. Thousands of people watching the re-examination stage. She took a broken string of the zither. On the spot was driven down. Even if she were to dedicate her body, even if she were to go deeper with the other party, then the other party would have to be strong and long enough for her to be able to see past it. After saying that, he gave her a kiss on the brow before going to answer the phone, and at the last moment before hanging up Schwetzen picked up. Isn't it a joke to go out and clear the snow now? It's very cold outside now. The snow's all caked up. If it could be swept away casually, I guess the official side would have arranged for someone to clear it. Would it still need to drag on for such a long time? She only felt as if her heart had been violently hooked by an invisible hook, and the fingertips pinching the phone tingled slightly. Now that the White family's gang of demonic animals have been accounted for to the Jedi Fury House, what can the Lord run Fan Shicheng for? Surprisingly, Luo Zhang wasn't kidding, and he did get his usual tailor to order her several sets of clothes, including the most fashionable coats, well-tailored woolen dresses, and so on. Zhao Li's head is big. These are handed over to the East Palace to lead. He is a military general, naturally will not ask the Emperor of Northern Shi taboo courtiers and the Crown Prince to close contact. He still want to live 2 more years. Schwetzen looked in his eyes, his brows slightly wrinkled. He set aside his gaze towards Suberi's from time to time. It was good that he did not continue to drink behind him. Pang Tuo felt his arm tingling, and the blow also recoiled to his arm. He felt the tendons on his shoulder were stretched. Secretly said, I was careless. This black big man is so strong. Chapter 167, Boys, it's time to go. However, aside from the shallow teeth marks, there was no saliva as Chu Liangyu had said. While Li Yushu breathed a sigh of relief, his tone became a bit grumpy. Female lord, you actually tricked me. Who asked you to bite me? Chu Liangyu glanced at the wrist that was still in his grip, and spoke without half a heartbeat. After such a short while, he was able to open his mouth and speak, showing that the pain in his body had eased. Chu Liangyu stopped. By the time Chen Jiahao returned to the settlement of these human races once again, they had already known that all of this had happened, and at the same time, Chen Jiahao had truly become the heavenly god in their hearts. That was the reincarnated soul, and I forced it to reveal itself. Although it looks terrifying now, it's a lot safer for Lei Wan instead. That thing is now under control for the time being, and it won't do any harm to her as well as to us right now, I said to Sister Su. Okamoto Takeshi's eyes exploded with a burst of essence. Shin Feng was right. He did want to make a move, but he was in the way of his temperament. He was originally a violent temper, known in the industry as a tyrant on the set, and was able to tolerate Lu Nan up to this point, but also because Lu Nan's resourcefulness in saving the day at the launch event made him feel so much gratitude in his heart. Lu Nan reached out and lightly tapped the ground, bringing the light yellow plow up in the air and rolling a few times to avoid Yarrow's long whip, and then reached out and grabbed the yet gesturing whip and pulled it hard, ripping Yarrow over to this side. What? Outrageous! Someone actually dares to bully Duo schoolmate. Hearing this, Senior Yu immediately put on an angry look. Tonight he will go to Yangming Bridge Xuanzhai. You must stop him or he will definitely die. Life was like a play. It all depended on acting. Now Lu Nan didn't even rely on acting. He relied on playing psychological warfare. In a previous life, they were originally devoured by the spirit-devouring ancient tree. In this life, however, they have lost their nature to destruction and have become exceptionally maniacal, recklessly killing us. Lu Xuanyang, you guy, you're quite reliable. Just now, he wanted to scold Lu Xuanyang, but Chen Fifan couldn't help but praise Lu Xuanyang now. Feng Ju nodded. This is a must. Luo Hua now does not provide many services to the outside world, but no matter what kind of demand, as long as it is rejected, the consequences will be extremely painful, and even desperate. At this time in the State Duke's mansion, a few carriages had long been prepared, and Wei Liangqing took a group of family members out of Yemen, and at the city gates, Wei Liangqing told the officers guarding the city that he was going to see off eunuch Wei since he was going to be sent by the emperor to Fengyang to guard the tomb, and then he went out of the city to rush to Tongzhou. Looking at the somewhat acute new town, the people present were quite speechless, but what they also had to admit was that New Town was absolutely right, and that it would be useless to say anything right now if no physical survey had been conducted. At the end of the day, for most young, rich, and well-groomed young men, innocent schoolgirls are the favorite. The cat's hands and feet are very soft, walking without any sound, but if you mess with it, its soft hands will suddenly reveal sharp claws, scratching your head bloody. Looking at so many people clasping their fists and saluting, Shiming always felt a bit awkward, with a feeling of being a bandit leader. Because this is how those bandits who were staged on TV in the latter part of the world paid homage to the big stronghold lord. Right at this moment, Du Qianjia suddenly opened his eyes, the sun, moon, and stars alternately flashing in his eyes before finally returning to calm. With a lift of his hand, the golden dragon guardian was removed by Du Qianjia. When the battle started, Luo Pang concentrated on his opponent, William, and the rest of the team each looked for an opponent to start. That step alone made him that much slower in his next dodge, resulting in a few more minor cuts on his body. Chapter 168. I'm a professional in saving the scene. Chu. No. Xiong Jiajiao's expression that had just been sad changed in an instant, and vaguely, there was a trace of dislike in it. The change before and after was so great that Chu Liangyu froze. Of course, Chu Liangyu was only joking, and the atmosphere of sadness dissipated without a trace due to the effort of a few words. Seeing that it's almost time, Chu Liangyu then talked about other things. The weather is sultry these days. I'm afraid that there will be torrential rains, so pay attention to the side of your medicinal fields. It's not bad. After learning for a few months, there's no problem with daily conversations now, Zhang Jing said somewhat shyly. Are there no classics in China? Of course not. China's third generation of directors have produced many masterpieces. To the fourth generation of directors of the Foundation, the fifth generation of directors of the splendor of the classics can be said to be fruitful, but can be called a classic commercial film. How many? Then rest well. I'll go out first and come back later to accompany you. Mo Yu shocking dust looked at her. The day just dawned. Luo Yi will get up early. This is not Luo Yi has the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. But, this let's call it a bed is too uncomfortable. This night Luo Yi also squinted for a while. How could Xiejia not imagine that his proud academic performance would still lose to the dead fat Zhang Yang? As expected, 3 arrows shot out one after another from the other corner, blocking the path of dual-blade Kashu. How much intrigue was behind the things the old man had said, and the secrets that had yet to be told to him. When the beam net swooped over, the intelligent computer captured and got the evasive route in a split second of arithmetic, and then the machine body rolled over in the sky with incredible movements, dodging the enemy's attacks, all of them. But just at this time, Zhang Yang, who was at the same table, received a text message on his cell phone, so he immediately pulled Ling Yi up and ran. But if Guo Shang returns safely to Yecheng, after all this trouble, he will do everything in his power to remedy the situation and regain his position. At this time, Meng Lan reported, Brother Yang, we're completely on fire. Our fans have been skyrocketing every day recently. After seeing such a great game, fans were looking forward to the next one every second to see something even better, and it really felt like years. Noticing that Errol and the others were outside, Zhang Run led the magically modified Dark Knights of the interior hall out. Xin Hui looked as if he had been waiting for her call, and it was only after one ring that the phone was picked up by him. He tentatively called out to Achue. The red clothes exploded, and the blood and flesh fused with that poisonous mist, turning into an excellent fertilizer that nourished the 2 lives fruit. You mean, if it's senior brother Xiao who's not here, you dare to take me down? Chen Yantou said with a wry smile. Zhang Zhe stopped and conversed with the other party in English as well, indicating that he wished to meet with the other party's commander to talk. Zhang Zhe was different. He was as comfortable as if he was soaking in a pool of warm water, and again, it was as if someone was giving him a full body massage, which was even more incomparably intoxicating. This Guo Yuer and Wei Zhongxian in the Flying Immortal sect is a pair, has long been recognized by all, and now the group saw the 2 intimate behavior is not strange. I rubbed my heavy eyes and looked around, noticing the car, with 3 passengers, sitting in the front. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Yao Zhe's mouth, but he wasn't willing to stop there, his body shape not retreating but advancing, turning into a blood-on and rushing towards the opponent's chest. Xia Qingtian and Chen Rui both walked over, patting Zhou Yu's shoulder and calming her down, but they couldn't say a word to comfort her. Why lie? I've never known you to tell a lie like it's nothing, Lillian asked when everyone had left. Previously, the Lu family is just a village solid family, talk about what rich, but now it is flourishing. Lu Yijian married Gu Feng, Lu Zhongqing tube munitions, which is the most important thing, to how to deploy the army pay, come and go or silver, both to the most trusted people, but also capable of people. Chapter 169, Rabbits are good at digging holes. There's no need to rush this matter first. Let's find a place on high ground to get out of the rain. When Yuehong pacified her little sister, and then added, I see that those females and cubs all want to learn. They just don't have the chance. Let's go around more and teach them while they're picking. The young girl in her teens actually spoke with a trace of composure, and this convinced the ones younger than her even more, and none of them had any objections to her proposal. Look for shelter. The heart couldn't help but feel a pain. The more he tightened his arms around the person in his arms, hating that he couldn't just rub her into his own body like this, so that he would never have to worry about her getting hurt again. Oh, Zimmo was startled and instinctively wanted to use his right hand to fend it off, but he inadvertently scanned Yun Wei-yang's sobbing red lips that were raised high, and his heart missed a beat with a thud, so he scrambled to sidestep his body and leaned diagonally to the side to retreat. What Yun Wei-yang didn't expect was that along the way, the two of them actually chatted about a lot of topics as if they were old friends who had met after a long time. And Feng Qianqi also opened up his box of words in a rare manner, laughing and talking with her all the way. The 5 three-headed, 6-armed stone statues also understood that now was not the time to grab the jade pendant, so they followed Jiang Kang's words. Ha ha ha, disappear for me, disappear. Blackheart laughed out loud. At this moment, he was even a little heartless. Under his feet, a circle of black holes appeared. Apart from himself, everything on the battlefield, whether it was mana or life, all of it was sucked inside. Seeing that she had calmed down, Sun Yang was relieved, and at the same time withdrew his right hand that was pulling her, then looked at the middle-aged man warily. As for the 5 three-headed, 6-armed stone statues, of course they wanted to know how they were assassinated by Sun Yang without any sound, but due to being tortured by the pain, they were not able to look at Sun Yang with their eyes in death. Actually I'm not afraid of getting dirty. I'll just wait here. Yun Wei-yang secretly gulped and said, what exactly caused your god frame to split and your life to fall? The Divine King and the others told me that you died from going off the deep end, and I didn't believe them. Did the God King and the others cause you to die? Huao asked in a very emotional manner, with a terrifying expression on his face that seemed ready to eat people at any time. Alright, let's go to the backyard. With a wave of the old man's hand, the store automatically closed. Although the golden bow was powerful, it required a huge amount of energy to support it. Just shooting thousands of arrows made the witch demon's energy stretch to the limit, and he had to stop his continuous attacks. Zhao Liang held the pistol but didn't dare to shoot because the two were in a physical fight and he was afraid of accidentally injuring Li Bin. Tattoo instantly ran out of words as he recalled his childhood experiences and realized that it was really as Goran had said. His sister's magic level had risen and risen after she inherited the title of the Platinum Duke, leaving him far behind. Gave all the food to the demon mage. Under the divine contract, Xiaoyu was literally giving all the food in his reserves to the demon mage. It was one big yin flag after another, with a dragon pattern in gold on top of the battle flag, representing the emperor's supreme honor and glory, and it was Lin Su Gue who led the pursuing troops. Ghouls, special undead that have been modified to have a powerful body that is good at close combat, and can create their own derivatives, as well as a darkness spell. Ghouls are generally difficult to create and are mostly used as guards. As soon as he pushed open the door of the conference room, the pungent smell of smoke hit him like a tsunami, stimulating the single dog to cough violently, and then lifting his eyes, his heart jumped out. Of course, it is estimated that there will still be some hidden assholes, but it doesn't matter. They have lost their power and are always under Yuan Tian's all-around monitoring, so they can't turn over any big waves anymore. Qingguan, several people do not come forward, okay? Once they come forward, it really seems to be in and that person hide and seek like the mountain stone of the narrow passage. The light is more dim. Qingguan eyes narrowed slightly. Will be in the sleeve of the cold moon grip tightened. Chapter 170. A small man with a loose S farts loudly. All the traps for this one purpose, although it is forced to agree, but that is also agreed not. The 5 men didn't intend to keep the man trapped for just one night, just that there are inevitably want to resist. The result is not yet howled. 2 voices were not know where to come from the organ smashed eyes. This is still light. Some of the more unlucky directly in the poisonous powder. 2 or 3 days do not bring up. Jaren suddenly turned her head sideways and found him that second. There was no surprise on her face, as if she had expected that he would appear in general. But what made him froze again was that the likeness of the Jaren people before disappeared, and she made a ghostly face and spat out her tongue at him, and turned around and went into the house. Seer, this time, I will go with Chen Fei to save your mother in the Sea of Love. You don't need to follow. Island Lord Bing Lan had a majestic look on his face, a fundamentally unresistible aura emitted as he droned at Bing Si. Put. Mako Yunyao also couldn't help but poof. But when she saw Old Monster Lei and Old Monster Kukai killing towards her, Mako Yunyao's face couldn't help but change, and her footsteps hurriedly swept to the other side. Many things are not up to you, Beidou said mercilessly. The Yen Huang sword slashed downward violently. Oriel's body was instantly greatly traumatized, blood spurting wildly as he retreated backward, surprisingly not dying with a single breath. I'm treating you as a friend, so you can't hide everything from me. In vain, I care so much about you, yet you distrust me so much. As Shui Wani spoke, she looked like she was about to cry. When he left the inn with his paper umbrella, he met the master and servant from last night, and looking at the large carriage parked outside, Song Chunhua guessed that they were also returning to the capital. Covering the entire courtyard with mental barriers, Wei Wei took out her memory extractor and began to look through the memories of the Karma Imperial Emperor. She thought that this time, she should be able to find the source of these troubles. Where like Yuan Yang, sitting on the marquee to pick up the flower bridge to the very excited it. But it is strange, the groom did not come. The marquee reason is also very legitimate. The world son and the marquee of the second master of the body are not good, only in the house to wait for the crowd. He has now done a TV series and a movie, and his singing and movie careers are on track. As a magic clan of the Tower Clan's archmages and dungeon sorcerers, the various magic networks that are interlaced and rebuilt in space after the battle are even more of an old tactic, and generally speaking, they can rarely completely cut off all the contact channels of their opponents. Although it was said that this Nicholas had only reached the peak of Saint Magus nowadays, and compared to Bai Si, who was just like a saint rank already, it was not at all at the same level. The airplane traveled between the clouds, and with each piece of cloud it passed, the wings became wet, and after flying a little longer, they would become dry again, and after passing through the clouds, they would become wet again. 15 contestants lined up on stage and each sang a verse of the lyrics of the session song. Although the snow mastiff beside the white boy in front of him is not the most noble of all snow mastiffs, but looking at today's Jiannan Road can afford to raise such noble things, the identity is certainly not the first. The least is also to be with the side of the Su Sangongzi is not the same. I think the beast of a tribe is extremely fierce character. Not only the civil will often be armed fights, and foreign is the conquest for years. If this golden jade renewal cream can be recognized by the military in large quantities of procurement, then the gold earned will be a steady stream of gold coins. Although Luo Tianhua wasn't very clear on what exactly Eliza meant, but since Eliza was willing to give him 100% trust, then he could naturally give the same full support to any decision Eliza made. Luckily, time didn't pass for long, and after coming to a scenic clearing, drifting rain stopped and turned around to look at cold wind. Chapter 171, Come and Rest Your Wings. The expression on Patriarch Yu's face stiffened as he asked somewhat hesitantly, Are the 5 of them Chief Chu's cubs? Yes. Why? Are they too naughty to get you into trouble? Chu Liangyu raised his eyebrows, his face looking as if he had no knowledge of it. Patriarch Yu laughed awkwardly and waved his hand. That's not true. After spending these few days together, I found that these cubs are quite intelligent. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't they be smart? Their whole tribe is being held hostage by these 5. On the first day of leaving the Zhang family, after they stayed in the store and ate, they were left with 3 copper coins, and could only stay for 1 more day before they had to roll up their sleeves and leave. With all of the city's defense forces in place, archers, lancers, and greatswords ready to go, the clouds of war loomed over the city of Tableau. The Shah Vice-General in Night Yang's mouth was the clan leader of the Quicksand clan, serving as the Vice-General of the 8th Army. The General of the 8th Army, Feng Yu Truss, had died in battle, with no bones left in his body, and the other Vice-General, who was the clan leader of the Stormy Bear clan, had also unfortunately fallen in the Battle of the Tai Huang Mountain, so that he could only have the Quicksand clan's Vice-General in charge of the 8th Army for the time being. The Yanyun city crowd that was traveling, their spiritual senses had been spreading forward, when suddenly the sounds of crying and lustful laughter came from 10 miles ahead. Now that they were standing here, they could only rely on Zhang Han to manipulate the spiritual power of the cave heaven to block them, or else they would have to be killed and crippled in a single glance, just like the Black Dragon, or just collected away. Just in this moment of inattention, Mubai's eyes were still sprinting. Guanqing suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Boom! Guanqing's long and slender leg attacked Mubai's upper torso directly. This foot carries a strong wind pressure will be behind Mubai's silver white hair to the gale force winds blowing. These days down the line, with the understanding of the source field of the Qin Tian supervisor, Yan Yuncheng's admiration for the person who set up the source field grew. This person's source field means were far beyond the 4th earthly phase at the time, only to see that he slowly walked towards Mu Feng, who was standing at the very back. The Seiji in front of him saw that the situation was not good and secretly made preparations to fight. Qingyang Realm? That's the world where the lower heavenly immortals, who had previously reported an invasion of extraterrestrial heavenly demons, the South Pole Eternal Emperor asked with a frown. The moment the light curtain shattered, the violent energy aftermath went unabated towards the 5 elements spirit essence coffin in the air. Then, Meyer continued to feed 1 spoonful at a time, and Zijao didn't say a word and didn't even look at Jean Shou anymore. This Professor Lewis should know nothing about her, but Aunt Jane should seem to know where she's coming from. Romaster sure found that Chen Wang's body was becoming more and more unsteady, and his breath was also very rapid. His fiery breath, just blowing in her ears, made Rong Huanshi's body a burst of numbness. Cannot help but heart also some panic, but the footsteps are still calm. The Emperor's birthday is promised, and this day the capital is also because of the Emperor's this birthday and foreign lively. The sight of the kitchen courtyard came to ask several times, but he had no intention of passing dinner. How could he have the heart to eat? Lu Shi has been deposed. so a single Dong Joy is no match for Big Brother. This was the best news of the past few days. The two of them no longer had to worry about their big brother's well-being. After looking at it for a long time, Li Jinfeng averted his gaze with a calm expression, and with a single step, he crossed the abyss and entered a large cavern, where nearly 100 corpses were lying, overflowing with a deathly aura. A minute ago, Bai Sidong pushed Yin Shishio away and made them feel in a trance, only thinking that Yin Shishio's return from the dead was just a dream. But now Wang Hao brought the police over to arrest Rong Jing, and this dream has really transformed into a nightmare that people can't even wake up from. Is it necessary for me and you to take wedding photos? It's not like we're getting married because we like each other. And Xia Fanyuan thinks she'll find it hilarious when she sees her and Gong Xiaxia's wedding photos hanging in the house in the future. Chapter 172 Demonized Son of Qi? It was simply impossible for a vast group of people to arrange all of them into the tribe, and Chu Liangyu was worried that there would be chaos after he left everything behind and walked away. Therefore, she said, as you all can see, our Zixihe tribe has limited space, but everyone can build their own dwellings on the boundary-covered hills. Everyone is also tired from traveling for many days, so these I will have people from the tribe come over to help, and it won't take long, so don't worry about it. No matter how unscrupulous this disciple of his was, in general, he was also trying to maintain his majesty. Yin Lin didn't dare to disobey. Holding the scalpel with regular strength, he steadily made a cut on Master 13's arm, along the drawn cutting line. The day after returning to Fuxing City, the first to leave was Blue Fairy, heading to the Alchemy Kingdom to attend the Triennial Expo Conference, a 1,000-man regiment to assist Nicole in the Alchemy Kingdom. Of course it was HIG's own use of the return array magic to get this regiment there, and then return to Fuxing City from the Magic Guild. At that moment, Dussler suddenly threw the stinger out of his hand and cried loudly. His grief level was even higher than that of Killer B. Dupuang. What is this? Now, counting Ishak, who he just met, the Alex family, is kind of a big reunion here. In order to thank Yang Yang for his righteousness yesterday, Zhao Yuxuan invited Yang Yang to have dinner tonight, and after dinner, Zhao Yuxuan also invited Yang Yang to this Golden Pond KTV to sing. Asa-san, what do you believe in? Yan Xianfeng looked at the rock wall and asked. Shallow Sang opened her mouth numbly. What do you believe in? Believe in fairy Siyu? Spiritual power? Gods and Buddhas of the heavens? Shallow Sang asked himself inwardly, but yet he seemed to be confused as well. So what exactly did he believe in? At that time, although Enshuling had no cultivation, she was a rare beauty, so it was still okay to play around. Chen Zhu saw that it had subsided, so he said to the people behind him, you guys find a ladder and replace this plaque for the king. The old one will be rewarded to Butler Jean. The rest of you, follow this king into the mansion. Only then did Chen Zhu roll over and dismount from his horse, leading 7 or 8 heavily armed soldiers to start walking towards the gate of the king's mansion. Xin Yanqi's pretty eyes lit up when she saw Su Chen, but then her gaze fell on the oil paper umbrella in Su Chen's hand. She was now a cultivator and was able to feel the yin qi emanating from within the oil paper umbrella. This allowed Xiaoyu to immediately conclude that the evil spirit must have taken on the strong person of the Divine Realm's Eagle Soul bloodline who had first entered the 10th rank of Battle Emperor beside the Grand Hallmaster. Jarringly, Baiyu's first strike was reduced to a passive one. Blocking, combining, boning, and the guarding styles of the 7 sword styles all came into play. At this moment, Holden finally got a really good look at the pale blue halo underneath Leipzig's body, obscured somewhat by the brilliant light that filled the sky and the ground. But Holden was still able to be 100% certain that it was the symbols on the floor of Viscount Philo's home, the same symbols that he had seen when he had awakened. Don't you need to give me an explanation? She saw that Tu Bai was about to get into the car and cheekily went up and grabbed him by the lapel. Happiness? Yan Xiao crowed, feeling that Chu Jinyue was trying to treat herself as a male. The idea for this bid was to be the flower tea agent for the Hantun Chamber of Commerce. The 100+ chambers of commerce that came to bid were dumbfounded. What the heck is flower tea? Tea made from flowers? And they were really fooled, right? That's really it. Ju Chen had Jean make the run of 36 flower teas before serving them to each of the bosses in turn to taste. With that little strength of yours, how can you injure me? Guhan laughed as if he was mocking Jiyu for being too innocent. Only Jin Yuanzi's few people were clear about the source of all this, except that Hu Ao and Xuan Yuan's terrifying strength was in front of them, causing Jin Yuan's few people to not dare to come forward to stop them. Long Zhanyan's eyes instantly went cold. That imperial prince saw her movements as Tia sensitive, and suddenly smiled evilly. Chapter 173, If you want a whore for nothing, please deduct your eyeballs. When the old man saw her hesitation, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious and rushed at her with a scowl. Chu Liangyu saw it clearly, but still didn't have the heart to meddle. The old man coughed, also knew that plainly when the hard labor is not to say her. With the elbow stabbed the Elmold, jokingly said, You old man, it is hard not to want to let the girl just work, but also do not give a little pay. This is not sincere want a whore for nothing? What do you mean by that? How do I? Do you really want to watch me get killed? Moron Love collapsed on the ground, convulsing as he said. He doesn't seem to be affected by the gravity field inside. Some sharp-eyed people also saw the clues. Jiang Ming knew what she was asking. This matter? He couldn't possibly hide it, nor would he hide it. But right now Wang Luoluo was in this situation. This couldn't bear to add fuel to the fire. Like a moon in a quiet and deep dark night, clear and eye-catching, the beauty is extremely light, but also tantalizingly unaware. Don't say you're crooked. We both have bitter feelings. Just like this, living our own lives outside, and living both of our lives in the Shichou Garden Guanhuazhai. No one can control us. Chang Diji said this with confidence. It was to not let Su Ruoyao be afraid. Inoue clasped the isolation net in front of him, his wide pupils reflecting the tennis ball, the piece of tennis ball that exploded into 8 petals. Since the end of the draft, every night Tim Mello and Wang Yuehan accompanied Zhang Yunzi to train in the dugout, every day from noon after dinner, until 11 p.m. before the end. Tim personally guided Zhang Yunzi's ball-less running, as well as a variety of mid-range shots, stopping jump shots, and some long-distance shooting skills. A circle of blazing fire spread out around the sedan carriage, actually burning the shadows all around. The recording engineer's mouth grew in surprise when he heard that his voice had returned to normal, but it was hard to ask because of the presence of others. Suyi didn't think he would say that. Her heart only felt 1,000 strands of pain tugging at her, her eyelids slightly drooping. Dumbfounded, what Wang Xiao wanted to do was to present himself as a normal person, so that people would think that he was a normal person whose life and safety had been threatened. Of course, after he pretended to have calmed down a little, he refused Dahu's proposal to leave this place of wrongdoing immediately, and faced the reporter unavoidably gave a generous speech. Look at the sea of consciousness Ghana. These months with the married golden light day and night, seems to have some changes. Every day sitting in the golden light in the middle of the cultivation, and not much to make a fuss to come out. Yes, after contacting the Masons, his first target will be locked in the Federal Reserve. As for how to start, we'll have a way, such as taking the financial group equity of the shareholders behind the Federal Reserve is a good way. Wang Haoming's paragraph seemed to say something on the surface, but as long as one thought about it carefully, it didn't say anything. If he didn't have the inheritance of the god of cookery, he might still be an obscure and tolerant wage earner. Although he wasn't rich either, he still had at least a few $100,000 of wealth in his bank card, which was many times better than most of the wage earners. Yao, it seems like our luck is good. This lunch today is considered to be settled, Xia Haoren said excitedly. Sudi is feeling strange. Turn around but see Hongli is looking at her. Eyes gentle, cannot help but slightly stunned. Hongli but again looked at the street, turned and walked back to the inn. Then thanks to you being a true fan, how do you know where he is and still can't see him? Lin Yingbin tried to trap her words. Put me down. You escaped by yourself. Just now originally unconscious Shiman Li did not know and is clear over. Lying on the shoulder of White Feather, intermittent words, messy breathing constantly remind White Feather Shiman Li serious injury. Chapter 174, An Alternative Vegetable Market. Yeah, that's why I was thinking of letting you earn some origin beads from Old Elm. The old man was worried throughout, but thinking that he would be able to trade in quite a few more origin beads next, there was some temporary relief. That's 1,000 origin beads. As long as we have those, the world origin will definitely be able to slowly resume operation. No wonder this old man was so frequent toward her eyebrows. Originally, for the matter of the origin beads, Chu Liangyu is equally into the stadium. It directly saw the field. 2 teams are playing against the game. Not surprisingly, these should be the national team members. That's right, Azure just used the Heavenly Rhinoceros Eye to look at Pei Jiyun's 2 siblings' spirit root talents, and found that both of their siblings were surprisingly heavenly spirit rooters, with Pei Jiyun being a water spirit root and Pei Yenner being a wood spirit root. As long as it's from Sister Lan, I like it, Mu Yuding said as he gazed at Azure with a serious expression. Ninth Master slightly embarrassed. The heart is hot. This face is also slightly hot up. A light cough. Back. Nothing, said to say with her eyes, but secretly glanced at Nian Lang. Are you trying to ask me why I know you have a son, Jia Hao? The dean was understanding and said while smiling at the children. She didn't want to look at Cheng Yanzhong's strained face right now. On the first day of the year, it is important to sweep the ancestral halls and pay homage to the gods and Buddhas, so there are a lot of rituals on this day, which lasts from the morning until nearly midday. Ding! A sword fell and was blocked by Demon Yu, but another dozen or so sword lights fell and chopped open Luo Tian's defense, leaving several wounds on his body that were neither deep nor shallow, and the blood that flowed out dyed his robes red, making him look extremely wretched. Zhang Yunzi did not fall for it in the slightest, simply ignoring him. Zhenchuan Yongtai saw that one plan did not work, and then another plan directly began to provoke Zhang Yunzi, so that he was angry, and then lost his mind, and against his own so that he had the opportunity to Zhang Yunzi made a foul to go down. The man in white smiled helplessly, wrapped the quilt around Luo Wusheng, wrenched Luo Wusheng upright, and looked into Luo Wusheng's eyes. My name is 5th Mo, your man, and finished introducing himself simply and ably. Hearing this, Zhang Nan let go of his hands and watched Chu Baptist and Shi Wang get on the elevator and head downstairs. Outrageous! This iron rooster knocking on the door has come to our Kunlun Copper Palace. Taoist Master Daoji burst into a rage. The brand coughed violently in Baptist's arms, hoarsely, as if he was going to cough his heart out. Xin Yun's face was blue. Xin Wu's attitude was very bad, especially that kind of disregard for him made him feel humiliated. Dancing Clear Shadow was sad. She was much shorter, the heavenly lightning quenching her body. Although it didn't kill her old life, it made her unbearable, as if it was going to deprive her of her divine soul and destroy her. This child had always had an exuberant curiosity and knew that although Feng Baobao was two-dimensional, she couldn't lie and wanted to take the opportunity to extract some information about Qin Luo. She didn't recognize in Xinlian at first glance. However, she recognized in Xinlian later when she stepped in to stop Lady Chip. That's natural. Didn't we have a meeting in the morning to unify our opinions? Xian Good said heatedly. Ri Yin blinked. She somewhat did not understand the meaning of Master's words. Weren't the three great geniuses always favored by you? Why did they sound a bit disliked now? As he walked and looked at the bottom of his feet, the bamboo poles of the green roses moved along with him, constantly tapping the road in front of him, and then changed the route and tapped the cold intense grasses. And only when there were no more mollusks crawling out did Han Haofan take a dozen or so slow steps and came to the cold intense grasses. The five spirit creation gathered the five great powers of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder in the heavens and earth, and became five colors in the shape of a treasure tripod, which could not help but emit a majestic and vast aura. And it was as if the heavens and earth in this area had been brought to a standstill. In the era of the Northern Song dynasty, there were a lot of people at the age of 12 or 13 who were playing with guns and sticks in the pleasure grounds. Chapter 175, The Short Winter Gourd Has an Evil Heart. In so little time, the remaining 49 souls were all replaced back. It was just that there were many like the little girl at the beginning who generally couldn't take 100 origin beads, so that they actually got no more than 300 origin beads, which was more than half of the difference from what they had guessed. Together with the 50 origin beads exchanged from Elder Realms, they had only gotten 350. The old man saw that she was not in a very good mood, but instead comforted her, saying, "This, only," even if Chen Xiao refused. There were still several people who smiled and did not show any intention of getting angry at all. It should be real. It's a matter of life and death. He wouldn't dare to cheat me with fake medicine, Bailey Dengfeng said on the spot. Of course Ling Diyu had no qualms about taking the next step, and together with Zhao Gongming, they thanked him and were about to take their leave. Ling Diyu knew that if the Jade Emperor was at such a level, there must be a lot of things going on. Z, on the other hand, ignored him and gave a petulant grunt and inclined her head. Bailey Dengfeng was about to go up and put his arm around her and playfully make some fun of her, but then he saw a few figures coming to meet him, and when he looked closely, he saw that it was none other than the clan leader of the Congealing Beasts clan, the Blood Slaughterer, as well as a few of the elders of the clan. Looking at the places on the city wall that were broken because of the great battle, Li Cheng was overwhelmed with emotion at this time, and the scenes of that day were always in his mind. These scenes not only had the appearance of Gao Dakai's calm and commanding manner, there were also those comrades who fought side by side with Li Cheng, and even others who resisted against the Red Tide together. Silence. The one who controls the spell formation in the city is the Chancellor. With the Chancellor's cultivation would there be a mistake? I'm only afraid that the other party has already infiltrated into the city. Immediately pass the order down. The entire city is under martial law. All four sides of the city gates are not allowed to release any more people. Commander Shi sternly ordered. White bone true chi in the meridian's bubbling flow. Hand saw blood knife in front of the body laid layers of knife net. Blood knife method in Zhuo Weiyang strong pressure. Once again sublimation. Light blood color from the outside diffusion into inward convergence. Blood light become condensed up, shaped like a substance. Shallow dream let out a roar. The other three elders drew their swords at the same time. Brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, and the four swords just broke through Born's protective demonic chi and plunged into his chest without any surprises. Ling Duyu had just gotten out of the car when he saw Jiang Dalan and Jiang Dai both running over in a hurry, saying that they had something good to show him. A porcelain altar. Ling Duyu had just asked Qing Ying to drive back at this time. Hu Meier pulled Qing Dai and said something about staying here with him. I told him the cause and effect, and the whole time he watched my eyes and listened very attentively. A deep bass voice rang out eagerly, and the stony expression that had previously passed over his face changed abruptly, his expression becoming eager and tense. The dog had such a death grip on my arm as he fell that I fell straight down just like him. Easy Sun did not forget that in order to break the transformation curse, he had to rescue Kabuki Cloud. father in the body of the transformation spell, if not broken, in the heart of the free sun, always have a kind of worry, a kind of attachment. This is also human nature. He can't face a fierce tiger father for a long time. This is no one can bear. Yifeng hastily urged the circulation of true qi in his body to collect that breath into his own. That breath seemed to have consciousness as if it was running directly toward Yifeng's dantian. Wen Bian rested for a while and then slowly pushed Yifeng away from the table and drew out a paper towel to wipe up. After Le Xiao took the medicinal powder and turned the corpse of the bloodthirsty 5 Rakshasa into a puddle of blood. Only then did several people slowly rush the car back to the Poyang King's mansion. Early in the morning, Rose Su goes to the audition, puts on her headphones as she drives, and spits out last night's incident with Ji Evening. Instead of letting them suffer this kind of thing, it would be better to take care of it yourself. After thinking like this for a moment, Ling Feng's heart was still a lot more comfortable. Half an hour later, Ling Feng chopped off the head of the last magical beast. He pulled out the unicorn of that magical beast and swallowed it in one gulp. After this battle, Ling Feng had also swallowed hundreds of demonic beasts' unicorns, and now Ling Feng felt as if his body was about to explode. By then, even if Qin Fen originally had a flush, after the bottom card changed away, it became a loose hand. Where Qin Feng's divine thoughts reached, it was pitch black within a radius of millions of miles, with terrifying demonic qi tumbling and rushing endlessly, and roiling demonic clouds bulging in the sky. Boundless bloody murderous aura rushed to the great Luo golden immortals are difficult to bear. A wisp of blood-colored demonic flames dazzle and flutter. Fluttering inexplicable heavenly demonic murmuring sound continuous and unceasing. When Old Man Doe saw the storage card, his eyes lit up, and he cheerfully rummaged out a spirit stone POS machine from the bar. Seeing this scene, Li Yang, on the contrary, some excitement. This is not to meet the legendary robbery? However, because these pills were more advanced and could help Qing scales improve better, the prices were also much higher than before. Like a demon refining pill, costing 1,000,000 points, a ease of scripture pill, costing 500,000 points, and a bottle of golden willow dew, costing 600,000 points. In Lin Shihan's opinion, although Qin Feng hung a vassal title, he did not belong to the direct line of power at the top of Kunlun, and earned his territory and resources on his own, so he naturally would not have too strong a sense of identity with this behemoth. Therefore, it is quite necessary to use the platform of this Shangjian Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit to exchange news and attitudes in the big jungle so as to make some preparations. One thing the executive officer had judged correctly was that the Sky Fox puppet did not have much energy left, and she had to subdue the other party before it ran out. Wudong and Daofu had not yet settled their grudges, and now that Lin Dao had taken the initiative to propose such an unfair way of competition against Daofu, how could this Yun Su Zi be unwilling? I didn't expect Song Ning, instead of agreeing to Hu Wei's suggestion, turned around and gave a very serious death order to the two. Sheepstacker turned his back, just facing the direction of the cistern. One hand made a move out of thin air, and the gushing spring, immediately enlarged by more than 10 times the flow of water. Under Sheepstacker's maneuvering, condensed a thick line of water hovering in the air in the tower. According to the observation of the fellow pretending to be a media reporter, a number of the people here are old friends of ours, such as the guys from the Martyrs Hill Hermitage, and the Scottish idiots, etc. Ling Yang said on the one hand, and on the other hand, he drew out the firewood knife from his back waist, aiming at where the snow hare was, and suddenly threw it forward fiercely. Chapter 176, Being badmouthed is their bloodline inheritance. She was already physically and mentally tired from her side's busy rush, and the changes in the tribe due to the arrival of the Phoenix clan had caused her a bit of a headache. The Phoenix was originally high and proud, and this was evident from Feng Qiuwu's body. What's more, in this beast world where there are fewer females and more males, the kind of pride in the bones of females with Phoenix bloodline is even more so. They had come late, and it was normal for the good spots to be occupied by those communities brought by Chu Liangyu. But you're a proud man. Why would a ghost clan that had been hidden for 500 years suddenly appear in front of them? Why did it ask for a pair of yin and yang eyes as soon as it appeared? Furthermore, after 500 years, how huge is this ghost sect now? It turns out that yesterday is the period of January just expired. That Wei Ming even a ghost shadow has not seen. The agreed time to the silver money did not return in time. Black and white writing on the dragon flew clearly written, used as collateral for the mansion of the Zhao Junli mother and son of the rightful return. Mother and son hung a month's heart, will fall back to the original place. If the buildings seem to be one floor after another, the human beings here live in such an environment. There were also some stalls on both sides, but the things they bought were all unseen. Surprisingly, Xiao Jingya gave birth to a son 9 months after she returned to the Xiao mansion and married Xiao Han. When Xiao Han was 3 years old, Xiao Jingya died of illness, and his mother Zhang died of illness in the same year. In short, if I were a dream I would take this approach. Sucking in zombie yin she not only heals wounds but also grows strength. Chang Yi said. Evening came, Today's fire clouds are extraordinarily beautiful, extraordinarily falling. Many people see this beautiful scene cannot help but take out their cell phones to leave this beautiful scene. Locker is responsible for jewelry, clothing, monthly allowance, dowry utensils and other things. Shangxiu is responsible for food and washing. This backward item is not afraid of her trouble, because they have to be handed over to the people of the Song family. There is no place to start. It was just that he had no intention of picking them back up for the time being, because the Imperial Heavenly Tao sect had just been established and didn't have enough reserves. Plus the immortal region was chaotic and unstable nowadays, so it would be safer for them to stay at home than to follow him. Since it's not to see the patient all gathered around this place, what for? Isn't this adding to the chaos? Let them all go out. Just let the patient stay. Xiaoyi impatiently waved his hand. After all, being surrounded by others as animals inside a zoo did not feel beautiful. Since you want to go, I will support you in whatever you do. Situ Dust touched her head and silently added in his heart that he would also do his best to protect you, even if it meant putting his life on the line. The questions Harley asked were very deep, and many of them touched the foundations of the world, which surprised Saw so much that he answered them very carefully. Nangong Mo didn't force her to answer. He just smiled at her and said, "Rest well." Then he walked out. He Guanlan gave enough face to Fong Yin, but the other party not only didn't appreciate it, but also had the power to kill him? Yu Guanlan's eyes flashed with a blade-like light. Although this young man is difficult to deal with, but no one in the fighting room can escape the covering attack of heavenly wind and sea rain. Yu Guanlan has absolute confidence to kill him on the spot. The children, hearing Tina say that, dried their tears, looked up and put on as many smiles as they could, and went with her to the lawn of the orphanage to have their picture taken. She used to work her ass off trying to make money, just so she could have a good start too, and have an easier life down the road. Chen Yanqi looked at her, wanting to scold her, but didn't say anything. She also felt that Yu Qingqing was right. Originally thought that Bei Zihan had fallen asleep with a shock, but saw that the lights in Bei Zihan's room had been on at all. Kdu Zi's expression also became grave, holding the firewood knife flat. This was the knife snatched from Shi Ziming. It was a bulky thick iron piece with a wooden handle, and the blade was chipped in a few places. It could barely be considered a weapon. Kdu Zi used this bulky and simple firewood knife to chop at the world-famous Dragon Tiger Mountain sword formation.